In a previous life, Meng Chuan toiled like a beast for his girlfriend, only to be discarded like refuse. In this new existence, he inherits the ancient legacy of a medical sage from his ancestors and is accompanied by a guardian orange cat, enabling him to traverse the urban landscape with unparalleled prowess. Please, don't eat me. Ha, ha. Meng Chuan abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is happening? Where's that colossal python? As he surveyed his familiar surroundings, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Wasn't this his former home? His gaze fell upon the calendar hanging on the wall, and he was shocked to discover that it was indeed 3 years prior. Could it be that these past 3 years were naught but a dream? Yet, the dream felt astonishingly vivid. While Meng Chuan remained lost in thought, the door to his room was suddenly flung open, and a petite figure dashed in, concern etched across her features. Chuan-go, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? This girl, in her early 20s, possessed a sweet and innocent beauty, utterly charming. Upon seeing her, Meng Chuan trembled, enveloping her in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face. Kier, you're really alive? This is truly wonderful. Jiang Ke's face flushed crimson at his sudden embrace. Though their bond was strong, they had always referred to each other as siblings, and such intimacy inevitably made her feel bashful. Chuan-go, what's the matter? Why are you crying? Meng Chuan released Jiang Ku, wiping away his tears with a smile. It's nothing. Chuan-go is just so incredibly happy. Gazing at Jiang Ke's fresh and endearing visage, Meng Chuan was flooded with emotions. Ever since becoming an orphan, he had lived with the Jiang family. Jiang Beixiang, a physician who maintains a close relationship with his father, runs a modest clinic in Hangzhou to make ends meet. His wife passed away several years ago, leaving him with a daughter, Jiang Ku, who is 2 years younger than Meng Chuan. In his previous life, Meng Chuan, devastated by his girlfriend's betrayal, succumbed to heartbreak and fell gravely ill with a pulmonary condition, remaining bedridden for 3 years, during which Jiang Ku tended to him with unwavering devotion. Later, while seeking medical assistance for Meng Chuan, the Jiang family encountered a fearsome attack from a colossal python. This serpent, stretching over 100 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, had horns sprouting from its head, marking it as no ordinary creature. Jiang Beixiang was swiftly devoured, and Jiang Ke met a tragic fate as well. While she valiantly attempted to buy Meng Chuan time to escape, she was bitten fatally by the monstrous snake. In her final moments, the tear-streaked visage of Jiang Ku and her poignant yet belated confession echoed in Meng Chuan's mind. Chuan-go, I have never truly seen you as my brother. I like you, perhaps even love you. You must persevere and not succumb to despair, for there are many who love you in this world. At this moment, Meng Chuan felt an acute pang of sorrow, which explained his intense reaction upon seeing Jiang Ke once more. However, he also recalled that in his weakened state, he had been pursued by the python, and just as it was about to devour him, his beloved orange cat, which he had nurtured for many years, appeared out of nowhere, perching atop the serpent's head. That orange cat seemed to possess the weight of mountains, crushing the python's skull, and, to Meng Chuan's astonishment, spoke to him in his moment of distress. Meng Chuan, have you not had enough of this languid life over the past 3 years? In consideration of your family's long-standing devotion, I grant you an opportunity for a fresh start, along with the complete inheritance of your family's esteemed medical and mystical arts. Do not let me down. These 3 years have left me quite famished due to your negligence. Upon uttering these words, Meng Chuan lost consciousness, only to awaken moments later, truly transported back to 3 years prior. Reflecting on this, Meng Chuan delved into his memories, and to his astonishment, he discovered knowledge of medical practices, divination, and feng shui intricately woven into his mind. This was indeed real. But where was that orange cat? With this thought, Meng Chuan hurriedly inquired of Jiang Ke, here, where's the big orange cat? Have you seen it? The big orange cat was the one his grandmother had raised. After her passing, his father had brought the cat back from their hometown. Following his father's untimely death when Meng Chuan was 13, the cat had accompanied him to the Jiang household. Previously, Meng Chuan had merely regarded the cat as excessively large and gluttonous, but upon reflection, he realized that it had been with his grandmother even before his birth, making it older than himself. Contemplating the almost sentient giant serpent, Meng Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of the unknown in the world. The fact that this orange cat had enabled his return to 3 years ago was surely no trivial matter. Jiangku, puzzled by Meng Chuan's sudden inquiry about the cat, mused, I haven't seen it today. Perhaps it has sneaked off to the kitchen for a snack? You know how gluttonous it never seems to be satisfied. Point two individuals were engaged in conversation when a tumultuous noise emanated from below, suggesting that something was amiss. What is happening downstairs? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow in concern. Jiangku replied, I am not certain. My father just attended to an unconscious patient. Perhaps there is an issue? Let us descend and investigate, Meng Chuan declared, rising to his feet, with Jiangku following closely behind as they made their way down the stairs. Below was the clinic run by Jiang Beixiang. The Jiang family's financial situation was modest after acquiring this storefront. They utilized the ground floor as a clinic while the upper floor served as their living quarters, barely sufficient for their needs. Jiang Beixiang excelled in traditional Chinese medicine, and his skills garnered a respectable reputation, attracting a continuous stream of patients to the Jiangbei Clinic. He was also known for his benevolence, disregarding the criticisms of those around him, treating Meng Chuan as if he were his own son for many years. In a time of severe illness for Meng Chuan, Jiang Beixiang even sold his clinic to afford treatment for him, leading to a life of considerable hardship. Thus, Meng Chuan regarded Jiang Beixiang as a father figure. Upon arriving downstairs, Meng Chuan observed Jiang Beixiang, drenched in sweat and wielding acupuncture needles, standing over a patient lying on a bed. The elderly man, dressed in martial arts attire, appeared ashen and was clutching his chest, seemingly in excruciating pain. Thanks to the legacy of the demonic physician he inherited, Meng Chuan immediately discerned that the elderly man was experiencing a myocardial infarction. However, the man emanated a chilling aura that eluded the perception of ordinary individuals, which complicated his condition. Consequently, despite Jiang Beixiang's acupuncture efforts, the elderly man's heart condition not only failed to improve, but worsened significantly. The remaining patients present began to murmur, Dr. Jiang's medical skills are not as miraculous as others claim. The old man could still stand when he was brought here, but after a mere needle, he has collapsed. Has he not effectively brought about the man's demise? Indeed, just look at the old man's complexion. He seems on the verge of drawing his last breath. What kind of quackery is this clinic? I dare not seek treatment here. Let us depart at once. Exactly. Who would patronize a clinic that could potentially kill? What if a couple of needles were to lead to my own demise? To whom would I appeal for justice? The comments of the crowd only heightened Jiang Beixiang's anxiety. If this old man were to perish under his care, the future of his clinic would be irrevocably jeopardized. Uncle Jiang, what is happening? Meng Chuan hurriedly inquired. Jiang Beixiang's face clouded with concern. Well, a kind soul brought this gentleman here, claiming he collapsed while exercising in the nearby park. Upon examination, I confirmed he was suffering from a myocardial infarction and proceeded with acupuncture, which should have saved him. Yet, inexplicably, his condition has worsened. Chapter 2. The Trembling Needle. Jiangku was taken aback, suddenly anxious. What should we do? Father, perhaps we should hurry and take this elderly gentleman to a proper hospital, otherwise, it might be too late. Meng Chuan noticed the old man's complexion growing increasingly ashen, realizing that if things continued this way, he would certainly not survive the hour. Moreover, the root of the old man's ailment was not merely a heart attack, but rather the pervasive coldness within him. Even if he were to be taken to a large hospital, it would be of no avail, just as it had been with Jiang Beixiang. Drawing upon the legacy of the Taoist medical sage that resided in his mind, Meng Chuan was confident he could save the old man. Uncle Jiang, allow me to give it a try. Where is your needle pouch? Meng Chuan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to take action. Jiang Beixiang instinctively pointed to the needle pouch on the adjacent table, then quickly realized and exclaimed, Xiao Chuan, are you really going to save him? This is no joking matter. You have never studied medicine. How can you possibly save someone? If anything goes awry, you will bear the responsibility yourself. Meng Chuan casually retrieved the needle pouch and extracted 4 fine needles. Uncle Jiang, rest assured, my father is also a doctor. When I was young, he taught me how to treat ailments and save lives. There is nothing to worry about. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. At that moment, the other patrons in the clinic were utterly astonished to see Meng Chuan preparing to administer acupuncture. They erupted in indignation, exclaiming, Is this clinic not too unprofessional? A mere youth is allowed to perform acupuncture? Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Indeed, if Dr. Jiang was at a loss and nearly caused a death, how could such a young man possibly save a life? In my view, this young man is merely a pawn for the swindler Jiang Beixiang. Should this elderly gentleman succumb, Jiang Beixiang would undoubtedly attribute the cause to the young man, distancing himself from any blame. Indeed, it is most certainly the case. What a harmful quack he is. It is lamentable for this old man, who arrived in good health, only to be effectively killed by these charlatans in this wretched clinic. Such a place should be shut down for good. In a fit of agitation, Jiang Beixiang sought to intervene and halt Meng Chuan. However, Meng Chuan, with remarkable finesse, had already inserted 2 needles into the old man's pi and shuntang acupuncture points. As he withdrew his hands, he deftly flicked the needles, causing them to quiver. With the trembling of the needles, the imperceptible coldness emanating from the old man's body was being repelled, retreating to his left shoulder, which evidently held the key to his ailment. Quivering needles? How can you possibly use quivering needles? Jiang Beixiang exclaimed in astonishment, for while he possessed a rudimentary understanding of acupuncture, he was acutely aware that Meng Chuan's technique was a highly sophisticated one, known as quivering needles, a method typically reserved for seasoned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, far beyond the grasp of an amateur. Just as Meng Chuan was preparing to administer the final 2 needles, the abrupt sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside the clinic. In an instant, a well-dressed middle-aged man, flanked by several bodyguards, rushed in, exclaiming, "Dad, are you all right?" Upon seeing the elderly man lying on the bed, nearly unconscious, with a mere youth administering the needles, the middle-aged man was seized by a fit of rage, demanding, "What on earth are you doing? My father has fallen ill. How dare you allow this unlicensed practitioner from a small clinic to treat him without transferring him to a proper hospital? Such a young man. What does he know of medicine? If anything were to happen to my father, I will ensure your clinic faces dire consequences." With that, he signaled to his bodyguards to carry the elderly man away to a legitimate medical facility. Interrupted mid-procedure, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. However, if he refrained from administering the treatment now, the elderly man would surely face grave peril, and the responsibility would ultimately rest upon him and Uncle Jiang. Thus, Meng Chuan proceeded to administer 2 more injections, sealing the acupoints of the heart and the governor vessel. The middle-aged man, witnessing Meng Chuan's audacity, grew even more incensed. He stepped forward and seized Meng Chuan by the collar, exclaiming, "You insolent brat, did you not hear what I just said? How dare you continue to treat my father? Look at the state your wretched clinic has left him in." Meng Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the man, noting his refined attire, which suggested a distinguished status. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual, which accounted for his brazen demeanor. Therefore, Meng Chuan deemed it unnecessary to engage further and replied, "Rest assured, the elderly gentleman is fine. I have administered 2 injections, and his condition is now under control." Meng Chuan's assessment was accurate. This middle-aged man was none other than Wang Cheng, a renowned affluent businessman in Hangzhou. His enterprises spanned across numerous regions, marking him as one of the wealthiest individuals. He was acutely aware of his father's heart condition and had always taken great care in managing it. However, today, while exercising in the park, his father suddenly encountered a cardiac issue and was kindly transported to the nearby Jiangbei clinic by concerned passers-by. Otherwise, how could he allow his father to seek treatment at such a small clinic? Surely, he would have been taken directly to the largest hospital in Hangzhou. How absurd! Wang Cheng exclaimed in fury. Just moments ago, the man was on the brink of death, and you dare claim he was fine. Before Wang Cheng could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard the elderly Wang cough heavily, and after a few labored breaths, astonishingly, he sat up. Meng Chuan smiled gently and brushed Wang Cheng's hand away. "Oh my, this is miraculous. Just moments ago, he was nearly lifeless, yet after merely 4 needles, he is restored? This young man's medical skills are remarkable. It is truly unexpected that he could bring someone back to life." It seems the Jiangbei Clinic is not merely a place of false reputation. If a young individual can achieve such results, then Dr. Xiang from Jiangbei must possess even greater expertise. The others nodded in agreement, praising Meng Chuan's medical abilities, and their doubts about the Jiangbei Clinic dissipated. The elderly Wang sat up, rubbing his chest in astonishment, and remarked, "How strange. Just a moment ago, it felt like my heart was being torn apart. Yet now I am completely well." Wang Cheng hurried over and asked, "Father, are you all right?" The elder, surprised to see his son there, said, Xiaoqing, what brings you here? I am fine. Earlier, while exercising, I suddenly experienced severe chest pain, but now I am entirely recovered. By the way, who was the miraculous physician that treated me? I must express my gratitude. Meng Chuan smiled and replied, Elder, it was I who administered the acupuncture treatment. However, your ailment has not yet fully resolved. If you wish to truly overcome this challenge, further treatment is required. Silence. Wang Cheng interrupted Meng Chuan before he could finish his words. You charlatans nearly brought about my father's demise earlier. Now that he has regained consciousness, you shamelessly claim credit for his recovery, seeking accolades and deceiving for medical fees. Wang Cheng, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusing finger at Meng Chuan, exclaiming, Let me make it clear. I, Wang Cheng, am not in need of money. Even if I were to offer my wealth to beggars, I would never bestow a single coin upon deceitful scoundrels like you. Chapter 3. The demonic physician. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a surge of indignation. Had it not been for someone bringing your father to us, he would likely be in grave peril by now. I saved your father, and yet you can't even muster a word of gratitude, instead labeling me a fraud. What kind of reasoning is this? Wang Cheng was unyielding, summoning several burly bodyguards he had brought along, stating, Come, smash this place that has caused us harm. The bodyguards responded in unison, preparing to wreak havoc in the medical clinic. Jiang Beixiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed to intervene. No, you cannot destroy my clinic. The patients in the vicinity rely on this place for treatment. What will happen to them if you demolish it? Jiang Ko also to the young doctor has indeed saved my life. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Quickly, provide this young doctor with a fee and offer your apologies. A fee for him? Wang Cheng's voice rose dramatically. Father, you have no idea how you looked when I first arrived. They nearly caused your demise. Do you understand? Enough. I am granting you a favor by not confronting them today. Your health is of utmost importance. Let us go to Hangzhou First Hospital for a thorough examination. Do not allow this group of quacks to inflict any harm upon you. With that, he shot a glare at Meng Chuan, then assisted the elderly man out. Although Meng Chuan felt displeased, he kindly offered a warning, saying, The old gentleman cannot leave just yet. If I do not promptly administer another acupuncture treatment, he may not survive. To hell with it. If you dare to curse my father again, I will see to it that you are eliminated. Wang Cheng retorted, his anger intensifying. The elderly man, realizing that any delay in leaving with his son would lead to chaos, cast a look of deep regret and gratitude toward Meng Chuan before departing with Wang Cheng. After ensuring his father was settled in the car, Wang Cheng turned back, casting a fierce glare at the sign of the Jiangbei Medical Clinic. He summoned a bodyguard and whispered, Fetch old Dao, and have this wretched place demolished. How dare they threaten my father? They shall not escape so easily. Yes, Mr. Wang. The bodyguard nodded and went to make the arrangements. Meng Chuan, seeing them depart, could only shake his head in resignation. If, by any chance, the old gentleman were to suffer any ill fate today, it would be entirely due to his son's actions. He could not be blamed. At that moment, Jiang Beixiang suddenly grasped Meng Chuan's hand and inquired, What exactly just transpired, Xiao Chuan? You've resided in this household for such a long time, yet I had no inkling of your medical expertise, and to such a high degree. Do not claim that it was imparted by your father. When he departed, you were merely in your teens. What could you possibly have learned about medicine? Meng Chuan thought to himself that this was problematic. His sudden proficiency in medicine had indeed aroused Uncle Zhang's suspicions. Well, my father imparted some foundational medical knowledge to me during my childhood, and subsequently, I delved into various medical texts, coupled with frequent observations of you attending to patients at the clinic, which naturally led to some acquired skills. However, regarding the ailment of that individual earlier, even I was at a loss. How could you possibly have treated it? Xiao Chuan, speak to me honestly. What is truly going on? Jiang Beixiang remained unconvinced, persistently probing for answers. Meng Chuan's mind raced, contemplating concocting another excuse, yet he caught a glimpse of an orange figure darting past on the second floor. He quickly replied, I merely stumbled upon a remedy for that elderly gentleman by chance. Now, Uncle Jiang, there are still numerous patients awaiting your attention. You should attend to them. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave upstairs. Having spoken, he maneuvered around Jiang Beixiang and swiftly ascended the stairs. Frustrated at having missed his grasp on Meng Chuan, Jiang Beixiang sighed. This child is indeed keeping secrets from me. At that moment, several patients approached Jiang Beixiang for medical assistance, and with a sense of resignation, he immersed himself back into his work. Upon reaching the upper floor, Meng Chuan returned to his room and was greeted by the sight of the orange cat, comfortably seated before its food bowl, relishing its meal with great delight. Meng Chuan closed the door and scrutinized the orange cat before him. At first glance, this feline appeared to be rather unremarkable, save for its considerable size. It measured nearly 50 centimeters in length and weighed over 30 pounds, making it a creature that even Kuer found difficult to lift. Initially, Meng Chuan was merely astonished by the cat's girth, as it is often said that 9 out of 10 orange cats are overweight, with the last one being exceptionally so. However, at that moment, something about this particular orange cat struck him as peculiar. Pressing against the door, Meng Chuan watched in disbelief as the cat devoured every morsel of food from its bowl, licked its lips, and settled down, its bright green eyes locking onto his. After a prolonged silence, the cat finally spoke, its mouth parting slightly. "What are you staring at? Can't you see the bowl is empty? Fill it up for me." Meng Chuan was taken aback, his mind racing. "Wait, what? The cat? It just spoke?" With a disdainful glance, the large orange cat replied, "What is so astonishing about that? Did I not speak to you after I crushed that strange snake underfoot?" Meng Chuan was momentarily stunned, his thoughts a tangled mess. After some time, he managed to articulate, "So, everything is true. I have indeed returned to 3 years ago, and you are not merely an ordinary cat? I have already imparted the inheritance of your ancestors to you. Do you still refuse to believe?" The orange cat shook its head dismissively, its expression one of scorn. "Among all those who have served me, you are perhaps the most dim-witted. Yet, it is precisely in this lifetime that the great calamity of the medical sage's inheritance is set to descend upon us, which truly places me in a difficult position. What ancestral inheritance? What is the essence of the demonic healer? What do you truly mean?" Meng Chuan felt as though his worldview was teetering on the brink of collapse. He could not comprehend a single word uttered by this orange cat. The cat sighed and remarked, "Indeed, the lineage of the demonic healer has waned, giving rise to such a useless descendant as yourself. Very well, allow me to elucidate. The world is not merely as it appears to ordinary individuals. There exist numerous enigmatic phenomena, one of which is the practitioner of the arcane arts. Your ancestors were renowned practitioners of the demonic healer lineage. Your forebear was a formidable being, achieving the most potent demon-devouring body, capable of both healing the afflicted and vanquishing malevolent spirits. It was from that time that I began to follow. No, rather, he served me, a tradition passed down through the generations." The orange cat continued earnestly to explain to Meng Chuan, "Your grandmother and father were both endowed with the skills inherited from your ancestors, yet you, in this generation, have languished like a mere wastrel for nearly 3 years. It was only when you found yourself in dire peril that I manifested and employed the method of reversing the annals of time, bringing you back 3 years, to impart the legacy, with the hope that you might revive the demonic healer's heritage." As the cat concluded, Meng Chuan contemplated deeply and realized that indeed, his grandmother was a well-regarded shaman in their hometown, and his father was also a physician of some repute, capable of curing nearly any ailment. It dawned on him that they were both recipients of ancestral legacy. Moreover, this orange cat had once followed his forebear, implying that its age must be unfathomably ancient. As for his claim of ancestral worship, it seems he is taking advantage of my ignorance, yearning to ascend to a position of power. With this clarification, I find myself understanding a bit more. Meng Chuan nodded, inquiring about the calamity you mentioned regarding our lineage. The orange cat licked its paw, replying, "This is rather intricate to explain. In essence, your lineage of demon physicians has grown increasingly peculiar. Theoretically, your kin should live for over 300 years, and upon attaining great power, their lifespan would extend even further. However, by the time of your grandmother, she passed away at the age of 60, and your father met an untimely demise in his 30s. I sensed something amiss and, through calculations, discovered that your lineage is facing a significant calamity. For instance, you, at merely over 20, are destined to be consumed by a colossal python." "What?" Upon learning of his impending calamity, Meng Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. The orange cat remained composed, assuring him, "Do not worry. Now that we are aware of this calamity, I will not stand idly by. As long as your strength is sufficient, you will undoubtedly be able to survive this tribulation. I shall assist you in enhancing your abilities, and when that giant python returns, you will be able to obliterate it with a single punch. Is that true? Meng Chuan, envisioning the orange cat crushing the python's head with a single paw, felt a surge of confidence. Then I believe in you. The orange cat, with an air of pride, nodded, saying, of course you should place your trust in me. After all, as your sovereign, having accepted the offerings of your lineage through the generations, I am duty-bound to protect your litter-cleaning clan. Litter-cleaning clan Meng Chuan could not help but feel speechless. In the vehicle bound for the royal city, the elderly gentleman earnestly advised, Xiao Cheng, that young doctor indeed saved my life. You must make sure to express your gratitude upon your return. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and replied, Father, I have told you countless times that you nearly lost your life at their hands. How can you still speak in their defense? You, my child, do you think I am unaware of my own health? I know in my heart whether he truly saved me, Wang Lao asserted. Suddenly, he grimaced and clutched his chest. Alarmed, Wang Cheng exclaimed, Father, what is wrong? Are you unwell again? At that moment, Wang Lao was in so much pain that he could not utter a word, reminiscent of his earlier distress in the park. Wang Cheng, now frantic, urged the driver, hurry. Drive faster. My father's heart condition has flared up. We must get to the hospital. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will expedite our journey. The driver responded, accelerating towards the hospital. Upon arrival, the physicians recognized the esteemed Wang Lao from Hangzhou and wasted no time, promptly assigning the best doctors to attend to him. However, after half an hour of examination, Wang Lao's condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it had worsened. Witnessing his father lying in agony, nearly losing consciousness, Wang Cheng's patience wore thin. He seized the lapel of Dr. Liu Baoquan, the head of the cardiothoracic department, and scolded, What is the meaning of this? Are you all incompetent? My father is suffering immensely, and after all this time, you have accomplished nothing. Are you merely here to collect a paycheck? Liu Baoquan spoke with evident discomfort. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize. The condition of your esteemed father is indeed perplexing. Based on his symptoms, it is clearly indicative of a myocardial infarction, yet despite our thorough examinations, we have been unable to ascertain which artery is obstructed. Consequently, we are unable to proceed with the initial balloon angioplasty, let alone the placement of a stent. They were incapable of diagnosing Mr. Wang's ailment, for the obstruction in his arteries was caused by a form of coldness invisible to the naked eye. Wang Cheng, infuriated, forcefully shoved Liu Baoquan aside and kicked over a nearby table, exclaiming, Incompetent fools! Every year, I donate substantial medical equipment to your hospital. Yet you cannot even treat my father's illness. What a disgrace for the so-called best hospital in Hangzhou. Merely a bunch of useless individuals. I will transfer my father to a hospital in the capital for treatment. Though Wang Cheng's tirade was unsettling to Liu Baoquan, he dared not retort and cautiously replied, Mr. Wang, given the current state of your father, I fear he may not survive the journey to the capital. Moreover, our facilities in cardiothoracic surgery are not significantly inferior to those in the capital's hospitals. Even if you were to arrive at a major hospital there, they might be equally helpless. Please, sign the necessary documents. The situation is truly precarious. Get out of my sight, Wang Cheng exclaimed, kicking Liu Baoquan down. Do you all wish for my father to die? As this thought echoed in his mind, Wang Cheng suddenly recalled someone, Meng Chuan. He vividly remembered how, in a similar state of near unconsciousness, his father had been revived by that young man with just 2 needles. Moreover, before departing, he mentioned that his father's illness had not yet improved, and to endure this trial, he must continue with the acupuncture treatments. All of this was accurately predicted by that young man. Could it be that he truly possesses the skills of a miraculous physician? Regardless of the truth, Sima must regard him as a mere quack. With this thought in mind, Wang Cheng promptly summoned his bodyguards to accompany him back to the Jiangbei Medical Hall, requesting Meng Chuan to attend to his ailing father. As for the specific method, with the legacy of your lineage combined with the techniques I impart, you shall undoubtedly experience a swift enhancement of your powers to confront your impending tribulations. Do you understand? The orange cat remarked while indulging in a chicken leg stealthily pilfered from the kitchen by Meng Chuan. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Meng Chuan nodded. Under the guidance of the orange cat, he was on the brink of entering the realm of spellcasting. However, the methods taught by the orange cat were indeed quite peculiar. Suddenly, the orange cat recalled something and said, Do you remember the elderly gentleman who visited the clinic today? Of course, I remember. What about him? Meng Chuan inquired. The orange cat licked its lips and replied, You must have sensed that chilling aura. That old man possesses something of great value in his home. We should see if there is an opportunity to pay a visit and retrieve that item. What valuable item could it be? Meng Chuan gasped in surprise. The large orange cat nodded and said, "Indeed, it is likely a type of demon. Though such entities are rare, they certainly do exist. That peculiar coldness suggests the presence of an extremely frigid flesh demon. If we could capture it." Chapter 5. What I seek is your attitude. A viscous drool cascaded from the jaws of the corpulent feline. Meng Chuan remained taciturn, inwardly noting that the cat's gluttonous nature was incorrigible. Even when feigning the guise of an ordinary cat, its consumption was insatiable, voraciously devouring delicacies under Jiang Ke's indulgent patronage. Now endowed with the power of speech, its discourse remained fixated on comestibles, a predilection that accounted for its remarkable girth. At that juncture, a commotion erupted from the lower floor, surpassing the preceding altercation in intensity. "What is transpiring? I shall investigate forthwith," Meng Chuan declared, hastily descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Meng Chuan beheld a scene of pandemonium within the clinic. A cohort of ruffians was vandalizing the premises, causing the patients to scatter in disarray. Desist from damaging my clinic's property," Jiang Beixiang exclaimed, his eyes bulging with indignation as he attempted to impede the vandals. However, the ringleader, a scar-faced brute, delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Beixiang's face. The resounding crack sent Jiang Beixiang staggering backward. Jiang Ke rushed to support her father, exclaiming with indignation, "Why resort to physical violence? What offense has our clinic committed to warrant such treatment? Offending us is inconsequential. Incurring the wrath of Chairman Wang is the true transgression. Dare to jeopardize the well-being of Chairman Wang's patriarch, and your dilapidated clinic shall be forced into closure." The scar-faced thug cast a lascivious glance at Jiang Ke, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Ah, the last possesses considerable pulchritude. Should you consent to fraternize with my comrades and me, we might consider pardoning your clinic. What say you? What are your intentions? Depart from our clinic immediately, or I shall summon the authorities," Jiang Ke retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she brandished her cellular device, preparing to dial the emergency number. With a sinister grin, the scar-faced man sneered, "You intend to call the police? Dare you do so? I shall strip you bare, leaving you with no face to show to the world. Do you believe that?" As he reached towards Jiang Ke, seeking to take advantage of the moment, a somewhat frail hand deftly seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. In an instant, a young man appeared before him, grasping his arm, startling him. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Meng Chuan's face was a mask of fury. He offered no reply, instead delivering a resounding slap. The scar-faced man staggered back, several of his teeth flying from his mouth. Regaining his balance, he seethed. "How dare you strike me? Someone, take care of this troublemaker." The others, abandoning their previous intentions, charged at Meng Chuan with their weapons raised. Meng Chuan supported Jiang Beixiang, inquiring with concern, "Uncle Jiang, are you all right?" Jiang Beixiang shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, but you? Be careful." No sooner had Jiang Beixiang spoken than a baseball bat swung down from behind Meng Chuan. Having inherited the teachings of the esteemed medical sage, Meng Chuan's abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Without turning around, he sensed the impending strike aimed at the back of his head and retaliated with a swift punch. With a resounding crack, the baseball bat shattered upon impact, while Meng Chuan's fist remained unscathed. To dare cause trouble at Jiangbei Medical Hall is the others encircled Meng Chuan, poised to strike, but in Meng Chuan's eyes, their movements appeared as sluggish as snails. With a swift punch, one of them was sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, collapsing to the ground. Within mere seconds, Scarface's henchmen were all vanquished by Meng Chuan. Scarface stood frozen in disbelief. Before he could react, Meng Chuan seized him by the collar. "Was it that good-for-nothing Wang Dong who sent you?" Meng Chuan demanded icily. Scarface shuddered, but the thought of Wang Dong bolstered his courage. "Indeed, it was Wang Dong," he retorted. "What about it? If you're scared, release me immediately. You should know Wang Dong's influence in Hangzhou. Crushing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant." Meng Chuan silenced him with a resounding slap. "I care not who he is," Meng Chuan declared. "Anyone who dares to vandalize our Jiangbei Medical Clinic will pay the price, even if the Heavenly King himself descends." Meng Chuan's words were exceedingly domineering. Jiang Beixiang, concerned about the potential repercussions, stepped forward to dissuade him. "Xiao Chuan, let it be. Consider it a penalty for my near-fatal acupuncture attempt on that old gentleman. Let them go. We cannot afford to offend these people. Meng Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Jiang, do not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. In the past, Meng Chuan would never have dared to provoke trouble. But now, having experienced death once and possessing the legacy of the demonic Dao medical sage, with a sentient ginger cat residing upstairs, what did he have to fear? At that moment, the sound of a car engine echoed outside. It was Wang Chung returning. Wang Chung entered the clinic, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Suddenly recalling his earlier directive to Scarface, also known as Lao Dao, to wreak havoc in the establishment. However, he found this group of individuals to be rather inept, as they had all been swiftly subdued. President Wang, please save me, Scarface cried out, resembling a dog calling for its master. Upon seeing the primary figure arrive, Meng Chuan surmised the reason for Wang Chung's return and could not help but let out a cold chuckle, releasing Scarface from his grasp. With a scowl upon his face, Wang Chung surveyed the groaning henchmen scattered across the floor and muttered under his breath, useless. He then turned his gaze towards Meng Chuan and inquired, my father's condition has flared up again. Can you assist him? Meng Chuan nodded in affirmation. Wang Chung, feeling resolute, insisted in an irrefutable tone, as long as you can save him. Now come with me to the hospital to aid my father. Meng Chuan remained unmoved. Noticing his lack of response, Wang Chung slightly furrowed his brow, preparing to speak when a bodyguard interjected. President Wang has requested you to go to the hospital. Are you deaf or what? Meng Chuan replied with a sneer. Are you here to beseech me for medical assistance or to issue commands? Wang Chung felt a throbbing in his temples, recognizing that this insolent youth was utterly ungrateful. What of it? I have already extended you courtesy by personally requesting your help for my father's ailment. With a dismissive laugh, Meng Chuan retorted. Such courtesy is of no value to me. Wang Chung, feeling as though he might erupt, forcefully suppressed his anger and said, I understand your intent. It is merely a matter of money. If you can save my father, I will offer you 5 million. Meng Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head with a smile. Mr. Wang, it appears you do not comprehend my intent. This matter is not merely about money. If it is not about money, then what could it possibly be about? If you find the amount insufficient, feel free to set your own price, as long as you can ensure my father's safe return. Wang Chung retorted angrily. He had never encountered anyone who could not be swayed by financial means. However, his financial tactics bore no effect on Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan pointed to the shattered clinic and coldly remarked, Money? What I seek is your attitude. Chapter 6. The benevolence of healers. Wang Chung nodded, taking a deep breath. He turned to the old Dao beside him and commanded, You, go and slap yourself an apology. What? Old Dao was taken aback. What are you waiting for? I command you to slap yourself an apology. Wang Chung shouted furiously. Old Dao, startled, hurriedly approached Meng Chuan and began to strike his own face. I apologize, young brother. It was my fault to bring people to wreak havoc on your clinic. I deserve this punishment. Wang Chung, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke coldly. Are you satisfied now? Meng Chuan shook his head and replied, Mr. Wang, your arrogance is truly remarkable. What truly displeases me is not your lackey. Your father collapsed in the park due to a heart attack and was sent to our clinic for treatment by passers-by. We extended our assistance. And not only did you fail to express gratitude, but you also labeled us as frauds, blaming us for almost causing his demise. Even so, I chose to overlook past grievances and advised you to allow that elderly gentleman to continue receiving acupuncture treatment. Yet what about you? Not only have you hurled insults once more, but you've also sent individuals to vandalize our clinic. Is this your way of repaying kindness? If you were to humble yourself today and earnestly implore me, I might, in the spirit of a physician's benevolence, consider saving your father. However, given your demeanor, I regret to inform you that you must seek assistance elsewhere. With these words, Meng Chuan turned to ascend the stairs. Damn it! Wang Chung, incensed by Meng Chuan's resolute tone, retorted. You insolent brat. I show you respect, and you forget your place? You expect me to beg you? What do you amount to? Then, by all means, Mr. Wang, proceed as you wish. Feel free to observe. If I don't offer aid, who else can? Meng Chuan waved dismissively, not even turning back. Wang Chung, on the verge of a furious outburst, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Wang Chung answered, and Lu Baochuan's voice echoed from the other end. Mr. Wang, please return quickly. The old master seems to be failing rapidly. What? Wang Chung exclaimed in shock. his phone slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Mr. Meng. Wang Cheng hesitated briefly before loudly calling out to Meng Chuan. However, Meng Chuan continued his ascent, not pausing. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, tremulously raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap to his own face. The sharp crack reverberated, stunning everyone present. No one had anticipated that the usually lofty Mr. Wang would genuinely resort to self-inflicted slaps. Meng Chuan halted. Mr. Meng, I was in the wrong earlier. My attitude was unacceptable. I implore you, please extend your aid and save my father. Slap. Wang Cheng delivered another blow to his own face. My father cannot be in jeopardy. If you are still not appeased after these 2 slaps, I shall continue until you are satisfied. Jiang Beixiang, witnessing Wang Cheng's demeanor, felt an involuntary pang of compassion in his heart. With a deep sigh, he remarked, Xiaochuan, a healer's heart is filled with benevolence. Chairman Wang has shown considerable intent. Since you possess the ability to save that venerable gentleman's life, do proceed. Seeing that Meng Chuan remained resolute in his absence, Wang Cheng was about to deliver a 3rd slap to his own face. However, before the blow could land, he perceived a flicker of movement before him. Meng Chuan had already arrived at his side, obstructing him. Let us go to the hospital, Meng Chuan declared, proceeding to exit the premises unperturbed. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself further in this matter. But recognizing Wang Cheng's filial devotion, his willingness to strike himself in front of so many in apology for the sake of his elderly father, he deemed it unnecessary to harbor any lingering resentment. Wang Cheng, elated by this turn of events, promptly summoned his bodyguards, instructing them, quickly, open the car door for Dr. Meng. You stay behind and assess the damage here. Restitution shall be at the original price. No, 10-fold compensation. With that, he hurried back to the vehicle, accompanying Meng Chuan to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Meng Chuan was ushered into the emergency room. At that moment, old Wang had succumbed to unconsciousness, with various instruments emitting urgent beeping sounds, signaling a critical situation. Lu Baoquan, upon seeing Wang Cheng's arrival, hurried forward and said, Chairman Wang, you have arrived. The old gentleman's condition is deteriorating rapidly. You must sign the consent form at once. Get out of my way. Wang Cheng promptly brushed aside Lu Baoquan, ushering Meng Chuan to the side of the elder Wang, and anxiously inquired, esteemed Dr. Meng, is there still hope for his recovery? Meng Chuan examined elder Wang's eyelids and nodded, affirming, the situation is manageable. I can administer acupuncture to restore him. Subsequently, I will prescribe a formula for you to prepare and administer. With 2 more acupuncture sessions, he should make a complete recovery. Indeed, that is marvelous news. I implore you, Dr. Meng, to save my father's life. Wang Cheng exclaimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude. Meng Chuan nodded, retrieving his acupuncture kit from the medical clinic. As he prepared to administer the treatment, Lu Baoquan, who was standing nearby, felt a surge of unease. Who is this person? It appears he intends to treat Elder Wang. I must not allow him to proceed. Should he succeed in reviving him, it would expose my incompetence. My reputation as the director of cardiac surgery would be utterly ruined. Alternatively, if he were to cause the patient's demise, the responsibility would fall upon our hospital. I cannot permit him to touch the patient under any circumstances. With this thought, Lu Baoquan immediately seized Meng Chuan, exclaiming, Who are you? By what authority do you touch my patient? You are not a physician at our hospital, and I cannot permit you to act recklessly. Meng Chuan frowned slightly, retorting, I am in the process of saving a life. What is the meaning of this? Saving a life? Lu Baoquan scoffed, judging by your youth. What do you comprehend of the art of healing? I am the preeminent cardiac surgeon at Hangzhou First Hospital. If I declare this man beyond saving, then he is beyond saving. Furthermore, by what right do you treat patients at our hospital? Are you one of our physicians? Do you possess a medical license? It is utterly impossible for someone to administer an injection with such distractions nearby. Moreover, Mr. Wang's condition is rather critical. Should we delay any further, and he succumbs, Meng Chuan cannot bring him back to life. Step aside. You cannot save him, but I can. If we waste any more time, the patient will be in peril. Meng Chuan rebuked. Lu Baoquan was adamant about not relinquishing his hold, adamantly refusing to allow Peng Tao to attend to Mr. Wang. No, I have stated that you cannot touch my patient. He was unconcerned about the possibility of saving the patient. If the patient were to survive, but at the cost of his own reputation, he would never permit Meng Chuan to intervene. Wang Cheng, in a state of urgency, struck Lu Baoquan across the face, exclaiming in anger, "Get out of my way. Dr. Meng is here to save lives. Since you are utterly useless and cannot save my father, do not obstruct Dr. Meng's efforts." Lu Baoquan staggered back from the blow, ready to retort when the emergency room door swung open once more, revealing an elderly gentleman with striking white hair. Chapter 7. The Divine Healer. Director Chen. Lu Baoquan, as if he had encountered a savior, hurried to the elder's side to voice his grievances. "You have finally arrived. There is an insufferable young man determined to treat Mr. Wang's elderly father. With his demeanor, how could he possibly heal anyone? If he were to inadvertently harm the patient, would our hospital not be held accountable? Please, expel him at once." Chen Yi is indeed the director of the first hospital, one of the most esteemed practitioners in Hangzhou, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine. He had come here upon hearing of Mr. Wang's father being in imminent danger, intending to assess the situation. In fact, he had reviewed Mr. Wang's examination results prior to his arrival. Despite the absence of any obstructed blood vessels in the examination results, the unmistakable symptoms of a heart attack had manifested, a situation that Chun Yizhen had never encountered before. Even with his presence here, he held little hope of saving the elder Wang. His visit was more about providing an explanation to Wang Cheng. Upon learning that Meng Chuan claimed he could save the elder Wang, Chun Yizhen was taken aback. Observing Meng Chuan wielding a fine needle, it was evident that he employed traditional Chinese medical techniques. However, unlike Western medicine, mastery of the 4 diagnostic methods, observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, requires years of experience, making it rare for a practitioner to be successful at a young age. Most accomplished traditional Chinese doctors were typically in their 50s or 60s. How could this young lad possess such skills? Nevertheless, Chen Yizhen was not as self-centered as Lu Baoquan. If this youth truly had the ability to save the elder Wang, why not allow him the chance? With that thought, Chen Yizhen solemnly inquired, "Young friend, please introduce yourself." "I am Chen Yizhen, the director of this hospital. Are you familiar with Mr. Wang's condition?" Meng Chuan nodded and replied, "I am aware." "Then, what is your confidence level in bringing him back?" Chen Yizhen further questioned. Without hesitation, Meng Chuan responded, 80%. "Oh." Chen Yizhen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed quite audacious. Even he would only have a 20% chance of reviving the elder Wang. Yet this youth claimed an 80% likelihood? In that case, proceed with your efforts. However, let us be clear, Mr. Wang is here, and should you fail to save him, the responsibility will also rest upon your shoulders. Meng Chuan nodded, affirming, "That is not a concern. Since I have stated I can save him, I shall indeed do so." Chen Yizhen smiled and said, "Very well, young friend. Please proceed with the acupuncture." The director interjected, "How can we allow him to take action?" Lu Baoquan attempted to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Chen Yizhen. Meng Chuan produced 4 needles, skillfully inserting them into the Pai Hu and Shun Tang acupoints. Once the 4 needles were in place, the old gentleman's condition visibly improved, and the alarming sound of the medical equipment ceased. "Uft, mere tricks," Lu Baoquan scoffed dismissively. "A myocardial infarction can only be treated with a stent. How could acupuncture possibly cure it?" Yet, deep down, he was not entirely convinced. At that moment, he could only wish for Meng Chuan to fail, thus preserving his own reputation and evading responsibility. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yizhen shot him a disapproving glare and chastised, "Be quiet." For Chen Yizhen recognized that Meng Chuan's acupuncture technique was exceptionally refined, a skill that could not be mastered without decades of arduous practice, something even he could not claim to possess. How could a mere youth attain such medical prowess? Meanwhile, Meng Chuan had retrieved 8 more needles, methodically following the previously sealed acupoints, Feng Min, Guguan. All 8 needles were swiftly and accurately inserted almost simultaneously. In Meng Chuan's eyes, the cold energy within the old gentleman's body had been severed by his 12 needles, confined to specific locations, unable to circulate. With a silent gesture, Meng Chuan concentrated the life force within his thumb and index finger. This life force was a product of the inheritance he received from the demonic medical sage, akin to the mysterious energy found within practitioners of the arcane arts. Meng Chuan possessed the legacy of the renowned medical sage, which endowed him with the knowledge to apply his skills adeptly. With a delicate motion of his 2 fingers, he deftly manipulated the silver needles, guiding the vital energy through them into the body of Elder Wang, systematically dispelling the chilling aura within. "Break," he uttered softly, flicking the final silver needle. causing all 12 needles to quiver simultaneously, expelling the last remnants of coldness from Elder Wang's body. Instantly, a wave of chill coursed through the onlookers, prompting a collective shiver. Excellent, Chen Yizhen remarked as he observed Meng Chuan concluding the acupuncture session and beginning to remove the needles. First, the 3 closures and 9 harmonies technique, culminating with the trembling needle technique. These 2 methods are so intricate that even esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine would be fortunate to master one. Yet, this young divine physician has managed to master both, a rare feat indeed. Upon finishing, Meng Chuan offered a modest smile and replied, "Oh, it is merely a trivial skill in the presence of Director Chen. If this is merely a trivial skill, then who among us would dare to claim the title of a national medical master?" Chen Yizhen chuckled, his perception of Meng Chuan shifting significantly. This young man, not only talented in medicine but also surprisingly humble, stood in stark contrast to the typical demeanor of youth. His earlier assertion of an 80% certainty regarding Elder Wang's condition was likely an understatement. He must have had complete confidence in his abilities. Wang Cheng, visibly anxious, turned to Meng Chuan and said, "Divine Physician Meng, my father." Meng Chuan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, your father is fine and should awaken shortly." Almost as soon as Meng Chuan's words fell, Elder Wang's eyelids fluttered twice before he opened his eyes and sat up. The surrounding doctors and nurses were all astonished, for it was evident that just moments ago, old Wang seemed to be on the brink of death, yet this young man had administered a few injections, and he was miraculously restored to health. How could this be so wondrous? Meanwhile, Lu Baochuan's face was ashen. What has happened to me? Dr. Meng? Old Wang surveyed the room, and, upon spotting Meng Chuan, immediately grasped the situation and chuckled. "It appears that today, Dr. Meng has saved my life twice." Meng Chuan smiled humbly and clasped his hands, saying, "No, it is merely your good fortune, old Wang." "Good fortune, you say?" Old Wang waved his hand dismissively, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "It is solely due to Dr. Meng's exceptional skills that my life has been spared. My son has acted inappropriately in the past, and I hope you can forgive him." Wang Cheng, filled with remorse, bowed deeply to Meng Chuan, expressing, "Thank you, Dr. Meng, for putting aside past grievances and saving my father." Having attained his current position, he possessed a vision that surpassed that of the average individual. He could discern that, despite Meng Chuan's youth, his medical prowess was likely on par with that of Director Chen Yizhen. Such talent was worth cultivating, as it could serve as a safeguard in times of illness or calamity. Meng Chuan did not seek accolades. He merely waved his hand, saying, "It is nothing. Just a small effort." Chapter 8. Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Old Wang cast a glance at Wang Cheng and said with solemnity, "Young man, Dr. Meng has saved me twice today. We ought to show some sincerity in return. I recall you possess a pharmaceutical company, do you not? Why not gift it to Dr. Meng? It would complement his family's medical practice and facilitate his procurement of medicine. This is certainly not an issue." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng nodded at Meng Chuan and said, "Dr. Meng, I possess a pharmaceutical company named Tianlu. It is not particularly large, but I implore you to accept it. Rest assured, I will assign dedicated personnel to assist you in managing it. What do you think?" The mere mention of Tianlu Pharmaceutical Company sent a wave of recognition through Meng Chuan. He was well acquainted with this establishment, as Lu Susu had previously interned there. Lu Susu was the woman Meng Chuan had cherished for 5 long years, and simultaneously, the one who had caused him immense suffering for 3 years. In his past life, it was she who had betrayed him, leading to a heartbreak that left him incapacitated for 3 years, ultimately resulting in the downfall of the Jiang family, who perished at the jaws of a giant python. They had been a couple since high school, celebrated for their academic prowess, often referred to as the golden couple of their time. Both were accepted into prestigious universities, but Lu Susu's family faced dire financial constraints, unable to support her education. With a heavy heart, Meng Chuan sacrificed his promising future to work tirelessly, ensuring Lu Susu could attend university. Upon her graduation, Lu Susu returned to this very company as a full-time employee. She leveraged her connections to secure Meng Chuan a position as a general worker there. Infatuated with her, Meng Chuan thought it a stroke of fortune to be in the same company, thus he agreed. Unbeknownst to him, the company manager, Wang Dahai, was pursuing Lu Susu. Once employed, Meng Chuan faced hostility from Wang Dahai and others, who subjected him to relentless bullying and exploitation, making his days exceedingly bleak. To add insult to injury, Lu Susu ultimately rejected Wang Dahai, but chose to engage with a wealthy businessman instead. Everyone was aware of her betrayal, yet they concealed the truth from Meng Chuan, rendering him the greatest fool in the company. It can be said that the memories this company left for Peng Tao are rather unremarkable. One would never have anticipated that this time, the company would fall into his hands. Could this occurrence mirror his previous life? It is high time that what is owed to me be repaid. Thus, Meng Chuan remarked, since Chairman Wang is so inclined, I shall not refuse. Delighted, Wang Cheng felt as though he had acquired a company for himself. With Dr. Meng accepting the company, his relationship with Meng would inevitably strengthen. He intended to inform the person in charge that Meng Chuan could assume control of the company at any time. Witnessing Meng Chuan receive a company as a form of consultation fee from Wang Cheng, Lu Baochuan's eyes turned crimson with envy. Meng Chuan was unfamiliar with Tianlu Pharmaceutical Company, but how could Lu Baochuan not be aware? Although Tianlu Pharmaceutical was merely a nascent enterprise in Hangzhou, bolstered by the Wang Group's support, it was experiencing rapid growth. With an estimated valuation of around 30 million, to think that curing an elderly gentleman could yield such fortune, Lu Baochuan, consumed by jealousy, could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. Chairman Wang, I also contributed to the treatment of Elder Wang. Moreover, the fact that Elder Wang regained consciousness cannot solely be attributed to this young man. My previous efforts were instrumental as well. He merely had the good fortune of administering acupuncture at the moment Elder Wang awoke. Therefore, bestowing just a company upon him seems rather inequitable. I should also be entitled to a share of the stakes, shouldn't I? Meng Chuan could not help but chuckle upon hearing this, thinking to himself how shameless this individual could be, seeking to claim a portion of the spoils without any regard for decency. Those present are not fools. Can they not discern whether you have saved Wang Lao? Indeed, as he spoke, Wang Cheng's brow furrowed, and he retorted, share some of your shares. What are you even worth for me to grant you that? My father entrusted you as the chief physician. Aside from insisting I sign documents, what else do you contribute? If it weren't for Dr. Meng's intervention, it would be uncertain whether my father could have pulled through, and you still have the audacity to ask for shares. This left Lu Baochuan blushing with embarrassment. Even Chen Yizhen's face flushed, and he impatiently exclaimed, Director Lu, you truly bring shame upon our hospital. If you cannot cure Wang Lao, that is one thing, but as physicians, we ought to prioritize alleviating suffering over profit. How can you seek to claim credit for this? Depart from this emergency room at once. Your position will be demoted by half a level. Focus on honing your medical skills to avoid further tarnishing the reputation of our esteemed hospital. Lu Baochuan's expression darkened, and he hastily protested, Director, why must my rank be lowered? I may not have contributed to saving Wang Lao, but I have certainly exerted effort. Out. Chen Yizhen could no longer contain his frustration and ordered Lu Baochuan to leave. With the bothersome individual gone, Meng Chuan felt considerably lighter in spirit. Wang Lao chuckled amiably and inquired of Meng Chuan, Dr. Meng, may I ask if there are any precautions I should take regarding my condition? Meng Chuan smiled and replied, there is no need for concern. However, your ailment is not yet fully resolved. The acupuncture I administered will ensure you remain symptom-free for a week. Upon your return, follow my prescribed remedy diligently, and I shall visit your home tomorrow to administer another treatment. Subsequently, the affliction of the heart should be completely cured, preventing any recurrence of today's dire circumstances. Administering acupuncture and sending old Wang to the Jiangbei Medical Hall would yield similar results. However, Meng Chuan recalled that Dezhu had advised him to visit the Wang family, for they possessed something that could significantly enhance his prowess. Excellent. Old Wang chuckled, praising Meng Shini for his remarkable medical skills and youthful accomplishments. My heart has been in poor condition for several years, yet today it manifested with unprecedented urgency, nearly claiming my life. If Meng Shini can remedy my heart ailment and grant me a few more years of life, then he shall be a great benefactor to the Wang family. Hee. Meng Chuan replied with a smile, your health is generally good, old Wang, and with my treatment, not only will you live for a few more years, but a decade or two will also be within reach. Is that so? Wang Cheng rejoiced, thinking that establishing a relationship with Meng Shini was an incredibly worthwhile investment. At that moment, Meng Chuan's phone rang unexpectedly. He muttered an apology, stepped aside, and upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression darkened. It was Lu Susu calling. A cold smile crept across Meng Chuan's face as he answered the call. Meng Chuan, I'm almost there. Hurry to the train station to pick me up. The voice on the other end concluded abruptly, seemingly uninterested in any further conversation. In truth, Lu Susu's true colors were beginning to reveal themselves. A realization that had eluded him in his past life due to his naive nature. Very well, in this lifetime, I shall indulge you in your little games. Putting away his phone, Meng Chuan left his contact information for Wang Cheng and then took a taxi to the train station. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, a striking figure emerged from the crowd, pulling a suitcase. The girl wore high-waisted jeans and a chiffon three-quarter sleeve top. Despite her sunglasses, her exceptional beauty was evident. She was none other than Lu Susu, the object of Meng Chuan's affection for 5 years. Upon spotting Meng Chuan, Lu Susu briskly approached him. A hint of reproach in her voice. Meng Chuan, what's the matter with you? You see me and don't come over to help me with my suitcase. In this sweltering heat, how long do you expect me to drag this luggage alone? With that, she handed her heavy suitcase to Meng Chuan. Then, without waiting for a response, she strode ahead to hail a taxi. In Chapter 9, A Lion's Share. It is recalled that when Lu Susu first returned from university years ago, she was not like this. She would rather struggle with her suitcase than let Meng Chuan bear the burden. She would prefer to take a long bus ride rather than a taxi, knowing that every penny was earned through Meng Chuan's hard work. However, as Lu Susu spent more time at university and recognized the lack of prospects in her relationship with Meng Chuan, she began to regard him with increasing disregard. Meng Chuan said little, following Lu Susu into the vehicle. During the ride, Lu Susu, using the latest iPhone purchased with Meng Chuan's earnings, chatted and laughed online with her classmates, completely ignoring him. Upon arriving at Lu Susu's residence, she ascended the stairs directly, leaving Meng Chuan to carry the heavy suitcase himself. "Ah, my dear girl has returned," exclaimed Lu Susu's mother, Zhao Qingji, as she warmly welcomed her into the house. "You must be exhausted from the train journey. Go change your clothes. Dinner will be ready shortly." Then Zhao Qingji noticed Meng Chuan trailing behind. Instantly, her expression darkened, revealing her impatience. "So, Meng Chuan is here as well? Perfect. You can help your uncle wash the dishes in the kitchen and sweep the living room floor. The kitchen is quite busy." Meng Chuan was not taken aback by Zhao Qingji's demeanor. After Lu Susu left for university, he had been candid with her family about their relationship. However, upon learning that Meng Chuan had ceased his studies and was now working in Hangzhou, Zhao Qingji harbored a deep disdain for him. Nevertheless, as Meng Chuan was supporting Lu Susu's education, she refrained from overt criticisms, maintaining a consistently unfriendly attitude. On numerous occasions when Meng Chuan brought fruits to visit, Zhao Qingji treated him with indifference, often ordering him around as if he were a servant. In his previous life, once Lu Susu secured a position at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, she no longer needed Meng Chuan, and Zhao Qingji urged her to sever ties with him in favor of someone wealthier. One could say that among Lu Susu's family, Zhao Qingji was the most unreasonable of all. At that moment, Lu Susu's father, Luan, emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish. This child, Meng Chuan, is already quite fatigued from picking up Susu. How can we ask him to work? I can manage the kitchen on my own. Please do not impose on him. Go. Meng Chuan, take a seat on the sofa and rest for a while. All right, uncle. Meng Chuan nodded and promptly settled onto the couch. In contrast to Zhao Qingji, Luan felt a sense of indebtedness towards Meng Chuan. Although he held Meng Chuan in low regard, a flicker of conscience remained within him. However, his position within the family was quite subordinate, and ultimately, when Lu Susu rejected Meng Chuan, he chose to remain silent. Upon witnessing Meng Chuan actually taking a seat, Zhao Qingji's displeasure was palpable as she shot Luan a glare and muttered, "Is this a place for you to speak? Why not have Meng Chuan do some work? What use is that little rascal, a mere errand boy, if he doesn't contribute? Can he earn substantial money for us to spend? Just look at him, arriving and immediately lounging in the living room, as if he were a guest." Luan shot her a discreet glance, signaling Zhao Qingji to refrain from making such remarks in front of Meng Chuan. Little did they know, Meng Chuan was entirely unfazed. After all, in his previous life, Zhao Qingji's words during his breakup with Lu Susu had been far more cutting than anything uttered now. Soon, dinner was ready, and everyone gathered around the table to eat. However, the delectable dishes were all placed at a considerable distance from Meng Chuan, piled high in front of Lu Susu. Before Meng Chuan lay only a plate of vegetables. "Susu, now that you've returned, you've officially secured your position at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, right?" Zhao Qingji inquired as she served Lu Susu some food. Lu Susu nodded proudly and replied, "Yes, I've been confirmed, and the salary and benefits are quite good." Zhao Qingji nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, Tianlu Pharmaceutical is a substantial company with great prospects. After 4 years at a prestigious university, you have finally persevered." As she spoke, Zhao Qingji cast a disapproving glance at Meng Chuan, who was lowering his head to eat. "By the way, Meng Chuan, what have you been up to lately? Are you working at some construction site mixing cement, or perhaps running errands delivering packages?" Meng Chuan pondered for a moment before replying, "I was working as a waiter at a restaurant near my uncle's clinic, but I just resigned yesterday." In his previous life, that had indeed been the case. As Lu Susu's expenses grew increasingly burdensome, he found himself juggling multiple jobs just to make ends meet, taking on any work available. A waiter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingji's disdain for Meng Chuan intensified. "My dear boy, as a young man, shouldn't you aspire to something greater? Engaging in such menial work offers little promise for the future. Previously, when you and Susu were younger, I held my tongue on certain matters. But now that Susu has graduated, it's time to address your situation openly. Considering your current circumstances, do you truly believe you are worthy of Susu? She graduated from a prestigious university and secured a position at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, a prominent company. Do you think she would marry someone like you, who scrapes by with odd jobs? When Susu marries, she must have a home, wouldn't you agree? Are you suggesting that she should live with you in that small clinic of the Jiang family? A home in the city is essential, with no less than 120 square meters. And a car, it should be a fine vehicle worth around 300,000 to 400,000, wouldn't you say? After all, our Susu is not only young and beautiful, but also a distinguished graduate. Are these expectations too much to ask?" Zhao Qingji, without the slightest sense of shame, audaciously made exorbitant demands, utterly disregarding the modest circumstances of her own family, who were crammed into a dilapidated apartment of merely 70 square meters. "And you, do you possess anything of worth? You are but an orphan, subsisting on the charity of Jiangbei Medical Clinic. Upon your marriage, would the Jiang family provide you with a house and a car? Even if they did, could the impoverished Dr. Jiangbei Xiang, who runs a rundown clinic, truly meet our family's standards? You are so lacking in ambition, devoid of prospects and skills. What right do you have to aspire to marry our Susu? If you continue to remain so unremarkable, I shall be the first to oppose any union between you and Susu." This tirade caused Lu Susu to furrow her brow in discomfort. Indeed, she herself found no attraction in Meng Chuan, yet they were still in a romantic relationship. Such blatant discouragement might be inappropriate. "Mother, we are at the dinner table. Please refrain from such remarks." Zhao Qingji merely scoffed and replied, "What I spoke is not the truth. Meng Chuan, let me be clear. Should you meet the conditions I outlined, I might consider allowing my daughter to continue her relationship with you. If you cannot, do not even think about being friends with my daughter. Can my girl find happiness with you? To speak frankly, there are countless suitors for my daughter, and when comparing your circumstances to theirs, it is as if one is in the heavens while the other is buried in the earth. So reflect on that." Meng Chuan simply smiled in response, choosing not to engage further. Had it not been for my own decision to drop out of school and work to support Lu Susu's education, our circumstances would likely be reversed now. I sacrificed my own future for Lu Susu, earning money that I never spent on the truly caring and loving Jiang family, but instead gave it all to Lu Susu. In return, I was met with disdain from her family, who wished to cast me aside. It is truly lamentable. How could I have been so blind, so utterly enchanted by Lu Susu? At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Chapter 10. Manager Wang Dehai Luan approached the door and opened it to reveal a young man whose attire suggested he hailed from a well-off family. "Dehai, what brings you here?" Luan inquired, initially pleased by the sight of the items in the young man's hands, but his expression soon shifted to one of unease. Meng Chuan, upon recognizing this individual, felt a chill wash over him. He was all too familiar with this man. It was Wang Dehai, the department manager of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. In my previous life, he had taken a liking to Lu Susu and, out of spite for me, made my work life a torment, subjecting me to humiliation. Lu Susu, feeling embarrassed by me, chose to abandon our relationship for a wealthy suitor, leading me to endure 3 years of misery. At this moment, Wang Dehai should still be pursuing Lu Susu. He seemed oblivious to Lu An's discomfort and cheerfully remarked, "Uncle, I heard that Susu has returned from school, so I came to see her. Since I have nothing scheduled this afternoon, I can drive her to the company to complete her formal onboarding procedures." Oh, this. Luan felt somewhat at a loss, blocking the doorway and preventing Wang Dahai from entering. Although he favored Wang Dahai as a prospective son-in-law, Meng Chuan was still at home. What was this situation? Zhao Qingji utterly disregarded Meng Chuan. Upon seeing Wang Dahai approach with gifts, she immediately brightened and exclaimed, "You old man, the child is here. Why don't you let him in? Come, Dahai, step inside. You haven't had lunch, have you? Stay and join us for a meal." "Thank you, Auntie." Wang Dahai greeted her with a smile, then presented the gift box he was holding. "Auntie, I brought some gifts for you, Uncle, and Susu. This perfume is for you, Chanel. This exquisite Longjing tea is for Uncle, and I bought a formal dress for Susu. They are all high-end brands, so please accept them." "Haha, what a good child, truly a good child." Zhao Qingji graciously accepted the gifts, knowing full well that each item was worth a fortune. "Susu, look, your manager has come to see you and brought quite a few things." Seeing Wang Dahai had arrived, Lu Susu appeared slightly flustered and stood up, saying, Why are you here? You didn't give any notice." Wang Dahai chuckled. "I thought I'd surprise you." "Oh, and who is this?" Before Lu Susu could respond, Zhao Qingji quickly interjected, "This is Susu's classmate, Meng Chuan, here for dinner." "Oh." Wang Dahai nodded and smiled. He shares a close relationship with Lu Susu, thus undoubtedly aware of who Meng Chuan is. However, Zhao Qingji did not mention that Meng Chuan is Lu Susu's boyfriend, implicitly suggesting their discontent with him. Given this, securing Lu Susu's affections seems almost certain. "Hello. I am Lu Susu's manager, Wang Dahai." Although Wang Dahai spoke courteously, he made no effort to extend his hand, choosing instead to sit beside Lu Susu, a mere laborer of little means, who hardly warranted such a gesture. Should Meng Chuan have sought to curry favor with him, he might have considered it. Yet Meng Chuan had not once acknowledged him, nor engaged in conversation. Instantly, Wang Dahai's expression soured. "This insolent brat dares to undermine my authority. He is nothing but a worthless laborer. What gives him the right to be so arrogant?" As everyone settled into their seats, Luan placed a set of chopsticks before Wang Dahai, who began to eat with remarkable ease, as if he frequented this place often and felt completely at home. "Susu, once we finish our meal, I'll take you to the company to complete your formalities. I've already spoken to the HR department. Transitioning to a permanent position is merely a formality, so rest assured," Wang Dahai remarked while dining. "All right, I appreciate your assistance," Lu Susu responded with a nod. She reflected that even the earnest pursuit of Wang Dahai, with his superior prospects and connections, far exceeded that of Meng Chuan. Casting a glance at Meng Chuan, she couldn't help but sigh, pondering her youthful naivety in choosing to be with him. Suddenly, Lu Susu spoke. "Dahai, do you think you could help Meng Chuan secure a position at Tianlu Company? He has been tirelessly searching for work, hoping to secure a more stable position." Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai chuckled and replied, "Is that so? It should not pose a problem. Although Tianlu Pharmaceutical is a large corporation that is generally difficult for most to enter, I can leverage some connections to facilitate Meng Chuan's entry. However, he certainly does not qualify for a formal role. Perhaps I can arrange for him to be a security guard or a laborer through my contacts. Is that true?" "That would be wonderful," Lu Susu exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. If she could arrange a job for Meng Chuan, it would mean she had repaid the kindness he had shown her. With this thought in mind, she glanced at Meng Chuan, who was intently focused on his meal, and remarked, "Meng Chuan, how can you be so oblivious? Wang Dahai is helping you secure employment, and all you do is eat without expressing any gratitude." Meng Chuan let out a cold smile, thinking to himself, "Thank him for the humiliation I will endure at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, where I will be stripped of all dignity." Wang Dahai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, and said, "No need for thanks. This afternoon, I will take Meng Chuan to the company to complete the necessary formalities." Zhao Qingji couldn't help but interject. "Dahai is indeed impressive. At such a young age, he holds considerable sway in the company. Most importantly, you, my dear, are thoughtful to visit us and bring gifts, unlike some individuals who arrive empty-handed, treating this place as if it were their own home." She cast a disparaging glance at Meng Chuan, her contempt unmistakable. Wang Dahai feigned ignorance, chuckling as he subtly nudged Meng Chuan with his foot, adding, "Is that so? That certainly seems rather unfair. Perhaps it's simply because he is impoverished and cannot afford to bring anything. Why engage with those impoverished souls at the lower strata of society? My dear aunt, the perfume I purchased for you is truly exquisite, meant for the elite. You should indulge in the luxurious lifestyle befitting a lady of high society." This remark elicited a broad smile from Zhao Qingji, who exclaimed, "High society? Huh. Very well. Henceforth, I shall be a member of the upper class, far removed from those destitute wretches. They aspire to elevate themselves, yet they ought to carefully assess their own worth." With that, she spritzed some of the perfume onto herself. Meng Chuan, amused by Zhao Qingji's crass demeanor, reached into his pocket and discovered a few silver needles he had previously used on old Wang. Nonchalantly, he extracted them and discreetly flicked one beneath the table towards Zhao Qingji, embedding it within her body. Oblivious to this act, Zhao Qingji suddenly experienced an excruciating pain in her abdomen, her complexion shifting dramatically. Chapter 11. "This is my domain." A loud and resounding flatulence erupted from behind Zhao Qingji, instantly silencing the room and enveloping it in an air of awkwardness. A foul odor began to permeate the space, causing the others to recoil in horror, their appetites extinguished. The most mortifying moment belonged to Zhao Qingji, whose face flushed crimson as she realized she had just released a thunderous and odorous eruption in front of so many witnesses. I need to use the restroom," she exclaimed, clutching her stomach as she hurried away. Meng Chuan chuckled, remarking, "So this is what it means to be part of high society. I must admit, it seems I cannot aspire to such heights." As he spoke, he discreetly snapped his fingers, sending another silver needle flying forth, shattering the bathroom door lock. Zhao Qingji, oblivious to Meng Chuan's sarcasm, rushed to the bathroom door, but found it impossible to push it open. With a resounding thud, the stench within the room intensified, causing even Lu Susu, Luan, and Wang Dehai to instinctively cover their noses, their expressions steeped in embarrassment. "What on earth has happened to the door?" Zhao Yaji exclaimed, nearly in despair. Luan, his face flushed, hastily stood up and said, "Susu, you should take Meng Chuan and Dehai to the company first. Your mother may not be feeling well today." In a state of panic, Lu Susu hurriedly pulled Meng Chuan and Wang Dehai along, mortified by her mother's outburst in front of everyone, her cheeks burning with shame. Upon reaching the ground floor, the trio climbed into Wang Dehai's BMW. Lu Susu opted not to share the back seat with Meng Chuan, but instead took the position beside the driver. Wang Dehai tactfully refrained from mentioning Zhao Yaji's earlier incident, sparing Lu Susu further embarrassment, and she gradually regained her composure. Upon their arrival at the company, Wang Dehai instructed Meng Chuan, "Wait here for me and don't wander off. This is Tianlu Pharmaceuticals, a significant enterprise. As a mere outsider, you could easily be escorted out by security." With that, he attentively led Lu Susu to complete her formalities for permanent employment. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan proceeded to the general manager's office, where he introduced himself to the manager. Having received prior notification from Wang Chung that morning, the handover process went smoothly, and Meng Chuan swiftly signed the contract, officially acquiring the company under his name. "Mr. Meng." "Oh no, I should now address you as Boss Meng." The general manager, fully aware of Meng Chuan's esteemed status, spoke with utmost respect. "Henceforth, this company will be an asset under your name. Chairman Wang has instructed me to continue managing the company, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with the affairs here. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Here is my business card, please accept it." As he spoke, he extended the card to Meng Chuan. Upon receiving it, Meng Chuan glanced at the card and noted that the manager's name was Kong Zhun, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I understand, General Manager Kong." After completing the formalities, Kong Zhun mentioned that he would take the contract to the legal department for notarization and would deliver it to Meng Chuan shortly. Once Kong Zhun departed, Meng Chuan felt a sense of ennui and began to meander through Tianlu Company, inadvertently arriving at the department of Wang Dehai and Lu Susu. Just then, Wang Dehai emerged from the office and, upon spotting Meng Chuan, smirked disdainfully. With no one else around, he felt no need to conceal his contempt, scoffing, "Meng Chuan, your timing is impeccable. I have just liaised with the Human Resources Department, and they can offer you a position as a general laborer at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, with a salary of 2,300, devoid of any benefits. Though it may seem modest, it should be quite satisfactory for you, wouldn't you agree? After all, given your educational background, securing a position here is nothing short of a miracle. Were it not for me, you wouldn't even have crossed the threshold of this establishment. I trust you comprehend all of this." Meng Chuan merely smiled and nodded in response. In his previous life, Wang Dehai had arranged for himself a position at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, where he toiled as a janitor, cleaning floors and even restrooms, enduring scorn and disdain. Observing that Meng Chuan was merely a soft target, Wang Dehai smirked and said, "This job was not offered to you without reason. With Susu absent, I shall speak candidly. What do you wish to convey?" Meng Chuan feigned ignorance and asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Dehai regarded him with disdain and replied, "It is quite simple. You are unworthy of Susu. You should hasten to end your relationship. Susu is the most beautiful girl in our company, pursued by many, while you are just a poor boy, lacking both prospects and a respectable background. Do you truly believe you deserve to be with her? If you possess any self-awareness, you should distance yourself from her. Otherwise, when she inevitably rejects you, your humiliation will only deepen. Only someone of my caliber is worthy of Susu. What are you, a mere toad aspiring to feast upon swan meat?" Meng Chuan indeed contemplated ending his relationship with Lu Susu, but that was a matter solely for him to decide. He did not require Wang Dehai's interference. "What does my decision to break up with Lu Susu have to do with you?" Meng Chuan retorted coldly. Wang Dehai had anticipated that Meng Chuan would not easily capitulate. He smiled faintly and remarked, "You truly are obstinately deluded. Do not forget who secured your position. With a mere word from me, you shall never set foot in Tianlu Pharmaceutical again. Do you understand? Recognizing the situation, you should wisely distance yourself from Susu. Out of my benevolence, I could allow you to continue your employment at Tianlu Pharmaceutical, a stable position that spares you from the drudgery of your previous existence, living like a mere dog. Otherwise, you may wish to contemplate whether Tianlu Pharmaceutical can accommodate you. This is my domain. I have the power to permit your entry as easily as I can expel you. Is this truly your territory?" Meng Chuan chuckled, questioning the ownership of the company, as if everything were dictated solely by you. Wang Dehai shot Meng Chuan a disdainful glance, retorting, "Of course. If I do not hold sway, do you think you do?" Meng Chuan nodded earnestly, asserting, "Naturally, it is I who holds the reins." Wang Dehai regarded Meng Chuan as if he were a fool, incredulously asking, "You think you are in charge? Are you out of your mind? Enough of this pointless banter. I have extended all the courtesy I can. Since you refuse to heed my counsel, we shall see today how I shall humiliate you before Susu." As he spoke, Wang Dehai reached for his phone to contact the security department. "Just watch. With a single call, I could have you discarded like refuse. How dare you challenge me on my own turf?" Wang Dehai sneered, while Meng Chuan merely observed him with a calm demeanor, making no move. At that moment, a figure approached swiftly from a distance, none other than Kong Zhen, the general manager of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Having come to deliver a contract to Meng Chuan, he furrowed his brow upon witnessing the tense standoff between Wang Dehai and Meng Chuan, and stepped forward to inquire, "Wang Dehai, what is happening here?" Chapter 12. You are free to dismiss. Upon seeing Kong Zhen's arrival, Wang Dehai hurriedly exclaimed, "General Manager, this impoverished individual is merely a loiterer, wandering about our company. I was just about to call security to have him removed." "Removed?" Kong Zhen's brow furrowed even deeper at this statement. This was a distinguished guest personally instructed by Chairman Wang to be treated with utmost respect. Even Tianlu Pharmaceutical had extended their hospitality to him. How could you even consider expelling him? Oblivious to Kong Zhen's fury, Wang Dehai chuckled, "Yes, General Manager. Rest assured, I will handle the situation appropriately. How can someone of such lowly status be allowed to enter the gates of Tianlu Pharmaceutical? After we toss him out, I'll instruct the security to give him a few kicks, so he understands that not just anyone can enter our esteemed establishment. Indeed, not just anyone can enter Tianlu Pharmaceutical." Kong Zhen's expression turned icy as he clasped his hands behind his back and seethed. "I was truly blind to have employed such a dimwit as you." Wah! Wang Dehai was taken aback, utterly confused by the turn of events. Meng Chuan offered a faint smile and said, "General Manager Kong, did you catch what he just said? I merely wish to inquire. If I desire to have him dismissed from the company, is it not a matter of a single word? You want me to leave?" Wang Dehai's voice rose several octaves in indignation. "Meng Chuan, who do you think you are to speak such insolence?" "I." Silence. With a resounding slap, Kong Zhen struck Wang Dehai's face, leaving it swollen with a sharp crack echoing in the air. He then turned to Meng Chuan and said, "Mr. Meng, this company is yours. Naturally, whatever you say holds weight. A mere department manager like him is easily dismissed. Is the company truly yours? How can this be?" Wang Dehai was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how the vast Tianlu Pharmaceutical had suddenly become Meng Chuan's domain. Kong Zhen shot Wang Dehai a glare, gesturing towards the contract in his hand. "Today, Mr. Meng has officially taken over Tianlu Company. This is the transfer agreement. Would you like to glance at it? Wang Dehai felt as if struck by lightning, his mind reeling. Meng Chuan smiled and remarked, "Did I not mention? Here, your words carry no weight, but mine do. I appreciate your offer of a menial position, but I believe I have no need for it. However, should you implore me, I might consider keeping that position available for you. What do you think?" Wang Dehai finally came to terms with the reality that Tianlu Pharmaceutical belonged to Meng Chuan. His expression fell, the earlier arrogance replaced by a despondent demeanor. Meng Chuan. "No, brother Meng, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely joking. I would never dare to suggest you take on such a role. I beg you, please do not dismiss me." After enduring considerable hardship to reach his current position, Meng Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed Wang Dehai's subservient demeanor. In a previous life, Wang Dehai had wielded his menial labor as leverage, compelling Meng Chuan to grovel and nearly beg to remain in the same company as Lu Susu. Now, the tables had turned. Meng Chuan held no sympathy for Wang Dehai. The anguish of his past had irrevocably altered his disposition. "Mr. Kong, kindly have him removed from my sight." Meng Chuan gestured dismissively. Kong Zhen promptly nodded, contacting security to have Wang Dehai forcibly ejected. Once the matter was settled, Kong Zhen addressed Meng Chuan. "Mr. Meng, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Here is your contract. Please ensure it is in your possession." He continued, "By the way, when I informed Director Wang of the situation, he asked me to inquire when you would be able to visit the elder Mr. Wang for his treatment. It seems he has been feeling unwell since returning home." Meng Chuan surmised, as the large orange cat had suggested, that there must be some malevolent presence in the Wang household, exacerbating Mr. Wang's condition upon his return. Thus, Meng Chuan replied, "Understood. Please relay to Director Wang that I will visit tomorrow morning at 8. "Certainly, I will make the call shortly," Kong Zhen affirmed before departing to his office. Meng Chuan had completed the formalities at the company and found little purpose in remaining at Tianlu Pharmaceutical. He decided to leave and prepare for his mission to retrieve an item from the Wang family the following morning. Upon departing from Tianlu, Lu Susu's call arrived promptly. "Meng Chuan, what is going on? Where are you now?" she questioned, her voice laced with irritation. She had intended to wait until Meng Chuan finished his onboarding procedures to establish some ground rules, hoping to prevent him from becoming overly attached and embarrassing her in front of their colleagues. However, after waiting in vain for his arrival, she resorted to calling him. With an air of indifference, Meng Chuan replied, "I have already left Tianlu Pharmaceutical." Lu Susu's anger flared upon hearing this. Assuming he was unwilling to stay, "What do you mean by that? I went to great lengths to have Da Qiang arrange a position for you. And now you just walk away? Do you find the job unsatisfactory? Meng Chuan, can you not strive for better? Though the position is not that of a formal employee, it offers stability far superior to delivering packages or working as a waiter. Are you not aware of your own status and capabilities? How can you dare to be so picky? Do you comprehend the effort I expended to secure this opportunity for you? And you simply abandon it. Do you think that is fair to me?" With a tone that brooked no argument, Lu Susu insisted, "Now, you must return immediately and apologize to Da Qiang so he can retain this position for you." "Not necessary." Meng Chuan casually refused. "If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now." "Meng Chuan, you." After that, Meng Chuan indeed hung up the phone. Lu Susu was instantly engulfed by a sense of frustration, unable to fathom why Meng Chuan, who had always been obedient to her, dared to terminate their call today. Surely, it must be his inflated sense of pride, feeling humiliated by the arrangement that relegated him to a menial role. Yet, he ought to reflect on his own circumstances. A mere high school graduate managing to secure a position at Tianlu Company was already a significant opportunity afforded to him. What right did he have to display such disdain towards me? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Susu shook her head repeatedly, concluding that indeed, there was no future in being with Meng Chuan. She resolved to find a moment to end their relationship, for she did not wish to share in the embarrassment of his lack of ambition. At that moment, a girl from the department called out to Lu Susu from a distance. "Susu, Sun Xiao has come to deliver flowers for you again. He is waiting at the entrance." "Oh, I shall go take a look." Lu Susu's gloom dissipated in an instant, replaced by a look of delight as she hurriedly made her way outside. Chapter 13. The Jewelry Tycoon. The following day, Wang Cheng could hardly contain his eagerness as he dispatched a special vehicle to the clinic, inviting Meng Chuan to his residence to continue administering acupuncture to the elder Wang. Wang Cheng's home was nestled on the scenic Jinglong Mountain in Hangzhou. This locale, known as a wealthy district, was not far from the Jiangbei Medical Clinic. The mountain boasted several upscale villa communities, and anyone residing here undoubtedly held a prominent status in Hangzhou society. As a commercial titan of Hangzhou, it was only natural for Wang Cheng to reside in such an esteemed area. Upon arriving at the entrance of a villa halfway up the mountain, Meng Chuan was dropped off and, under the guidance of a servant, entered the opulent abode. The villa was adorned in magnificent splendor, prompting Meng Chuan to reflect that in this lifetime, he must ensure that Uncle Jiang and Kura reside in such a place, as a means to repay the 3 years of suffering they endured due to him in a past life. Soon, Meng Chuan was escorted to the study of the villa. Within the study, besides old Wang and Wang Cheng, there was an elderly gentleman of similar age to old Wang, whose appearance bore signs of weariness, seemingly deprived of rest in recent days. Upon seeing Meng Chuan, the old man whispered something to old Wang, his face betraying a look of disappointment. "Dr. Meng, you have arrived." Wang Cheng courteously invited Meng Chuan to take the esteemed seat. Old Wang also stood up, cheerfully exclaiming, "Dr. Meng, you have truly worked hard. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed jewelry tycoon from Hangzhou, Mr. Zhu Guangyao, the proprietor of Yaojin Jewelry. You must have heard of Yaojin Jewelry, correct?" Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan nodded, acknowledging, "Ah, so it is Yaojin Jewelry, a truly significant enterprise. I am indeed humbled." With that, he offered a respectful gesture to Zhu Guangyao. Yaojin Jewelry operates multiple branches in Hangzhou, making it arguably the largest company in the local jewelry industry. It was evident that individuals of their social stature possessed their own circles, where acquaintances often held remarkable identities and backgrounds. Zhu Guangyao, recognizing Meng Chuan's courtesy, nodded in return as a form of acknowledgement. Noticing Zhu Guangyao's somewhat unusual demeanor, old Wang discreetly pulled Meng Chuan aside and whispered, "Dr. Meng, Mr. Zhu has been afflicted with a persistent ailment and has sought medical help in vain. Yesterday, I informed him of your exceptional medical skills, recounting how you literally pulled me back from the brink of death. Thus, he is eager to experience your esteemed medical expertise. If today you manage to heal my old man, perhaps he would entrust you with his care in the future. Old Master Zhu is quite well off. Should you successfully cure him, he would not hesitate to reward you generously." Meng Chuan smiled, instantly grasping the purpose of Zhu Guangyao's visit, and nodded to Wang Laodao. "I sincerely thank you for your assistance in promoting my services. If Boss Zhu is willing to seek my treatment, I shall not decline. Now, let us not dwell on words and instead focus on your condition, Wang Lao." "Very well." Wang Lao nodded and settled back into his seat. Wang Cheng, seated nearby, displayed a troubled expression and said, "Dr. Meng, to be frank, our elder's condition had stabilized yesterday. However, upon returning home, he experienced some discomfort, and it was only after taking the medicine you prescribed that he began to improve. I wonder if you, Dr. Meng, possess the miraculous skill to eradicate this ailment entirely?" "It should pose no problem," Meng Chuan replied. He then surveyed the surroundings and confirmed, as the Jew had indicated, that a chill pervaded the Wang family villa, reminiscent of the coldness within Wang Lao's body. In such an environment, how could Wang Lao's illness not recur? Observing Wang Lao's physique, it was evident that the coldness had already penetrated his system. If left unchecked, he would soon face life-threatening consequences, much like before. The coldness was most concentrated in his shoulders. Rather than immediately resorting to acupuncture, Meng Chuan inquired, "Wang Lao, would you be so kind as to remove your outer garment, allowing me to examine whether there are any abnormalities?" "Of course." Wang Lao readily complied, shedding his upper garment and exposing his bare shoulders. Meng Chuan stepped forward to examine old Wang's shoulder. Indeed, in the area where the chill was most intense, he discovered 2 red spots, resembling the marks of a needle prick. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow and pressed on these 2 spots, causing old Wang's complexion to change suddenly, eliciting a cry of pain. Wang Cheng, startled, quickly inquired, "Divine Healer Meng, what is happening to my father?" Meng Chuan replied with conviction, "It is likely not merely a myocardial infarction. There is a strong possibility of poisoning involved. There must be some toxic substance in your household, one that you have never encountered before." "Poison?" Wang Cheng was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "How could that be possible? With so many servants cleaning daily, if there were poison, it would have been discovered long ago." Meanwhile, Zhu Guangyao, who had remained silent until now, shook his head repeatedly and remarked, "How could a myocardial infarction possibly arise from poisoning? This is common knowledge that any reasonable person should understand." Although he did not explicitly state it, Zhu Guangyao had begun to cast doubt on Meng Chuan. In response, Meng Chuan merely smiled, asserting, "If I say it is poison, then it is indeed poison. The two red spots on Old Wang's body are likely the remnants of that toxin. If you do not believe me, I can lead you to capture it now. Once we have apprehended this poison, administering a slight acupuncture treatment and adhering to a regimen of medicinal concoctions should completely cure the myocardial infarction, preventing any recurrence." "Very well. I would like to see what sort of poison could be hidden within this villa," Zhu Guangyao said skeptically. Meng Chuan smiled and stood up, leading everyone in search of the Wang family's toxin. Behind them, Zhu Guangyao, with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly remarked to old Wang, "Is this the so-called divine healer you spoke of? It seems rather unreliable. In his youth, he spouts nonsense. Had you not previously assured me of this individual's extraordinary medical prowess, I would have long since taken my leave." Old Wang's face revealed his discomfort as he forced a smile, saying, "Well, Dr. Ming truly possesses remarkable skills. Previously, ailments that my hospital could not cure were resolved by him with merely a few silver needles. Surely, that cannot be false. Since Dr. Ming has suggested this, it is indeed possible that my home harbors some unclean entities. I shall place my faith in Dr. Ming." Zhu Guangyao sighed and remarked, "Old Wang, you must have been deceived. How can you trust such a brash young lad, who speaks without thought? What genuine skill could he possibly possess?" Naturally, all of this was overheard by Meng Chuan, yet he remained unfazed. He meticulously assessed the intensity of the coldness emanating from the Wang family, pinpointing the location of the poison, ultimately identifying a specific room. "The poison must reside within this chamber," Meng Chuan asserted confidently. Old Wang was taken aback, exclaiming, This is the room where I sleep at night. Dr. Ming, could you possibly be mistaken? My room is quite simple, maintained daily by the staff, devoid of even a spider's web. How could there be poison?" Wang Cheng also interjected, "Indeed, Dr. Ming, could you have erred?" "There is no mistake," Meng Chuan replied, shaking his head. "Is this room accessible?" After a moment's hesitation, old Wang chose to trust Meng Chuan, stating, "Since Dr. Ming has spoken, let us proceed to open it." A servant stepped forward to unlock the door, and immediately, a spacious and modest bedroom was revealed to all present. As Wang Lao aptly stated, his bedroom was quite unpretentious, furnished solely with a bed, a bookshelf, and a desk adorned with 2 vases along with some writing tools. Chapter 14, The Phantom Crab. The entire room was immaculate and bright, seemingly devoid of any toxic substances. However, Meng Chuan could distinctly sense an unusual chill in the air, far surpassing that of other places. The moment he opened the door, a wave of coldness enveloped him, while others also perceived a slight drop in temperature. They paid it little heed, especially Zhu Guangyao, who, plagued by a chronic ailment, had hoped Wang Lao could introduce him to a skilled physician, only to be met with a brash young lad full of empty talk, which left him rather disgruntled. Unable to vent his frustrations on Wang Lao, he redirected his ire towards Meng Chuan. What sort of toxins could possibly reside in such a place? Perhaps a snake or a scorpion? Zhu Guangyao scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Meng Chuan merely cast a cursory glance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I indeed know where the toxins lie. Yet, to capture it, I require a few items. I wonder if Wang Lao could procure me a foam box, about the size of a basin?" "Of course." Wang Lao readily nodded, while Wang Cheng instructed a servant to fetch one. Soon, a foam box was brought forth. "Now, I shall proceed to capture the toxic creature. I advise you all to wait outside. It would be prudent not to linger here," Meng Chuan advised kindly. Wang Cheng and Wang Lao, placing their trust in him, promptly exited. Zhu Guangyao, however, remained with his arms crossed, declaring, "I shall not step outside. I wish to witness with my own eyes what you can capture here. What if we step outside, and you produce some pre-prepared dead snake or the like from your person? Wouldn't that be a clever ruse on your part?" "Brother Zhu, you cannot speak in such a manner." Wang Lao furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Zhu Guanyao's words were rather extreme, potentially provoking Meng Chuan. In the face of skepticism, Meng Chuan merely smiled and replied, "Very well, since Boss Zhu is unwilling to step outside, remaining here is permissible. However, I must caution you. Should any peril arise shortly, you cannot hold me responsible." Zhu Guangyao retorted dismissively, "If there is any danger, it is my own responsibility and has nothing to do with you. I intend to remain here to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the door was closed, and the Wang family retreated, leaving only Meng Chuan and Zhu Guangyao. Zhu Guangyao cast a dubious glance at Meng Chuan, seemingly questioning, "What tricks can you play next?" Meng Chuan ignored Zhu Guangyao, retrieving a piece of bright red medicinal residue from his pocket, which he then ignited and placed upon Wang Lao's desk before stepping back. The residue emitted a faint red smoke, wafting through the air with an intensely acrid scent. Zhu Guangyao inhaled a couple of times, feeling a sharp sting in his nasal passages and lungs, and could not help but express his anger, exclaiming, "You brat, what on earth did you light? It's so pungent." Meng Chuan fixed his gaze on the vase atop Wang Lao's desk and responded, "It is the residue from Tian Nansheng, Chuan Wu, and Mu Bz, all potent medicinal herbs known for their significant efficacy in expelling cold toxins." Zhu Guangyao inquired, "What do you intend to do with this bizarre concoction? The once splendid room has been rendered chaotic by your actions." "Hush, it has emerged." Meng Chuan interrupted Zhu Guangyao's words. Unfazed, Zhu Guangyao followed Meng Chuan's gaze, questioning, "What has come forth? Cease your theatrics. What is this?" Zhu Guangyao instinctively recoiled several steps, beads of sweat cascading down his body. For he beheld, within the vase of the venerable Wang, a series of joint-like appendages slowly crawling out. These appendages, roughly the thickness of a human finger, were entirely azure, resembling the hand of a malevolent spirit, emerging from the vase's opening, ultimately revealing its true form to Meng Chuan and Zhu Guangyao. This entity, akin in size to a fist, possessed 8 segments, and its diameter was comparable to that of a wash basin. In appearance, it bore resemblance to both a spider and a crab, yet its back was adorned with a ghastly visage, imparting an air of the uncanny. Despite having been forewarned by the great orange of the creature's unsightly appearance, Meng Chuan frowned upon his first encounter with this aberration. The ghastly-faced crab is an entity of extreme cold, rarely seen in the world, likely a wild spirit from Mount Jinglong that had inadvertently settled within the Wang family villa. Though its appearance was grotesque, this creature represented a significant boon for Meng Chuan. The Great Orange had emphatically instructed him to secure this ghastly-faced crab. Although potent spices had subdued the crab's frigid aura, the moment it revealed itself, the room's temperature plummeted sharply. At this juncture, Zhu Guangyao could no longer dismiss the notion of toxins within the room. Overwhelmed with fear, Zhu Guangyao let out a terrified scream. "Do not move," Meng Chuan shouted. But Zhu Guangyao entirely disregarded him and turned to flee. Indeed, the ghost-faced crab suddenly leapt from the desk, hurtling towards Zhu Guangyao like a cannonball, and swiftly lashed onto his back with its 8 dark blue knuckles. Instantly, Zhu Guangyao collapsed, his body stiffening, frost already clinging to his brows and hair. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, advancing towards the ghost-faced crab and attempting to seize it. The crab, devoid of pincers, lifted a leg to thrust towards Meng Chuan's palm. With a slight smile, Meng Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he grasped the crab's leg firmly. A hissing sound erupted from the point of contact, and clouds of smoke billowed forth as the crab emitted a shrill wail, desperately trying to escape Meng Chuan's grip. With his other hand, Meng Chuan retrieved another piece of medicinal residue from his pocket and slapped it onto the crab's back. Another hiss resonated, and the crab's struggles weakened, becoming subdued. Indeed, it appeared that the lineage of my ancestral medical sage shared a common origin with the cultivation methods of these creatures, thus rendering me quite adept at dealing with them. To Meng Chuan's surprise, capturing the ghost-faced crab proved remarkably straightforward. With a mere activation of his inner vitality, he dispelled the crab's chilling aura entirely. He cast the ghost-faced crab along with the medicinal residue into a foam box and sealed it. At that moment, outside the door, the anxious voice of Wang Lao could be heard. "Dr. Meng, what transpired within? Why did Zhu Lao scream so? Have you encountered some trouble?" At this moment, Meng Chuan recalled that Zhu Guangyao lay on the ground. The frigid aura of the ghost-faced crab was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Zhu Guangyao appeared as if he had been frozen for several days in a bitter winter. His entire body stiffened, yet he was not in any immediate danger. Meng Chuan signaled for the Wang family members to enter. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "Cough, cough. Dr. Meng, what is that smell? Why is it so pungent? What has happened to Brother Zhu? Have you captured the toxin you mentioned?" Old Wang bombarded him with questions. Chapter 15. Intractable ailments. Meng Chuan responded, "The toxin has been secured. Boss Zhu was stung by that creature, resulting in his current state. However, There is no need for concern. He should be out of danger. Oh, old Wang and Wang Cheng simultaneously exhaled in relief. Meng Chuan unfastened Zhu Guangyao's clothing, revealing several red spots on his back, identical to those on old Wang's shoulder, from which emanated a chilling aura. It was evident that old Wang had been stung by the ghost-faced crab while in a deep slumber, allowing the cold energy to infiltrate his body, ultimately triggering a heart attack. Meng Chuan produced silver needles and sealed several acupoints on Zhu Guangyao, then instructed Wang Cheng to fetch the unburned incense from the table. After crushing it, he sprinkled it over Zhu Guangyao's wound. Gradually, the stiffness in Zhu Guangyao's body began to dissipate, and signs of improvement emerged. Before long, Zhu Guangyao shivered and, indeed, regained consciousness. "What has happened to me?" he asked, bewildered. Meng Chuan approached him with a smile. "Boss Zhu, you are awake. Do you remember what just transpired?" "Just now. Ah, there is indeed a monster here." Zhu Guangyao suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Meng Chuan quickly reassured him, "It's all right. Mr. Zhu, that creature has already been captured. You need not worry." "Oh." Zhu Guangyao finally calmed down. Looking at Meng Chuan, the earlier disdain vanished completely, and he hastily clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Divine Physician Meng, I truly admire you now. I never anticipated that such a toxic substance existed in this world. My previous doubts stemmed from my ignorance." Meng Chuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I did not take it to heart." Elder Wang and Wang Cheng were immensely curious about the recent events, prompting Zhu Guangyao to recount what had transpired. Both were astounded. Elder Wang chuckled, "Brother Zhu, I trust you now see that Divine Physician Meng is not one to seek fame without merit?" "Indeed, I believe." Zhu Guangyao nodded repeatedly and continued, "Divine Physician Meng, I have a request. To speak frankly, I suffer from a persistent ailment that has plagued me for many years. I have consulted numerous renowned physicians, yet none have been able to cure it. I wonder if you could take a look." Meng Chuan nodded and regarded Zhu Guangyao closely, smiling as he said, "Mr. Zhu, you need not disclose your symptoms. Allow me to make an educated guess. Do you frequently experience burning pain in your upper abdomen, heartburn, regurgitation of sour fluids, and occasional vomiting? Does the pain diminish slightly after vomiting, yet you notice black feces?" Zhu Guangyao was taken aback and exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable. My symptoms align perfectly with what Divine Physician Meng described. Truly, a miraculous physician. Without even feeling the pulse, he speaks with such clarity. To be frank, I recently visited the hospital and was diagnosed with a gastric ulcer, yet no treatment seems effective. While it is not a grave affliction, its recurrent nature has caused me considerable distress. I wonder if Dr. Meng possesses any remedies that could eradicate this persistent ailment?" Meng Chuan pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "This condition is not difficult to remedy. Acupuncture is unnecessary, and a few prescriptions will suffice. However, the preparation of this medicine requires precise control of the heat, so it would be best for me to personally come and brew it for you." "Excellent. If Dr. Meng can indeed cure my gastric troubles, I shall not be stingy with your fees." Zhu Guangyao exclaimed with delight. Wang Lao, standing nearby, chuckled and said, I told you, Dr. Meng is a remarkable talent. Your ailment shall surely be resolved." Wang Lao, Zhu Guangyao, and Wang Cheng warmly entertained Meng Chuan until the afternoon, when he departed with a foam box, escorted back to the Jiangbei Medical Clinic by the Wang family. Jiang Beixiang was still consulting patients downstairs, but Jiang Ku was notably absent. "Uncle, where is Kuer?" Meng Chuan casually inquired. Jiang Beixiang, while writing a prescription, responded, "That girl, Xiao Ku, has gone out. She mentioned wanting to visit the first hospital to seek an internship opportunity." Jiang Ku is a year younger than Lu Susu and is now at the age to find a practical placement. Since Jiang Beixiang runs a clinic, Jiang Ku is studying medicine at a local university to help alleviate her father's burdens in the future. "What is this you are holding, Xiaoming?" Jiang Beixiang lifted his gaze and immediately spotted the foam box in Meng Chuan's hands. "Oh, it's nothing much, just some fresh goods," Meng Chuan remarked casually before ascending the stairs. "This child," Jiang Beixiang muttered to himself, returning his focus to the prescription he was writing. Once upstairs, Meng Chuan promptly locked his room door and glanced up to see the orange cat lounging on the windowsill, basking in the sunlight. "You're back? Did you catch the ghost-faced crab?" the orange cat inquired. Meng Chuan chuckled as he patted the foam box, responding, "Indeed, I did. The ancestral teachings proved to be accurate. I used a bit of incense, and it calmed down." "Is that so? Let me have a look." The orange cat, invigorated by the news of the ghost-faced crab's capture, dashed over to Meng Chuan with an agility that belied its size. With a swift swipe of its paw, the foam box was effortlessly split in two. The ghost-faced crab, subdued by the incense, appeared listless. The orange cat pawed at it a couple of times, then swallowed hard, saying, "Not bad, not bad at all. This quality can be deemed superior. Youngster, you've struck gold." Hearing the orange cat's words, Meng Chuan also smiled. "That's good to know. Now, how should we handle this ghost-faced crab to aid in my cultivation of the ancestral legacy?" The orange cat pondered for a moment before replying. "The ghost-faced crab cannot be used directly. Your current physique cannot withstand it. Go and procure some angelica, dried tangerine peel, patchouli, red peony, and dragon stargrass. When night falls and the world is quiet, we shall prepare the ghost-faced crab." Meng Chuan nodded. "All right, I will prepare these at once." The herbs mentioned by the orange cat were all traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, and since Jiang Beixiang owned a medical clinic, procuring them would be a simple task. Meng Chuan descended the stairs and inquired with Jiang Beixiang about the availability of certain medicinal herbs. Jiang Beixiang mentioned that angelica, dried tangerine peel, patchouli, and red peony were quite common, but that dragon star grass was rarely used and thus not in stock at the medical clinic. It was not just Jiangbei Clinic that lacked this herb. Such lesser-utilized medicinal plants were often absent from smaller pharmacies as well. Meng Chuan found himself in a quandary, pondering that since the esteemed elder Zhu had emphasized the indispensable nature of these herbs, he could not afford to be without dragon star grass. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Tianlu Pharmaceutical owned its own manufacturing facility, and perhaps they could assist him in procuring the dragon star grass. With this in mind, Meng Chuan placed a call to Kong Zhan, who confirmed that there was indeed dragon star grass available at Tianlu's factory and that it could be delivered to him immediately. "I don't need it delivered. I have no pressing matters, so I shall retrieve it myself," Meng Chuan replied before hanging up and taking a taxi to Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Upon arrival, he waited briefly until Kong Zhan sent someone to deliver the dragon star grass. To his surprise, the person who arrived was none other than Lu Susu. Chapter 16. Zhang Lei's challenge. Upon seeing Meng Chuan, Lu Susu momentarily froze, then her expression darkened. "Meng Chuan, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. "Didn't you say you were unwilling to come to Tianlu Pharmaceutical? Why have you returned?" "Humph, I thought you had some integrity, hanging up on me that day. Yet here you are again at Tianlu Pharmaceutical." Lu Susu assumed that Meng Chuan, like herself, had merely been assigned by the company to assist in delivering the dragon star grass to the hands of the esteemed general manager. Ultimately, wasn't Meng Chuan just another laborer at Tianlu Pharmaceutical? Recalling Meng Chuan's demeanor towards her that day, Lu Susu felt an overwhelming anger, and her words became exceedingly harsh. "What? After leaving that day, did you realize you had missed such a splendid opportunity and sought Wang Dahai for clemency, which led him to accept you back? Had I known this would be the case, why bother putting on an act with me back then?" Meng Chuan shook his head and replied candidly, "I am indeed affiliated with Tianlu Pharmaceutical, but I am not merely a laborer for the company." Lu Susu scoffed derisively and remarked, "Meng Chuan, I never expected you would resort to fabrications to save face. Am I not aware of your true circumstances? This herbal medicine was assigned to me by higher-ups to deliver to the company president. You are merely running errands for him, are you not? What else could you possibly be but a lackey? Can we not be straightforward? The more you deny it, the more I perceive you as utterly incompetent. Just admit your reality. There's no need for pretense with me." Lu Susu could not fathom that the president mentioned by her superior was, in fact, the very Meng Chuan standing before her. Meng Chuan, disinterested in further explanation, shrugged and said, "Fine, believe what you wish. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Meng Chuan, how dare you adopt such an attitude towards me?" Lu Susu, witnessing his cold demeanor, erupted in fury. At that moment, a group of colleagues approached, chattering and laughing. A man at the forefront, upon spotting Lu Susu, exclaimed with delight, "Susu, what are you doing here? We've been searching for you everywhere." Zhang Lei. Lu Susu remained in a state of irritation, yet upon encountering this individual, she managed to force a smile and greet him. Meng Chuan was no stranger to Zhang Lei. He too was an employee of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. In his previous life at the company, Zhang Lei had been a tool of Wang Dahai, often tormenting and humiliating him. Not only Zhang Lei, but also the others present were familiar faces from that troublesome group, colluding with Wang Dahai, making Meng Chuan's days at Tianlu Pharmaceutical exceedingly miserable. Zhang Lei harbored a certain interest in Lu Susu, yet he was already in a relationship with Wang Lili nestled beside him. Wang Lili, who maintained a decent rapport with Lu Susu, approached with a smile. Susu, what brings you here? Have you forgotten that we agreed to hit the dance floor at the cowboy bar after work today? I haven't forgotten, but my supervisor asked me to deliver something, which delayed me, Lu Susu replied. Wang Lili nodded, glancing at Meng Chuan. Is this your friend? He is Meng Chuan. Lu Susu seemed reluctant to introduce Meng Chuan, turning her head away. The others quickly grasped the situation. So this was Lu Susu's boyfriend, Meng Chuan. Wang Lili scrutinized Meng Chuan, noticing his plain appearance and mundane attire, clicking her tongue in disapproval, and unabashedly remarked, Susu, is this really your boyfriend? To be honest, he doesn't seem impressive at all. You're the most beautiful girl in our company. Settling for such an ordinary man seems quite a disservice to yourself. Lu Susu sighed inwardly, thinking to herself that she harbored similar sentiments. Upon discovering Meng Chuan's identity, Zhang Lei could not help but smile coldly within. Just yesterday, Wang Dehai had mentioned that their department was bringing in a handyman named Meng Chuan, who happened to be Lu Susu's boyfriend, and that they should take good care of him. To his surprise, he had encountered him today. So, you are Meng Chuan, the newly hired handyman at the company? Zhang Lei chuckled, addressing Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan cast a glance at Zhang Lei but refrained from responding. Zhang Lei assumed Meng Chuan was simply shy and remarked, a little later, a few of us, along with Susu, are heading to a bar. Would you like to join us? After all, you are part of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Even if just a handyman, we are colleagues, right? The others chimed in with malicious intent. Indeed, come along and have some fun with us. We won't discriminate against you for not being a formal employee. We're all colleagues here. Let us enjoy ourselves together. Naturally, Lu Susu did not wish for Meng Chuan to infiltrate her social circle, as it would only bring her further embarrassment. Thus, she hastily interjected, Meng Chuan, if you have something to attend to, you should leave first. No, I'm free. Meng Chuan suddenly smiled and agreed. I can join you all for some fun. After all, he had already secured the Longxing grass, and he could return later to deal with the ghost-faced crab. Moreover, he was curious to see how these buffoons would prance around in his presence. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's acceptance, Zhang Lei's smile widened, and he sneered internally. Does a mere handyman truly believe we consider him one of our own? Very well, let us depart then. Our car is waiting outside, he concluded. Zhang Lei chuckled, beckoning Meng Chuan and the others to proceed outside. Lu Susu seemed irked by Meng Chuan's audacity to intrude upon her circle, casting him disapproving glances throughout their journey. Along the way, a bespectacled youth, seemingly a recent graduate, quietly approached Meng Chuan and whispered, Buddy, perhaps you should leave. Zhang Lei and his crew harbor ill intentions. You may not be aware, but our manager has instructed us to give you a hard time when you arrived. This young man, named Wang Feng, was among the few who had not bullied Meng Chuan and occasionally stood up for him. In a previous life, he had been dismissed by Wang Dehai for merely defending Meng Chuan with a few words. In his heart, Meng Chuan regarded Wang Feng as one of his few friends. Seeing Wang Feng again warmed Meng Chuan's heart. He smiled and replied, All right, I understand. Thank you. With that, he continued to follow the group. Wang Feng, sensing the urgency of the situation, urged, Hey, I've warned you. Why are you still going? Soon, the group arrived at the parking lot outside. There were 2 cars among them. Zhang Lei's vehicle accommodated 2 passengers, yet still had space available. However, when Meng Chuan attempted to get in, Zhang Lei blocked his way. He rolled down the window and smiled at Meng Chuan, saying, Meng Chuan, this is my new car. You just finished a stint as a manual laborer. What if you dirty my car? Why don't you just take a taxi instead? At that moment, a colleague laughed mockingly, Zhang Lei. You're truly being unfair to Meng Chuan. He earns just over 2,000 a month. How could he afford a taxi? Chapter 17. I am the boss. Zhang Lei feigned surprise, slapping his forehead with a laugh. Look at me. I completely forgot about this matter. Here, Meng Chuan. Take this money for a taxi. Don't be polite. As he spoke, he fished out 200 yuan from his wallet and tossed it out of the car window. The money landed on the ground, and with an air of indifference, Zhang Lei continued, Meng Chuan, go pick it up. We're leaving now. With that, he started the car and drove away. Before departing, Lu Susu shot Meng Chuan a glare, her annoyance evident, as her boyfriend. He seemed incapable of doing anything but embarrassing her. Meng Chuan scoffed quietly, thinking how these people were just like in his previous life, always scheming to insult and belittle him. As the current president of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, he certainly did not care for a mere 200 yuan. Nonchalantly, he kicked the money away and, with his hands in his pockets, strolled onto the street to hail a taxi to the cowboy bar. Upon arriving at the bar, Meng Chuan quickly spotted Lu Susu and Zhang Lei's group. Meng Chuan, over here. Wang Feng waved him over, gesturing for him to take a seat. Once seated, however, the others continued their conversations, ignoring him entirely. This bar is notorious for its chaos. Not long ago, two gangs had a brawl, and several people ended up in the hospital. I witnessed it myself. A colleague remarked earnestly. Zhang Lei, swirling his drink, chuckled. It's just a couple of petty thugs fighting. What is there to be afraid of? Greetings, everyone. Rest assured, with my presence here, no one dares to disturb us. A timid female colleague, expressing her unease, inquired. But, Brother Zhang, there are so many ruffians around. What if we encounter trouble? Wang Lili interjected proudly. You need not worry. Our Zhang Lei has some connections with the underworld. Typically, no petty thug would dare to provoke him. Zhang Lei nodded, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, Indeed. My sworn brother. Biao operates in this area. Surely you've heard of him? He is associated with the notorious Lao Dao of the South Street. With just one call, I can summon Biao to our side. Who would dare challenge me? This is South Street, where Lao Dao's reputation resonates, and many have heard of him. Upon learning that Zhang Lei's brother-in-arms is affiliated with Lao Dao, the crowd could not help but admire him, showering him with compliments. Brother Zhang is truly remarkable, with such formidable backing, being a sworn brother of Lao Dao's subordinate. With Biao as our support, who would dare to cross us? Haha, exactly. Zhang Lei declared with pride. So feel free to enjoy yourselves here. There is nothing to fear. With that, he downed his beer in one gulp, then glanced at Meng Chuan as if summoning a servant, instructing, Meng Chuan, you've arrived just in time. Go fetch me a drink from the bar, and I shall reward you with a tip shortly. Wang Lili covered her mouth and chuckled. Meng Chuan, you should hurry and serve Zhang Lei some drinks. You might earn more than your salary. Haha. The others joined in with mocking laughter, seemingly finding great amusement in Meng Chuan's humiliation. Only Lu Susu's expression grew increasingly somber, her displeasure towards Meng Chuan palpable. Familiar with their nature, Meng Chuan did not erupt in anger. Instead, he responded with interest. It's simple to order drinks. Why must I be the one to fetch them? Zhang Lei shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it only right for you to do so? Meng Chuan, you are merely our company's errand boy. It is fitting for you to handle such trivial tasks. Moreover, I might even bestow upon you a small tip. Surely you would be pleased to serve us? Meng Chuan shook his head. No, I am not an errand boy for Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Not an errand boy. Zhang Lei laughed. Then what are you? Meng Chuan replied earnestly. In fact, I am the president of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Wang Lili clutched her stomach, tears streaming from her laughter. You are the president of the company. I've been working here for over a year and had no idea you were the president. Meng Chuan, you truly have a knack for jokes. Zhang Lei, his face flushed with mirth, pounded the table and exclaimed, Oh dear, Meng Chuan, you are simply too entertaining. If you are the president of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, then I must be the mayor. The remaining colleagues roared with laughter, tauntingly remarking, Listen to him. This kid claims to be the president of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. How utterly ridiculous. Indeed, one must ponder whether he is here to amuse or if he is simply unhinged. It is truly laughable. Meng Chuan observed the crowd in fits of laughter, wearing a faint smile, devoid of any jesting intent, and stated, I speak earnestly. I am indeed the CEO of Tianlu Pharmaceuticals. The laughter among the others intensified. Among them all, only Lu Susu remained unmoved, her expression almost resembling tears. Meng Chuan, come with me. Lu Susu commanded sharply, rising to head towards the restroom. Meng Chuan smiled lightly and followed suit. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, Lu Susu halted, turned, and scolded Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan, are you intent on making me lose face even further? Meng Chuan, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, Me? What have I done? Lu Susu retorted angrily. I had previously mentioned that out of pity, I sought to bring you to Tianlu Pharmaceuticals to ensure you had a stable income. While at the company, you must keep your distance from me. Do not embarrass me. And yet, what have you done? Is it not enough to merely run errands for the CEO? Could you not take the items and depart? Why must you humiliate yourself by following me to a bar? We are all employees of Tianlu Pharmaceuticals, possessing jobs that others envy. And what of you? You are merely a temporary worker, a mere errand runner. Do you truly belong in our circle? Can you not use your wits? Do you genuinely believe that by tagging along, you can infiltrate our ranks? Even if you manage to do so, they will never regard you as one of their own. I had long hinted that you should refrain from following me. If you insist on doing so, so be it. However, upon arriving here, could you not conduct yourself with a modicum of decorum? Do you presume yourself to be the head of the company? Do you find this jest amusing? You believe they laugh due to your wit? In truth, they mock you, perceiving you as a fool. Meng Chuan, could you refrain from embarrassing me any further? Once we return, you must either sit quietly and comply with whatever is asked of you, or you may leave at once. I can no longer bear to witness you lingering among us like a simpleton. You are simply not of our ilk. Do you understand? Chapter 17. Provocation. After listening to Lu Susu's tirade, Meng Chuan couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Infiltrate your circle? I have no need for that. When I declare that I am the CEO of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, it is merely a statement of fact. If you choose not to believe it, what can I do? This is enough." Lu Susu, unable to endure any longer, felt that Meng Chuan was utterly beyond redemption. "We have only been apart for a few months, and yet you have transformed into a fool. Do as you please. I shall not concern myself with your choices." With that, she turned and stormed away in anger. Lu Susu had resolved to end her relationship with Meng Chuan, having reached her limit. Meng Chuan stood there, smiling to himself, thinking that he had already made his intentions clear, and if they chose not to believe him, who could be blamed? Upon returning to the group, he discovered that Zhang Lei seemed embroiled in an argument with the group, one of whom sported bleached hair and was currently engaged in a debate with Zhang Lei. Relying on their numerical advantage, Zhang Lei was completely fearless. After a brief exchange of heated words, he resorted to violence, landing a direct slap on the youth's face. Seeing Zhang Lei initiate the physical altercation, the other colleagues eagerly joined in, swarming around the unfortunate youth in a frenzied assault. Only Wang Feng remained aloof, persistently attempting to restrain the others, exclaiming, "Stop it, let's not cause trouble here." "Out of my way," Zhang Lei retorted, shoving Wang Feng aside. With affected bravado, he commanded, "Beat him. How dare a punk challenge me? I'm affiliated with Brother Biao. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens today, so you all can rest assured." Emboldened by Zhang Lei's backing, the others became even more emboldened, their attacks becoming even more relentless. In no time, the youth was overwhelmed, his face marred with blood. "All right, you asked for it," the youth shouted before fleeing. Pointing at Zhang Lei, he warned, "If you have the guts, wait here. I'm going to get my uncle." With that, he grabbed a girl in a school uniform who had been cowering in the corner and departed. "Punk, I'll be right here waiting for you. Let us see if you dare to call for backup," Zhang Lei retorted triumphantly before settling back into his booth. "Come on, let's continue drinking and disregard him." The others then resumed their seats, ridiculing the youth for his perceived cowardice in fleeing. Meng Chuan, returning to his seat, inquired of Wang Feng what just transpired. Wang Feng let out a sigh and remarked, "Alas, that couple from the adjacent booth has returned." Upon seeing them, Zhang Lei commented that today's youth truly lacks self-respect. The young lady appears fair and delicate, yet she is merely peddling herself. Otherwise, how could she possibly associate with such a lowly character? His words were overheard, provoking the young man to approach Zhang Lei for a confrontation. This led to the scene you witnessed. Upon hearing Wang Feng's remarks, Zhang Lei expressed his dissatisfaction, raising his head defiantly. "What? Am I not speaking the truth? If that woman were not selling herself, how could she attract such a ruffian? Look at them. They reek of trouble. How dare he challenge me after I spoke a few words? He deserves a beating." Meng Chuan, amused by the exchange, advised, "I suggest you refrain from stirring up trouble." Zhang Lei furrowed his brow, retorting, "And why should I heed your counsel? What does it matter if I provoke a few? Here, who could possibly challenge me? Let us continue our revelry and not allow the antics of a fool and his partner to spoil our spirits." With that, he resumed toasting and chatting with others. Approximately half an hour later, a voice exclaimed, "Uncle, they are the ones who assaulted me." Indeed, the previously beaten youth, adorned in a flamboyant style, had returned, accompanied by a dozen burly men who were clearly no saints. Meng Chuan recognized the leader among them. It was none other than Lao Dao, the man who had been forced by Wang Cheng to strike himself in the face. The flamboyant youth who had been beaten by Zhang Lei was Lao Dao's nephew. Lao Dao and his entourage swiftly encircled everyone in the booth, causing the patrons to pale and huddle together in fear, due to Meng Chuan occupying the innermost seat. Lao Dao did not see him and, with his feet resting on the table, angrily shouted, "So it was you who claimed my nephew's girlfriend is selling herself, and even assaulted him, is it?" Everyone present was intimidated into silence. Although Zhang Lei's face turned pale, he mustered his courage and replied, "Indeed, it was I. So what? I merely spoke a few truths. Your nephew came looking for a fight. Who can he blame for that? Truths." Lao Dao squinted and smirked, then swiftly slapped Zhang Lei across the face, reprimanding him. "What business is it of yours concerning my nephew's girlfriend? Do you think you hold any significance?" Zhang Lei, clutching his face, was both shocked and furious. "You, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my sworn brothers are?" Lao Dao chuckled, delivering another slap. "What are you? Why should that concern me?" Zhang Lei received yet another blow. Though seething with rage, he refrained from retaliating due to Lao Dao's numbers, choosing instead to swallow his anger and exclaimed, "If you have the guts, let me make a phone call." Lao Dao crossed his arms, showing no fear. "Go ahead, call whoever you wish. I'd like to see who you can reach." Zhang Lei glared fiercely at Lao Dao, thinking to himself that once Brother Biao arrived, he'd see if Lao Dao could still maintain that grin. He activated the speakerphone and dialed Brother Biao. "Hello, Brother Zhang. What are you?" Zhang Lei's expression was grim as he said, "Biao go, let's discuss the meal later. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. I am currently at the cowboy bar, and I'm in a bit of a predicament. Could you come over and lend me a hand? You're facing trouble? With Zhang Laodi, no less. This is utterly absurd. Does he not realize that you are my brother, Biao? Just wait. I shall summon my people immediately. They will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei's anxiety dissipated, and he grinned widely, saying, "Excellent, Biao Ge. Now that you're coming, who would dare to provoke me? I am eager to see who in this area would dare to disregard your authority." After saying this, he cast a triumphant glance at Lao Dao and declared, "Did you hear that? My Biao Ge will be here soon. Now, you better kneel and bow to me 3 times, or else even if you do kneel later, I shall not spare you." Zhang Lei's colleagues marveled at his formidable connections, unfazed by the underground forces they encountered. Wang Lili proudly wrapped her arm around Zhang Lei's shoulder, thinking to herself, "Just look at this man I've chosen. He's truly remarkable." However, Lao Dao showed no signs of fear. Instead, he chuckled. "Who do you think you can summon? Is it Zhao Biao?" Zhang Lei frowned and rebuked. "How dare you utter Biao Ji's name so casually?" With a smirk, Lao Dao snatched Zhang Lei's phone and said, "Ha, pass me the phone." "Hello, Biao, can you tell who I am?" Lao Dao said cheerfully. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of astonishment, followed by an exclamation, "Is it Brother Dao?" Lao Dao replied, "It is I, Biaozi. You have truly grown bold, daring to take on such matters. This is your sworn brother, and he just assaulted my nephew. Are you inclined to intervene in this affair?" Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lei's heart sank. Even a fool could discern that the person before him was Lao Dao, the elder brother of Biaozi. The support he relied upon was merely a subordinate under someone else's command. He had just been boasting in front of them. Was this not a recipe for disaster? It was over. Everything was finished. Despair engulfed Zhang Lei. Biaozi on the other end was taken aback, quickly responding, "That brat struck your nephew? How audacious. Brother Dao, I disown this brother. You may deal with him as you wish. Otherwise, I could summon a couple of men right now to teach him a lesson and alleviate your grievances. What do you say?" "No need." Lao Dao disdainfully glanced at the sweating Zhang Lei, choosing not to put Biaozi in a difficult position. "You have no part in this. Go on your way." "All right then. Brother Dao, you attend to your matters." With that, Biaozi hung up the phone. Lao Dao let out a cold smile, slamming the phone down before Zhang Lei, sneering, "What support do you still have? Go on, make another call. I shall be here waiting." What support could Zhang Lei possibly muster? Moreover, Lao Dao was a local tyrant in this area. Even if Zhang Lei had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to confront Lao Dao. "Be Brother Dao, I was unaware that this young man was your nephew. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would never have dared to cause you discomfort." Zhang Lei rubbed his hands together, chuckling awkwardly. Naturally, Lao Dao had no interest in exchanging further words with Zhang Lei. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to his nephew, saying, "Xiao Mao, these individuals have wronged you. You shall decide how to proceed. Today, your uncle is here to support you, so choose as you wish." With a glare full of resentment, Sha Mate declared, "Uncle, I want them to kneel before me and let me slap their faces one by one." "Excellent." Lao Dao nodded, turning his gaze toward Zhang Lei and the others. "Did you hear what my nephew just said? Hurry and kneel." Zhang Lei hesitated momentarily, but upon realizing that it was Lao Dao speaking and considering the crowd surrounding him, he understood that refusing to kneel could lead to severe consequences. Thus, with a thud, he knelt down and began to slap his own face, exclaiming, "Dao Ge, I was wrong. I dare not offend you all. Please, spare me." Wang Lili, witnessing her proud man kneel in submission, was instantly struck with disbelief. Nearby, a burly man yanked Wang Lili's hair and shouted, "Did you not hear that you all must kneel? If you refuse, I shall take you by force." Terrified, Wang Lili's face drained of color, and disregarding any semblance of dignity, she hastily knelt alongside Zhang Lei. The others followed suit, praying that they would be spared from harm. Just as Wang Feng was about to kneel, Meng Chuan reached out to stop him. "No need to kneel," he stated succinctly before rising to his feet. "Meng Chuan, are you out of your mind? Why aren't you kneeling? They will strike you," Wang Feng exclaimed urgently. Meng Chuan waved his hand dismissively and reiterated, "I said, no need to kneel." Zhang Lei turned his head, glaring as he scolded, "Meng Chuan, what are you doing? Did you not hear what Brother Dao said? He commanded us all to kneel. If you wish to court death, do not drag us along with you." After saying this, Zhang Lei, fearful of inciting Brother Dao's wrath, hastily added, "Brother Dao, this fool is not with us. We do not know him. He has offended you, so please do not hold us accountable." Seeing Zhang Lei's obsequious demeanor, Meng Chuan could not help but chuckle. "Just a moment ago, you were boasting loudly, and now you kneel like a child. How amusing. You want me to kneel? Ask Brother Dao if he dares to command me to do so." Zhang Lei was about to berate Meng Chuan for his arrogance when suddenly, Brother Dao's exclamation interrupted him. "Meng sir." Upon seeing Meng Chuan, Brother Dao trembled, instantly shedding his previous air of authority. He bent low and approached, saying, "Meng sir, what brings you here?" "Just here to have some fun," Meng Chuan replied dismissively, indicating Wang Feng with a casual gesture. "Are you suggesting that I and my friend should kneel before you? What a joke." Not only is Meng Chuan a distinguished guest in Wang City, but even if he had no connections, Brother Dao would remember how he had effortlessly dispatched his subordinates earlier. Offending Meng Chuan would be a folly far beyond their capacity to endure. "How could I dare to ask Sir Meng and your friend to kneel?" Brother Dao immediately began to ingratiate himself. "It is all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Since he is your friend, he is naturally a friend of mine as well. Today, I shall cover all expenses for this gathering, as a means to express my sincere apologies for any disturbance caused." Meng Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Lei, witnessing Lao Dao's flattering demeanor towards Meng Chuan, felt as though he had stumbled upon a lifeline and hurriedly interjected, "Lao Ge, I am also a friend of Meng Chuan. And regarding today's incident, get lost," Lao Dao retorted, turning to scold him. "Just a moment ago, you explicitly stated that you were not associated with Mr. Meng and even insulted him. Now, you shamelessly approach him? Who would believe your deceitful words?" Zhang Lei was on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself. How could he have anticipated that Meng Chuan would command such respect from Lao Dao? Uncertain about how to proceed with the matter at hand, Lao Dao turned to Meng Chuan for guidance. Meng Chuan waved his hand and said, "Let those who have erred face the consequences. There is no need for you to spare my feelings in this matter." "Thank you, Mr. Meng," Lao Dao acknowledged, nodding, and then directed his nephew to take action. The Shamate did not hesitate, delivering 2 resounding slaps to each of those who had assaulted him, thereby avenging himself. Subsequently, Lao Dao bid farewell to Meng Chuan, unwilling to impose further, and departed with his entourage. Once Lao Dao left, the humiliated Zhang Lei and his companions found it unbearable to remain any longer. Their faces were ashen as they sought excuses to exit. Wang Feng took a moment to regain his composure and exclaimed in astonishment, "Meng Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Even the local bully, Lao Dao, shows you such deference. How did you manage that? Do you possess some formidable background?" Meng Chuan chuckled softly and shook his head, casually replying, "What background could I possibly have? My family operates a medical clinic, and recently we treated a patient of significant importance to old Dao." "Oh, I see." Wang Feng nodded. Lu Susu, who was beside them, could not help but frown and angrily exclaimed, "So you merely basked in Jiang Beixiang's glory, which allowed you to shine for a moment. Meng Chuan, let me ask you, if you possess the capability to assist others, why did you allow old Dao to confront Zhang Lei and the others?" Meng Chuan glanced at Lu Susu and replied, "They assaulted his nephew. Now that he has sought retribution, is that not to be expected? Moreover, what connection do I have with them? Why should I speak in their defense?" They have disparaged me, calling me a mere laborer, and am I to rush in to extricate them from their predicament? I, Meng Chuan, may have once been subservient, but I have not sunk to such depths. Lu Susu was rendered speechless. Indeed, what did Zhang Lei's fate have to do with Meng Chuan? It was they who disrespected him first. Meng Chuan merely chose not to meddle in their affairs, and had not even kicked them while they were down, displaying considerable mercy. Nevertheless, Lu Susu remained vexed and said, "Do you not realize that by not assisting Zhang Lei and the others, they will ostracize me? For my sake, you should have aided them. Regardless of how they have mocked you in the past, you should have made them happy so that I could live more comfortably." Upon uttering these words, Lu Susu felt no shame. After all, Meng Chuan had treated her this way. He had endured any humiliation for her well-being. She even felt that Meng Chuan ought to be this way. Meng Chuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and said, "I have stated that I am not so lowly. Is it that, in your heart, integrating into their circle is more significant than me? In the past, I acquiesced to your every whim, but from now on, do not present that lofty demeanor before me." With that, Meng Chuan stood up and departed. Lu Susu was utterly unprepared for Meng Chuan to utter such heartless words to her. Stunned for a moment, she called out hoarsely at his retreating figure, "Meng Chuan, how dare you speak to me like that? Am I not right? Shouldn't you strive to please Zhang Lei and the others for my sake? What do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? You are nothing but an orphan, a mere lodger who can only perform menial tasks. It is your honor to treat me well. Do you understand? Leave now, and do not come to see me again. I despise you." Meng Chuan did not look back. His figure vanished at the bar's entrance. Lu Susu, infuriated, slammed her glass onto the floor and exclaimed, "Meng Chuan, I had hesitated to break up with you out of consideration for how you treated me. But now it seems you truly do not appreciate anything at all. Well then, without you, my life will only improve. Is it merely because you are acquainted with someone from an underground force that you believe you have the right to act so arrogantly? You are just a poor boy doing menial work. How can you compare to Lu Xiao? The next time we meet, I shall end this relationship." At that moment, even if you were to kneel before me and plead to rekindle our relationship, I would remain resolute in my refusal. Lu Susu thought to herself, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her. By the time Meng Chuan returned home, it was already quite late. The clinic had closed its doors, and both Jiang Beixiang and Jiang Ku had retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Upon entering his own chamber, Meng Chuan immediately sensed a drop in temperature, a chill surprising him during the heat of summer. As he flicked on the light, he discovered that the medicinal effects of the burning incense had long since dissipated. The ghost-faced crab had regained its vitality. However, a furry paw now rested upon its head, compelling the creature to curl up defensively, too frightened to move. The large orange cat stood atop the ghost-faced crab, its eyes fixed intently on Meng Chuan, a haunting gaze that made him feel somewhat guilty. "Where have you been? I instructed you to procure the dragon star grass. Why have you returned only now?" The large orange cat reproached him. Meng Chuan closed the door and replied with a smile, "I went to fetch the dragon star grass. I was delayed a bit. After all, we planned to act only after Uncle Jiang and Kur had fallen asleep, so my return isn't too late, is it? How could it not be late? If you had returned sooner, I would have had a way to ensure that old man and the young girl went to bed earlier. Do you realize that in anticipation of your dragon star grass, I didn't even have dinner?" Meng Chuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Reflecting on his time caring for the large orange cat, he remembered how this creature consumed 5 meals a day without fail, not to mention its habitual sneaking of snacks. Today, in pursuit of the ghost-faced crab, it has willingly foregone a meal, clearly having long coveted this delicacy. "I must apologize for the delay caused by some pressing matters. I have indeed located the dragon star herb. It is right here." With that, Meng Chuan produced the dragon star herb that Kong Zhun had assisted him in finding and placed it before the large orange cat. The cat's eyes sparkled with delight as it glanced at the ingredients on the adjacent table: angelica, dried tangerine peel, patchouli, and red peony. With a flick of its pink tongue, it exclaimed, "Excellent. Now that we have all the necessary components, let us commence our culinary endeavor. By the way, please prepare some scallions and ginger in the kitchen shortly." With the ghost-faced crab in tow, the large orange cat leapt to the ground and scampered towards the kitchen with remarkable speed, seemingly unable to contain its excitement. Meng Chuan, feeling somewhat helpless, grasped the ghost-faced crab and the herbs, trailing behind the cat. Upon reaching the kitchen, under the cat's directions, Meng Chuan boiled a pot of water and added the prepared scallions, ginger, and herbs, bringing the mixture to a rolling boil. In no time, a unique and fragrant aroma wafted through the small kitchen. Although medicinal in nature, the scent was not overpowering. Rather, it tantalized the senses and stirred appetites. Next, we must add the ghost-faced crab. Be sure to secure the lid tightly. We cannot allow it to escape. The large orange cat commanded from its perch at the dining table. Meng Chuan glanced at the wriggling ghost-faced crab in his grasp and furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is this really edible?" The cat, swallowing hard, shot him a look and retorted, "How could it not be? This creature is a premium ingredient among mythical beasts and spirits. Generally, the extraordinary is rarely encountered by the common individual. Though it may currently appear grotesque, once cooked, it becomes quite appetizing." Well, Meng Chuan nodded and cast the grotesque-faced crab into water heated to a moderate temperature. Indeed, the reason why the orange cat instructed Meng Chuan to procure the grotesque-faced crab was for consumption. The orange cat explained that Meng Chuan's inheritance involved the cultivation of the demon-eating body. This so-called demon-eating body entails enhancing one's strength through the consumption of spirits and magical beasts. Essentially, both the human practice of mystical arts and the consumption of the essence of the sun and moon by demonkind serve the same fundamental purpose: to absorb spiritual energy for self-augmentation. The cultivation of the demon-eating body, however, involves devouring not only the creature but also the spiritual energy within it, thereby refining one's physical form, an analogous principle. Thus, Meng Chuan found this culinary-centric cultivation method rather fitting for the orange cat. Gazing at the hideously unattractive, grotesque-faced crab, Meng Chuan struggled to fathom what delightful flavor it could possibly possess. Chapter 21. The demon-eating body. As soon as the grotesque-faced crab was placed into the pot, it seemed to instinctively grasp its impending fate and began to thrash about desperately. Fortunately, Meng Chuan had the foresight to secure the pot lid tightly, preventing the crab from escaping. The crab emitted a series of sorrowful cries, causing a layer of frost to form around the rim of the pot, though this frost was swiftly melted away by the flames beneath. Soon, the grotesque-faced crab ceased its struggles and fell utterly silent. The orange cat glanced at the clock and remarked, "The cooking time should not exceed 15 minutes. If prolonged, the meat will become tough and lose its tenderness." Meng Chuan nodded attentively, carefully monitoring the time, and as soon as the 15 minutes elapsed, he extinguished the flame and lifted the pot lid. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating Meng Chuan. It was not merely the subtle, exquisite aroma of fresh crab meat. It seemed intertwined with a mysterious power that made him feel his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly rejuvenating. Truly remarkable. As he gazed at the ghost-faced crab in the pot, its previously fearsome visage had vanished. Now, it appeared a vibrant crimson, indistinguishable from any typical boiled crab. It seemed that the ghostly features were merely patterns on its shell, which had disappeared upon cooking. Such a colossal and succulent crab indeed stirred one's appetite. The natural fragrance, combined with the aroma of the medicinal herbs, prompted Meng Chuan to swallow involuntarily. "How about it, my dear companion? Is this not a delectable feast?" The orange cat proclaimed with an air of superiority. Despite its seemingly ethereal demeanor, the drool subtly forming at the corner of its mouth betrayed its calm facade. Meng Chuan nodded fervently, exclaiming, "This aroma is something that ordinary crabs cannot possess." "Indeed," replied the orange cat, "this ghost-faced crab is no ordinary creature. It surpasses any common crab. I have eliminated the cold energy within it using herbs, and now the meat is infused with boundless spiritual energy. Come, let us extract the crab and divide it amongst ourselves." The large orange feline licked its lips, unable to contain its anticipation. Eagerly, Meng Chuan retrieved the ghost-faced crab, and the orange cat swiftly snatched a crab leg, presenting it to Meng Chuan. "Here, try a leg. If you feel any discomfort later, just employ your ancestral demon-biting technique." "Understood." Meng Chuan nodded, taking the thick crab leg and taking a bite. Instantly, the delectable aroma of the meat mingled with the fragrant herbs surged towards Meng Chuan's head. An experience utterly sublime. The crab meat of the ghost-faced crab was succulent and tender, almost transforming into a liquid that spread throughout Meng Chuan's mouth. The delightful flavor swiftly transitioned into the unique sweetness of the crab meat, leaving an indelible taste in his memory. Simultaneously, Meng Chuan could sense that even a single leg of crab contained an immense amount of spiritual energy. This energy flowed through the crab meat and into his entire being, fortifying and refining his physique. However, the overwhelming magnitude of this energy soon became uncomfortable, as if his body were on the verge of bursting. Alarmed, Ming Chuan promptly sat cross-legged and began to channel his ancestral legacy, the demon-devouring technique. Once the technique was activated, the spiritual energy was gradually refined, merging into his flesh and bones. If someone had been nearby at that moment, they would have observed a faint golden glow emanating from Ming Chuan's body, his skin becoming increasingly translucent, revealing the blood coursing through his veins, shimmering with flecks of gold. Transforming spiritual energy and refining the body, Ming Chuan remained seated for a full half-hour before finally releasing a belch and opening his eyes. The large orange cat, still lounging nearby, squinted and inquired, "How do you feel?" Ming Chuan smiled, and whether one embarks upon the martial path or directly cultivates the esoteric arts. The journey can be delineated into 5 distinct stages: body refinement, mysterious strength, transformation, divine communication, and ascension. Each stage is further divided into 3 phases: early, mid, and late. Upon reaching ascension, it is rumored that one may attain immortality. However, this remains merely a legend, for none have truly surmounted the chasm of ascension. This applies not only to humans, but also to demons, who undergo a similar progression, albeit at a considerably slower pace. All beings possess a spirit, some demons. Upon awakening their intelligence and grasping the art of cultivation, can be regarded as having become demons in their own right. However, such demons typically cannot assume human form, and their combat prowess is comparable to that of body refinement practitioners. To attain strength akin to that of a mysterious strength practitioner, a demon must cultivate for several decades, while achieving power comparable to that of a transformation practitioner requires centuries, and for divine communication, millennia. Just as a martial artist entering the transformation stage may be deemed a master, a demon that has practiced for a century may take on a human guise. Such a being can genuinely be referred to as a century demon, and their emergence is bound to bring calamity to the realm. As for a millennium demon, they are an entity against which no one can contend. According to the insights of the Great Orange, the current spiritual energy on Earth is sparse. Not only are transformation masters among humans exceedingly rare, but shape-shifting demons are virtually non-existent. Moreover, Ming Chuan's cultivation of the demon-devouring technique is particularly unique, existing outside the conventional human cultivation framework. This technique involves the consumption of demon beasts and spirits to refine the body, allowing one's physique to surpass the limits of body refinement and continually grow stronger. Upon achieving mastery of the demon-devouring body, one can contend solely with their physical prowess against a millennium demon. Although the demon-devouring body remains within the body refinement stage, its actual combat capability is beyond estimation. Regarding the mysterious energy that only manifests during the profound strength stage, the devouring demon body can substitute it with the formidable blood essence of its own physique, yielding equivalent results. It is akin to when Ming Chuan used his own blood essence to save old Wang with acupuncture. Therefore, it is quite challenging to gauge the extent of Ming Chuan's combat prowess after receiving his ancestral inheritance and consuming the ghost face crab. Ming Chuan casually picked up a nearby kitchen knife and, without hesitation, struck it against his arm. A resounding clang, reminiscent of metal clashing, echoed. Yet his arm bore no marks, while the knife snapped cleanly in two. It is indeed remarkable. Despite the ghost face crab's combat capabilities being inferior to that of a transformed demon, the spiritual energy contained within is sufficient to rival that of a decade-old demon. Ming Chuan chuckled. The orange cat, while licking the crab roe from its paws, remarked, "This is quite normal. The ghost face crab is renowned for its low combat power, exquisite flavor, and high spiritual energy content. Among the 14 exquisite delicacies of the demon race, the ghost face crab ranks 10th. You, my friend, are fortunate to encounter one so early. Otherwise, consuming 10 of them might not suffice to elevate your devouring demon body to such a level." Chapter 22. A reunion with Chen. Ming Chuan was about to speak when he glanced over and noticed that the once whole ghost face crab had been reduced to mere shells. You devoured the entire ghost face crab." Ming Chuan immediately deduced that while he was digesting the spiritual energy of the crab, the orange cat had voraciously consumed all the remaining crab meat. The orange cat, unashamed, brazenly replied, "And what of it? Your current prowess suffices for indulging in a single crab leg, as anything beyond that would overwhelm your digestion." The remainder shall be mine, which hardly constitutes a waste. To facilitate your return to 3 years ago, I expended considerable spiritual energy, and now it is fitting to replenish with the ghost-faced crab. Whether this is indeed the truth or merely a pretext by Deju to monopolize the ghost-faced crab, Meng Chuan could not ascertain. With a resigned shake of his head, Meng Chuan remarked, "What a pity. If only this were shared with Uncle Jiang and Kuer, it might enhance their health significantly." Deju immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "That simply will not do. They lack ancestral heritage like yours. Indiscriminately consuming mystical beasts could lead to their untimely demise." Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt a shiver of apprehension, realizing how fortunate he was to have Deju's guidance. Otherwise, a grave mishap could have ensued. The following day, Meng Chuan selected suitable herbs for Zhu Guangyao and promptly visited his residence. Zhu Guangyao's abode was not far from the royal city and was situated in an affluent neighborhood. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhu Guangyao's villa, Meng Chuan noted the meticulous attention to feng shui. Flanking the entrance were 2 stone lions, with 3 bamboo plants and 4 apricot trees on either side, symbolizing prosperity and fortune. The interior of the mansion was undoubtedly arranged with equal precision in regard to feng shui. Indeed, affluent individuals often place great faith in such practices, and as a result, their financial fortunes tend to flourish far beyond those of the average person. However, amidst the auspicious atmosphere of the Zhu residence, Meng Chuan sensed an underlying peculiarity, though he could not quite articulate it. Guided by the Zhu family's housekeeper, Meng Chuan made his way to the area where Zhu Guangyao was resting. Zhu Guangyao soon descended from upstairs, clad in comfortable loungewear. Dr. Meng. His complexion appeared pallid, suggesting discomfort, yet upon encountering Meng Chuan, his demeanor visibly softened. "Mr. Zhu." Meng Chuan rose to assist him, immediately discerning Zhu Guangyao's distress. "What troubles you? You seem unwell." Zhu Guangyao offered a weary smile, admitting, to speak candidly, "My gastric pain has flared up again, causing me considerable agony, but it has only just begun to subside." At that moment, a middle-aged maid furrowed her brow and interjected, "Just a while ago, Mr. Zhu was in such pain that he even vomited blood. It appears the ailment has intensified. Is it truly that severe?" Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Come, Mr. Zhu, allow me to take your pulse." "Very well." Zhu Guangyao nodded and extended his hand. Just as Meng Chuan prepared to assess his pulse, a young man, roughly of Meng Chuan's age, burst through the door in a flurry, exclaiming, "Father, I've invited Dean Chen over. Are you all right? Quickly, let him attend to you." Indeed, following him were 2 individuals, one elderly and one young. Among them was Dean Chen, whom Meng Chuan had previously met at the hospital. The other man appeared to be Dean Chen's assistant, carrying a medical kit. Seeing his son's lack of decorum and loudness in the presence of guests, Zhu Guangyao scolded sharply, "Have you no manners? Do you not see we have visitors? At your age, you should be more composed." As he spoke, Zhu Guangyao smiled and introduced Meng Chuan, saying, "Esteemed Dr. Meng, please forgive my unworthy son, Zhu Wenbin. Wenbin, come quickly to greet Dr. Meng." However, Zhu Wenbin paid little heed to Meng Chuan, brimming with excitement and concern as he approached, exclaiming, "Father, I have invited the esteemed Director Chen of the first hospital. Were you not just lamenting your unbearable stomach pain? With Dr. Chen here, your ailment will surely be cured." "Oh, Dr. Chen has arrived?" Zhu Guangyao blinked in surprise, then turned to the figure of Chen behind him. He hastily rose to shake hands, saying, "Dr. Chen, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen turned to see Meng Chuan. He paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. Meng Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, completing the greeting. The assistant accompanying Chen was none other than his own nephew, Chen, as Chen assistant. Chen possessed medical skills far superior to those of an average doctor, yet he had grown accustomed to pride. Nevertheless, in the presence of the illustrious Zhu family, he dared not be overly presumptuous. He then reminded, "Young Master Zhu, Dr. Chen's time is valuable. We should expedite the examination." Zhu Wenbin nodded vigorously, urging, "Yes, Father. Let us hasten the consultation. Please extend your hand so Dr. Chen can take your pulse." Zhu Guangyao hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Meng Chuan before forcing a smile. "However, I have already invited the esteemed physician Meng from the Jiangbei Medical Hall to attend to my ailment. With physician Song arriving as well, isn't it rather?" Indeed, regardless of Zhu Guangyao's choice of physician, it would be deemed disrespectful in the eyes of the other party. Moreover, Having both practitioners attend simultaneously would imply a doubt regarding their medical expertise, which was even more inappropriate. Thus, Zhu Guangyao found himself in a quandary. Physician Meng? Zhu Wenbin glanced at Meng Chuan, noticing the youthfulness that hardly aligned with the image of a sage healer. Father, you claim he is a divine physician? How do you know him? Surely he is not a charlatan? I have never heard of this Jiangbei Medical Hall. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guangyao quickly admonished. Do not speak disrespectfully. Physician Meng is indeed an extraordinary talent. He has saved old Wang's life. That fellow, he can save lives. Zhu Wenbin remained skeptical. Entrusting your health to him is no trivial matter. I believe it would be wiser to summon physician Chen instead. In comparison, the renowned physician Chen Yizhen, celebrated in Hangzhou, appeared far more reliable. Seeing Zhu Guangyao's indecision, Chen also interjected with dissatisfaction. With my uncle present, why would we require another doctor? Furthermore, he is merely a boy who has yet to fully mature. In my opinion, his medical skills are unlikely to surpass mine. What if something unfortunate were to occur while he attends to President Zhu? Allow this divine physician Meng to depart. Prior to his arrival, my uncle had already comprehended Mr. Zhu's ailment. Thus, this consultation is undoubtedly assured. Zhu Wenbin nodded, without soliciting Zhu Guangyao's opinion. He directly instructed the servant, please present this esteemed physician with 20,000 yuan as a consultation fee and escort him back. His services are unnecessary here. Though Meng Chuan maintained a placid demeanor, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, having come with the noble intent to provide medical assistance. If they do not place their trust in him, he shall not impose himself further. He would take his leave. Chapter 23. A discourse on medical arts. With that, Meng Chuan rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Mr. Zhu, since physician Chen is also present, it seems my intervention is no longer required. I shall take my leave, and as for the consultation fee, I shall forego it. This divine physician, Zhu Guangyao, was taken aback, realizing that Meng Chuan harbored an intention to depart. At this moment, Chen, noticing Zhu Guangyao's inclination to retain Meng Chuan, felt even more irked. What is this? Now that my uncle has arrived, must the Zhu family still wish to keep such a young man? Does this not belittle my uncle, implying that a mere divine physician is inferior to a youth? Thus, he did not hold back, letting out a cold snort. Indeed, one who possesses little skill. Upon seeing my uncle's arrival, fears exposing his inadequacies and chooses to flee without even demanding payment? Silence. To everyone's surprise, it was Chen Yizhen who reprimanded Chen. With a smile, Chen Yizhen stepped in front of Meng Chuan and said, Young friend Meng, I wonder if you still remember me, Chen? Meng Chuan smiled in return and replied, It has only been a few days. How could I possibly forget Director Chen? It is indeed a great honor for me that Director Chen still remembers me. Naturally, Meng Chuan has heard of Chen Yizhen long before. As the director of the first hospital, he possesses not only remarkable medical skills, but also admirable ethics, making him a respected elder in the field. Moreover, during our last encounter, when I performed the tremor needle technique and the Sanbai Jua needle technique, Chen Yizhen recognized them at a glance, which attests to his profound expertise. Haha. Chen Yizhen laughed heartily, patting Meng Chuan on the shoulder, and said, Young friend Meng, you flatter me. Chen could not help but be taken aback and stepped forward to inquire, What is it, uncle? Do you know this person? Chen Yizhen's expression turned serious, and a hint of displeasure crept into his tone as he responded, You, young man, should not be so arrogant. Just 2 days ago, I had my doubts about treating old Master Wang's illness, and it was this esteemed Dr. Meng who successfully saved him. In terms of medical skill, you do not even measure up to a mere fingertip of his, yet you dare to compare yourself with him? If only you possessed half of Dr. Meng's abilities, I would be greatly relieved. This statement left Chen Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction and muttered to himself, Humph. He is merely a young man, seemingly even younger than I am. How could he possibly possess such advanced medical skills? Seeing the camaraderie between Chen Yizhen and Meng Chuan, Zhu Guangyao also smiled and remarked, Since Dr. Meng is acquainted with Dr. Chen, that simplifies matters. However, concerning my ailment today, Chen Yizhen interjected, This illness, I am confident I can treat, and Dr. Meng should also be capable of handling it, correct? Meng Chuan, displaying no modesty, nodded and remarked, Previously, I observed President Zhu's complexion and have a fair understanding of his condition. It should not be a significant issue. Chen Yizhen chuckled and replied, Since you, young Meng, are confident in your ability to treat him, Why don't we engage in a friendly exchange of medical skills regarding President Zhu's ailment today? This way, we can both contribute to his treatment and avoid any awkwardness. Chen Yizhen's proposal was indeed a prudent solution. Meng Chuan readily agreed, smiling. Very well. I shall dare to seek your esteemed guidance, Chen Shini. Chen Ying, who had been listening nearby, felt exceedingly displeased and muttered, collaborate with my uncle? How could you possibly be worthy? My uncle is a renowned physician in Hangzhou, while you are merely an obscure brat. What qualifications do you have to diagnose alongside him? Chen Ying. Chen Yizhen furrowed his brow and admonished, if you continue to speak ill of Dr. Meng, you shall return to the hospital at once and will no longer accompany me. Please, uncle, I was wrong. I shall remain silent, Chen Ying quickly retorted, unwilling to forfeit the precious opportunity to gain experience by accompanying Chen Yizhen on his rounds. Meng Chuan disregarded Chen Ying's outburst, gesturing courteously, please, Chen Shini, you go ahead. With a smile, Chen Yizhen instructed Zhu Guangyao to sit, then examined his tongue and took his pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he finally smiled and said, bring me paper and pen. Chen Ying promptly retrieved paper and pen from the medicine chest. Chen Yizhen took them and elegantly inscribed the prescription, then closed it with a smile, addressing Meng Chuan. Young friend Meng, I have completed the prescription. It is now your turn. I defer to you. Please take the lead in diagnosing President Zhu. Meng Chuan chuckled and waved his hand, responding, there is no need for me to take the pulse. Chen Ying snorted disdainfully and remarked, what? Are you conceding defeat, knowing you cannot cure President Zhu's ailment? I had a feeling that in Hangzhou, no one's medical skills can rival my uncle's. Meng Chuan shook his head with a smile and replied, I am not conceding, rather. While Dr. Chen was examining President Zhu's tongue coating, I took a glance myself. I have a reasonable understanding of President Zhu's condition and no longer require a pulse diagnosis. Oh, you can arrive at a diagnosis without taking the pulse? Chen Yizhen expressed mild astonishment, admitting he could not do the same. Meng Chuan smiled and removed the paper bag he carried, placing it on the table. This contains the prescription I devised during my previous observation of President Zhu's condition. Today, I intended to prepare the medicine for him. If I am not mistaken, the prescription provided by Dr. Chen should mirror the contents of my bag precisely. Let us verify this. Chen Yizhen's interest was piqued, and he instructed Chen Ying to read his prescription aloud. 3 tails of green peel, 2 tails of magnolia bark. With each ingredient Chen Ying recited, Meng Chuan was able to extract the corresponding herb from his bag, with exact measurements. Ultimately, as Chen Yizhen finished reading his prescription, Meng Chuan's bag was entirely emptied. Zhu Guangyao and his son Zhu Wenbin were instantly taken aback, particularly Zhu Wenbin, who had initially regarded Meng Chuan as a fraud. To his astonishment, the prescription he provided was identical to that of the renowned Dr. Chen. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yizhen burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, indeed, talent emerges in every generation. I, Chen, have practiced medicine for over 40 years to attain such expertise, yet Meng, being so young, has achieved remarkable accomplishments. His future is boundless. Meng Chuan smiled and replied, this exchange has merely resulted in a stalemate between us. I trust that when faced with more intricate medical conditions, I may not be able to prescribe as aptly as Dr. Chen. Chen Yizhen understood that this was merely a display of humility from Meng Chuan and admired him, saying, not only is Meng a remarkable physician, but his humility is also commendable, truly a rare quality. At this juncture, Zhu Wenbin interjected with a question. Since both esteemed doctors have provided identical prescriptions, can we commence the preparation of the medicine? Indeed. However, no. Unexpectedly, Meng Chuan and Chen Yizhen offered contradictory responses. Chen Yizhen cast a puzzled glance at Meng Chuan, who promptly elucidated, Dr. Chen, you may not be aware, but when I first arrived, Mr. Zhu's condition had worsened, to the extent of experiencing symptoms of hemoptysis. While this prescription may assist Mr. Zhu's condition, the potency of the medicine is insufficient. We must incorporate atractylodes and 2 additional herbs as supplementary ingredients. Chapter 24. The pink star. Has the condition deteriorated to such an extent? Chen Yizhen was taken aback, then nodded and said, in that case, it is indeed appropriate to incorporate these 2 additional medicinal ingredients. After a brief pause, Chen Yizhen sighed and smiled wryly. It seems that Meng Xiaoyou's medical skills surpass my own. Without your assistance today, General Zhu's illness would have taken at least 6 months to heal. How can I call myself a divine physician when I failed to recognize the necessity of adding these 2 herbs? It truly tarnishes the reputation bestowed upon me. This exchange should rightfully be credited to you, Meng Xiaoyu. I humbly concede defeat. Seeing this, Meng Chuan quickly interjected, Chen Shini, there is no need for self-deprecation. My awareness of the need for these two herbs stems solely from knowing that General Zhu exhibited symptoms of blood loss. Had you been aware of the severity of General Zhu's condition from the outset, you would certainly not have overlooked the inclusion of Atractylodes and Angelica. Therefore, let us consider this exchange a draw. Chen Yizhen recognized that Meng Chuan was offering him a gracious way out. He had indeed taken Zhu Guangyao's pulse and should have been aware of the illness, yet he had still overlooked critical details. In truth, he had been soundly bested by Meng Chuan in medical expertise. However, Chen Yizhen did not dwell on his embarrassment. He respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement and said, Thank you, Meng Xiaoyu. Chening, please take Meng Xiaoyu's herbs and prepare the decoction. Do not neglect the heat. If you cannot manage such a trivial task after being by my side for so long, it would be a waste of time. Yes, uncle, Chening replied, nodding, as he took Meng Chuan's bag of herbs, casting a defiant glare at Meng Chuan before departing. Clearly, Meng Chuan still harbored lingering feelings regarding the draw he had with Dr. Chen. Dr. Meng, please take a seat. I sincerely apologize for my earlier lack of respect in our conversation. I hope you can overlook it, Zhu Wenbin said awkwardly, scratching his head and offering a sheepish smile to Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan, not one to hold grudges, responded with a smile, It's quite all right. I can understand the thoughts of a patient. However, considering we are of similar age, calling me Dr. Meng feels a bit odd. Why don't you call me Meng Laudi? And I shall refer to you as Brother Bin instead? Excellent. From now on, you are my brother, Zhu Wenbin. Zhu Wenbin exclaimed joyfully, giving Meng Chuan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Dr. Chen Yizhen, being exceedingly busy, did not linger for long and soon took his leave. Before departing, he exchanged contact information with Meng Chuan. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ying brought forth the brewed medicine. Meng Chuan examined it, noting that it was perfectly prepared, and instructed Zhu Guangyao to take it. Almost immediately, Zhu Guangyao's pallid complexion regained its vigor, and the persistent discomfort in his stomach faded away. Zhu Guangyao exclaimed in astonishment, while Zhu Wenbin reveled in joy, realizing that his father's long-standing ailment might finally be cured. Zhu Wenbin arranged for a handsome consultation fee of 100,000 to be given to Chen Ying, leaving Meng Chuan startled. To simply brew medicine and receive such a fee, the Zhu family truly possesses great wealth, rivaling even the Wang family. After Chen Ying departed, Zhu Guangyao, now radiant with health, grasped Meng Chuan's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Meng, for your miraculous skills. Had it not been for your prescription, I cannot fathom how long I would have endured this suffering. Meng Chuan chuckled. What are you saying? Even if Dr. Chen were here, your ailment could surely be cured. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Such modesty from Dr. Meng. Zhu Guangyao replied with a smile. I assure you, the consultation fee from Dr. Chen will be duly delivered. Your fee will certainly not be neglected either. Wenbin, please fetch the pink star I have in my room. Yes, father. Zhu Wenbin promptly complied, returning shortly with an exquisitely luxurious gift box. Upon opening it, a stunning pendant revealed itself. Ah! Meng Chuan gasped in astonishment, for he could distinctly sense the pendant's pink diamond was imbued with an exceptionally rich aura. This energy, cultivated over time from the essence of nature, could not be devoured like that of a ghost-faced crab. Yet, its extraordinary vitality indicated that this pink diamond was anything but ordinary. Mr. Meng, are you pleased? Zhu Guangyao inquired, handing the pink star to Meng Chuan. This is the prized possession of our Yaojin jewelry, and there are only 3 in all of Huaxia. I have kept this one especially for you. Consider it a gift. You may present it to your beloved, and I trust no woman could resist the allure of this pink star. Meng Chuan smiled, attempting to decline. This is rather too extravagant, isn't it? Zhu Wenbin chuckled, responding, What is extravagant about it? It's merely over 1 million. This is our family business. You should accept it. Truly, as a titan in the jewelry trade, Zhu Guangyao's wealth was boundless, effortlessly bestowing a consultation fee exceeding 1 million. Indeed, for the Zhu family, the sum of over 1 million is not particularly substantial, if it can secure a lifetime free from the torment of chronic ailments. Zhu Guangyao would not hesitate to part with it. While the pink star's spiritual essence may not be consumable, it remains a precious pendant. Upon seeing the pink star, Meng Chuan was immediately reminded of Jiang Kuer. He felt he owed this quietly devoted girl far too much from his previous life, and it was time to make amends in this one. With this thought, Meng Chuan smiled as he accepted the pink star, saying, "Then I shall graciously accept it." "Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Thank you, Brother Ben. You are too polite, Dr. Meng." Zhu Guangyao laughed heartily. After advising Zhu Guangyao to follow the prescription and take 3 more doses, Meng Chuan prepared to depart. Zhu Guangyao and Zhu Wenbin accompanied him, one on each side. As they reached the front courtyard, suddenly, Meng Chuan halted. "Dr. Meng, what is it?" Zhu Wenbin asked, puzzled. Meng Chuan gazed thoughtfully at a rockery in the northeast corner of the courtyard, sensing that the feng shui there was rather unfavorable. The courtyard was otherwise perfectly square, with a pond and pavilion that aligned with feng shui principles. However, the presence of this rockery in the northeast corner disrupted the harmony of the entire courtyard. It is often said that the northeast of a courtyard, when prosperous, favors male heirs. When deficient, it leads to extinction. This rockery effectively segregated the northeast corner of the courtyard, transferring adverse feng shui onto Zhu Wenbin. Turning to look closely, Meng Chuan noticed a faint dark aura at Zhu Wenbin's brow, which would have been difficult to perceive without careful scrutiny. Was this rockery present when the courtyard was constructed? Meng Chuan inquired, to which Zhu Guangyao replied, "No, this artificial hill was gifted to me by someone else. I had no place to put it, so I simply set it in the corner. Is there a problem with this hill?" Meng Chuan nodded and said, "Indeed, there are some issues. You should dispose of this artificial hill. In the future, when placing objects that alter the feng shui, it is essential to consult a specialist. Otherwise, significant problems may arise." Chapter 25, Elegant Abode O. Zhu Guangyao exclaimed in shock, hastily summoning a moving company to remove the hill. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan approached a tricolor violet, plucking a flower and discreetly performing a gesture, casting a safety spell upon the violet before presenting it to Zhu Wenbin. "Brother Ben, if you trust me, take this tricolor violet. It shall ensure your safety," Meng Chuan said with a smile. Zhu Wenbin hesitated momentarily but accepted the flower, saying, "Thank you, Brother Meng." Upon receiving the flower, Zhu Wenbin noticed something peculiar. The tricolor violet, which should have been delicate, now felt remarkably resilient. Had he not witnessed Meng Chuan pluck it, he might have believed it to be an artificial flower. Seeing Zhu Wenbin accept the bloom, Meng Chuan felt relieved and remarked, "I shall take my leave now. Should there be any anomalies with your health, do not hesitate to visit me at the Jiangbei Medical Hall." With that, Meng Chuan departed. After his exit, Zhu Wenbin couldn't help but examine the extraordinary tricolor violet once more, muttering to himself, "Brother Meng is truly something. I initially thought he was merely a divine physician. Yet he speaks of feng shui in such a mystical manner." In this modern age, with the advancements of science, few still place their faith in the principles of feng shui. Zhu Guangyao, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied earnestly, "You impudent child, refrain from speaking so carelessly. Feng shui is a profound and intricate matter, one that is beyond your comprehension. Had I not sought the counsel of a master regarding the feng shui of our home, would our family's business have flourished so remarkably over the years? Moreover, Dr. Meng is a person of great capability. Whatever he asserts must be taken as truth." I still vividly recall the incident when Meng Chuan captured the ghost-faced crab. A person capable of apprehending such supernatural entities cannot possibly be ordinary. Thus, I have unwavering faith in Meng Chuan. Zhu Wenbin, being a youthful spirit, has always been dismissive of the notion of feng shui. Observing Zhu Wenbin's skepticism, Zhu Guangyao admonished, "Regardless of your belief, you must carry this tricolor violet given to you by Dr. Meng at all times." "Well, I never claimed I wouldn't carry it. Why are you so upset?" Zhu Wenbin shrugged, sheepishly placing the flower into his breast pocket. "I have an appointment with young Master Li this afternoon to meet some friends at Fenghua Villa. Now that your health is stable, I can go with peace of mind." Zhu Guangyao cast a disparaging glance at Zhu Wenbin, remarking, "All you think about is leisure, lacking any seriousness. If you could exhibit even half the diligence of old Wang's son, I would entrust my enterprise to you without hesitation." "Huh, why must you say I lack seriousness? Engaging with young Master Li and his companions is not beneficial for your business? You are well aware of young Master Li's status. Whether we can forge connections through Secretary Du depends on him. Forget it, I won't say much more. I must be on my way." After speaking, Zhu Wenbin glanced at his watch and hurried away. Meng Chuan initially intended to present the pink star directly to Jiang Ku, but upon reflection, with her birthday just 2 days away, he decided it would be more fitting to wait and offer it as a birthday gift. Interestingly, Jiangku and Lu Susu share the same birthday. In his previous life, Meng Chuan meticulously prepared birthday gifts for Lu Susu, often neglecting Jiangku, and there were times he even forgot entirely. As for celebrating Jiangku's birthday, that had never occurred. Looking back, Meng Chuan regretted it immensely and wished he could slap himself. From this moment on, he vowed to cherish Jiangku and prioritize her above all else. In a bid to make amends, Meng Chuan resolved to ensure that this birthday would be special for Jiangku. He called Kong Zhen, requesting assistance in reserving a private room at the finest restaurant in Hangzhou, Fenjiaju. Reservations at Fenjiaju were highly sought after, typically requiring a month's notice or a connection to secure a booking. Fortunately, Kong Zhen was acquainted with the owner of Fenjiaju and readily agreed to facilitate the arrangement for Meng Chuan. Upon learning that Meng Chuan was organizing a birthday celebration for a girl, Kong Zhen chuckled, assuring him that he would make excellent arrangements. Rest assured, Boss Meng. Almost immediately after hanging up, Meng Chuan's phone rang again. This time it was Lu Susu. He hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to answer. Hello. Hello, Meng Chuan. Lu Susu's voice was rather indifferent as she conveyed. In a couple of days, it will be my birthday. I have reserved a table at Fenjiaju and invited some colleagues to join. You should come as well. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, Meng Chuan replied, somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that Lu Susu would invite him to Fenjiaju, and the coincidence was striking. Moreover, the fact that she, who typically preferred to keep him at a distance from her colleagues, had extended a personal invitation to her birthday celebration was unexpected. However, Meng Chuan quickly grasped the underlying reasoning. It was about time to reach a resolution regarding their situation, since he would be visiting Fenjiaju regardless. It seemed prudent to settle matters then. All right, I will attend, he responded. Lu Susu promptly ended the call, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. As soon as she hung up, her colleagues gathered around, inquiring about the outcome. Lu Susu nodded and replied, he agreed to come. Zhang Lei slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, wonderful. This fellow truly has no shame. After the embarrassment he caused me last time, he still dares to show up. This time, I will ensure he is thoroughly humiliated. Lu Susu nodded, saying, indeed, Meng Chuan was quite excessive last time. When he arrives, he should sincerely apologize to all of you. Wang Lily, linking her arm with Lu Susu's, feigned concern as she remarked, Susu, please don't blame us for lacking respect. To be frank, Meng Chuan is truly unworthy of you. This time, we shall thoroughly humiliate him, compelling him to retreat in defeat. At that moment, you and young Master Lu will be able to be together openly, which would indeed be beneficial for you. Lu Susu nodded, affirming, yes, I understand. Rest assured, I have long since lost all feelings for Meng Chuan. My purpose in meeting him this time is solely to discuss our breakup. You need not spare my feelings. Let things unfold as they will. The others rejoiced, their resentment towards Meng Chuan, stemming from the humiliation they had suffered at the hands of Old Knife. Finally finding an outlet, Lu Susu had meticulously crafted her plan. She had summoned Meng Chuan not only to end their relationship, after all. She had already promised young Master Lu that she would be his girlfriend, but also to allow Zhang Lei and the others to exact some well-deserved retribution upon him. With their grievances alleviated, they would find their tenure at Tianlu Pharmaceutical much more comfortable. In this way, she would have extracted every last bit of utility from Meng Chuan before discarding him like refuse. Chapter 26. Birthday celebration 2 days later marked the birthdays of Lu Susu and Jiangku. After the Jiangbei Medical Clinic had closed, Meng Chuan took Jiangku out, declaring his intention to celebrate her birthday in style. He had also discreetly brought along a pink heart-shaped gift, intending to present it to Jiangku when they were alone. Upon learning that Meng Chuan wished to take her out for her birthday, Jiangku was elated. Witnessing her exuberance only deepened Meng Chuan's sense of guilt. It was evident that Kuer asked for so little, yet in his previous life, why had he been so unjust to her? As Meng Chuan made his way to Fengyao residence at the Zhu family, Zhu Wenbin hurriedly returned from outside, making a beeline for the study where Zhu Guangyao was enjoying his tea after dinner. Upon noticing his son burst in, Zhu Guangyao remarked, Father, this is truly miraculous. Zhu Guangyao, displeased, responded, At your age, how can you still be so impulsive? What on earth has transpired? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhu Wenbin opened his palm and exclaimed, Father, behold this. Zhu Guangyao glanced down to see a withered pansy resting in his son's hand. It is merely a withered flower. Is there truly any need for such alarm? We have plenty in our garden, he retorted, sipping his tea with irritation. Zhu Wenbin, in a state of urgency, insisted, "Father, this is no ordinary pansy. It is the one gifted to me by Mr. Meng. Until now, it appeared as fresh as the day it was plucked, and I could not even detach a single petal no matter how I tried. However, just moments ago, while I was leaving with Secretary Feng to visit one of our branches, the flower fell from my pocket. As I bent down to retrieve it, a car sped past, narrowly missing my coat before crashing into a lamppost. The driver was intoxicated and was immediately taken to the hospital. Had that flower not fallen, and had I not bent down to pick it up, I might have been the one sent to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Zhu Guangyao felt a chill run down his spine. Zhu Wenbin was his only son. The thought of anything happening to him was unbearable. "It seems, my boy, you are indeed fortunate and blessed. It is well that there is no trouble. That is not the crux of the matter," Zhu Wenbin declared. "The focal point is that after that vehicle brushed past me, the pansy I picked up withered instantaneously. I watched in disbelief as it transformed from a freshly plucked bloom to its current desolate state. What? Even though I am aware that Meng Chuan is an extraordinary individual, I was still utterly astonished upon hearing my son's account of this incident." Zhu Wenbin exclaimed excitedly, "Father, you have not misjudged him. This divine Dr. Meng is indeed remarkable. My life was undoubtedly spared by him, without the pansy he bestowed upon me. You might not even be seeing me now." Zhu Guangyao nodded repeatedly, both astonished and delighted. "Indeed, Dr. Meng is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Thankfully, I placed my trust in him and discarded that false mountain in the front yard. Otherwise, who knows what calamity might have ensued." After a brief pause, Zhu Guangyao hastily added, "You rascal, the divine Dr. Meng saved your life. You should promptly express your gratitude to him. Such a person deserves to be treated with utmost respect." "That is certainly true." Zhu Wenbin nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "I am fortunate to have befriended Dr. Meng. Forging a connection with him is far more advantageous than knowing the sons of two directors. I shall now head to the garage and present my bespoke top-tier Maybach to Dr. Meng as a token of appreciation." With that, Zhu Wenbin hurriedly departed, making his way to the garage to retrieve the car, preparing to deliver it to Meng Chuan. Before long, Meng Chuan arrived at Finjiaju with Jiangku. Although Fingyao residence boasts a certain elegance, its decor is not excessively opulent. The establishment features merely 2 levels, each detail imbued with a sense of classical charm and refinement. "Brother Chuan, why have you brought me to such an exquisite place for a meal? It seems rather extravagant, especially since you haven't been working these past few days. Perhaps we should opt for a modest eatery instead." Jiangke hesitated, feeling reluctant to enter. Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "Is this what you consider high-end? If you desire, I can bring you here every day." With that, he took Jiangke's hand and led her inside. It was all in jest. Meng Chuan's fortune had soared to several million thanks to Tianlu Pharmaceutical, which generated over 100,000 each month in profit. Dining at Fingyao residence daily was hardly a luxury for him. Noticing Jiangke's continued hesitation, he gently urged her onward. Initially, Meng Chuan intended to escort Jiangke to the reserved private room in Kong Town before seeking out Lu Susu to resolve a matter, all in time to celebrate Jiangke's birthday later. However, upon entering, his gaze fell upon Lu Susu and Zhang Lei, who were already seated at a large table on the ground floor, and Lu Susu had spotted him as well. With an air of inevitability, Meng Chuan realized he would first need to attend to Lu Susu before enjoying a meal with Jiangke. "You've arrived? Come with me," Lu Susu remarked. Casting a sideways glance at Meng Chuan before turning away, Jiangke was taken aback by Lu Susu's presence and quickly called out, "Sister Susu." Yet, Lu Susu paid her no mind. Due to the absence of any blood relation between Jiangke and Meng Chuan, Lu Susu has always harbored an aversion towards Jiangke. It can be said that a significant factor contributing to the gradual estrangement between Meng Chuan and Jiangke was Lu Susu's interference. Jiangke could clearly perceive Lu Susu's hostility and displeasure directed at her. In a moment of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, and she turned to Meng Chuan, saying, "Brother Chuan, you came here to celebrate Sister Susu's birthday, didn't you? It seems she doesn't particularly like me, so I think I should take my leave." As she spoke, she lowered her head, ready to depart. Although she uttered no words of protest, the expression of disappointment on her face was truly heart-wrenching. She had hoped that Brother Chuan had rekindled his concern for her and was willing to celebrate her birthday. However, the reality was that she had merely been brought along by Meng Chuan to celebrate Lu Susu's birthday. She was not the center of attention at all. This stark contrast filled Jiangke with a sense of injustice. Just as she took a step away, she was halted by Meng Chuan's grip. Turning back to face him, Jiang Ke found him gazing at her with eyes full of affection. Silly girl, you are the star of the day. If you leave, who will I celebrate for? Don't worry, once I finish my business, I will spend quality time with you. Just wait a moment, Meng Chuan said tenderly, gently stroking Jiang Ke's hair. Jiang Ke trembled slightly, feeling a warm and sweet sensation rise from her heart. How long had it been since Brother Chuan had spoken to her with such tenderness? It seemed that after meeting Lu Susu, he had drifted further away, but now he was once again returning to her side. With a nod and a smile, Jiang Ke felt a flicker of hope. Chapter 27. Let us break up. Meng Chuan and Jiang Ke followed Lu Susu to the table where Zhang Hai and the others were seated. Upon arrival, Meng Chuan realized that there was no place for either him or Jiang Ke at the table. Perhaps it was for the best, as he had no desire to sit there anyway. Lu Susu plopped down into her seat with an icy demeanor and commanded, Meng Chuan, Zhang Lei and the others are here. Go apologize. Her tone was resolute, suggesting that it was a matter of course for Meng Chuan to offer an apology. Meng Chuan chuckled, responding, apologize? For what? Lu Susu shot him a pointed glance and insisted, of course, for what happened last time at the bar. Meng Chuan, I am ordering you to go apologize immediately. Zhang Lei, Wang Lily, and the others looked on with eager anticipation, expecting Meng Chuan to grovel before them. They believed Lu Susu's influence would compel him to bow to her will. However, to everyone's astonishment, Meng Chuan outright refused. On what grounds do you command me? This defiance sent Lu Susu into a fury. Meng Chuan, how many times have you defied my words? I was initially drawn to you because you listened to me and treated me well. But now, you can't even manage that. Why should I consider you my boyfriend? At that moment, Wang Lily added fuel to the fire. Indeed, Susu, why are you with such a man? He has neither wealth nor power and fails to treat you well. With your abilities, you could easily find a wealthy heir, couldn't you? Zhang Hai chimed in, exactly, Susu. If Meng Chuan does not kneel and apologize to us today, it signifies his disregard for your words. Such a waste of space is better off discarded. The crowd looked down upon Meng Chuan, inexplicably demanding an apology from him. Jiang Ke, despite her usually placid demeanor, was incensed and furrowed her brow, saying, What are you talking about? Why should my brother Chuan apologize to you for no reason? What business is it of yours regarding my brother and sister Susu? Meng Chuan raised his hand, silencing Jiang Ke. Lu Susu, seeing Jiang Ke defend Meng Chuan, felt an even deeper disdain and coldly remarked, Meng Chuan, since you refuse to apologize to Zhang Lei and the others, then let us conclude our gathering here. You are not welcome at my birthday celebration. Furthermore, let us part ways. After uttering this statement, Lu Susu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Based on her understanding of Meng Chuan, she believed that once she mentioned breaking up, he would undoubtedly yield. She anticipated that he would soon be weeping and begging her to stay. At that moment, she intended to make him apologize to Zhang Lei and then ruthlessly humiliate him, declaring that he was unworthy of her, Lu Susu. However, to her surprise, Meng Chuan responded calmly, very well. Instantly, those who awaited a spectacle from Meng Chuan were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Logically, Meng Chuan should have been in tears, pleading for reconciliation with Lu Susu. Why did he agree so nonchalantly, as if it were an insignificant matter? It seemed that Lu Susu was nothing more than refused to him, something he could discard at will. Little did anyone know that Meng Chuan had been contemplating ending his relationship with Lu Susu since early morning. Now that Lu Susu had taken the initiative to propose the breakup, it was a relief for him. Lu Susu felt a sudden pang of frustration. Perceiving the situation as though she were the one being cast aside by Meng Chuan rather than the other way around, she abruptly stood up and exclaimed, Meng Chuan, have you truly agreed to this? Meng Chuan smiled and replied, what else should I say? Haven't you long desired to part ways with me? I thought you would be pleased by my consent. Shouldn't you be pleading with me not to leave you? Lu Susu, in disbelief, asked, plead with you? Why would I do that? To be able to break up with you is something I could only dream of. You. Lu Susu trembled with rage. What do you mean by that? What do you mean it is something you could only dream of? Being with you, Meng Chuan, is a blessing I have earned through many lifetimes, and you dare to suggest that breaking up is something to be desired. It seems that, for you, I am nothing more than refuse that you wished to discard long ago. Meng Chuan replied coolly, blessing? Huh, that is one blessing I do not require. Very well. Meng Chuan, Lu Susu seethed, I truly misjudged your character. After all these years of our relationship, I had no idea you were this kind of person. I graduated from a prestigious university, with a future full of promise. And what about you? You are merely a poor drifter, scraping by with odd jobs. You have no parents, living off others, a harbinger of misfortune. Even as I entered university, I chose to overlook your shortcomings out of gratitude for your kindness towards me. And yet, I still chose to be with you. Without me, how could you possibly enter Tianlu Pharmaceutical and secure a stable position? I have shown you pity and kindness. And today all I asked was for you to apologize to my colleague. Yet you cannot even fulfill that simple request? Furthermore, when I proposed a breakup, you showed no inclination to retain the relationship. Is this truly how you regard our bond? You, a scoundrel, have utterly disappointed me. Upon hearing this, Lu Susu burst into tears. This emotional outpouring elicited a near laugh from Meng Chuan, who had invested the most in this relationship, yet found himself painted as the villain. Wang Lily, witnessing Lu Susu's tears, rushed to comfort her and glared at Meng Chuan, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How could such a wonderful girl like Susu fall for you? Have you no self-reflection? Look in the mirror and see if you are worthy of her. You are nothing but a worthless, aimless drifter, a mere bumpkin, daring to bully our Susu." Zhang Hai scoffed dismissively, saying, "Enough, Susu. Do not waste your tears on such a scoundrel. If it's over, then so be it." Meng Chuan's arrogance stems from the belief that your emotional foundation will keep you tethered to him. He might very well be hoping for you to come crawling back in submission. Unfortunately for him, his calculations have faltered. With your remarkable qualities, it would be a breeze for you to find someone far superior to him. That Lu Dasha who pursued you previously was quite impressive. If you were to pursue him, your life would undoubtedly improve. And who would wish to endure life with a mere drifter like him? Upon hearing this, Lu Susu felt a sense of relief wash over her. She wiped away her tears and glared at Meng Chuan. "Do you truly believe that without you, I would be unable to find someone else? Let me be frank. There are countless suitors vying for my affection, each far more exceptional than you." As she spoke, Lu Susu gestured towards a 1-carat ring adorning her finger. "Do you see this? This was a birthday gift from one of my admirers, a Lu heir, who spent over 30,000 yuan on it. Can you ever afford such a ring in your lifetime?" Chapter 28. What makes you comparable to her? This single ring could very well equate to Meng Chuan's entire annual earnings, not to mention a diamond ring. Even a silver one would likely strain his finances to the breaking point. Lu Susu regarded Meng Chuan as though she were the victor in this contest. "If we are to part ways, I can assure you that I will thrive. Can you say the same? Others can bestow upon me gifts worth over 30,000. Can you match that? This is the disparity between us. If we break up, it is you who should be shedding tears, lamenting your loss." Meng Chuan cast a dismissive glance at the ring on Lu Susu's hand and shook his head. Could he truly not afford gifts? Was it impossible for him to find someone better? Not necessarily. In truth, he had prepared a birthday gift as well. With that, Meng Chuan retrieved a box containing a pink star from his pocket. Zhang Hai scoffed, saying, "A birthday gift? What could this impoverished wretch possibly afford for Susu? I bet it's something he picked up from a street vendor." Wang Lily sneered, adding, "Indeed, what kind of quality gift could he possibly buy? Do you truly intend to compare the trinkets from a roadside stall with the exquisite diamond ring gifted by young Master Lu? I advise you to swiftly retract your gift. Juxtaposing it with the ring from young Master Lu will only serve to amplify your embarrassment." Meng Chuan offered no rebuttal and gently opened the box. Instantly, the pink star emerged before the crowd, leaving everyone in awe, for none had ever beheld such a stunning pendant. This, Lu Susu was rendered speechless. The pink diamond refracted the light in a dazzling array of colors, utterly resplendent. Wang Lily swallowed hard and instinctively retorted, This must surely be a fake. How could Meng Chuan, a mere pauper, possibly possess such a valuable piece of jewelry? The others, regaining their composure, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was highly probable, no? Almost certain that what Meng Chuan held was counterfeit. However, at that moment, a distinguished-looking middle-aged man at a nearby table cast a glance at the pink star in Meng Chuan's possession, and with astonishment exclaimed, "The pink star? It is indeed the pink star? This young gentleman is truly not to be judged by his appearance. The pink star is the treasured gem of Guangyao jewelry. With only 3 existing in the world, it is astonishing to find it here." A colleague of Lu Susu scoffed, saying, "What do you know? The pink star is merely a piece of glass." "What do I know?" The middle-aged man retorted coldly, producing his business card. "I am the manager of the Hangzhou Shalea jewelry counter, and I can discern the authenticity of jewelry at a glance. The pink star is the renowned treasure of Guangyao jewelry, which is not easily replicated." Gazing upon the exquisite hue and luminosity of the pink diamond, One could discern its authenticity without a doubt. This pink star is valued at no less than 1,700,000. Upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment. Shalia, the largest jewelry sales platform in Hangzhou, had its manager proclaiming its legitimacy, thus reinforcing its veracity. Such a pendant, worth more than 1,700,000. This sum could easily purchase a grand residence in Hangzhou. The fact that such a precious ornament was in Meng Chuan's possession was simply inconceivable. Lu Susu, mesmerized by the pink star, felt her breath quicken. What woman does not cherish fine jewelry? Who would not desire such a magnificent pendant? Could it be that this was Meng Chuan's gift for my birthday? It must be so, though the origins of the pink star remained a mystery. On this day of my birth, his presentation of such a treasure could not possibly be intended for anyone else. Indeed, Meng Chuan still harbors feelings for me, wishing to win me back with the pink star. With this thought in mind, and under the envious yet jealous gaze of Wang Lily, Lu Susu elegantly adjusted her hair and declared with great pride, Meng Chuan, you have shown thoughtfulness in preparing such a splendid birthday gift for me. However, today's events shall not be easily overlooked. In light of your intentions, I shall reluctantly accept the pendant. Nonetheless, I, Lu Susu, have decided to end our relationship, and whether reconciliation is possible will depend on your future actions. I am not so easily swayed by a mere pendant. Lu Susu had resolved to secure the pink star before anything else. After Meng Chuan bestowed the pink star upon himself, he could still afford to accompany Lu Daxiao. Lu Susu, eager to seize the pink star from Meng Chuan's grasp, was met with his disdainful retreat of the hand. When did I ever claim this was meant for you? Meng Chuan scoffed. What? Lu Susu was taken aback. Did you not say this was a birthday gift you prepared? It is indeed a birthday gift, but not for you, Meng Chuan replied coolly. As he retrieved the pink heart and turned his gaze towards Jiang Ku, his eyes glimmering with tender affection. Kur, I owe you an apology for the past few years. It was my fault for consistently overlooking you. Here, I promise that from now on, I will celebrate each of your birthdays with heartfelt dedication. With that, Meng Chuan adorned Jiang Ku's delicate neck with the pink star. Her skin, already exquisite, appeared as if bathed in milk, smooth and fair. The pink star nestled against her neck accentuated her rosy complexion, rendering her irresistibly alluring. How beautiful! Someone gasped softly. Indeed, although Jiang Ku typically wore no makeup, only occasionally donning a light touch of cosmetics, her beauty was undeniable. In this moment, the pink star complemented her charm, making her radiate grace. While Lu Susu and Wang Lily, in comparison, seemed to fade into the background, Jiang Ku glanced down at the pink star before raising her gaze to Meng Chuan. Her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Chuan Gu, she choked, covering her mouth. Meng Chuan chuckled gently, wiping away the tear from the corner of her eye. Silly girl, why are you crying? No, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Jiang Ku, unable to contain her laughter, shook her head. In stark contrast, Lu Susu stood nearby with a pallid expression, her countenance a stark juxtaposition to Jiang Ku's evident delight. She had initially believed she had Meng Chuan at her mercy. She had assumed that the pink star was meant for her. She had thought she could continue to look down upon Meng Chuan, trampling on his dignity. Yet, Meng Chuan's unexpected maneuver had left her utterly humiliated. Reflecting on her earlier disdainful demeanor and her intention to seize the pink star, one could only liken her to a fool. Meng Chuan, you scoundrel, how dare you play me for a fool? Lu Susu screeched, her voice akin to that of a shrew. Play you for a fool? Meng Chuan chuckled, gazing at Lu Susu. When did I ever claim the pink star was intended for you? It is merely your own delusion. As for that ring you wear, to be frank, it is only of value in your eyes. I have never regarded it with any significance. Such trifles are hardly worthy of being a birthday gift for Kur. Did you not assert that without you, I would never find a better woman? Just look at Jiang Ku. How do you even begin to compare? Chapter 29. The Pinnacle of Luxury. Maybach Lu Susu, gritting her teeth, retorted, Jiang Ku? Indeed. I suspected from the outset that the two of you were entangled in something improper. Though you are not siblings, you still refer to each other as brother and sister. Living under the same roof, I dare say you must have engaged in unspeakable acts long ago. Meng Chuan frowned slightly and replied, mind your words. Lu Susu seemed to have grasped something, relentlessly pressing on. What? Am I mistaken? You two are nothing but a pair of shameless lovers. Meng Chuan, let me make this clear. Do not think that by finding that wretched woman Jiang Ku, you have triumphed. In the end, what do you possess? Merely a dilapidated clinic. You will squander the rest of your lives within that crumbling establishment, achieving nothing of significance. As for me, I will be candid. I have longed to rid myself of you. Recently, a wealthy young gentleman has been pursuing me, and he has secured the elegant residence where I intend to reside. The life I aspire to lead is one that you two miserable souls could never even begin to fathom. Do you understand? You are destined for poverty, while I shall soar like a phoenix. Your worthless existence holds no value for me. After unleashing this tirade, Lu Susu felt a significant sense of relief. Just then, outside the elegant residence, a young man clad in a tailored suit entered, holding a grand bouquet of roses. Upon noticing the heated argument, he quickly approached Lu Susu. Concern etched on his face. Susu, what troubles you? Why are you so upset? Upon seeing him, Lu Susu immediately linked her arm with his, proudly declaring, "Behold, this is Lu Yunfei, the esteemed young master. Compare his attire and demeanor. Can you rival him? The cost of his suit is something you could never afford in a year." Meng Chuan naturally recognized Lu Yunfei. In a previous life, Lu Susu had followed him closely. When Lu Yunfei pursued Lu Susu, he was already aware of Meng Chuan. Now, upon witnessing the current situation, he naturally comprehended what was unfolding. "Susu, why should you be angered by someone of his ilk?" Lu Yunfei consoled as he wrapped his arm around Lu Susu's slender waist. "From now on, being with me means you will lead a prosperous life. Far too good to squander your emotions on a pauper. Just look at him. His attire speaks volumes of his impoverished existence." Turning his gaze towards Meng Chuan, he spoke with an air of superiority. "You, a mere boy, dare to claim a relationship with Susu for several years? What do you possess that could ever compare to her? Only someone of my stature, a successful individual, is worthy of being with Susu." He continued, "I heard you were once an unemployed drifter, only landing a job at Tianlu Pharmaceuticals due to Susu's connections. With your circumstances, you are unworthy of comparison. Observe my suit. Worth over 10,000. My watch, a staggering 120,000. With a flourish, Lu Yunfei jingled the car keys in his hand, swelling with pride, a Ferrari. Valued at over 5 million. Tell me, when in your life could you ever amass such wealth? Lu Susu nestled against Lu Yunfei, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Chuan. Do you see? This is the kind of man I, Lu Susu, deserve. Compared to the young Master Lu, you are utterly insignificant. Do you think a pendant can prove anything? Young Master Lu hails from a prestigious family. If he wished, he could gift me 10 of those pendants. What do you possess? Not even an electric bicycle. And young Master Lu? He has a Ferrari. Meng Chuan smiled subtly, refraining from offering any rebuttal. Just when Lu Susu thought she had silenced him and was poised to further humiliate him, the unmistakable roar of an engine echoed from outside Fenjiaju. Before long, Zhu Wenbin arrived in a flurry, his face lighting up upon spotting Meng Chuan. "Brother Meng, I have finally found you. Brother Bin, what brings you here?" Meng Chuan was taken aback. "I came specifically to thank you," Zhu Wenbin replied with a grin, producing a wilted pansy from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Meng Chuan immediately understood the situation. Observing Zhu Wenbin, he noted that the dark aura between his brows had dissipated. "Although I cannot articulate the reasons, I know for certain that you saved me, Brother Meng," Zhu Wenbin continued, pressing a set of keys into Meng Chuan's hand. "My father insisted that I express my gratitude properly. I noticed you didn't have a car last time, and since I have a penchant for automobiles, I decided to gift you one from my collection of luxury vehicles. This fully equipped Maybach, which cost me over 10 million, is now yours. The car is right outside. You can drive it away shortly. And please, don't be shy about it. Since I'm giving it to you, accept it graciously. Refusing would be quite ungracious of you." Meng Chuan held the car keys, bemused, while those nearby were left in astonishment. What was happening? A car worth over 10 million. Given away just like that? And refusing it was not an option? Such good fortune, why had it not befallen anyone else? Lu Susu stood wide-eyed, utterly shocked. First came the pink star, followed by the Maybach. What extraordinary luck has Meng Chuan encountered that someone would bestow upon him such valuable possessions? Yet, what does it truly matter? Ultimately, it is merely windfall, akin to that of a nouveau riche. In contrast, the Lu family scion is entirely different. He hails from a prominent family. Their family's enterprise is worth billions, and all manner of luxury cars and jewels will eventually be at their disposal. The items possessed by Meng Chuan hold no allure for her whatsoever. However, she failed to notice Lu Yunfei beside her, who turned pale upon seeing Zhu Wenbin. Just moments ago, Zhu Wenbin had been engaged in jovial conversation with Meng Chuan, but now he turned and immediately furrowed his brow upon spotting Lu Yunfei. You. Zhu Wenbin stared at Lu Yunfei, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, only to quickly dawn upon him the realization. Lu Yunfei wiped the sweat from his brow, shedding the earlier demeanor of arrogance, now wearing a fawning expression as he bowed and said, Zhu. Young Master Zhu. Lu Susu stood there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Lu Yunfei's sudden change. Zhu Wenbin raised an eyebrow and sneered, Lu Yunfei, you, a mere car wash attendant, why are you so well dressed today? I wondered why that Ferrari outside resembled mine. Turns out you brought it here. I leave my car in your care for a wash. And you take it out to impress the ladies? Do you believe I want to call your boss and have you dismissed? At this revelation, Lu Susu and Zhang Hai, along with others, were left in shock. A car wash attendant. Lu's scion is actually a car wash attendant, and the car isn't even his, but belongs to this young man. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing that Zhu Wenbin intended to call his boss, Lu Yunfei could no longer maintain his facade and hastily exclaimed, No, no, no. Young Master Zhu, I was wrong. Please do not contact my boss. If he fires me, I will be unable to afford my meals. Zhu Wenbin snorted in disdain and retorted, Damn it, flaunting in my car. You truly have some nerve. What if it gets scratched or damaged? Can you afford the repairs? Chapter 30. We are exemplary employees. A cold sweat immediately broke out on Lu Yunfei's brow as he quickly replied, I understand, young Master Zhu. I shall never dare again. I implore you, spare me this once. Zhu Wenbin merely curled his lip and commanded, Hand over the car keys to me, and now, be gone. Yes, yes. Lu Yunfei hastily surrendered the keys to Zhu Wenbin and lowered his head, eager to escape this troublesome situation. Lu Susu, still in a state of confusion, grasped Lu Yunfei's arm and inquired, Young Master Lu, what on earth is happening? Aren't you the scion of the Lu family? You drove that car and took me around your opulent mansion, saying that if I agreed to be your girlfriend, I could live with you. Get away. Lu Yunfei, unable to contain his frustration, slapped Lu Susu across the face and scolded, It's all because of you, wretched girl, that I almost lost my job. What Lu family scion? I am merely a car washer. Do you truly believe that with your scant allure, any wealthy young master would take an interest in you? I only sought to deceive you, to play with you until I grew weary, and then cast you aside. Dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family, are you out of your mind? With your family's pitiful state, which affluent young master would ever consider you? Though one might possess a modicum of beauty, can it truly surpass that of the enchanting ladies within the esteemed establishment? They command 2,000 yuan for a single evening. A far greater allure than what you offer. If I were indeed a scion of wealth, a woman like you would hardly captivate my interest. I would indulge in your company a mere couple of times before discarding you. With that, Lu Yunfei cast Lu Susu aside and strode away briskly. Lu Susu, clutching her swollen face, stood frozen in disbelief. Meng Chuan could not suppress a chuckle, remarking, I had thought he was genuinely a wealthy heir, yet it appears he is merely a pretentious car washer. Lu Susu, you certainly have chosen a remarkable man. The Lu family's heir truly lives up to his reputation. I cannot even begin to compare myself to him. This biting mockery left Lu Susu feeling both enraged and aggrieved, causing her to burst into tears. In that moment, she realized she had lost everything. Wang Lily, with a disdainful snort, remarked, Susu, what is there to weep for? This is for the best. Now you can see Lu Yunfei's true colors, the fraud he is. What right does that pathetic Meng Chuan have to mock you? Even if he has stumbled upon good fortune and received a car, what does it matter? He remains a mere laborer, an insignificant temp. We, on the other hand, are official employees of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, the backbone of the company. We should petition the company to dismiss that scoundrel, and they would undoubtedly acquiesce. At that moment, Zhang Lei nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Susu, I am a distinguished employee of the company and have even met General Manager Kong on several occasions. He holds me in high regard. As I turned to speak, the general manager would undoubtedly issue an order to terminate that scoundrel, ensuring he would be left without a job in the future. And we, as employees of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, are far superior to this insignificant wretch. Lu Susu, too, realized her worth. After all, she was an exemplary employee at Tianlu Pharmaceutical. And what of Meng Chuan? Merely a laborer. How could he possibly compare to her? When she first joined the company, General Manager Kong had personally met with her, encouraging her to excel. With just a word from her, it would be a mere trifle for General Manager Kong to dismiss Meng Chuan. Indeed, wiping away her tears, Lu Susu declared, Meng Chuan, I shall see how long you can continue to be so arrogant. I will ensure you are expelled from Tianlu Pharmaceutical. I am eager to witness whether, without a job, the Jiang family will still acknowledge your existence as a worthless individual. Sooner or later, you will be cast out. Is that so? Meng Chuan chuckled. How could it not be? Lu Susu retorted, glaring at him defiantly. At that moment, music suddenly filled the air, the unmistakable tune of Happy Birthday. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound and was taken aback to see Kongjin, impeccably dressed in a suit, wheeling out a large cake. Making his way towards the crowd. Calm, General Manager. The employees of Tianlu Pharmaceutical gasped in astonishment, frozen in place. How could General Manager Kong be here? Zhang Lei suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I just remembered. When I came in today, I ran into General Manager Kong. He chatted with me and asked where I was headed after work. I mentioned I was coming here to celebrate Susu's birthday. It seems General Manager Kong intended to surprise us and celebrate Susu's special day. The others gradually came to a realization, chuckling as they remarked. Manager Kong is truly a remarkable leader. He has even secretly prepared a surprise for us employees. Indeed, it is only fitting, for we are esteemed members of the company, and it is natural for Manager Kong to value and treat us well. Susu is exceedingly fortunate. Manager Kong personally brought her a cake. Overwhelmed with excitement, Susu instinctively believed that Manager Kong's presence was solely to celebrate her birthday. Do you see, Ming Chuan? This is the general manager of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Lu Susu declared proudly, someone like you, a mere laborer, has likely never encountered such a high-ranking leader, have you? His coming here to present me with a cake signifies my importance to him. Meanwhile, you are nothing more than a laborer, insignificant and disposable. Manager Kong could easily discard you. Just wait. Soon I will ensure that Manager Kong dismisses you, so you can comprehend your utter insignificance compared to us. Meng Chuan merely smiled, anticipating the moment when Lu Susu and her companions would be proven wrong, choosing not to offer any explanation. Manager Kong approached with a beaming smile, pushing the cake forward. Lu Susu stepped in front of him, grinning as she said, Thank you so much, Manager Kong, for taking the time to prepare this cake for me. You are. Manager Kong was momentarily halted in his tracks, taken aback to find only his employees before him. He had merely exchanged casual words with Zhang Lei, failing to recall where they had gone. Is it Lu? Manager Kong finally struggled to remember Susu's surname. Indeed, it is I, Manager Kong. I must admit, this cake has left me somewhat embarrassed. Please, allow me to pass. I have matters to attend to. Kong Zhen interrupted Lu Susu's words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Pushing the cake before Meng Chuan, he bowed slightly and remarked, Boss Meng, I have prepared the finest private room for you. This cake has been specially made for you. And this lovely lady beside you. She must be your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. I hope my arrangements today meet your satisfaction. What? The cake is intended for Meng Chuan. And Manager Kong even addressed him as Boss Meng? What on earth is happening? Lu Susu was stunned, and the others from Tianlu Pharmaceutical were equally bewildered. Meng Chuan is merely a laborer. How could Manager Kong refer to him as Boss Meng? Meng Chuan smiled faintly and replied, Manager Kong, you are truly thoughtful. I merely asked you to reserve a private room. I did not expect such thorough arrangements. Chapter 31. With nothing at all, Kong Zhen chuckled, with your esteemed status. I must certainly provide you with proper arrangements. Thank you for your trouble, Meng Chuan replied with a smile, glancing at Lu Susu, and taunted. Aren't you quite important to Manager Kong? Why not give it a try and see if you can have him dismiss me? Lu Susu dared not speak, for it was evident to her that Meng Chuan's standing in the company surpassed even that of Manager Kong. Meng Chuan smiled and asked, Why the silence? Otherwise, allow me to inquire how significant you individuals truly are to Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Upon saying this, Meng Chuan turned to Kong Zhen and asked, General Manager Kong, aside from Wang Dehai, I wish to dismiss a few more individuals. Please assess whether any of these people are particularly crucial to the company and should not be dismissed. Meng Chuan gestured towards Zhang Lei and others, whose expression shifted dramatically. Kong Zhen chuckled and replied, Boss Meng, you jest. If you wish to dismiss them, feel free. There is no one who cannot be let go. Just say the word, and I shall have the HR department handle the formalities. Very well. Let us proceed with the dismissal of these individuals, Meng Chuan remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Kong Zhen nodded and said, As you wish, Boss Meng. Zhang Lei, Wang Lili, and the others immediately fell into a state of panic. Their employment at Tianlu Pharmaceutical had not come easily, and the thought of being dismissed left them pondering how their families would survive. reflecting on the moment when Meng Chuan had acknowledged himself as the CEO of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. They regretted having ridiculed him as a fool. Overcome with despair, Zhang lay threw himself at Meng Chuan's legs, pleading, "Boss Meng, I realize my mistakes. I am but a mere employee, foolishly opposing someone as esteemed as you. I truly understand my errors. I implore you, please do not dismiss me. I desperately need this job." Wang Lily collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably, nearly prostrating herself before Meng Chuan. "Boss Meng, it is we who failed to recognize your greatness, and we have offended you. Had I known you were indeed the boss, how could I ever dare to oppose you alongside that wretched Lu Susu? This entire debacle is Lu Susu's doing. I tell you, during her internship, she was entangled with that Lu Dasha, and she has long desired to sever ties with you. Such a despicable person deserves to be dealt with accordingly. But we are innocent. I implore you, spare us." The employees of Tianlu Pharmaceutical pleaded, causing Meng Chuan to furrow his brow. In his previous life, Meng Chuan had been bullied and humiliated by this very group, having once sought their mercy, yet none had shown him clemency. Waving his hand, Meng Chuan instructed, "Manager Kong, have the staff of Finjiaju escort these individuals away. Their clamor is ruining my dining experience." "Yes, Boss Meng." Manager Kong nodded, preparing to call security. Lu Susu, awakening from her stupor, was filled with genuine regret. She had believed that by discarding Meng Chuan today, she would gain the approval of her colleagues and the chance to enter the upper echelons of society. Yet, what was the outcome? She had lost everything. Even her job was gone. "Meng Chuan," Lu Susu cried, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "I was wrong, Meng Chuan. I should not have uttered those words earlier. I beseech you, let us reconcile, shall we? I promise to treat you well from now on, and I will not engage with other men. I will love only you for the rest of my life. Is that not enough? Did you not claim to love me the most? You must surely absolve me, mustn't you?" Meng Chuan thrust Lu Susu away, uttering a single word, "Begone." Lu Susu was stunned and was promptly escorted out by the security personnel of Fengya Manor. Meng Chuan felt as though a weight had finally lifted from his chest. In his previous life, when he had pleaded with Lu Susu for reconciliation, she had treated him in precisely this manner. But now, the tables had finally turned. Even if Lu Susu were to kneel before him and lick his boots, he would not harbor a shred of pity, for Meng Chuan had always given her his heart and soul, and what had she given him in return? All of this was merely her just deserts. Noticing a change in Meng Chuan's demeanor, Jiang Ku'er gently nudged him, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right, Brother Chuan?" Meng Chuan smiled, responding, "Me? What could possibly be wrong with me? I apologize, Ku'er. I had intended to handle all of this myself. But you ended up witnessing everything." Jiang Ku'er's expression was complex as she said, "Brother Chuan, I truly never imagined that you and Sister Susu would break up, and in such a decisive manner. I had always believed that you loved her deeply." He had loved her deeply, but that was in the past. Meng Chuan shook his head. At this moment, Zhu Wenbin interjected with a chuckle, "Brother Meng, this must be your sister, correct? She is truly beautiful. In all my days, I have rarely encountered anyone as strikingly pure and lovely as your sister." Jiang Ku'er's cheeks flushed slightly at Zhu Wenbin's words. And she clarified, "No, I am not Brother Chuan's girlfriend. I am his younger sister." "Oh, pardon me, I misspoke." Zhu Wenbin scratched his head sheepishly. Meng Chuan smiled, refraining from further comment. Evidently, while Jiang Ku'er harbored affections for him, she had not yet fully reconciled herself to the metamorphosis from brother to boyfriend. However, Meng Chuan was in no hurry. Given this second chance, he was determined to safeguard Ku'er, ensuring she would not endure even a modicum of distress. As Meng Chuan intended to celebrate Wang Ku'er's birthday, Zhu Wenbin, upon delivering the car, excused himself without delay. Before departing, Zhu Wenbin inquired whether Meng Chuan would be available the day after tomorrow, as there was a rough stone auction in Hangzhou that he wished to invite Meng Chuan to. As a form of amusement, Meng Chuan, with no pressing engagements, readily accepted. Subsequently, Meng Chuan, guided by a server from Finjiaju, proceeded to the most opulent private room. There, he and Jiang Ku'er enjoyed a delightful meal. Afterward, they embarked on a leisurely drive in the Maybach gifted by Zhu Wenbin before returning to the Jiangbei Medical Clinic. Upon their return, Jiang Beixiang was already asleep. The two tiptoed upstairs. Jiang Ku'er paused at her bedroom door, beaming at Meng Chuan, and expressed, "Thank you, Brother Chuan. This has truly been the most joyous birthday I've ever had." Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "From now on, I will ensure that every day brings you joy." These words resonated within Jiang Kuer's heart like a skittish fawn. She rose onto her toes and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon Meng Chuan's cheek. Then, with a flushed face, she said, "All right, it's getting late. You should go to sleep." With that, she closed the door. Meng Chuan, touching his cheek, chuckled, utterly content. At present, the relationship between himself and Jiang Kuer was merely separated by a gossamer veil, awaiting the opportune moment to be rent asunder. Contentment fills Meng Chuan's heart, knowing that he is merely a wall apart from his beloved, a stark contrast to the previous life where they were separated by the veil of existence. Chapter 32. Establishing a homestead. Upon re-entering his chamber, Meng Chuan discovered Daju sprawled across his bed in deep slumber. Since acquiring the power of speech, the feline had increasingly behaved as the master of the house, never deigning to rest in the cat bed Meng Chuan had provided. "Awaken and relinquish my space," Meng Chuan exclaimed, playfully nudging Daju. In response, the stout cat lashed out with a robust hind leg, sending Meng Chuan sprawling. The creature possesses immense strength, even surpassing my own. Verily, these enlightened beings are not to be trifled with. Why dost thou rouse me from my slumber? I am neither bound by labor nor studies." Daju grumbled, its eyes remaining shut. Meng Chuan rose from the floor, massaging his posterior. "Must I remind thee, feline, that thou art occupying my bed? Return to thy own abode." Upon hearing this, the ginger cat lifted its head, squinting. "Minion, thou must recognize thy station. Wouldst thou have one of my noble bearing recline in a mere cat bed? Very well, I shall concede and grant thee a portion of this space." With that, Daju rolled over, leaving a small area on the bed unoccupied. Meng Chuan relented, accepting his fate. After all, his current existence was owed to Daju. As Meng Chuan settled down, Daju began to purr, saying, "Speaking of which, minion, thou must not neglect thy cultivation. The great tribulation of thy lineage could arrive at any moment." At these words, a chill ran through Meng Chuan, and he furrowed his brow. "I am aware. Despite this predicament, the consumption of the ghost-faced crab has left me without an immediate replacement. Furthermore, the acquisition of other mystical creatures and demonic beasts proves exceedingly rare, particularly within an urban environment rather than the wilderness. Given the Earth's current dearth of spiritual energy, alternative cultivation methods would yield frustratingly slow progress." Upon the mention of the ghost-faced crab's consumption by Daju, the feline exhibited a hint of embarrassment, clearing its throat before suggesting, "While mystical creatures may be elusive, the procurement of substitutes is not beyond possibility. Certain animal breeds, such as the Yuanbao chicken and black pig, possess traces of mystical lineage, albeit faint, which could still serve a purpose. Moreover, the acquisition of aged traditional Chinese medicine would serve a dual purpose. Firstly, for refining elixirs, extracting their spiritual essence for personal consumption and augmenting one's internal spiritual energy, and secondly, for nourishing those animals with the remnants or younger herbs, potentially imbuing them with a modicum of spiritual energy for your subsequent absorption. In the absence of mystical creatures, such a strategy represents the only viable path to cultivation." The feline's words served as an epiphany for Meng Chuan. Indeed, while mystical creatures were scarce, aged traditional Chinese medicine and ordinary animals remained accessible. Although their efficacy paled in comparison to that of mystical creatures, they could still contribute to cultivation. Herbs, in particular, were readily obtainable, especially with Meng Chuan's connection to Tianlu Pharmaceutical, which could be utilized to procure aged specimens. As for personally raising livestock, that endeavor would undoubtedly prove challenging, necessitating the acquisition of a farm at the very least. Consequently, it behooves one to devise a plan for acquiring a farmstead and subsequently to seek avenues for procuring fowl imbued with the essence of mythical creatures. However, the financial resources required to establish such a farm currently elude Meng Chuan. Despite the considerable worth of Tianlu Pharmaceuticals, its operational needs necessitate the circulation of capital, leaving Meng Chuan with a mere 2 to 3 million in disposable monthly earnings. The establishment of a fully functional farm would undoubtedly necessitate a sum in the tens of millions. Verily, the path to cultivation is protracted, demanding the gradual accumulation of resources. The following morn, upon descending the stairs, Meng Chuan observed that Jiang Beixiang had already commenced his practice, the doors of the clinic flung open to receive patients. "Meng Chuan," Jiang Beixiang remarked, his quill dancing across the prescription pad, "pray, ascertain the ownership of yonder vehicle obstructing our entrance, and if possible, request its relocation." Meng Chuan, abashed, scratched his head and confessed, "The vehicle is mine. I returned late last night and inadvertently parked it before the clinic. I shall move it forthwith." "Yours?" Jiang Baixiang chuckled, dismissing Meng Chuan's statement as jest. "What jest do you weave, young man? Though my knowledge of automobiles is limited, even I can discern that such a vehicle commands a considerable price. When you possess the means to acquire such a conveyance, my contentment shall know no bounds. Pray tell, I have not observed you engaging in employment of late. I am given to understand that the maiden of the Liu household has secured employment for you. Yes? Strive diligently, eschewing lofty ambitions, and remain steadfast. The young lady of the Liu lineage possesses discerning tastes. Exert yourself, for your union draws nigh. Do not falter." Jiang Baixiang was unaware of the fact that Meng Chuan and Lu Su Su had already parted ways. Just as Meng Chuan was about to elucidate the situation, Jiang Ku descended from the upper floor, attired in a rather formal manner. "Chuan Gu," Jiang Ku exclaimed. Her footsteps hurried and her expression tinged with urgency. "Could you possibly give me a ride? I need to attend the 4th round of interviews at the first hospital, and I'm running a bit late." "Ah, certainly. Hop into my car." Meng Chuan responded promptly, rushing outside to start the vehicle. During their drive, through conversation with Jiang Ku, Meng Chuan learned that her internship at the first hospital had yet to be finalized. Typically, interviews of this nature would conclude within 2 rounds, yielding results swiftly. However, Jiang Ku seemed to be in a perpetual state of limbo, the reasons for which remained elusive. After delivering Jiang Ku to the first hospital, Meng Chuan chose not to depart immediately. The first hospital also housed a traditional Chinese medicine department, which might provide an opportunity to procure some aged herbs for alchemical purposes. Coincidentally, he had a slight acquaintance with Chen Yizhan, and perhaps he could leverage that connection to acquire suitable medicinal plants. Thus, he accompanied Jiang Ku to the interview venue, while simultaneously placing a call to Chen Yizhan to announce his arrival at the first hospital, expressing his desire to pay a visit. Upon hearing of Meng Chuan's presence, Chen Yizhan was quite thrilled and requested that Meng Chuan wait a moment, assuring him that he would arrive shortly. Alone in the corridor, Meng Chuan awaited Chen Yizhan and couldn't help but feel a sense of suspicion regarding this so-called interview department. It seemed that today, only Jiang Ku was present for the interviews. Meanwhile, within the interview room, Jiang Ku sat upright in her chair, facing a middle-aged man with a balding head and a rotund physique. He fixed his lascivious gaze upon Jiang Ku, his eyes lingering upon her bosom and posterior. Oblivious to her words, Jiang Ku, discomfited by his ogling, interjected, "Director Sun, you inquired about the protocol for managing a secondary wound rupture accompanied by profuse hemorrhaging. I have articulated my response. What is your assessment of its merit?" Sun Yi, jolted back to reality, dabbed at the corner of his mouth and assumed a semblance of propriety. "Ah, yes," he remarked. "Your response was quite satisfactory, indeed accurate." Jiang Ku, buoyed by his affirmation, inquired, "Director Sun, might I infer that I have successfully navigated the interview process and may commence my internship at the first hospital?" Sun Yi demurred. "That determination necessitates further scrutiny of your subsequent performance." Chapter 33. Unspoken Expectations Scrutiny. Jiang Ku's spirits flagged, as the protracted 4-round interview process had yet to yield a definitive outcome. "Director Sun," she implored, biting her lower lip, "pray, identify any deficiencies in my qualifications. I beseech you to provide explicit guidance. My fellow interviewees have, by and large, received their verdicts, while I alone remain in limbo. If I am found wanting, I implore you to enlighten me. I am amenable to improvement, I assure you." Sun Yi, perceiving that Jiang Ku had broached the crux of the matter, cleared his throat and leered suggestively. "It appears your perspicacity is commendable. Jiang Ku, join me for a repast upon my departure from the office this evening. I shall then elucidate your shortcomings at your leisure." Jiang Ku furrowed her brow. "Director Sun, I would prefer that you apprise me of these matters forthwith." "Very well." Straightening his posture, Sun Yi jested with a grin. "Jiang Ku, let's be frank. Your academic performance is excellent, and your capabilities are sufficient. Logically, there should be no issue with you interning at the first hospital. However, at times, you lack a certain understanding. Do you recall Yang Jin, who came with you? Her grades were clearly inferior to yours, yet she passed the 2nd round of interviews. That's because she possesses a certain savvy. After the 2nd round of interviews, she proactively treated me to dinner, and we adjourned to a hotel that very evening. So, Yang Jin was guaranteed to pass the 2nd round? Your situation is quite straightforward. If you become enlightened and consent to an intimate encounter with me, I assure you that entering this internship will be effortlessly within your reach. Furthermore, securing a position at the first hospital in the future will be no problem. However, if you feign ignorance, then I'm afraid, regardless of your academic achievements, as long as I obstruct you, you can abandon all hope of ever entering this establishment. Jiang Ke instantly comprehended why she had been consistently denied entry into the first hospital. Immediately, she rose to her feet and exclaimed indignantly, So it was you deliberately making things difficult for me. Sun Yi shrugged and chuckled. So what if it was? Jiang Ke, this is the real world. And there are certain things you must comprehend. Whether a mere intern like yourself is qualified to be here hinges solely on my say-so. I'm laying it bare for you now. Spend the night with me tonight, and tomorrow you can commence your internship here. Otherwise, you can attend 100 rounds of interviews. And it will be futile. You reprehensible scoundrel. Jiang Ke exclaimed, incensed. You are utterly disgusting. I shall report you to your superiors. With that, she turned to depart. However, as Jiang Ke reached the doorway, she discovered, to her dismay, that the exit was secured. Spare yourself the effort. Do you truly believe our superiors would lend credence to our grievances? Sun Yi rose and advanced towards Jiang Ke, stating, I've engaged in such activities with countless interns like yourself and encountered no repercussions. What makes you believe you can be the exception? Do you perceive yourself as possessing some unique quality? Is it merely your beauty, your innocent charm? In the end, in this society, aren't women destined to be dominated by men? Cease your resistance. Rather than allowing you to be exploited by others, wouldn't it be preferable to yield to me? Let's dispense with the formality of a hotel. This location is typically deserted. I shall have my way with you here and now. In return, I assure you, your internship will be secured. With eyes gleaming with avarice, Sun Yi reached out, intent on tearing at Jiang Ke's garments. Jiang Ke, terrified, futilely struck Sun Yi with her handbag. At that moment, the door was violently forced open, splintering into fragments. A young man with a grave countenance stood in the entrance. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ke was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Brother Chuan. Indeed, it was Meng Chuan. Endowed with his ancestors' legacy and Meng Chuan's auditory senses far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Sun Yi, in his arrogance, believed his actions were shielded from detection, but Meng Chuan had overheard every word. To dare attempt to exploit Jiang Ke. Startled by the intrusion, Sun Yi initially faltered, but swiftly regained his composure. Pointing accusingly at Meng Chuan, he bellowed, Who are you? How dare you disrupt the peace in a hospital setting? Vacate this instant, or I shall summon the authorities. Instead of engaging in idle chatter with Sun Yi, Meng Chuan seized his wrist with a swift motion. His countenance grim, he twisted it sharply, the sound of bone snapping filling the air as Sun Yi's arm was fractured. Who granted you the audacity to bully Kuer? Meng Chuan exclaimed, punctuating his words with a forceful kick to Sun Yi's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Meng Chuan intended to further discipline Sun Yi, but Jiang Ke swiftly intervened, imploring, That's sufficient, Chuan Ji. I am unharmed. Merely impart a lesson. Further escalation risks a fatality. Meng Chuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the prone Sun Yi, remarking, Such vermin deserve annihilation. A hospital is a sanctuary for healing, and the intrusion of such a depraved individual can only corrupt it entirely. Jiang Ke, sensing Meng Chuan's genuine ire, grasped his hand, saying, He is indeed reprehensible. But it is not worth our entanglement with the authorities. I shall forego treatment at this hospital and seek consultation at the People's Hospital instead. Perhaps an opportunity remains. Let us depart promptly. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement and prepared to escort Jiang Ke away. At that moment, Sun Yi staggered to his feet. Hurling insults at Meng Chuan and Jiang Ke depart? Not so facile. You insolent couple dare assault me? This matter is far from concluded. Meng Chuan's brow furrowed as he turned back, retorting with a sardonic smile. I had not yet spoken, yet you vociferously protest. This matter is not concluded, you say? What course of action do you envision? What course of action? With a sardonic chuckle, Sun Yi clutched his fractured arm and retorted. I shall summon the authorities and press charges against you, ensuring your incarceration. As for Jiang Ke, I assure you, my influence pervades every medical institution. A mere utterance from me will bar your entry into any hospital. You dare contend with me? What significance do you possess? Unless you prostrate yourselves before me in supplication, and Jiang Ke becomes perpetually available, subject to my whims, I might deign to grant you leniency. Otherwise, prepare to rue this day. Having delivered his ultimatum, Sun Yi smirked, anticipating Jiang Ke's imminent capitulation and willing surrender. Amused by the man's audacity, Meng Chuan released Jiang Ke and advanced towards Sun Yi. Oblivious to the impending peril, Sun Yi arrogantly sneered. What? Fear has finally gripped you, and you seek to beg for mercy? Come, if you can satisfy me today, I might consider foregoing further retribution. Retribution, my foot, Meng Chuan retorted, delivering a resounding slap that sent Sun Yi reeling, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Meng Chuan then unleashed a series of forceful kicks, eliciting anguished wails from Sun Yi. I extend you an olive branch, yet you spurn it? Today, I shall witness precisely how you intend to make this interminable for us. Chapter 34. Stern Repercussions. What transpires here? At that moment, Chen Yizhen hastily arrived. He had initially sought Meng Chuan, but, upon hearing the commotion, hastened to investigate. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Meng Chuan assaulting Sun Yi. Noticing Chen Yizhen's presence, Meng Chuan ceased his assault. You little cur, continue your assault if you possess the courage. Sun Yi was left in a state of utter disarray after being thoroughly beaten by Meng Chuan, yet he continued to spew foul insults. Chen Yizhen, witnessing Sun Yi's vitriol directed at Meng Chuan, could not help but furrow his brow and inquire, Director Sun, what is the meaning of this? Sun Yi regarded Chen Yizhen as his savior, approaching him with tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading, Dean Chen, you must stand up for me. This student, Jiang Ke, is unqualified, and I strictly adhered to the regulations by refusing him an internship at our hospital. Yet, this insolent brat dared to confront me and physically assaulted me. Such behavior is utterly deplorable. As the director responsible for managing our interns, I must ensure the quality of those we accept. They have resorted to threats and coercion, and in a fit of rage, they struck me. This matter requires serious intervention. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ke was instantly incensed and began to weep, exclaiming, You were the one who barred my entry into the hospital for my internship and attempted to exploit me. It was Brother Chuan who acted in your defense. How can you turn the tables and falsely accuse me and Brother Chuan? Sun Yi scoffed, retorting, The one truly turning the tables is you. As a distinguished director, would I stoop to exploiting a mere intern like you? Just wait and see whom Dean Chen will believe. He was confident in his long-standing contributions to the first hospital, convinced that Chen Yizhen would undoubtedly side with him. To his surprise, however, after listening to both parties, Chen Yizhen did not call security to apprehend Meng Chuan as Sun Yi had anticipated. Instead, he turned to Meng Chuan and politely remarked, Dr. Meng, regarding this matter. Meng Chuan, with a stern expression, replied, Dean Chen, my sister wishes to intern at your hospital, yet she has encountered such circumstances. I believe you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. The implications are already strikingly clear. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhen's expression turned exceedingly grim. Known for his integrity, he had dedicated over a decade as the director, striving to rectify the hospital's ethos. However, with hundreds of staff members, he could not ensure that every physician would fulfill their duties diligently. Now, not only had Sun Yi become a pariah, but he had also drawn the ire of Meng Chuan. The medical expertise of Meng Chuan instilled a sense of reverence in Chen Yizhen, and witnessing Meng Chuan's displeasure left him unable to remain composed. With a sharp slap, Chen Yizhen struck Sun Yi's face and furiously exclaimed, You are a disgrace to the first hospital. I appointed you to this position, and you dare engage in such despicable behavior. If this comes to light, where will the reputation of our first hospital be placed? Sun Yi was taken aback, utterly astonished that the young man's words had led Chen Yizhen to believe him without hesitation. He hurriedly defended himself. Director Chen, you must trust me. They are merely trying to extort me, such people. But Chen Yizhen interrupted him with another resounding slap, furiously retorting, Are you still trying to argue? What kind of person is divine Dr. Meng, and what are you? Do you truly believe you are worthy of being extorted by him? Jiang Ke pondered for a moment and suggested, Director Chen, this scoundrel claims that several interns have been subjected to his unethical practices. To discern the truth, you might consider conducting an investigation. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's countenance immediately fell. He dared not offer further excuses, kneeling and weeping. Director Chen, I confess. I initially intended to exploit my position to manipulate the female interns. However, they were all willing. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Will you spare me this once? Chen Yizhen trembled with fury, kicking Sun Yi aside, exclaiming, Spare you? After such actions, how can I possibly let you go? This transcends mere misconduct. It is a legal transgression. A person like you can no longer remain at the first hospital. From this moment forth, you are no longer a doctor here. As for your vile deeds, you shall explain them to the police yourself. Please, Director Chen, Sun Yi wailed. Yet Chen Yizhen remained unmoved. Soon, security arrived to escort Sun Yi away, and the matter regarding his exploitation of the female interns would swiftly reach a conclusion. Once Sun Yi's situation was resolved, Chen Yizhen turned to Meng Chuan with sincere regret. Master Meng, I truly apologize. I never anticipated that my subordinate would commit such an act. Meng Chuan understood that this was not Chen Yizhen's fault, recognizing his integrity. So he chose not to pursue the matter further, waving his hand. Since this issue has been addressed, I shall refrain from saying more. Thank you for your understanding. Master Meng, Chen Yizhen sighed in relief, then turned to Jiang Ku with a gentle smile. Young lady, your name is Jiang Ku, is it not? Jiang Ku promptly replied. Yes, Director, my name is Jiang Ku. During your first round of written examinations, you achieved the top score, which left a profound impression on me. At that time, I found it perplexing that someone with such remarkable results did not pass the initial interview. It seems it was indeed my lack of oversight over my subordinates that resulted in such a delay for you. Let us resolve this. I shall approve your internship application, and you may commence your internship at the first hospital starting tomorrow. What do you think? Chen Yizhen remarked with a smile. Jiang Ku was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, this." Meng Chuan also smiled faintly, saying, Director Chen, this doesn't seem appropriate. While we are acquainted, we cannot resort to favoritism, can we? It would be best if you could personally interview Kur. If she lacks the requisite abilities, you may dismiss her without concern for my connections. Chen Yizhen laughed heartily. Chen would never engage in such underhanded dealings. The truth is, Jiang Ku is exceptionally talented. Her written examination was executed flawlessly, and I have even shared her paper with several physicians in the hospital for their study. If she is not qualified to intern here, then no one else would be. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan felt reassured and replied, In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Director Chen. Jiang Ku promptly bowed and expressed her thanks as well. Oh, it's nothing. I should be the one apologizing to you. Chen Yizhen chuckled. How about the two of you join me in my office for a cup of tea? I will have someone print Jiang Ku's internship contract and deliver it directly. Very well, Meng Chuan nodded, guiding Jiang Ku to follow Chen Yizhen towards the director's office. Jiang Ku gently pinched Meng Chuan's waist, wrinkling her delicate nose as she whispered, Chuan Gu, how many secrets are you hiding from me? Hiding from you? What could I possibly be concealing? Meng Chuan replied with a smile. Chapter 35. Unexpected developments. Jiang Ku pouted her rosy lips in dissatisfaction and said, First, yesterday at Fingyao Pavilion, someone gifted you a car, and then another person presented you with a pendant. Moreover, you inexplicably acquired a large company under your command. And today, the esteemed director of the first hospital, renowned as the greatest physician in Hangzhou, Chen Yizhen, treated you with such deference. Chuan Gu, when did you become so formidable? Meng Chuan chuckled and replied, Well, it's a long story. I merely saved 2 individuals, and suddenly, everyone gathered around. Pull the other one. Who would believe you? Jiang Ku shot him an exasperated glance. Meng Chuan raised his hands in surrender. I truly am not deceiving you. It was because of the elderly Wang who visited the hospital a few days ago that I met so many people. What could I possibly hide from you? Indeed, aside from matters concerning the large orange cat, Meng Chuan had not intentionally concealed anything from Jiang Ku. Satisfied with his response, she nodded and smiled. That's more like it. However, Chuan Gu, why has your medical skills suddenly become so extraordinary that even divine physician Chen holds you in such high regard? If I had known you were so capable, it would have been wonderful for you to stay at the Jiangbei Medical Hall and assist my father with consultations. Why did you have to work as a laborer before? Well, I had never treated patients before. What if something went awry? Wouldn't Uncle Jiang be burdened by my mistakes? In a moment of desperation, he had acted, unexpectedly achieving success. Meng Chuan concocted a casual excuse, managing to evade scrutiny. Soon, the 3 of them found themselves in the office of the dean. Chen Yizhen personally prepared a cup of tea for Meng Chuan and Jiang Ku, engaging in light conversation for a while. Before long, Meng Chuan steered the discussion towards the matter at hand. Dean Chen, apart from this pleasant chat, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance, Meng Chuan began. Chen Yizhen chuckled, replying, Is there truly something that Meng Shini requires my help with? Please, feel free to ask. I shall spare no effort in assisting you. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Xiao Meng. Meng Chuan smiled. I am aware that the first hospital has a traditional Chinese medicine department, which must possess a stock of herbal medicines. I wish to select some aged herbs from your collection for my own purposes. Chen Yizhen nodded with a smile. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. That is quite agreeable. I shall personally escort you to the hospital's storeroom. Take whatever you desire. It shall be my gift to you, Xiaomeng. Meng Chuan was elated, saying, Thank you very much, Dean Chen. However, I must insist on compensating you appropriately. Please do not decline. Well, Xiaomeng, you are also the savior of President Wang, and you oversee a significant enterprise. You need not worry about such trivial sums. If I were to refuse, it would only appear pretentious, Chen Yizhen remarked as he stood up. Come, I shall take you to the storeroom now. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Meng Chuan followed Chen Yizhen to the traditional Chinese medicine storeroom, while Jiang Ku remained behind to finalize her internship contract, planning to meet up with Meng Chuan shortly thereafter. After wandering through the traditional Chinese medicine storeroom, Meng Chuan could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. With the inheritance of Taoist practices at his disposal, he was able to discern the ages of these medicinal herbs with precision. The older the herbs, the more abundant the spiritual essence they contained. However, within the vast storeroom, there was a scarcity of herbs brimming with spiritual energy. After searching for a while, the best he could find was a few decades old Heishou Wu, which was barely the finest treasure of the entire warehouse. Upon seeing Meng Chuan select this, Chen Yizhen felt a pang of regret, as if his eyelids were twitching in distress. With a lack of superior medicinal materials, Meng Chuan had no choice but to make do by choosing the best herbs available, filling his backpack. According to the ancestral records of alchemical knowledge, this quantity of herbs, when refined using the secret method of spiritual enhancement, could yield 2 spirit-gathering pills. As Meng Chuan sensed the spiritual aura of these herbs, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that this excursion had borne some fruit. After settling the payment, he returned with Chen Yizhen, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they prepared to leave with Jiang Ku. Suddenly, a middle-aged physician, drenched in sweat, rushed in, exclaiming in a frantic tone, Director Chen, it's urgent. The emergency department has just brought in a patient, and the situation is dire. Taken aback, Chen Yizhen quickly inquired, what is the condition of the patient? The middle-aged physician replied anxiously, there is intracranial hemorrhage, and the intracranial pressure has already reached 300. The patient has progressed from initial symptoms of headache and vomiting to a state of unconsciousness, and the intracranial pressure continues to rise. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhen became alarmed and exclaimed, given the urgency of the situation, why are we still discussing this? We must proceed with the surgery at once. However, the middle-aged physician found himself in a predicament. The patient was an elderly lady, whose advanced age posed significant risks if surgery were to be performed hastily. Administering anesthesia could further elevate her blood pressure, potentially leading to life-threatening consequences. Physicians harbor a deep-seated apprehension when attending to elderly patients, for their frail bodies are ill-equipped to endure the tribulations of surgery. A moment's negligence could result in a tragic fate on the operating table. Upon learning that the patient was of advanced age, Chen Yizhen furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Take me to see her at once, and summon the specialists from neurosurgery and neurology to deliberate on the surgical plan. Chen Yizhen commanded. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Meng Chuan offered, perhaps I should accompany you to assess the situation. Chen Yizhen nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, with you by my side, I feel more assured. Let us proceed together. Meng Chuan and Chen Yizhen swiftly arrived at the emergency room, where several impeccably dressed individuals awaited anxiously. Among them was a middle-aged man, visibly distraught and perspiring profusely. Upon noticing Chen Yizhen's approach, the man hurriedly grasped his hand and exclaimed, Director Chen, you have finally arrived. Chen Yizhen was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the man and inquired, Secretary Li, what brings you here? Meng Chuan also found the individual familiar and quickly recalled that he was none other than Li Jianfeng, the secretary of the Municipal Committee of Hangzhou. Having seen Li Jianfeng on television, Meng Chuan recognized him instantly. Li Jianfeng, in a state of urgency, revealed, to be candid, the patient inside is my mother. She suffered a minor accident while out shopping for groceries today and fell, resulting in her current condition. Dean Chen, I am aware that you are a renowned physician in Hangzhou. Please, I implore you to save my mother. Lying inside is the mother of the municipal party secretary? Chen Yizhen felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders intensify. I will do my utmost, Secretary Li, rest assured. Chen Yizhen firmly grasped Li Jianfeng's hand and then entered the emergency room with Meng Chuan. On the hospital bed lay an elderly woman, her body exhibiting symptoms of epilepsy. Although her eyes were tightly shut, it was evident that her eyeballs were protruding, likely due to optic disc edema. A group of doctors clad in white coats were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the treatment plan. Chapter 36. I shall bear the responsibility. What is the situation? Chen Yizhen inquired as he approached. Upon seeing Chen Yizhen's arrival, the doctors did not ease their tension and hurriedly responded, Dean, you have finally arrived. The patient's condition is quite dire. The intracranial pressure has surged to 400. Meng Chuan furrowed his brows upon hearing this. The normal intracranial pressure for a healthy individual is approximately 200, and once it reaches 500, it poses a grave risk to life. At that point, surgery would be out of the question, and given the elderly woman's condition, she might succumb right here. Chen Yizhen conducted a brief examination of the elderly woman's symptoms, while a nearby physician simultaneously reported the solutions they had deliberated. Dean Chen, the patient is too advanced in age to undergo surgery. Instead, we could administer mannitol, dextrin, furosemide, and torsemide to induce dehydration and lower intracranial pressure, supplemented with albumin infusion to enhance the colloidal osmotic pressure within the vasculature, and see if we can reduce the patient's intracranial pressure before considering the issue of intracranial hemorrhage. Before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Meng Chuan, who was reviewing the MRI results. No. The patient's intracranial pressure has surged to such an extent that ordinary dehydration and pressure-lowering medications will not suffice. Moreover, the patient is experiencing severe intracranial hemorrhage. The blood must be evacuated, or all discussions are futile. The attending physician cast a glance at Meng Chuan, noting that he was not from the first hospital, and his displeasure was palpable. He slammed his folder down and exclaimed, Who are you? How did you get in here? Our doctors at the first hospital are discussing the case. What right do you have to interject? Get out of here. Head nurse, come here and escort this troublemaker out. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, I am merely refuting your proposal from a professional standpoint, which is also a responsible act towards the patient, not a disruption. The physician scoffed disdainfully and retorted, A professional standpoint? Who do you think you are to speak of professionalism? I am the attending physician in the neurosurgery department of the first hospital. What do you know about medicine? My words carry authority. The treatment plan I proposed was the most conservative and safest option. Do you understand? It is pointless to discuss this with you. Now please leave. Chen Yizhen's expression darkened immediately as he admonished, Silence. This esteemed physician is Dr. Meng. Do you dare to show him disrespect? If he were unskilled in medicine, then I too would be utterly ignorant. Just a few days ago, when Lord Wang came for treatment, I had merely a 20% chance of saving him. Yet, with his remarkable skill, Dr. Meng revitalized him with just a few silver needles. Even I concede defeat. And you dare claim that Dr. Meng lacks medical knowledge? Do you truly believe your ability surpasses? Upon hearing this, the physician was taken aback, scrutinizing Meng Chuan a few times before exclaiming, You are indeed Dr. Meng. I apologize. I misjudged you due to your youth, thinking you. Enough. We have no time for such trivialities. Chen Yizhen glared at the man. Dr. Meng is correct. The primary issue lies in the patient's intracranial hemorrhage. Merely attempting to reduce intracranial pressure is a superficial remedy that fails to address the root cause. Therefore, your proposal is utterly impractical. You ought to dedicate yourself to the study of medicine, lest you fall into the trap of arrogance and become a laughingstock. After enduring Chen Yizhen's reprimand, the physician's face flushed crimson as he retreated, silenced. Chen Yizhen reviewed all the patient's examination reports alongside Meng Chuan and then inquired, Young Meng, do you have a suitable treatment plan for this patient? Meng Chuan pondered for a moment before responding, the optimal course of action would undoubtedly be a craniotomy. However, given the patient's advanced age, proceeding with the surgery could indeed pose a grave risk to his survival. To release the accumulated blood within the patient's cranium, one must insert a glass catheter through the foramen magnum. Upon hearing this, the other doctors began to chatter amongst themselves. While this approach may seem straightforward, the reality is far more complex. The foramen magnum may allow for the insertion of a glass catheter for drainage. Yet the brain is the most vital organ of the human body. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. If only there existed a newly developed medical device from America, perhaps one could employ nanoscale technology to precisely insert the catheter into the site of the hematoma. However, the first hospital is devoid of such advanced equipment. Indeed, Chen Yizhen shook his head in disbelief, stating, Xiao Meng, your proposal is theoretically feasible, yet the execution is exceedingly challenging. Even I cannot guarantee success. Meng Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, Director Chen, if you place your trust in me, I am willing to give it a try. Chen Yizhen hesitated, contemplating the implications of failure for the patient. Is there truly a superior medical alternative available at this moment? Meng Chuan countered, the intracranial pressure of the patient continues to rise. Time is of the essence. Transferring to a hospital in the capital would take too long. Thus, it would be better to allow me to attempt this. What if I succeed? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yizhen inquired, what is your level of confidence? 80%, Meng Chuan replied, echoing his previous assertion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhen chuckled and shook his head, exclaiming, indeed, talent emerges in every generation. Xiao Wang, quickly prepare the glass catheter and have Xiao Meng get ready to proceed. Upon hearing that Director Chen intended to entrust such a perilous surgery to an outsider, the others grew anxious. Director Chen, you cannot permit a stranger to operate on the patient. What if something goes awry? Who will bear the responsibility? Indeed, Director. If it were anyone else, it might be acceptable, but this is the mother of Secretary Li. Should anything happen, who could withstand Secretary Li's wrath? If we are to allow him to proceed, it is imperative to clarify that the responsibility will not rest upon us. Chen Yizhen furrowed his brow at their protests and exclaimed, silence. Responsibility. Responsibility. Are you all here to heal the sick or to shirk accountability? As long as we can save the patient, I am willing to shoulder that responsibility. Xiao Meng, proceed without hesitation. Should you succeed, the credit is yours. If you fail, I shall bear the consequences. With that, Chen Yizhen straightened his back, his previously stooped figure suddenly appearing much more imposing. Meng Chuan silently marveled, for it was said that Chen Yizhen possessed both skill and virtue, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed this truth. Such selfless physicians, devoted to their patients, are indeed rare. Thus, Meng Chuan clasped his hands and said, Director Chen, you truly embody the heart of a healer. Rest assured, I shall ensure the success of this surgery. That is all I need to hear from you, Xiao Meng. Focus on the operation. Do your utmost without bearing excessive burden. Chen Yizhen smiled. If I were 20 years younger, I would undertake this surgery myself. However, I recognize that your success rate surpasses mine, so I must defer to you. Chapter 37. A face-to-face expression of gratitude. It was not that Chen Yizhen's medical skills were lacking. On the contrary, for someone who specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, the older they were, the more qualified and skilled they became. However, Chen Yizhen was, after all, getting on in years, and his physical strength and energy were no longer at their peak. If surgery were required, especially relatively precise surgery, it would naturally be more appropriate for Meng Chuan to perform it. Meng Chuan took on the heavy responsibility and quickly made preparations, retrieving the glass catheter. He had someone turn the old woman over, located her foramen magnum, took a deep breath, and carefully inserted the needle-thin glass catheter, cautiously pushing it forward. With spiritual power as his guide and protection, Meng Chuan was confident that he could safely release the old woman's intracranial hematoma. Everyone present held their breath. Every second was a torment. Finally, after 3 minutes, Meng Chuan stopped. A stream of blood flowed from the catheter, forming beads of blood that dripped down with soft patters. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was a success. Seeing the old woman's intracranial pressure gradually return to a stable level, Meng Chuan smiled. This type of brain surgery was indeed more mentally taxing than acupuncture. Chen Yizhen grasped Meng Chuan's hand and said, Little Meng, congratulations. Later, Secretary Li will definitely thank you properly. Meng Chuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, I won't take credit. It's all because Dean Chen believed in me. When the time comes, just tell Secretary Li that you performed the surgery. I am already satisfied with being able to buy so many herbs here today. Just as Chen Yizhen was about to speak, Meng Chuan's phone suddenly rang. Meng Chuan apologized and answered the phone. The phone call was from Jiang Ku, who informed that she had signed the contract and was now preparing to return home. She inquired about Meng Chuan's whereabouts. Meng Chuan instructed Jiang Ku to wait by the car, and after hanging up, he bid farewell to Chen Yizhen, removing his clothes as he departed. Chen Yizhen, wishing to retain Meng Chuan, found herself too late to act. This young fellow, Meng, departs with such swiftness. I had intended to introduce him to Secretary Li. Chen Yizhen sighed. At that moment, a physician stepped forward with a smile, remarking, "Director Chen, isn't it fortuitous that he left just now? Such a significant achievement can be attributed solely to you. Secretary Li is the paramount leader of Hangzhou. Your act of saving his mother is an immeasurable kindness." Chen Yizhen shot the individual a disapproving glance, saying, "When have I, Chen, ever claimed credit for another's merit? It was young Meng who performed the rescue. I would never engage in such despicable behavior as to assert that the surgery was mine. From now on, let anyone who utters such words reflect on their actions at home." Her words silenced the others, who dared not speak further. With a decisive gesture, Chen Yizhen coldly instructed, "Let us proceed. Secretary Li awaits our report outside." As they approached the emergency room, Li Jianfeng hurriedly approached Chen Yizhen, his expression fraught with concern. "Director Chen, how is my mother?" With a reassuring smile, Chen Yizhen replied, "Rest assured, Secretary Li, your mother's condition has stabilized. She simply requires ample rest, and she will make a full recovery." "Really?" Li Jianfeng's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he grasped Chen Yizhen's hand, exclaiming, "Director Chen, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your personal intervention, my mother—" Chen Yizhen waved his hand and said, "Secretary Li, you have misunderstood. It was not I who saved her, but my friend, the miraculous Dr. Meng, who rescued her from peril." "Dr. Meng? Who is this Dr. Meng?" Li Jianfeng asked, taken aback. Chen Yizhen replied, "The young man who just left. Did you not see him, Secretary Li?" "What? He was the one who saved my mother." Li Jianfeng was stunned. He had indeed noticed Meng Chuan when he left. But having seen that he was not a doctor from the first hospital and so youthful, Li Jianfeng had merely assumed him to be a hospital attendant, not bothering to inquire further as he watched Meng Chuan hurriedly depart. Little did he know that this young man was the savior of his mother. Chen Yizhen chuckled, "Indeed. It is entirely thanks to Dr. Meng's extraordinary skills that your mother was able to emerge from danger so smoothly. Had it solely depended on me, it may not have been so assured." "Alas," Li Jianfeng lamented, reflecting on how his benefactor had passed right by him without so much as a greeting. He felt a pang of regret, wishing to slap himself for his oversight. "No, I must personally express my gratitude to that young physician. Secretary He, quickly prepare a banner of appreciation. After I check on my mother's condition, we shall together seek out Dr. Meng." Chen Yizhen smiled and said, "Secretary Li, I know where Dr. Meng resides. How about I accompany you to convey our thanks?" "That would be splendid," Li Jianfeng responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Meng Chuan had already returned to the Jiangbei Medical Hall with Jiang Ku. At this moment, as it was lunchtime and the patient count had dwindled, Jiang Beixiang found a moment of respite, savoring a bowl of noodles. Upon entering, Jiang Ku joyfully exclaimed, "Dad, I finally passed the interview. Tomorrow, I will begin my internship at the first hospital." "Is that so?" Jiang Beixiang responded with a smile. "I always knew that my daughter, with such remarkable grades, would surely secure a position at the first hospital. At last, your wish has come true. Work diligently, and once you are officially employed there as an attending physician, you will have truly succeeded, far surpassing my humble status as a barefoot doctor." Jiang Ku pouted and said, "I have no intention of going to the first hospital. Once I graduate, I will come back to assist you at our clinic, so you won't have to subsist on nothing but noodles during your busy afternoons." Jiang Beixiang chuckled. "Noodles are quite satisfactory. I've grown accustomed to them." "By the way," Jiang Ku laughed, "my opportunity to intern at the first hospital is largely thanks to Brother Chuan. He has become quite impressive. Even Director Chen refers to him as the divine doctor." "Is that so?" Jiang Beixiang was taken aback and turned to Meng Chuan. "How did you come to know Director Chen?" Meng Chuan entered with a smile. "It's all due to the incident with old Wang. I had the fortune of meeting Director Chen then. Truth be told, he is simply honoring me. I stumbled upon a lucky break. I hardly possess the skills to be dubbed the divine doctor." Jiang Beixiang laughed heartily. "Just based on your acupuncture for old Wang, I can see you have some talent. You truly are the son of old Meng, exhibiting such remarkable aptitude in medicine." As he spoke, Jiang Beishi paused for a moment before continuing. "Xiao Chuan, I have heard that you have not sought employment recently. Why not stay at the clinic to assist me? I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan, and together we can sustain this establishment. The influx of patients has been increasing steadily, and I find myself nearly overwhelmed. We cannot afford to delay in addressing their ailments. With your assistance, we can save even more lives." Chapter 38. The disturbance. Jiang Ku was about to interject, pointing out that Meng Chuan now managed a substantial company and would hardly be enticed by a mere 3,000 yuan salary. However, Meng Chuan waved his hand with a smile, preventing Jiang Ke from continuing. That sounds wonderful, Uncle Jiang. I shall lend you a hand at the clinic. Indeed, Jiang Beishi replied with a smile. But initially, you shall not be permitted to treat patients. The incident with Old Wang does not demonstrate your capability to heal. You should first serve as my apprentice and diligently accumulate experience. Once you are sufficiently seasoned, you will be ready to consult independently. Very well, Uncle Jiang. Meng Chuan agreed readily, seeing no reason to contest. After all, with Kong Jun overseeing matters at the company, he had little to manage himself. Thus, it seemed prudent to assist at the clinic. Just as Jiang Beishi was about to provide Meng Chuan with further instructions, a van abruptly halted outside, and a group of burly men entered, carrying an elderly man who clutched his chest, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in great distress. A burly man at the forefront kicked over a chair at the entrance, and, hands on his hips, shouted angrily, "Where is Jiang Beishiang? You incompetent doctor! Come out at once! My father is in this condition because of your treatment. What do you have to say for yourself?" This commotion immediately drew the attention of patients within Jiangbei Medical Hall and passers-by outside, curious to ascertain the cause of the uproar. Jiang Beishiang's expression tightened as he hurriedly emerged from within, inquiring, "What is the matter? What has happened? Please refrain from causing such a ruckus. There are many patients here who require rest." The burly man stepped forward, seizing Jiang Beishiang and glaring fiercely. "Are you Jiang Beishiang?" Jiang Beishiang nodded. "Yes, I am." "You charlatan," the man retorted. "Look at what has happened. My father had a slight fever and headache this morning, came here for a prescription, and after taking the medicine at noon, he became gravely ill. What do you propose we do about this?" This is inconceivable," Jiang Beishiang stammered, furrowing his brow. "How could the medicine I prescribed lead to such a dire condition?" The man scoffed. "What, do you intend to deny it? Look here, this is the prescription you provided, and the medicine was dispensed by you. We have the receipts. What further explanation do you have?" Jiang Beishiang found himself at a loss, for the prescription in the man's hand was indeed his own. "Allow me to examine the old gentleman's pulse. I need to ascertain the situation." The burly man pushed Jiang Beishiang away and exclaimed, "Examine him? He is in this state because of your treatment. Why would I trust you to examine him again? As I gaze upon my father, who clings to his last breath, I implore you to cease your futile chatter. Given the dire circumstances, you must take action. Produce 200,000 to fund my father's treatment. Otherwise, my brothers and I shall not depart, and I shall witness whether you can continue to conduct business here." The rest of the group echoed in fervor, insisting, "Indeed, if you refuse to part with the funds, we shall remain. Today, we shall unveil the true incompetence of your unscrupulous medical establishment, which has nearly brought a healthy man to the brink of death. Hurry, provide the money so we may attend to our elder, or we shall wreak havoc upon this wretched place." Jiang Beishi found himself increasingly flustered, utterly at a loss. 200,000? This. As the ruckus escalated, onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "Look, the Jiangbei Medical Hall has caused a death. Indeed, behold that elderly man. He lies motionless on the ground. How horrifying. Who would dare seek treatment here again? If a mere cold can lead to such tragedy. This establishment is utterly unreliable. Absolutely, one must seek care at a reputable hospital. Such avaricious clinics deserve to be shut down." Patients receiving intravenous treatment began to pale, hastily removing their own IVs, fearing they might become the next unfortunate soul on the floor. At that moment, Meng Chuan arrived. Casting a glance at the elderly man sprawled on the ground, he immediately discerned that despite the man's apparent agony, he exuded a vitality that belied his suffering. Aside from a slight cold, there were no other indications of illness, and it dawned upon him that this individual was merely a fraud attempting to extort money. Meng Chuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as he inquired, "My good fellow, your father is nearing his end. Why bring him here instead of rushing him to the hospital? Shouldn't you be hurrying to save him?" Those nearby nodded in agreement, realizing the absurdity of the situation. If the old man was indeed at death's door, it would only make sense to seek immediate medical assistance rather than delay by bringing him here. The burly man, feeling challenged, flushed slightly but mustered the courage to retort, "It was you who caused this predicament, so naturally, he ought to come to you. Besides, we need the funds to treat him at the hospital. If you compensate us, we will leave at once." He then added, "Who do you think you are? Stay out of our business while we settle this with Jiang Beishiang. You are irrelevant here." As he attempted to shove Meng Chuan aside, Meng Chuan stood firm, unmoved. With a smile, He replied, "The reason you aren't in a hurry to take him to the hospital is that your father is not in critical condition, is he? Have you come here to extort us? Leave at once, or I shall kick you out. How dare you, you insolent brat? Who are you to accuse me of extortion? Get out of my way." With that, the burly man swung a slap at Meng Chuan. However, the blow never landed. Meng Chuan swiftly countered, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Still seeking to strike? Meng Chuan scoffed, now possessing the formidable physique of a demon devourer. He was beyond the capabilities of these ordinary individuals. The robust man, having been knocked to the ground, covered his face and, despite his fury, cunningly obstructed his own companions who intended to assail Meng Chuan. Sitting on the ground, he bellowed, "Everyone, behold! This is the reprehensible conduct of this nefarious medical establishment. Not only did they nearly cause my father's demise, but upon my arrival to seek an explanation, they have assaulted me as well. Who would dare to visit such a clinic in the future? For common folk like us, seeking medical attention is already a daunting task. It is inconsequential that we have been swindled of our hard-earned money by these unscrupulous establishments, but to lose our lives, who shall we turn to for justice? Jiang Beixiang, you vile wretch, if you possess any courage, you should eliminate both me and my father, for if you do not, the world shall learn of your malevolence." Meng Chuan smirked and retorted, "Eliminate you? Do you presume I lack the audacity?" As he prepared to advance and teach these individuals a lesson, Jiang Beixiang hastily restrained him, exclaiming, "Xiao Chuan, you are too impetuous. Is there not a way to resolve this amicably? If you strike them now, regardless of our justification, we shall be deemed at fault. Should this incident become public, the esteemed reputation of Jiangbei Medical Clinic, built over many years, would be irrevocably tarnished." Indeed, Jiang Beixiang spoke wisely. The mere fact that a medical institution had caused a patient's death was a monumental scandal. If Meng Chuan were to further assault the family of the patient, once this became known, the Jiangbei Medical Clinic would be utterly discredited. The bystanders, naturally siding with the robust man who represented the patients, began to vocally condemn both Meng Chuan and Jiang Beixiang. What a pathetic excuse for a medical clinic. It is indeed just as one would expect. Not only did they nearly cause someone's death, but when the victims sought an explanation, they had the audacity to resort to violence. Indeed, I had previously heard from friends that the Jiangbei Medical Hall offered reasonable prices and effective remedies. Yet today I see it as nothing more than a fade. Henceforth, I shall never again dare to seek treatment in such a disreputable establishment. Should any mishap occur, there would be no avenue for redress. This is utterly outrageous. It is evident that the large prey upon the small, as they not only refuse to compensate, but resort to assault. In this world, there seems to be no path for common folk to tread. Almost everyone is vociferously condemning Meng Chuan and Jiang Beixiang. Yet Meng Chuan remains undeterred, for he stands firm in his integrity, unafraid of shadows cast by the guilty. They attempt to extort him. Must he then engage in civil discourse with them? Even if they strike him, what of it? With a mere silver needle, he could have the old man running laps around the medical hall, and when others witness no ailment, the truth shall become evident. The burly man, observing the unanimous condemnation of the Jiangbei Medical Hall, secretly chuckles, pleased that his objective has been achieved. He clears his throat, puffed with pride, and addresses Meng Chuan and Jiang Beixiang. This matter cannot be resolved with a mere 200,000. You must provide us with 500,000, one portion for my father's treatment and another to cover the medical expenses for my injuries. If you fail to comply, I shall not leave today. I have numerous friends, and I shall ensure they publicize how your so-called medical hall causes fatalities and then refuses accountability while resorting to violence." With that, he seated himself upon the ground, letting out a cold huff, awaiting Meng Chuan and Jiang Beixiang to yield and plead for mercy. Ready to hand over the money, Meng Chuan chuckled softly, poised to teach the burly man another lesson when suddenly, two vehicles came to a halt outside. Li Jianfeng emerged from one car, accompanied by Secretary He, who held a ceremonial banner, while Chen stepped out of the other vehicle. Upon seeing them, Meng Chuan immediately deduced that Chen must have shared the account of his own actions in rescuing Li Jianfeng's mother, leading Li Jianfeng to seek him out to express his gratitude. Indeed, as soon as Li Jianfeng entered and spotted Meng Chuan, he hurried over, grasping Meng Chuan's hand and exclaiming, "You must be the renowned Meng, the little divine doctor? The events in the emergency room were recounted to me by Dean Chen. Your selfless good deeds serve as a beacon for our generation." Meng Chuan, feeling slightly bashful, smiled and replied, "Secretary Li, you truly overstate my efforts. What transpired was merely my duty as a physician. There is no need for your gratitude." On the contrary, Li Jianfeng insisted, shaking his head as he appreciatively patted Meng Chuan's shoulder. He then turned to Secretary He and instructed, "Quickly, bring forth our ceremonial banner to present to divine Dr. Meng." With a cheerful demeanor, Secretary He unfurled the banner, which prominently displayed the phrase, "Miraculous hands bring spring, benevolent heart, and home." It was signed by Li Jianfeng himself. "You must accept this banner as a token of my heartfelt appreciation," Li Jianfeng urged sincerely. Meng Chuan naturally did not decline, nodding as he accepted the banner, stating, "Then I shall graciously accept it." He then handed the banner to Jiang Beixiang, saying with a smile, "Uncle Jiang, please find a suitable place to display this banner. Its significance is profound." Indeed, which small clinic could possibly receive a banner presented by the secretary of the Hangzhou Municipal Committee? It seems that the Jiangbei Clinic might be the first to achieve such an honor. While Meng Chuan and Li Jianfeng were engaged in jovial conversation, a burly man on the ground could no longer contain himself. He rose to his feet, shoved Li Jianfeng, and exclaimed, "Oh, so you've even arranged for a performance? Hiring actors to masquerade as successful individuals to present a mere banner? How utterly uninspired. Do you truly believe that this can prove my father is not the one you've rendered like this? It's utterly laughable. If you're going to hire actors, at least choose some who are credible. Look at these people. Do they resemble successful figures? They all look like country bumpkins. Stop with this nonsense. Are you going to pay or not? If you continue to withhold payment, I shall have my friend shout through a megaphone that your pathetic establishment is killing patients." Li Jianfeng was nearly knocked off balance by the shove, his expression darkening instantly. After all these years, who dared to treat him with such disrespect? Secretary He, upon witnessing this, became incensed and stepped in front of Li Jianfeng, angrily declaring, "Who are you? How dare you lay hands on the secretary? Are you tired of living? The secretary? What secretary?" The burly man laughed boisterously. "Are you really so caught up in your theatrics? Get lost. Otherwise a group of actors. How did they even get guns?" Just as the burly man was about to speak, a bodyguard of Li Jianfeng delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Everyone, cover your heads." These bodyguards were all elite soldiers, and dealing with these ruffians was child's play for them. Furthermore, upon sensing the gravity of the situation, the remaining individuals dared not resist and were quickly subdued. Li Jianfeng's expression softened slightly as he turned to Meng Chuan and inquired, "Meng, my little divine physician, what is happening here? Have you offended someone?" Meng Chuan shrugged and replied, "We encountered a few thugs who insisted that our medical clinic caused a death and are attempting to extort us for money. I never anticipated that this would implicate you. Secretary Li, my sincerest apologies. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Li Jianfeng let out a cold laugh. "They wish to extort you? They must have a great deal of audacity. With your remarkable medical skills, how could anyone possibly die at your hands?" Secretary, please instruct Director Tang from the Public Security Bureau to bring his men and apprehend these individuals. If they are indeed here to deceive and extort, they must be dealt with severely. "Certainly." Secretary, he responded promptly, ready to make the call. At that moment, the elderly man lying on the ground could no longer maintain his composure. He had sensed something was amiss when the burly man was subdued by Li Jianfeng's bodyguard, and he was now drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing that the director of the Public Security Bureau was on his way, he immediately flipped over and knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please don't make that call. Please don't. I confess everything. It was that scoundrel who persuaded me to pose as his father and come to the Jiangbei Medical Clinic to extort money, claiming that I would receive 5,000 yuan afterward. I was indeed tempted by the promise of money, but it was entirely his idea, and I had no part in it." Chapter 40. Unparalleled medical skills. Upon witnessing the elderly gentleman, who had seemed so frail moments ago, suddenly rise to his feet, it became abundantly clear to everyone that this group had come solely to swindle money. So this was the truth. They were indeed charlatans. I nearly fell for their ploy. How outrageous it is to manipulate our compassion to defraud the Jiangbei Medical Clinic. Just a moment ago, I had criticized the clinic as a den of malpractice. I owe an apology to Dr. Jiang Beixiang. Indeed, how could we have been swayed by the words of nefarious individuals to doubt Dr. Jiang? He is undoubtedly a commendable physician. In the future, we shall continue to seek treatment here. Not only is Dr. Jiang's medical expertise exceptional, but his prices are also reasonable. Dr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. We should not have questioned your integrity. A throng of patients encircled Dr. Jiang Beixiang, continually expressing their contrition. Dr. Jiang smiled and reassured everyone that it was of little concern. As long as they continued to place their trust in him and the Jiangbei Medical Clinic, that was all that mattered. At that moment, those who frequently followed the news began to recognize Li Jianfeng. Look, doesn't the individual presenting the banner seem familiar? Could he be Li Jianfeng, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Hangzhou? Now that you mention it, he does bear a striking resemblance. I've seen him often on the news. Striking resemblance? That is indeed Secretary Li. Just look at what is inscribed on the banner. Li Jianfeng has arrived, and this gentleman is none other than Secretary Li. No wonder there are so many bodyguards. It turns out he is the top leader of Hangzhou City. My goodness, I have actually met Secretary Li. What an incredible stroke of luck. The fact that Secretary Li presented a banner to Jiangbei Medical Clinic signifies that it is undoubtedly an esteemed establishment. From now on, we shall seek medical treatment here. It must be the right choice. If we cannot trust others, can we not trust our city committee secretary? Indeed, with Secretary Li himself coming to present a banner, it is certain that Dr. Zhang's medical skills surpass even those of larger hospitals. Not only Secretary Li, but do look at that elderly gentleman behind. He appears to be Director Chen of the first hospital, the renowned divine Dr. Chen. My heavens, what sort of background does Jiangbei Medical Clinic possess that both Secretary Li and divine Dr. Chen have graced it with their presence? It must be due to Dr. Zhang's exceptional medical prowess. Otherwise, would divine Dr. Chen and Secretary Li have come here? This clinic is truly remarkable. The crowd was filled with awe. The arrival of Li Jianfeng and Chen Yizhen serves as an endorsement for Jiangbei Medical Clinic. A place recognized by both the city committee secretary and Director Chen must indeed have extraordinary medical expertise. However, what the crowd did not realize was that Li Jianfeng and Chen Yizhen had come here primarily due to Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan had been introduced to Jiang Beixiang by Li Jianfeng and Chen Yizhen, and he humbly mentioned that a significant portion of his medical knowledge was acquired through observing Jiang Beixiang. This compliment left Li Jianfeng and Chen Yizhen quite cordial towards Jiang Beixiang, establishing a mutual acquaintance. Upon learning their identities, Jiang Beixiang was greatly astonished and hurriedly brewed tea to extend his hospitality. As for the ruffians who came to extort money, they had already been escorted away by the police nearby as arranged by Secretary He. Due to Li Jianfeng's busy schedule and his obligation to care for his ailing mother at the hospital, he soon departed from Jiangbei Medical Hall. Before leaving, Li Jianfeng cheerfully handed his business card to Meng Chuan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Young Meng, the miraculous doctor, keep this card. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Meng Chuan naturally understood that this card was a coveted treasure, sought after by many, thus holding immense value. He regarded it as a form of consultation fee for treating Li Jianfeng's mother, so he graciously accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Secretary Li." Chen Yizhen subsequently made an excuse to leave as well, but not before requesting ink, paper, and an inkstone from Jiang Beixiang. He personally composed a calligraphy piece inscribed with unmatched medical skill, signing it as Chen Yizhen. Jiang Beixiang cherished this masterpiece, admiring it for a full half hour. Unable to suppress his smile, Chen Yizhen held a prominent reputation in the community, greatly esteemed by Jiang Beixiang. The fact that Chen Yizhen left behind such a valuable work of art for his medical hall was a tremendous honor, illuminating Jiangbei Medical Hall with newfound glory. 3 days later, Meng Chuan sat in his consultation seat and smiled at a woman before him. "Auntie, just from your appearance, I can tell you are suffering from severe fatty liver disease. You must often experience a poor appetite, with occasional pain or bloating in the upper right abdomen, correct?" The woman was taken aback, exclaiming, "How remarkable! Young doctor, you can discern my ailment without even taking my pulse. I previously underwent examinations at the hospital, where they diagnosed me with severe fatty liver and prescribed medication, yet nothing seems to improve. I have heard that the Jiangbei Medical Hall is a place that has been visited by Dr. Chen and Secretary Li, so I came to take a look, and indeed, your skills are remarkable." Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "Auntie, you flatter me. Your condition cannot be solely treated with Western medicine. I will prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine for you. You should take several doses and gradually adjust your health. It is essential to avoid alcohol, and you must persist in walking and jogging daily to improve your physical condition." "Thank you, young doctor. the woman said as she took the prescription Meng Chuan had written and went to the side to fetch the medicine. Meng Chuan exhaled and turned to Jiang Beixiang, asking, "Uncle Jiang, how did I do?" Jiang Beixiang nodded with a smile and said, very well, very well. With your skills, you are certainly qualified to consult patients. I never expected that you possessed such remarkable medical expertise. In recent days, due to the visits from Secretary Li and Dr. Chen, the business at Jiangbei Medical Hall has flourished. Meng Chuan chose to remain at the hall to assist Jiang Beixiang. Initially, he only performed tasks related to preparing prescriptions, but soon Jiang Beixiang encouraged him to consult patients while he supervised from behind. To their surprise, Meng Chuan demonstrated exceptional medical skills, diagnosing ailments that even Jiang Beixiang found difficult to ascertain. This impressed Jiang Beixiang, leading him to trust Meng Chuan to consult patients for an entire morning. Indeed, with Meng Chuan present, patients were seen swiftly, and the once bustling medical hall became calm. There has been an influx of patients these days, and it is truly thanks to the remarkable calligraphy of Dr. Chen. Jiang Beixiang stood before the framed artwork, nodding in admiration. Meng Chuan chuckled, suddenly hearing a cat's meow from upstairs. He then said, "Uncle Jiang, please keep an eye on the clinic for a while. I'm going to grab a bite to eat, and we'll be back shortly." "All right, you've been busy all morning. Go rest for a bit. I'll handle things here." Jiang Beixiang nodded in agreement. Meng Chuan ascended the stairs, and as he passed by the kitchen, he retrieved an ample amount of food from the refrigerator, a large portion and a smaller one, before returning to his room. "I'm starving to death, meow." The large orange cat pounced eagerly, burying its head in the generous serving of food, devouring it like a soulless eating machine. "Take it slow, you might choke." Meng Chuan couldn't help but feel speechless as he began to eat himself. Me choke. Chapter 41. An appointment. As the orange cat continued its meal, it remarked, "In my prime, I could swallow an entire mountain in one gulp. They called me the devourer of origins." Cough, cough. The orange cat suddenly began to cough. Meng Chuan, unable to contain his amusement, poured a glass of water for the cat. As soon as the cat opened its mouth, the water flowed into it like a torrent from a dragon. Much better. The big orange cat sighed, noticing that its bowl was nearly empty, while Meng Chuan had only taken a couple of bites. The cat then sprawled across Meng Chuan's bed and leisurely asked, "By the way, human, you've been downstairs for the past 3 days, mingling with that father-daughter duo. Have you nearly forgotten about your cultivation? I asked you to prepare a farm. How is that coming along?" "How could I forget?" Meng Chuan replied, "I have already discussed the matters concerning the farm with Kong Zhen from the company. He possesses a vast network and should be able to assist me in locating a suitable plot of land." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, establishing a farm entails considerable expenses, and the funds at my disposal may prove insufficient. I must contemplate additional solutions." "Did you scoff, money? This is something your ancestors have never fretted over. How can you be troubled by finances? It seems the lineage of your medical sages is indeed waning." With a shake of his head, the Jew added, "Perhaps I should seek out another sect of cultivators to serve me. It appears your lineage may soon dwindle." Meng Chuan thought to himself that this orange cat was excessively abrasive, consuming and enjoying its own resources, yet still belittling him. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhu Wenbin calling. "Hello, Brother Bin, what can I do for you?" Zhu Wenbin chuckled on the other end. "Meng, my dear brother, you truly are forgetful. Have you forgotten that I mentioned an original stone auction tomorrow? I would like to invite you to join me for some fun." "Oh," Meng Chuan suddenly recalled the event. "My apologies. I have been assisting at my uncle's clinic these past few days and completely overlooked it. What time should I arrive tomorrow?" Zhu Wenbin replied. 8:30 in the evening at the Tianlan Grand Hotel. Make sure you don't arrive late." "Understood. I will be there without fail." After concluding the call, Meng Chuan hung up. As soon as the previous call ended, another one came through, this time from Jiang Ku. "Hello, Chuan Gu, do you have time this evening?" Meng Chuan, puzzled, replied, "I have an appointment tomorrow night, but I have no plans for tonight." "What is the matter, Ku? Is there something you need?" On the other end, Jiang Ku hesitated and said, "Tonight, we have a gathering for our classmates to send off a few seniors who are graduating. Initially, I didn't plan to attend, but 2 senior sisters have been quite considerate towards me, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to skip it." "Oh, then you should go," Meng Chuan casually suggested. Jiang Ku expressed her dilemma. "However, there is someone named Chen at the gathering who is quite bothersome and always clings to me. If I go alone, I'm sure it would lead to trouble, so I was hoping you could accompany me, Chuan Gu." Meng Chuan nodded in understanding and replied, "All right, no problem." Just send me the time and place, and I'll drive over. Great. You're the best, Chuan Gu. Jiangku exclaimed, her voice brightening before she hung up. Meng Chuan chuckled softly. The orange cat next to him shot him a knowing glance and remarked languidly, beware of the perils of desire. If you ever let that girl distract you from your training and end up being devoured by a giant serpent, I shall not come to your rescue a second time. Meng Chuan laughed heartily, ruffling the cat's head. You're just bitter because you can't have what you want. How about I take you to a pet store one day to see if there's a lovely little female cat you fancy? Show some respect, you. That aside, please return early this evening. I will assist you in sorting the herbs you brought back earlier. Upon your return, use your vitality to refine them and concoct a few elixirs to temporarily substitute for the beast. Later that evening, Meng Chuan drove his top-of-the-line Maybach to the gathering spot suggested by Jiangku, a luxurious restaurant named Monxiang Tower. Jiangku, busy with her internship at the hospital, had no time to change or apply makeup, clad simply in high-waisted denim shorts and a white t-shirt, carrying a small bag. Nonetheless, her pure and fresh demeanor attracted many admiring glances. Upon seeing Meng Chuan emerge from the car, Jiangku's face brightened, and she jogged over to him. Chuan Gu, you've arrived just in time. The others have just gone upstairs. Let us quickly head to the private room. Haha, sounds good. Meng Chuan chuckled, ruffling Jiangku's hair as they walked into Monxiang Tower together. Passers-by initially regarded Meng Chuan's casual attire with disdain, thinking it a pity that such a beautiful girl was with someone so unremarkable. However, upon noticing his car, they quickly realized that this young man held a status far beyond ordinary perception. It was no wonder he could attract such a stunning girlfriend. The mere sight of his vehicle was beyond the reach of many who might toil a lifetime to afford it. Upon reaching the second floor's private room, they pushed the door open to find two tables already filled with guests, a mix of both men and women. As soon as Jiangku and Meng Chuan entered, all eyes turned towards them. Ku-er, you finally made it. Come, sit here. A dapper gentleman, adorned with an air of confidence, beckoned Jiangku to join him in the vacant seat beside him, a charming smile gracing his features. Jiangku furrowed her brow slightly, yet maintained a smile as she opted for a seat one space away from him. Consequently, the empty seat next to the gentleman was occupied by Meng Chuan. With a single glance, Meng Chuan surmised that this man was likely Chen, the friend Jiangku had mentioned. Oh my Jiangku, is this the friend you were waiting for? He is quite handsome. What is your relationship? Teased a bespectacled senior with a jovial smile. The others joined in with laughter. Could he be your boyfriend? You two seemed rather close when you entered. How could that be? So many have pursued Jiangku, yet none have succeeded. It hasn't been long. There's no way Jiangku would find a boyfriend now. He is Meng Chuan. He is, well... Jiangku's cheeks flushed crimson, caught off guard as she struggled to find the right words to introduce him. Meng Chuan, with a gentle smile, took the initiative. I am Jiangku's boyfriend. Pleased to meet you. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the revelation sank in. Initially, the group had merely been jesting, but Meng Chuan's candid admission caught everyone by surprise. After all, Jiangku was renowned in school for her pure and demure demeanor, having never allowed any man to draw near. Curiosity surged among the group as they speculated about the caliber of man Jiangku might eventually choose. And now the reality stood before them. As Meng Chuan proclaimed his relationship with Jiangku, her face blushed a deep shade of red, extending to her ears. A sight utterly enchanting. However, Jiangku did not refute anything, choosing instead to acquiesce. At that moment, Qian Cheng's expression fell, and when he glanced at Meng Chuan, a clear hostility marred his countenance. He cleared his throat and once again forced a smile, saying, Meng Chuan? That name rings a bell. Isn't he the orphan who lived in your home? I have heard that he lost his parents at a young age and spent many years under your roof. Eventually, he dropped out of school to pursue a woman, wandering about doing odd jobs. He is quite the notorious figure with little prospects. How could you possibly be with him? Surely, you must be jesting. Qian Cheng had long inquired about Jiangku's family circumstances, thus he was well aware of Meng Chuan's situation. As he recounted Meng Chuan's plight, the others at the table were left in astonishment. Some were familiar with Meng Chuan, while others were not. Yet, upon hearing Qian Cheng's words, it became evident to all that Meng Chuan was a man devoid of connections, prospects, or academic qualifications. How could someone of Jiangku's caliber ever associate with someone like him? Had she lost her senses? Jiangku discerned the veiled barbs in Qian Cheng's remarks and furrowed her brow, retorting, Qian Cheng, what do you mean by that? Meng Chuan is not as despicable as you portray him. Meng Chuan, however, remained unperturbed, waving a hand to silence Jiang Ku, and replied with a smile. This classmate seems quite knowledgeable about Ku's circumstances. You are correct, I did reside in her home. I recently ended my relationship with my previous girlfriend, and I have just begun to date Ku. Perhaps it is true that those close to the water tower enjoy the moonlight first. Our relationship is quite harmonious, so there is no need for your concern. A few simple sentences utterly dismantled Qian Cheng's words. Those nearby began to whisper among themselves. Isn't Ku being a bit too generous? Just after breaking up with his girlfriend, he is already with Ku. Isn't this clearly the behavior of a scoundrel? Indeed. Moreover, he is merely a laborer. How can he possibly be worthy of Ku? One must understand that during university, many suitors pursued Ku, many of whom were affluent young masters, each of whom is far superior to this man. It is truly a pity that Jiang could chose such a man for her first love. Qian Sheng, relishing the disdain directed towards Meng Chuan, decided to stoke the flames further and remarked with a smile. Meng, where are you working these days after having been a drifter? Meng Chuan pondered for a moment and casually replied. Currently, I am assisting her father at Ku's clinic. I do not have any other employment. This was the truth, as being a boss, strictly speaking, does not constitute a job. Upon hearing this, Qian Sheng burst into laughter. So you are still living off your parents. And in this case, off Ku's family. Meng, this one do. You are a grown man. How can you lack ambition and not even have a proper job? To be honest, my father is a large company owner. I could perhaps help you find a reliable position. Currently, we are in need of 2 restroom attendants. Would you be interested? At this proclamation, the rest of the crowd erupted into laughter. At that moment, Jiang Ku felt a surge of anger, nearly rising to slam her hand on the table. After all, Meng Chuan was someone she had invited, and now, hearing others speak so thoughtlessly, it felt as if she had betrayed him. Fortunately, the senior who had just intervened had a kind heart. She broke the tension with a smile, saying, All right, Jiang Ku has found herself a boyfriend, and we should celebrate her happiness. Come on, let us order some dishes. Today, the juniors are treating us, and we are truly grateful. Let us not dwell on anything else. The others nodded in agreement, hastily shifting the conversation towards the menu. Jiang Ku, her face flushed with embarrassment, discreetly tugged at Meng Chuan's sleeve and whispered, Brother Chuan, I'm so sorry. I didn't anticipate this. Perhaps you should head back first. I can handle things here. Meng Chuan chuckled softly and leaned closer to her, saying, It's merely a minor inconvenience. I can manage it, so don't worry. Their seemingly intimate gesture only served to irk Qian Sheng further. When the waiter presented the menu, Qian Sheng snatched it away and stood up with a grin, declaring, Ladies and gentlemen, today, Ku has brought her boyfriend along. Logically speaking, couples typically share some sweets during their school days. Therefore, it stands to reason that Meng will need to treat us all to a meal. Isn't that right? Many in attendance were close friends of Qian Sheng, and they quickly grasped his intention to embarrass Meng Chuan, responding with laughter. Indeed, by the rules, Meng should be treating us all. One added, a friend of mine who recently started dating brought his girlfriend and treated the entire dormitory to a meal. This request is entirely reasonable. Jiang Ku's expression darkened instantly. What money could Meng Chuan possibly have? This is not a mere roadside diner, but rather an upscale restaurant. If everyone were to split the bill, she would indeed believe that Meng Chuan could afford it. However, to expect him to foot the entire bill seemed utterly implausible. Observing Jiang Ku's change in demeanor, Qian Sheng remarked, As expected, he is nothing but a pauper, and his true circumstances have been laid bare, hasn't he? What is the matter, Ku? Has your boyfriend forgotten his wallet today? Qian Sheng's smile was laced with derision and disdain, or perhaps, he simply lacks funds altogether? Jiang Ku clenched her fists, uncertain of how to respond. If she were to admit that Meng Chuan was indeed broke, it would undoubtedly humiliate him. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Sheng produced a card and quipped, It seems Brother Meng truly has no money. It is to be expected. What could a mere worker possibly possess? Why not allow me to cover this meal? This card holds 200,000, my allowance for the month from my father. Treating everyone should be more than sufficient. The others erupted in delight, showering him with compliments. Qian Sheng's family is incredibly wealthy. 200,000 as pocket money for a month? That rivals a white-collar worker's annual salary. They continued, Indeed, Qian Sheng is the epitome of a rich second generation. We can only look up to him. In comparison, Meng Chuan appeared woefully inadequate. The casual sum Chen brandished was likely beyond what Meng Chuan could earn in several years. As the crowd exalted Chen while belittling Meng Chuan, the latter merely smiled serenely, affectionately ruffling Jiang Ku's hair, and remarked, "What this classmate said is quite right. Since we are together, it is only fitting that we treat your friends to a meal. Wouldn't you agree? Come, everyone, place your orders. Today, I shall cover the entire bill," Meng Chuan proclaimed, casually retrieving a card from his pocket. This card bore the net profits of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, with the monthly earnings deposited therein. Upon witnessing this, Chen, skeptical of the card's contents, scoffed, "Meng, you are quite amusing. You think simply pulling out a card makes you impressive? In my humble opinion, there is hardly any money on that card. If you lack the means, please refrain from posturing. We'll still have to pay for our own meals." Meng Chuan chuckled and inquired, "Who told you there is no money on this card?" Chen retorted with a sneer, "You, a mere laborer, surely have little to boast about. 3,000, or perhaps 5. That is hardly sufficient for a meal here. Do you understand? If you're an unsophisticated country bumpkin, perhaps you should peruse the menu before speaking. Otherwise, when it comes time to settle the bill, you might find yourself in quite an embarrassing predicament." With a light-hearted laugh, Meng Chuan replied, "I don't need to look at the menu. I'm confident I can afford it. The funds on this card may not be vast, but they exceed yours by a small margin. Should suffice, I believe. Exceed mine by a small margin? Over 200,000? That would certainly be enough for a meal here. But is that even conceivable? This fellow claims to have over 200,000 in his card. You truly are an intriguing character." Chen laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If the money on your card could treat us to a meal here, I would write my name backward." He then proposed a wager. "Let us see if you can indeed treat everyone to dinner." Meng Chuan, crossing his arms, chuckled in response. Chen tilted his head, disdain evident in his tone. "All right. Once we place our orders, we shall settle the bill. If your card works, you win, and I shall give you 10 times the cost of the meal on the spot. However, if your card fails, you lose. If you lack sufficient funds, I shall cover the difference. For every 1,000 I pay, you will bow once. For every 10,000, you shall bow 10 times. How does that sound?" "Of course. I agree," Meng Chuan replied cheerfully. If the other party was willing to gift him money, what reason did he have to decline? "Then it's settled," Chen declared with a cold smile. "Everyone here has heard, and no one shall renege." The others at the table nodded in agreement, acting as witnesses to this wager. Jiang Ku, anxious, tugged at Meng Chuan's sleeve, imploring, "Brother Chuan, why did you agree to him? A meal here could easily cost over 10,000. How could you possibly afford that? Chen is deliberately setting you up. How can you gamble with him?" Meng Chuan merely smiled, reassuring Jiang Ku with a pat on the shoulder, "Don't worry, Kur. Just sit back and watch. Once he gives me the money, I will take you shopping for new clothes." "Brother Chuan, you." Jiang Ku, seeing Meng Chuan's confidence, found herself at a loss for words. After all, it was too late to pull Meng Chuan away now. Chen held the menu with no pretense of courtesy towards Meng Chuan, ordering the most expensive dishes without hesitation. Crab sticks with broccoli, steamed sea bass, pearl abalone with seasonal vegetables, and rose soy sauce chicken. Each dish was a grand delicacy, worth a considerable sum. Finally, Chen turned to the drinks section and said with a smile, "Let us have 2 bottles of Wulianya, and let the other table have the same." For bottles of Wulianya already set the base at 10,000. This meal was certainly not inexpensive. After placing the order, Chen looked at Meng Chuan with a grin and asked, "So, Meng brother, how does my ordering fare? If you're too timid to gamble, you might as well bow to me 3 times and let this matter rest. It's better than risking a head injury later. Losing face is trivial, but injuring your head is a grave concern. Is this what you call good?" Meng Chuan scoffed, snatching the menu, and leisurely said, "I told you not to be polite with me. Loosen up a bit. How could you be so stingy with your selections?" He then called to the waiter, 1 mountain treasure chicken, and also some exquisite venison. Meng Chuan added several more dishes, all of them exquisite mountain delicacies. Since the ingredients for such dishes were largely wild, he believed they would provide a slight benefit to his cultivation as a demon eater. Thus he decided to indulge himself further. Finally, Meng Chuan glanced at the drinks and chuckled, "Isn't there mitai here? Why bother with Wulianya? Bring me 4 bottles of the premium mitai." The waiter looked at the order in disbelief and asked, "Sir, do you really want to order so many dishes?" Meng Chuan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, if it's not enough, we shall order more later. Indeed, please add the previously ordered dishes to the other table," allowing everyone to partake. Is it insufficient? This table already boasts nearly 20 dishes. What a fortune it must cost. Chen, standing nearby, couldn't he help but smirk, thinking to himself, let us see how you maintain your facade when it comes time to settle the bill. With this in mind, Chen spoke up, Brother Meng. Now that we've finished ordering, it's time for you to settle the bill. We shall soon discover whether you can afford this meal. Meng Chuan shook his head, declining Chen Cheng's suggestion. Chen replied with a sneer, What's the matter, Brother Meng? Now that the dishes are ordered, are you having second thoughts? Meng Chuan explained, No, I'm simply concerned that these dishes may not suffice. Once we're full and I confirm that no additional dishes are needed, I shall settle the bill. Very well. Chen did not object. With such an abundance of dishes, how could it possibly be insufficient? This was merely a tactic to buy time. After all, I have plenty of time today to entertain you. I am eager to see how you will conclude this affair. Soon, the dishes arrived, and laughter filled the air as everyone eagerly began to eat. Meng Chuan observed that the dishes indeed contained a fair amount of spiritual energy. Although the difference between them and the ghost-faced crab was akin to a drop of water versus a river, they would nonetheless enhance his demon-devouring body. Thus, Meng Chuan began to devour the dishes with great enthusiasm. Since the demon-devouring body thrives on consumption, his appetite had grown as his cultivation deepened. At home, Meng Chuan had refrained from indulging for fear of startling Jiang Beixiang. But now, faced with such a plethora of spiritually enriched ingredients, he felt no need to hold back. The others engaged in lively conversation while dining, whereas Meng Chuan, apart from exchanging a few words with Jiang Ku, was engrossed in his meal, consuming his food with remarkable speed. Although his eating manners were not particularly unrefined, his pace was astonishingly swift. While the dishes at the neighboring table remained largely untouched, Meng Chuan's table was nearly emptied. The surrounding diners were taken aback. They had never witnessed anyone with such an impressive capacity for food. Meanwhile, Chen looked on with disdain, thinking to himself, this impoverished wretch has never encountered such delectable dishes. He resembles a famished ghost returned to life. As the last remnants of food began to dwindle, Meng Chuan wiped his mouth and summoned a waiter, ordering 10 more dishes to continue his feast. Soon, as night fell around 8 o'clock, everyone's bellies had become pleasantly distended. Finally, Meng Chuan set down his chopsticks, letting out a contented burp, and cheerfully inquired of the others, So, my friends, are you all satisfied? We are full. The others replied. Chen, while picking his teeth, sneered, Meng Gu. You can settle the bill now, can't you? Let everyone see if you can truly afford this meal. It was a jest. Yet the tally of Meng Chuan's orders amounted to at least 3 tables of food, which would easily exceed 50,000 yuan. How could a man who lived off his friend's family and worked odd jobs possibly cover such a cost? I am eager to witness how he tries to show off later. Chapter 44. A little more than you Meng Chuan waved his hand, calling over the waiter, and said, Please bring another portion of everything on this table, and pack it up for me to take away. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied with a nod. Jiang Ku grew slightly anxious and exclaimed, Chuangu, why have you ordered so much food again? Do you have any idea how much this costs? Meng Chuan chuckled. We've indulged ourselves, but we must ensure Uncle Jiang has something to eat as well. Waiter, please include this in the bill and let us know the total. After calculating, the waiter announced, Sir, the total is 76,300. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card, Meng Chuan replied, retrieving his card and handing it to the waiter, who promptly brought over the POS machine to process the payment. Meanwhile, Chen observed Meng Chuan with a cold gaze, thinking to himself, I wonder how long you can keep up this facade. If your card fails to cover this sum, how many bows will you have to make before me? In front of so many people, it would be utterly humiliating. Would Jiang Ku still want to be with you then? As Meng Chuan entered his password, Chen sneered, Perhaps it would be wiser for you to admit defeat. If the restaurant considers you a dine and dash, it wouldn't be proper for us to share in your embarrassment, would it? How much could possibly be on that broken card of yours? At most, 18,000, and that's likely your entire year's savings. All done, sir, the waiter said, returning the card to Meng Chuan with a warm smile. Oh, splendid, Meng Chuan replied nonchalantly, nodding as if spending over 70,000 was merely a trivial matter. The others were left in astonishment. Had he truly managed to pay that amount? How could someone clad in such ordinary attire treat everyone to a meal costing over 70,000? The most astonished of all was Chen. He widened his eyes, unable to believe the unfolding reality. Given his knowledge of the Jiang family's financial situation, It seemed implausible that even Jiang Ku herself, let alone her entire family, could possess savings amounting to 70,000. How could Meng Chuan, a mere lodger in the Jiang household with no achievements to speak of, possibly have over 70,000 in his account? Surely, even having 700 would be a challenge. Yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the truth. This was inconceivable. Qiancheng tugged at his hair in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could a penniless drifter have over 70,000 in his account? Server, please check again. Is it possible that the balance was insufficient and the transaction didn't go through?" The server glanced down and replied, "I have confirmed that we indeed processed a charge of over 70,000 from this gentleman's card." This was impossible. Qiancheng was bewildered. Meng Chuan, with a calm demeanor, smiled and said, 70,000 is but a trifling sum. How could I possibly be unable to produce it? Didn't I mention earlier that the funds in my card exceed yours, Chandasha? With a POS machine at hand, he continued, "Excuse me, server, could you kindly check my balance?" "Certainly, sir," the server responded without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the server announced loudly, "Sir, your card currently holds a balance of 5,763,000. What? Nearly 6 million in your account." Not only Qiancheng, but even Jiang Ke was taken aback. In contrast, Meng Chuan remained composed, chuckling, "Oh, there's still over 5 million left. So what do you think, Chandasha? Is it not a tad more than what you have?" "A tad more?" It was vastly more, to say the least. Qiancheng, just a moment ago, boasted with an air of superiority about having 200,000 in his account, as if it were a staggering sum. Yet, to others, that amount barely constitutes a fraction. With over 5 million in savings, one could surmise that Meng Chuan's worth exceeds 10 million. Those who once looked down upon Meng Chuan, believing Jiang Ku was wasting her time with him, now regarded him with newfound respect, regretting their earlier derision. Calmly, Meng Chuan dabbed his mouth with a tissue and smiled at Qiancheng, saying, "My dear classmate, I trust you haven't forgotten our wager? I have settled the bill using my funds, so logically, you ought to reimburse me tenfold." Upon hearing this, Qiancheng's facial muscles twitched. The bill amounted to over 70,000, implying he would owe Meng Chuan over 700,000. Such a sum would indeed be substantial for Qiancheng. Noticing Qiancheng's silence, Meng Chuan lightly tapped his forehead. "Oh, my memory. It seems you only have 200,000 in your account, which is insufficient to cover our wager. How about this? I, being magnanimous, shall waive the monetary compensation. Instead, I propose you bow to me. Not 1,000 per bow, but rather 10,000 for each. If you bow 70 times, we can consider this matter settled. What do you say?" Throughout this encounter, Qiancheng had persistently provoked him. Thus, Meng Chuan felt no need for restraint and deemed it time to impart a lesson. Qiancheng's expression darkened further upon hearing Meng Chuan's words. Rising from his seat, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it, you little brat. What's over 700,000? I'm not short of cash. Just wait." With that, he stepped aside to make a phone call. It seems he ought to have been dealt with by his father. Qiancheng nodded and bowed as he finished the phone call, returning with a stern expression. He had obtained Meng Chuan's bank card number and, as expected, transferred over 700,000. Meng Chuan mused to himself that this money was earned far too easily, in the time it took to enjoy a meal. He had netted over 60,000. Qian Deshao is indeed generous. In the future, I would welcome him to dine with me again. Meng Chuan shook the card in his hand, inciting a storm of frustration within Qiancheng. After the meal, everyone exited the restaurant and began to disperse. Meng Chuan accompanied Jiang Ku and chatted with 2 senior students by the roadside, when suddenly a Mercedes pulled up beside them. Qiancheng leaned out of the window, shot Meng Chuan a glare, then forced a smile as he addressed Jiang Ku. "Kur, it's getting late. Let me give you a ride home. Otherwise, if you walk back with Meng Gu, who knows what time you'll arrive. It's not easy to hail a taxi around here." This remark subtly elevated his own status while belittling Meng Chuan, for Qiancheng well knew that Jiang Ke's family did not possess a private car, and thus Meng Chuan was even less likely to have one. The 2 senior students gazed at the luxurious vehicle with envy, exclaiming, "Wow, Qiancheng hasn't even graduated yet, and he can drive such an impressive car. It's truly enviable." Indeed, while others might only ride electric bikes, Qiancheng was behind the wheel of a grand Mercedes. Among them all, he was undoubtedly the one with the most prestige. Qiancheng, buoyed by their admiration, found his earlier irritation with Meng Chuan dissipated, and he laughed heartily. "A car is merely a car. It's nothing extraordinary. Come on, 2 senior sisters. Get in the car. There's room for 2 more in the back seat, and Kurer can sit in the passenger seat. I'll drop you all off one by one. As he spoke, Qian Cheng cast a disdainful glance at Meng Chuan and remarked, as for Brother Meng, my car can't accommodate you, so you might have to walk home. Chapter 45. The Spirit Elixir. Haha. Thank you for your kind offer, Meng Chuan replied with a smile. Glancing at Qian Cheng's vehicle, he smirked. Your car lacks the requisite elegance. It would be a bit beneath Kurer to ride in it. She should ride in my car instead. Lacking elegance? Qian Cheng scoffed. Do you even understand automobiles? My Benz cost over 600,000. Do you think it's just some shabby vehicle worth a few thousand? If my car is lacking in elegance, then what indeed could be deemed elegant? It's quite laughable. Then why not enlighten me by showing me a truly elegant car? Haha, I suspect you don't even own a vehicle. Qian Cheng was brimming with confidence. Although he was unaware of how Meng Chuan had acquired millions, he knew that in Jiangbei, even a Jetta was beyond reach for him, let alone a car of his own. Meng Chuan's claim that his car was lacking in elegance was clearly a deliberate attempt to show off. Today, he was determined to expose Meng Chuan's pretense and make him lose face. However, Meng Chuan simply reached into his pocket, smiled, and produced a car key. With a press of the button, the nearby Maybach responded with a soft beep. Qian Cheng was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He had noticed the top-tier Maybach earlier that day and, after admiring it, had dismissed it as merely a vehicle belonging to some affluent businessman. He never imagined it was, in fact, Meng Chuan's car. Meng Chuan chuckled lightly and remarked, Qian Daxiao, how do you find the caliber of my vehicle? Also, could you make some space? Your car is obstructing mine. If something unfortunate were to occur, I doubt you could afford the damages. Upon hearing this, Qian Cheng's face turned a deep shade of crimson. While his father might be able to cover the cost of a car worth over 10 million, he certainly could not. You are quite impressive. Qian Cheng managed to force these words out, his face flushed with embarrassment, and feeling out of place, he drove away. Meng Chuan laughed softly, opened the car door, and said to Jiang Kurer, let us get in. To the 2 senior sisters, would you like to join us? I can drive you home. The 2 senior sisters were elated and replied, really? We've never had the chance to ride in such a luxurious car before. It's a delightful experience. Once the 2 senior sisters were settled in the vehicle, Meng Chuan took them home one by one. Ultimately, he returned to the Jiangbei Medical Clinic with Jiang Ku. Since Jiang Ku had consumed a bit of alcohol, she retired to her room early to rest. Meng Chuan divided the takeout into 2 portions, placing one in the refrigerator for Jiang Beixiang and taking the other back to his room. Deju, it's time for a midnight snack. Meng Chuan called out to Deju upon entering his room. Initially lying lazily on the bed, Deju swiftly turned over and, with surprising agility for its size, rushed over to snatch the takeout from Meng Chuan's hands, beginning to devour it eagerly. Ah, feast tonight. You have a good heart, bringing back such a generous bounty. Among the various delicacies, many contained spiritual essence, though in small quantities, consuming more would surely be beneficial. The ginger cat mumbled to itself while eagerly indulging in a hearty meal. Speaking of which, I have already meticulously sorted the herbs you previously brought back. Although you possess ancestral heritage, the art of alchemy still relies heavily on experience. After all, these herbs are not particularly rare. Why not attempt to concoct a couple of elixirs? If you cannot even master the basics of alchemy, how can you claim to be a worthy successor of the demon path and healing sage? Very well. Coincidentally, I too wish to experiment with the path of elixirs. Achieving mastery in alchemy will undoubtedly ease my future endeavors in both medicine and cultivation. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. Following the ginger cat's guidance to retrieve several jars of herbs, each meticulously arranged according to the prescribed formulas. Upon examining the prescriptions, it became evident that the herbs selected by the ginger cat were all intended for vitality enhancement and spirit gathering. However, due to limitations in the available materials, they were all of the lowest grade, with some ingredients even incomplete, rendering the concoction a mere approximation. Lacking a proper alchemical furnace, Meng Chuan had to resort to using an ordinary pot, which proved inadequate for the task at hand. Thus, he resorted to grasping the herbs directly in his hands and seated himself cross-legged. A faint crimson flame began to emanate from his palms, a manifestation of his blood vitality. The demonic devouring body does not cultivate spirit, but focuses solely on physical refinement. The blood vitality of the demonic devouring body shares many similarities with the spiritual energy found in ordinary cultivators. A single drop of blood from the demonic devouring body contains immense power. By expending his own vitality in this manner, Meng Chuan could achieve the same result as other cultivators who utilize spiritual force to transform flames for alchemical purposes. The temperature emanating from Meng Chuan's palms soared, and the herbs nestled within quickly underwent transformation under such intense heat. The latent spiritual energy within them was extracted and converted into liquid form, gradually coalescing together. However, concurrently, a considerable amount of spiritual energy had already transcended into a liquid state, dissipating through the gaps of Meng Chuan's fingers, thus wasted. Had Meng Chuan possessed an alchemical furnace, this loss of spiritual energy could have been averted. After approximately half an hour, Meng Chuan opened his eyes and extended his palm. In the center of his hand lay two diminutive, dark red orbs, akin to grains of rice, the remainder being herbal residue. These two orbs were known as spirit-enhancing pills, products derived from the complete extraction of spiritual energy from various herbs. Although they do not cure significant ailments, consuming these pills allows the imbiber to replenish their vitality, enabling cultivators to refine their essence and enhance their Tao practice, while ordinary individuals may find relief from minor ailments and bolster their health. The herbal residue was equally precious. Meng Chuan meticulously placed it back into the herbal jar, casting a self-deprecating smile at the minuscule pills. These pills are indeed excessively small. At that moment, the orange cat, having devoured all the food Meng Chuan had brought, tilted its head and remarked, "For a first-time alchemist, achieving a tangible result is commendable. As for the diminutive size of the spirit-enhancing pills, it is understandable. The herbs themselves contained minimal spiritual energy, and without a furnace, extracting even this little is quite impressive." After a brief pause, the orange cat smirked slyly and added, "However, the efficacy of the spirit-enhancing pills must be personally tested by me to ascertain its true value." With that, the orange cat opened its mouth, unleashing a forceful suction towards the two remaining spirit-enhancing pills in Meng Chuan's hand. Aware that the mischievous feline would not overlook any morsel, Meng Chuan had remained vigilant. Nonetheless, he managed to salvage only one pill, while the other was promptly consumed by the voracious orange cat. "How could you, after consuming so much, dare to snatch my spirit essence pill?" Meng Chuan exclaimed, one hand guarding his remaining precious treasure while the other grasped the neck of the orange cat, attempting to retrieve the spirit essence pill. With a flick of its ear and a swift motion, the orange cat swallowed, leaving Meng Chuan resigned to the fact that anything that entered the cat's mouth was unlikely to re-emerge. The pill had been well crafted. Upon entering his stomach, he felt a surge of spiritual energy, rejuvenating his body. The orange cat shamelessly licked its lips, its gaze fixated on the other spirit essence pill in Meng Chuan's hand. In shock, Meng Chuan hastily popped the remaining pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 46. Tianlan Hotel. Throughout the night, Meng Chuan managed to concoct 6 spirit essence pills. He shared 4 of them with the orange cat, each consuming 2, while he reserved the remaining 2 for the morning meal of Jiang Bei and Jiang Ke. Unlike the ghost-face crab, the spiritual potency of the spirit essence pill was perfectly tolerable for ordinary individuals. Hence, Meng Chuan deemed it prudent to bestow this precious elixir upon Jiang Ke and Jiang Bei, believing that even as mere mortals, the infusion of spiritual energy would nourish their bodies far more effectively than any commercial supplement available. Meng Chuan guarded the 2 spirit essence pills with considerable effort, for the orange cat had not slept a wink all night, its eyes fixated on the treasures. Ultimately, Meng Chuan succeeded in thwarting the orange cat's intentions. When morning came and he prepared porridge, he discreetly placed the pills into the bowls of Jiang Ke and Jiang Bei. In response, the orange cat rolled around in frustration on the bed, vociferously lamenting Meng Chuan's squandering of resources and declaring it a grave injustice not to share the spirit essence pills with it. As evening descended, Meng Chuan drove towards the Tianlan Grand Hotel, where he had arranged to meet Zhu Wenbin. The Tianlan Grand Hotel is quite renowned in Hangzhou, primarily due to its exclusive membership policy. Only those possessing membership may dine within its esteemed halls. Furthermore, the establishment frequently hosts local executives and affluent individuals, with numerous soirees held in its elegant surroundings. It can be said that gaining entry to the Tianlan Hotel is a mark of distinction. The upcoming raw stone auction, it was rumored, was organized by a prominent figure in the raw stone industry from Yunnan, making it a gathering for the wealthy elite. Naturally, such a prestigious event would be held at the Tianlan Hotel. Just as Meng Chuan was about to enter the hotel, he noticed a group of young individuals stepping inside as well, among whom was Qian Cheng, who had embarrassed himself in front of Meng Chuan the previous day. Meng Chuan thought it a curious coincidence, but had no intention of approaching him, for had it not been for Jiang Ke's regard, he would not have deigned to waste his breath on Qian Cheng. Thus, Meng Chuan silently followed behind Qian Cheng and his companions into the hotel lobby. As Qian Cheng engaged in casual conversation with his friends, someone pointed at him and remarked, "Look, another young man just walked in. What an odd way to dress. Is he trying to be low-key, or is he just an unsophisticated interloper? Who is that?" Qian Cheng turned around and was met with the sight of Meng Chuan seated on a sofa in the lobby. "It's this fellow?" Qian Cheng exclaimed in shock. A young man in a blue suit beside him inquired, "What is the matter, Qian Deshao? Do you know him?" With gritted teeth, Qian Cheng replied, "Of course I know him. A few days ago, I pursued a young lady, yet she declined my advances, stating that she was already involved with another fellow. How dare a mere orphan capture the attention of someone like me?" Another young man exclaimed in astonishment. Could he possibly be a scion from that affluent family in Hangzhou, surpassing even the esteemed Qian? "Affluent, my foot," Qian Cheng retorted furiously. "I have investigated thoroughly. He is nothing but an orphan, residing in my woman's home, having toiled for years to support a woman's education. Now that she has graduated and achieved success, she has cast him aside. To my utter disbelief, the woman I desire has taken a liking to him. Just yesterday at our gathering, this fellow somehow flaunted a few million and a luxury car, utterly humiliating me. The grudge I hold still ignites a fiery rage within me." Upon hearing this, the man in the blue suit laughed. "So he is merely a worthless individual. How could such a wretch make you, Master Qian, suffer indignity?" The more Qian Cheng pondered, the angrier he became, cursing, "It's nothing but luck on his part." "Huh." The man in the blue suit chuckled heartily. "Should Master Qian truly be incensed by such a person? At this very moment, your father is in a private room at Tianlan Hotel negotiating a multi-million-dollar deal with an out-of-town businessman. Look at him. The total cost of his attire doesn't even match the price of our tie. He and we inhabit entirely different realms. Such societal refuse is unworthy of our ire. Come, Master Qian, let us go teach him a lesson and avenge you." Qian Cheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Splendid. With Jiang not present today, I need not show him any courtesy. Let us proceed and have our fun at his expense." As they spoke, several individuals approached Meng Chuan. Sensing their proximity, he turned to see Qian Cheng and couldn't help but think, "I am not seeking out trouble, yet trouble seems intent on finding me. What a coincidence, Meng Chuan." Qian Cheng sneered as he stepped forward. Meng Chuan merely lifted his eyelids slightly and nodded, a silent greeting. Observing Meng Chuan's demeanor, Lan Lingdai scoffed, "Qian, you extend a greeting, and this is how he responds? Shouldn't he rise and bow to you, a man of stature? Such blatant discourtesy. A bow." Meng Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. "A mere nod from me is already a significant gesture of respect." "Heh, Meng Chuan, your arrogance is quite remarkable." Qian Cheng retorted with a cold smile. "You think I owe you any courtesy, especially after witnessing what transpired yesterday with Jiang Ke? Someone like you is hardly worth my attention. Look at the company I keep. Each individual is either the offspring of a magnate or a descendant of high-ranking officials. You should consider it an honor that I even deign to converse with you." Meng Chuan glanced at the group of young men and replied, "Your circle? I must apologize, but I find it utterly unimpressive. Such audacity." Qian Cheng's brows furrowed. "It appears you are entirely oblivious to your own standing. Let me be frank. This establishment, Tianlan Hotel, is not a place for someone of your ilk. It is reserved for the wealthy elite of Hangzhou. What right do you have to be here? Whether you are here to bask in the air conditioning or to flaunt your facade, you ought to leave at once." Meng Chuan regarded Qian Cheng as if he were a fool, remaining utterly unmoved. The blue tie let out a couple of cold scoffs and remarked, "Qian Dashao, it appears that this brat possesses a certain thickness of skin. Allow me to handle the upcoming matters." With that, he beckoned a nearby waiter, saying, "Waiter, come here for a moment." A waiter approached, bowing his head and inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" The blue tie pointed at Meng Chuan and stated, "Isn't your Tianlan Hotel a high-end establishment that operates on a membership basis? How is it that all sorts of riffraff can infiltrate? Is this person, who is dressed as if begging, truly a member of your Tianlan Hotel? You had best ascertain whether he is an intruder. If so, expel him swiftly to preserve our mood." Upon seeing the blue tie and Qian Cheng, it was evident to the waiter that they were affluent individuals, and in stark contrast, Meng Chuan did not appear to be someone who could gain access to the Tianlan Hotel. Thus, the waiter naturally sided with Qian Cheng and his companions. Gentlemen, please do not take offense. I shall address this matter. The waiter offered a reassuring smile to Qian Cheng, but as he turned, his expression turned icy as he addressed Meng Chuan, saying, Sir, may I kindly request you to present your membership card? Non-members are not permitted to enter our hotel. Chapter 47. Zhu Guangyao is my father. This sudden shift in attitude was apparent to any discerning observer. Meng Chuan couldn't help but feel displeased and retorted. Why don't you inquire whether they possess membership cards? Given the high caliber of the Tianlan Hotel, it was evident that a wealthy second generation like Qian Cheng would hardly qualify for membership. His father, Qian Jiqiang, possessed the membership card to this establishment, which theoretically meant that Qian Cheng and his companions were equally unqualified to be here. However, the waiter understood the principle of social privilege, and he certainly dared not provoke individuals like Qian Cheng. These young gentlemen are not like you, and my inspection has no bearing on you. The waiter remarked without a hint of politeness. If you lack a membership card, kindly take your leave. Otherwise, I shall summon security to escort you out. With a chuckle, Qian Cheng said, Meng Chuan, if you have no membership card, you should exit promptly. I have already stated that this is not a place for someone of your ilk. Very well, Meng Chuan replied with nonchalance, rising to depart. Qian Cheng scoffed. What a joke. You are merely being expelled like a dog. What do you think you are? Challenging me? He nodded at the waiter, saying, You have done well. I shall commend you to your manager later. The waiter smiled, replying, Thank you, young master. As Meng Chuan approached the exit amid the laughter of Qian Cheng and his group, Zhu Wenbin entered from outside. Meng, my brother, Zhu Wenbin exclaimed upon seeing Meng Chuan, bursting into laughter as he clapped him on the shoulder. You arrived quite early, didn't you wait long? Meng Chuan smiled. Not at all, I just got here. That's good, Zhu Wenbin said, draping an arm around Meng Chuan's shoulder as he urged. Come on, today's raw stone auction is quite intriguing. Let us enjoy it together. No need for that, brother Ben. Meng Chuan waved his hand in refusal, saying, I think I should leave. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenbin grew anxious, fearing he had inadvertently offended Meng Chuan. What is the matter, Meng? Everyone is here. Why would you leave now? Meng Chuan shrugged and replied, I don't wish to depart, but someone just remarked that I am unworthy of being in this hotel and even had the staff escort me out. Is that so? Zhu Wenbin's anger flared at this revelation, a cold smile forming on his lips. Who dares to expel you, Meng? I must see who possesses such audacity. Meng Chuan gestured towards Qian Cheng, saying, They are over there. Such filth dares to defile Meng Chuan? Zhu Wenbin declared. Come, I shall rectify this matter for you. With that, Zhu Wenbin strode towards Qian Cheng and his companions, his expression dark and determined. Qian Cheng had already taken note of Zhu Wenbin upon his entrance, and, unfamiliar with him, couldn't help but smirk as he saw the two returning. He thought to himself, Meng Chuan is quite the character. He seems intent on dragging more humiliation upon himself. Are you the ones who wish to drive Meng Chuan out, claiming he lacks the right to be here? Zhu Wenbin squinted, scrutinizing Qian Cheng and his group. Unfazed, Qian Cheng sneered derisively. And if we are? Who let their zipper down and exposed you? What? Do you intend to champion this country bumpkin Meng Chuan? What are you even worth to challenge me? Oh, Zhu Wenbin laughed heartily. Have I stumbled upon a tough nut? Young man, in my circles, you are but a stranger. Qian Cheng, hearing this, tilted his head back in disdain and retorted. Your circles? How could your circle possibly know me? My father is Qian Jiqiang. You must have heard of him, right? Zhu Wenbin pondered for a moment and then laughed heartily. So it is Qian Jiqiang. I thought he was merely some wealthy scion. But he is nothing more than a second-hand car dealer. Who the hell are you calling a second-hand car dealer? Upon hearing this, Qian Cheng became enraged, proclaiming, My family's fortune amounts to tens of millions. How can you compare to me? You even dare to stand up for Meng Chuan. You ought to take a look in the mirror. At that moment, the trembling attendant finally spoke. Zhu. Young Master Zhu. The attendant lowered his head, unable to meet Zhu Wenbin's gaze, for he realized that with Zhu Wenbin's close relationship with Meng Chuan, he had dug his own grave today. Zhu Wenbin shot a cold glance at the attendant and sternly inquired, Is it you who wanted to drive my little brother Meng away? No, it's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Zhu. The attendant stammered, but was met with a resounding slap from Zhu Wenbin. Slap. You are not worthy to converse with me. Summon your manager, Zhu Wenbin commanded. The attendant covered his face and hurriedly departed, not daring to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Qiansheng stood there, utterly stunned. For this was the Tianlan Hotel. Even the staff here belonged to the esteemed establishment. No one would dare strike another without consequence. For one must consider the owner when striking a dog. Yet this individual had acted without hesitation, clearly holding a significant status in Hangzhou. The surname Zhu. Qiansheng contemplated deeply and suddenly realized, could it be? Are you the jewelry tycoon, Zhu Guangyao's? Zhu Guangyao is my father. With a seemingly casual remark, Zhu Wenbin instantly rendered Qiansheng and his companions pale with fear. Even among the affluent, there exists a hierarchy. For individuals like Qiansheng, whose father possesses assets amounting to several million, they might be considered wealthy in the eyes of the average person. However, when compared to Zhu Guangjiao, they are but mere children. Throughout Hangzhou, Zhu Guangjiao commands nearly 100 jewelry stores, reigning supreme in this industry. In contrast, Qian Jiqiang is merely a minor tycoon who has made his fortune through the trade of second-hand cars. Is there truly any basis for comparison? It is no wonder that he has never encountered anyone from that elite circle. What kind of circle is that? He is nothing but an insignificant speck, striving in vain to gain entry. Moreover, he foolishly attempted to flaunt his bravado before the illustrious young Master Zhu. Even going so far as to insult him, was that not courting disaster? The mention of young Master Zhu sent a shiver down Qiansheng's spine, and with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees before Zhu Wenbin, clinging to his leg in tears, pleading, I did not realize it was you, young Master Zhu. My earlier words were disrespectful. I implore you not to hold it against me. Zhu Wenbin contemptuously kicked Qiansheng aside, scoffing. What use is your pleading to me? It is not I whom you have offended. Realization dawned upon Qiansheng as he hastily bowed before Meng Chuan, exclaiming, Brother Meng, I understand my error. In comparison to you, I am nothing. I have been woefully blind, uttering those words. I hope you can overlook my indiscretion and speak favorably on my behalf to young Master Zhu. Meng Chuan, observing Qiansheng's desperation, could not help but chuckle, coolly replying, weren't you just asking me to bow to you? Did you not claim that conversing with you was my privilege? Earlier, he had referred to me as a country bumpkin, but now he is kneeling. Meng, I apologize. I was foolish to speak to you that way. I implore you to show mercy. Qiansheng regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself. We are not of the same status, nor do we belong to the same circle. Since that is the case, a person like me should take my leave. Yes, I will depart immediately. I do not wish to offend you, Meng. With that, Qiansheng led the way, cradling his head as he exited the Tianlan Hotel. The blue-collar workers and others did not dare linger and quickly followed suit. After all, a single word from Zhu Wenbin could bring their family business to ruin. Who would dare to displease him? Chapter 48. Shi Jingfei and Shi Wang. At that moment, a corpulent man hurried over, guided by the earlier server, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Upon reaching Zhu Wenbin, he quickly donned a smile and said, Young Master Zhu, I sincerely apologize for the lack of proper greeting. Please do not take offense. Manager's son, spare me the trivialities. Zhu Wenbin waved his hand dismissively. My brother was nearly expelled from your establishment. As the manager, do you not owe me an explanation? Manager's son's expression shifted dramatically. He was already aware of the unfolding events upon his arrival, so seeing Zhu Wenbin's displeasure, he immediately adopted a stern demeanor. He turned and delivered a resounding slap to the server's face. How dare you, you blind fool, to trouble young Master Zhu's friend? Pack your belongings and leave at once. Tianlan Hotel will no longer employ you. The waiter, concealing his face, was on the verge of tears and sought mercy. Manager's son. What? Get lost. Manager's son swiftly kicked him down, then turned to Meng Chuan with a smile, saying, Young brother, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. Rest assured, I will address this matter appropriately. Very well, you may handle it yourselves. Meng Chuan nodded, disinterested in further involvement. Zhu Wenbin, his expression stern, continued. Aside from those scoundrels, is Qian Jiqiang also at your hotel? His membership should be revoked. Otherwise, I would be embarrassed to be associated with such individuals as members of Tianlan Hotel. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. The attendant quickly acknowledged, nodding repeatedly. Zhu Wenbin smiled and patted Meng Chuan on the shoulder, saying, Let us proceed, my dear Meng. We shall ascend to attend the raw stone auction and leave these petty matters behind. In a private room of Tianlan Hotel, Qian Jiqiang was engaged in business discussions with several wealthy merchants from out of town. The negotiations were progressing smoothly, and both parties were poised to sign the contract. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open, and manager Sun, accompanied by several waiters and security personnel, entered with a grim countenance. Boss Chen, your membership has been revoked by our hotel. You are no longer eligible to remain here. Please exit. Qian Jiqiang was taken aback, bewildered. Revoked? How is that possible? I have not violated any membership regulations. Why would it be cancelled? Manager Sun replied coldly. You may not have, but your son certainly has. Leave this place immediately, or we shall be compelled to escort you out. Wait a moment. I am in the midst of finalizing a highly significant contract worth tens of millions. If you interrupt me, Qian Jiqiang furrowed his brow, ready to argue, but Manager Sun waved his hand dismissively. Several attendants and security personnel surged forward, forcibly ejecting everyone from the private room. Qian Jiqiang had only just grazed the threshold of becoming a member, while the Zhu family was a prominent jewelry magnate in Hangzhou. Manager Sun was acutely aware of the disparity in their importance. Qian Jiqiang and his clients were unceremoniously thrown out of the hotel, inciting the fury of several wealthy businessmen from out of town who were poised to sign contracts. They rose in anger, cursing as they departed, declaring they would never collaborate with Qian Jiqiang again. Bewildered, Qian Jiqiang watched helplessly as the lucrative contract slipped away, leaving him in a state of confusion. Dad! Qian Qing appeared from nowhere, helping his father to his feet. Are you all right? Coming to his senses, Qian Jiqiang slapped him across the face, bellowing, You little rascal. What on earth did you do? How could I possibly have my membership revoked by Tianlan Hotel? Lowering his head, Qian Cheng recounted the events that transpired, incensing Qian Jiqiang to the point of rolling his eyes in disbelief. You dared to provoke the Zhu family? Have you lost your mind? With a mere word, they could obliterate our family's standing in Hangzhou, and the second-floor hall serves as the venue for the raw stone auction, where a considerable number of attendees have already gathered, predominantly individuals from the jewelry industry, who have come to select materials for processing, accompanied by Zhu Wenbin. Meng Chuan was graciously invited inside despite lacking an entry ticket, and he settled into a prominent VIP seat. The venue was thoughtfully arranged with not only sofas, but also an assortment of fruits and tea. As Zhu Wenbin sipped his tea, he imparted knowledge of the industry to Meng Chuan. Regarding jade, the ancestral teachings of the Taoist medical sage encompass considerable wisdom in this domain. Jade possesses immense spiritual energy. Yet this energy is not easily extracted like that of spirits or herbs for personal use. However, jade serves as an excellent medium, capable of harboring Taoist methods and gathering the spiritual essence of the universe. Certain formations can concentrate this essence from the heavens and earth into a singular location, creating a postnatal blessed land. High-quality jade is an essential ingredient for these formations. If one were to aspire to establish a farm, employing jade to construct a grand gathering formation for spiritual energy could be advantageous. In doing so, one could consume the spiritual essence of the world akin to a demonic beast, refining their own demonic body, while also accelerating the growth of cultivated ingredients and herbs, thus accumulating more spiritual energy within. While Meng Chuan contemplated these matters, a discordant voice pierced the atmosphere. Oh, isn't that young Master Zhu? It seems the promotion for today's raw stone auction is quite vigorous, as even young Master Zhu has graced us with his presence. Meng Chuan turned around and beheld a youth of similar age to Zhu Wenbin, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in a gray tang suit, seated in the adjacent VIP section, grinning at Zhu Wenbin. Upon sighting this individual, Zhu Wenbin's countenance darkened, and he remarked, Shi Jingfei, why is it that you are everywhere? Are you not merely a fly buzzing incessantly before me? With a playful tilt of his leg, Shi Jingfei chuckled. I could just as easily say that you seem to be omnipresent as well. To think you would dare attend such a rough stone auction after the last time I taught you a lesson. The memory of you spending over 10 million on 2 worthless stones is simply hilarious. With your discernment, what makes you bold enough to return to the rough stone auction today? How much has your father prepared for you to squander? Zhu Wenbin's face flushed crimson at the taunt. Last time, I merely misjudged, allowing you to seize an opportunity. Did you not purchase 2 good pieces last time? What is there to boast about? The wheel of fortune turns. And perhaps today I shall unearth valuable stones while you end up with worthless ones. Is that so? Shi Jingfei beamed. Why don't we wager on it today? What do you say? What kind of wager? Zhu Wenbin inquired. Shi Jingfei grinned. When the rough stones are brought out, let us each select 3. And we shall unveil them together to see whose stones hold greater value. The loser shall pay the winner 10 million. What do you think? Chapter 49, The Bet. Of course, if you are too timid to proceed, I shall not press you. However, in the future, after encountering me, you might consider taking a detour and simply admit your reluctance to compete with me. Meng Chuan mused, truly befitting a wealthy heir, casually wagering amounts in the millions, akin to the annual revenue of a small enterprise. Zhu Wenbin, prideful and unable to tolerate provocation, declared, "Who says I am afraid? Let us compete." With a smirk, Shi Jingfei replied, "Then it's settled." He cast a sly glance and gestured towards the elderly man beside him, saying, "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you. This esteemed gentleman is my specially invited master for today, Wang Kai. Surely, you have heard of him?" Zhu Wenbin's expression immediately soured. He indeed knew of Wang Kai, a renowned expert in the realm of stone gambling in the Nanjing region, often referred to as the Stone King. It is said that his discerning eye rarely fails, with a high probability of uncovering valuable treasures from the stones he selects. Many in the jewelry industry regard him as a deity of fortune, queuing to solicit his expertise. Rumor has it that merely enlisting his services to assess stones can cost nearly 10 million. You are cheating," Zhu Wenbin exclaimed in a frenzy. "You brought the Stone King to deceive me." Shi Jingfei shrugged, chuckling. "When did I deceive you? Isn't it entirely normal to invite someone to evaluate stones? It is you who failed to recognize the esteemed Stone King and insisted on wagering against me. Who else can be blamed? So, Zhu Wenbin, are you really considering backing out? We had agreed to this wager, and if you withdraw now, it would be a breach of trust. So many eyes are upon us. If you refuse to part with that 10 million, it is likely that the reputation of the Zhu family will be tarnished by your actions. Wouldn't you agree? Ha. You, Zhu Wenbin, akin to a duck driven to a rack, understood that in comparison to the Zhu family's esteemed reputation, 10 million was but a trifling sum. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and declare, "Who says I dare not gamble? We, the Zhu family, conduct business with integrity. Even if I lose, it is merely 10 million. I can afford it." Excellent. Shi Jingfei laughed heartily. "In that case, I eagerly await the pained expression you will wear when you hand over 10 million. Master Wang, please select some fine stones for me. Should we triumph and claim 10 million from the Zhu family, I shall grant you 5 million. Wang Kai smiled faintly and clasped his hands, replying, "I shall extend my gratitude to young Master Shi for that." Shi Jingfei replied with a grin, "Do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to young Master Zhu. He is generous enough to offer us this 10 million. Zhu Wenbin's face turned ashen, his body trembling with rage. Observing this, Meng Chuan mused that this sure fellow was indeed quite shrewd, intent on ensnaring Zhu Wenbin. "Fear not, brother Bin. With me here, who will actually pay that 10 million? It remains uncertain," Meng Chuan said with a smile. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Wang Kai expressed disdain, stating coldly, "What? Does this young friend suggest that with my discerning eye today, young Master Shi might still face defeat?" Meng Chuan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is the implication." A foolish child," Wang Kai retorted with a frigid smile. "I have dedicated over 20 years to the study of gambling stones and seldom falter. In the entire Nanjing region, I am the unequivocal authority in the realm of stone gambling. Who dares to claim superiority over me? Today, I shall assist young Master Shi in selecting stones, and no one shall emerge victorious against us. You, a mere youth, presume you can triumph over me. How audacious." Shi Jingfei chuckled and remarked, "Master Wang, why waste your breath on a brash young lad? Soon, we shall teach them a lesson through our actions. After all, the 10 million promised by the Zhu family is already secured. We shall simply await our reward." "Indeed, young Master Shi speaks wisely," Wang Kai replied with a cold smile, casting a glance at Meng Chuan before turning away to disregard him further. Zhu Wenbin sighed, "Alas, I fear I have fallen into a trap today. Upon my return, my father will surely berate me for being a spendthrift." Meng Chuan laughed and patted Zhu Wenbin's shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, brother Bin. With me here, victory is assured." Zhu Wenbin shook his head, saying, "Meng, my dear fellow, you lack the understanding of jade and stone. I acknowledge your exceptional medical skills, yet your expertise may not extend to stone gambling. Shi Jingfei hails from a family entrenched in the jade business. He possesses considerable acumen in assessing stones. Were it only him, I might stand a chance. However, the presence of Wang Kai, the Stone King, complicates matters immensely. Currently, No instruments exist to penetrate the stones and reveal the jade within. All we have is experience. Wang Kai is deemed the Stone King precisely because of his vast experience. Unless we possess the gift of X-ray vision, how could we possibly contend with him? Upon reaching this point, Zhu Wenbin sighed once more and remarked, "Had I known that Shi Jingfei had invited Shi Wang, I would have refrained from gambling with him under any circumstances." Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "Brother Ben, though I lack the gift of clairvoyance, I possess other means to ensure your victory today. You need not worry." Zhu Wenbin shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Meng Chuan's words. Soon, the original stone auction was about to commence. Various stones, differing in size and shape, were brought to the stage. It was said that these stones originated from the old pits of Myanmar, with a high probability of revealing jadeite. Meng Chuan's keen eyes scanned the stones, and indeed, thanks to his sensitivity to spiritual energy bestowed by his demon-devouring physique, he could distinctly sense that one particular stone was imbued with a rich flow of spiritual energy. A robust supply of spiritual energy indicated the presence of jade, and the more abundant the energy, the more precious and substantial the water type would be. With such an ability to perceive spiritual energy, how could he possibly lose to Shi Wang Kai? Meng Chuan felt a profound confidence within him. A cutting machine stood idly nearby, allowing all those who purchased stones to open them on site. Soon, the host appeared, and the opening of the stones officially commenced. Stones were brought to the center, inviting bids from the audience. The attendees were all professionals in this field. Some stones appeared likely to reveal jade. And despite their high prices, no one hesitated to bid. After purchasing the stones, nearly everyone began to open them on the spot, creating a lively atmosphere. As the auction began with smaller stones, both Shi Jingfei and Zhu Wenbin refrained from participating. Before long, a stone the size of a basketball was brought forth. Upon its arrival, Zhu Wenbin's composure visibly faltered. Gambling on stones involves three essential secrets: discerning the skin of the stone, assessing the color of the raw material, and evaluating the crystalline structure. Those who frequent this trade rely on these three principles to select stones that are more likely to yield jade. This particular stone possesses a finely crystallized skin, minimal fissures, and remnants of blocky patterns, known as manguan. Such characteristics indicate a high probability of yielding jade. Furthermore, given the substantial size of this raw stone, if it does yield jade, the quantity will surely be significant. The exceptional quality of this stone has set the starting bid at an impressive 2,300,000, far exceeding that of previous stones. Chapter 50. Bidding. As Zhu Wenbin was about to place his bid, Shi Jingfei whispered a few words to Wang Kai before raising the paddle. 3 million. Clearly, Stone King Wang Kai also perceived this stone's potential, urging Shi Jingfei to secure it. Zhu Wenbin, not one to fall behind, promptly raised his bid, 3,200,000. 3,400,000. Others began to join in the bidding as well. Shi Jingfei, seated calmly, suddenly elevated the price, 5 million. This sudden increase of over 1 million was evidently intended to dissuade other bidders. Indeed, such a bold move intimidated many into silence. Zhu Wenbin gritted his teeth and countered, 6 million. This display of determination suggested he was unwilling to concede to Shi Jingfei. Shi Jingfei furrowed his brow, glanced at Zhu Wenbin, and declared, 7 million. Damn it. Zhu Wenbin slammed the table, eager to continue, but was halted by Meng Chuan. Brother Ben, don't pursue this further. This stone is not worth that price. Meng Chuan sensed that this stone indeed contained spiritual energy, albeit rather sparse, even less than the previous stones he had dismissed. Zhu Wenbin gazed at Meng Chuan in astonishment, and after a moment of hesitation, finally uttered, "All right, Brother Meng. I trust you." This stone ultimately fell into the hands of Shi Jingfei. With a hearty laugh, Shi Jingfei took a sip of tea and remarked, "Zhu Wenbin, you truly are regressing with age. Such a fine raw stone, and I acquired it for a mere 7,500,000, without even a contest from you. Master Wang just claimed that this stone contains at least glass water, and once crafted into a bracelet, it could sell for over 20 million. Yet, you believed that young lad's words and simply stepped aside. How amusing." Zhu Wenbin's expression darkened instantly, as a flicker of regret stirred within him. Meng Chuan, however, chuckled softly and said, "Do you genuinely think you've stumbled upon a great bargain? When it collapses later, there will be no place for your tears. You speak nonsense." Shi Jingfei retorted angrily, "Do not curse. How could a stone that Master Wang favors possibly fail? Watch as I unveil a fully green gem. Prepare to be dazzled. Is that so? Meng Chuan smiled. Then let us await the moment with bated breath. Soon, the stone was delivered to Shi Jingfei, and the staff inquired if he wished to open it immediately. Shi Jingfei waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's no rush. I will wait until I have purchased 3 stones, and then reveal them alongside those in the VIP section over there." The auction continued, and Zhu Wenbin attempted to bid several times, but each time he was thwarted by Meng Chuan. Among these raw stones, the chances of uncovering a green one are exceedingly rare. For Meng Chuan to ensure Zhu Wenbin's victory, a meticulous selection is imperative. Zhu Wenbin, in a state of agitation, was acutely aware that just moments ago, Shi Jingfei, under Wang Kai's guidance, had purchased a stone the size of a grinding wheel for an astounding 13 million, while others had already procured 2 raw stones. He found himself empty-handed, leaving him at a disadvantage. Just as Zhu Wenbin was sweating profusely from anxiety, Meng Chuan suddenly interjected, "Brother Bin, this one, bid on it. This one." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenbin immediately leaned forward and was taken aback to discover that the stone Meng Chuan was pointing to was merely slightly larger than a fist, adorned with unsightly blemishes, and appeared to be devoid of any potential for green. "Meng, Brother Meng, are you sure you're not mistaken? You want me to bid on this stone?" Zhu Wenbin's tone was laced with skepticism. Yet, Meng Chuan exuded confidence, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, this is the one. Trust me, you won't regret it." "Well, all right." Zhu Wenbin contemplated the situation. After all, he was no match for Wang Kai. Why not take a chance on Meng Chuan? It was merely 10 million, an amount he might be able to afford. Due to its poor quality, the starting bid for this stone was a mere 60,000. Zhu Wenbin immediately called out 100,000, facing no competition. The attendees, all discerning individuals, recognized that this unattractive stone had no prospect of revealing green. Consequently, Zhu Wenbin effortlessly secured the stone. When the stone was delivered, Shi Jingfei erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. "Zhu Wenbin, is this the stone you selected? If it weren't for the fact that it was mined in Myanmar, I would have assumed it was something used to prop up a rural latrine. Do you truly expect such stones to yield jade? Are you out of your mind?" Zhu Wenbin's face flushed crimson from the taunt, and through gritted teeth, he retorted, "You don't get too cocky now. When it comes time to unveil the stones, you'll be the one weeping. Is that so? I shall see what exquisite water you can extract from this stone." Shi Jingfei laughed heartily and resumed bidding. Soon, all the stones were auctioned off. Shi Jingfei acquired 3 stones, each of exceptional quality, for a staggering sum of around 30 million. Meanwhile, under Meng Chuan's guidance, Zhu Wenbin purchased a large stone and 2 smaller ones. Apart from the larger stone, which cost him over 1 million, the combined price of the 2 smaller ones barely exceeded 500,000. The disparity in expenditure was striking, 30 million on one side and 1.5 million on the other. Although Zhu Wenbin had faith in Meng Chuan, his expression belied his anxiety, sensing impending misfortune. In contrast, Meng Chuan appeared utterly unfazed. All other stones had been opened, revealing that while a few individuals had indeed unveiled commendable water, the majority suffered substantial losses. After all, in the realm of stone gambling, one can either strike it rich or face utter ruin. The outcomes are unpredictable. Ultimately, only the 6 stones belonging to Zhu Wenbin and Shi Jingfei remained unopened. The guests lingered, eager to witness what these 6 stones would reveal. Stone King Wang, upon examining the 3 stones selected by Meng Chuan, scoffed derisively and remarked, "What sort of green can possibly emerge from such worthless stones? It's truly laughable. A stone I casually chose yielded more green than these 3 combined." Meng Chuan chuckled and remarked, "Master Wang, one should refrain from making overly confident assertions. Otherwise, one might find oneself with a face full of embarrassment." "Embarrassed by me, Wang? I think not." Wang Kai shook his head dismissively. "I am an authority. I declare that your worthless stones cannot possibly yield green, and thus they shall not." "We shall see shortly," Meng Chuan replied, crossing his arms and choosing not to engage further with the arrogant Wang Kai. Shi Jingfei patted his 3 stones, exuding an air of certainty, and playfully inquired, "Zhu Wenbin, how about I let you go first?" With a grim expression, Zhu Wenbin retorted, "No need. I shall allow you to proceed first." "Very well," Shi Jingfei chuckled heartily. "Your 3 pitiful stones are likely unworthy of anyone's attention. As they are merely stone skins, what could possibly be revealed from them? Let us unveil mine first." With that, he signaled the staff to bring his first stone to the cutting machine, preparing for the reveal. Chapter 51. The unveiling of stones. The colossal cutting machine hummed to life, whirring rapidly as Wang Kai and Shi Jingfei leaned back with their arms crossed, brimming with confidence. A crowd gathered around, eagerly observing as the machine's blade descended. Such a fine specimen of stone, it is bound to reveal green. Indeed, if I had the funds, I would certainly contend vigorously for this stone. Its quality is exceptional, and it has a strong potential for yielding glass-like jade, perhaps even imperial green. Imperial green is a bit of an exaggeration. Yet, given the size of this raw stone, as long as it doesn't collapse, it is sure to yield substantial profits. The blade penetrated without much depth, and soon, the white stone dust transformed into a bluish-green mist. This was a promising indication of jade. Indeed, the stone revealed its vibrant green. Moreover, as soon as the knife struck, green emerged. Could it be that this substantial piece of raw stone is entirely green? If this stone were to reveal a full expanse of green, its worth would be incalculable. Master Wang is truly remarkable. Shi Jingfei was overjoyed, unable to contain his delight, and he showered praises incessantly. Wang Kai, gently stroking the stubble beneath his lips, could not suppress his own joy and smiled broadly. In stark contrast, Zhu Wenbin's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. However, Meng Chuan remained utterly unperturbed, merely observing in silence. Given the stone's feeble spiritual energy, how could it possibly be entirely green? As Meng Chuan had anticipated, the green mist had scarcely manifested when it once again transformed into white. In an instant, the expressions of Shi Jingfei and Wang Kai froze in disbelief. What was happening? No more green. Just a moment ago, there was a glimmer of jade, and now it appeared to be merely a fragile layer of green? If it truly was just that scant amount, then this stone was undoubtedly a failure. Indeed, with so little green, it could at most yield a couple of jade bracelets or a ring, amounting to merely several 100,000. Shi Jingfei, unable to bear it any longer, scowled and shouted, "Everyone be quiet. Perhaps more green will emerge from below." The others fell silent, fearful that Shi Jingfei would place the blame for the stone's failure upon them. Crack! The stone was cleaved in two, and as the crowd leaned in for a closer look, it became evident that within the stone lay only a thin veneer of green, and the quality appeared subpar. These jade pieces would be worth at most several 100,000, a far cry from the near 10 million price tag, resulting in a significant loss for Shi Jingfei. How could this be possible? Wang Kai stood in a daze, unable to fathom the reality. Addressing the staff, "It cannot be that there is only this little green." They continued to cut, hoping to uncover any hidden jade. The staff proceeded with the stone, and after 2 more cuts, they found no trace of green. It became evident that this stone contained only a minuscule amount of jade. Wang Kai's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him at a loss for words. Meng Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "What is the matter, Master Wang? Did you not declare yourself an authority, claiming that if there was green, it would indeed manifest, and if not, it would not? Yet, the stone you selected reveals merely a hint of green, hardly enough to craft even a bracelet." Zhu Wenbin, relieved, seized the opportunity to mock. "Indeed, Shi Jingfei, it appears that your esteemed Master Wang is not all he has cracked up to be. Spending 10 million on a mere stone, what a laugh." Shi Jingfei, with a darkened expression, retorted, "Do not be so arrogant. This is merely the first stone. We have 2 more to go. Let's wait and see." "Very well, let us wait and see," Zhu Wenbin replied, now feeling more assured. Wang Kai lowered his head and quietly addressed Shi Jingfei. "Young Master Shi, in the realm of stone betting, it is inevitable to occasionally misjudge. However, I remain quite confident about the next 2 stones." "All right, Master Wang, I trust you. Let us continue," Shi Jingfei nodded, urging the team to proceed with the next 2 stones. The outcomes of the subsequent stones aligned closely with Meng Chuan's predictions. One stone indeed revealed a considerable amount of green, valued at around 8 million. However, Shi Jingfei had spent a hefty 11 million on it, which meant he still faced a loss of 2 to 3 million. As for the other stone, it was a complete disappointment, yielding no green whatsoever. After the 3 stones were opened, Shi Jingfei's expression had turned exceedingly grim. It is indeed normal to experience both gains and losses in the stone gambling arena. However, suffering such a significant defeat before Zhu Wenbin was a matter that rendered Shi Jingfei utterly embarrassed. Zhu Wenbin, on the sidelines, was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Ha ha ha, Shi Jingfei, you truly crack me up. You claimed that the Stone King was assisting you. But what has transpired? Out of the 3 stones opened, 2 were failures, each resulting in losses of hundreds of thousands to millions. This time, you've lost over 20 million. How will you explain this to your father when you return? Shi Jingfei clenched his fists, letting out a cold snort. Zhu Wenbin, do not rejoice too soon. Even if I have faltered, it does not guarantee your victory. After all, I managed to unveil some green, which can be sold for over 8 million. And you? What can you possibly extract from your 3 worthless stones? At this moment, Wang Kai, filled with shame, seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed, based on my experience, those 3 stones of yours will yield even greater losses, not a hint of green. Your experience. Zhu Wenbin laughed even harder. Your so-called experience amounts to selecting these 3 stones? And you call yourself the Stone King? Spare us the embarrassment. Yu Wang Kai was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Shi Jingfei darkly stated, Zhu Wenbin, spare us the idle chatter. We agreed that whoever reveals more green would win 10 million from the other. Although I have indeed suffered losses, even if you uncover jade worth a few 100,000, I would still emerge victorious. With your 10 million as a stop-loss, it will be sufficient to temper your arrogance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenbin became displeased and exclaimed, Shi Jingfei, can you not have some dignity? You have lost over 20 million. Even if I only offer a few million, it would still mean I have profited. Theoretically, it should be me who wins. Shi Jingfei shrugged, chuckling coldly. I never claimed that. What I stated was that whoever opens the most greens wins. Did you not grasp that? Zhu Wenbin was instantly infuriated. For the 3 stones chosen by Meng Chuan were indeed exceedingly small. Even if they yielded green, it would be challenging to sell for over 8 million. According to Shi Jingfei's assertion, it would be nearly impossible for him to claim victory. Just as Zhu Wenbin was about to argue, Meng Chuan intervened, smiling. Isn't it merely a competition to see whose greens are more valuable? No problem. Brother Bin, let us wager with them. Let us cut the stones. But, Meng, my brother. Zhu Wenbin attempted to protest, but Meng Chuan silenced him with a glance. The staff placed Meng Chuan's smallest stone onto the cutting machine and inquired how he wished to proceed. After pondering for a moment, Meng Chuan replied, polish it. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Wang Kai could no longer contain his scornful laughter, retorting, with such a worthless stone, what is the point of polishing it? It's impossible for it to yield green. Better to slice it in half and see if we might stumble upon a stroke of luck and uncover a bit of jade. Since Meng Chuan had spoken, the staff had no choice but to comply, commencing the polishing of the raw stone. Chapter 52. A visitor with such a worthless stone. So thick with impurities and devoid of patterns, how could it possibly yield jade? Indeed, I concur with the earlier comment. It would be wiser to slice it open directly, as polishing is merely a waste of time. This stone, I wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it were lying by the roadside. It clearly lacks any trace of green. No one had faith in the piece selected by Meng Chuan. Yet, as the cutting machine whirred to life, a hint of green emerged before everyone's eyes. It turned green, and it's a vibrant green. My goodness, it truly turned green. Such a seemingly worthless stone could yield such a result. And it's actually imperial green, dear me. This single stone possesses merely a thin layer of outer skin, while the essence beneath is entirely green. This is truly a windfall. Young man, I am willing to offer 20 million for this stone. Would you consider parting with it? 20 million? Are you taking advantage of someone's ignorance? Young man, I will raise my offer to 30 million. The crowd went wild. This has been the finest material revealed at the raw stone auction thus far. Zhu Wenbin was overjoyed, nearly planting a kiss on Meng Chuan's shoulder. Brother Meng, this is absolutely incredible. You've unveiled an imperial green. We have truly struck gold. Meng Chuan smiled, not overly excited, as he had long anticipated this outcome. Naturally, Zhu Wenbin would not sell this stone, as the Zhu family is in the jade business. They have brought in master craftsmen who can transform this material into exquisite jewelry, potentially multiplying its value several times over. Upon the emergence of the imperial green, Shi Jingfei's expression turned sour, akin to having tasted something bitter. He had assumed that Zhu Wenbin's worthless stone would surely collapse. Yet this was the unexpected outcome, regardless of whether the 2 stones beneath were failures. The green revealed by Zhu Wenbin eclipsed his own efforts, rendering his investment of 10 million a complete loss. As Wang Kai widened his eyes, infuriated, he pounded his chest in frustration. How could he have overlooked such a valuable piece, mistaking it for mere waste, and consequently allowing others to benefit from it? It was a loss of tens of millions, handed over so easily. Zhu Wenbin, witnessing Shi Jingfei's embarrassment, could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Shi Jingfei, take it easy. There are still 2 stones left. Once I unveil 2 more pieces of jadeite, you can prepare another 10 million. But be careful not to end up in the hospital before we finish." Shi Jingfei gritted his teeth defiantly, retorting, "I refuse to believe that you can continue to strike such luck and unearth more jade." Meng Chuan chuckled, saying, "Then just keep watching." He then instructed the staff to continue unveiling the stones. To everyone's astonishment, the next 2 stones were also entirely green. Although they were not of imperial grade, their quality was commendable, with each stone valued at over 8 million. In total, Zhu Wenbin had spent 1,500,000. Yet the revealed stones were worth a staggering 30 million, a 20-fold return. Moreover, once these materials were crafted into jewelry, their value would only escalate further. Zhu Wenbin's excitement flushed his face red. He was utterly in awe of Meng Chuan. "Brother Meng, you are truly remarkable. Is your vision extraordinary? Allowing you to select 3 stones that are all completely green?" Zhu Wenbin exclaimed joyfully. "When I return, my father will surely praise my abilities. I'll have him send you some money. Brother Meng, please do not decline." Today, Meng Chuan not only enabled him to make a significant profit, but also allowed him to hold his head high in front of Shi Jingfei. For this reason alone, granting Meng Chuan 18 million is hardly excessive. Meng Chuan chuckled and said, "As for the money, let us forget about that. Instead, how about this? When you take this material back, assist me in crafting a few finished products. I would like 2 small jade Buddhas and some jade plaques. I shall provide you with the designs for the plaques later." Agreed. Zhu Wenbin readily acquiesced, as he recognized that he was undeniably reaping considerable profits. With all 3 stones yielding jade, it was no longer a matter of chance. Any discerning eye could see that Meng Chuan possessed genuine skill. Thus, everyone gathered around, eager to solicit Meng Chuan for his insights into the art of stone gambling. Some even extended invitations to him, hoping he would assist them in selecting raw stones. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, Shi Jingfei, with a gloomy expression, attempted to slip away unnoticed, only to be spotted by the sharp-eyed Zhu Wenbin, who called out loudly, "Young Master Shi, why are you leaving? Are you perhaps attempting to abscond from your debts?" At this remark, all eyes turned to Shi Jingfei. Caught off guard, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted angrily, "Who said I wanted to evade my debts? Losing is losing, what of it?" Zhu Wenbin laughed. "While losing doesn't permit us to do anything to you, how about you produce the 1 million we agreed upon? Or did you perhaps spend all your money during the bidding for the raw stones? You're talking nonsense. A mere million. Do you think I can't manage that?" Shi Jingfei bellowed in fury. "Just wait. Give me your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds to you right now." Indeed, young Master Shi was quite extravagant, casually promising to hand over 1 million. Zhu Wenbin, with a hint of sarcasm, teased Shi Jingfei before handing him his bank account number. Shi Jingfei promptly transferred the funds. But soon after, Meng Chuan's phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered that 10 million had been credited to his account. This revelation left Meng Chuan momentarily stunned. Zhu Wenbin chuckled and patted Meng Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "What I just provided to Shi Jingfei was your account, my dear Meng." Meng Chuan was at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Brother Bin, what do you mean by this?" Zhu Wenbin replied with a grin, "Isn't it obvious? If it weren't for you being here today, could I have possibly secured 3 pieces of unblemished jade? Wouldn't it be me who would lose that 10 million? Therefore, this sum rightfully belongs to you, dear Meng. Do not be modest. The one who truly profited today is I." With Zhu Wenbin's insistence, Meng Chuan ceased to be coy. After all, if he were to establish a farm, a substantial amount of cash would indeed be necessary. Once Shi Jingfei completed the transaction, he left with a look of deep embarrassment alongside Wang Kaiwei. That evening, Zhu Wenbin, in celebration, invited Meng Chuan to indulge in revelry, allowing him to return home quite late. The following morning, Meng Chuan awoke around noon. Meanwhile, Jiang Beixiang had temporarily closed the door of his clinic, as a family of 3 had come to visit. They hailed from Jiang Beixiang's hometown, Jiangxin. "Brother Chen, it has been a long time indeed. I never expected you to visit Hangzhou as well," Jiang Beixiang remarked politely, pouring tea for the other middle-aged man. Chen chuckled without reservation, lifting his cup to drink as he remarked, "Ah, we initially thought we would spend the latter half of our lives confined to that small place in Jiangxin. However, unexpectedly, my son has achieved success and has become a director at a company." Chapter 53. Lack of ambition. Moreover, my son is quite filial. After purchasing a house here, he quickly brought us, his elderly parents, to live with him. Coincidentally, upon hearing that you had opened a hospital in Hangzhou, we decided to come and pay you a visit. Jiang Beixiang smiled and remarked, "Indeed, I always believed that your son, Chen Xiaoshan, would achieve greatness from a young age. And now he has indeed earned substantial wealth. You too shall enjoy a life of comfort henceforth." Haha. Chen urged chuckled, not displaying any modesty. The young man beside him, wearing glasses and exuding a refined demeanor, was none other than Chen Xiaoshan. He surveyed the medical clinic and, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Uncle Jiang, where is Ke?" When Jiang Beixiang was still residing in Jiangxin, Jiang Ke had always been by his side. So Chen Xiaoshan had known her since childhood and harbored fond feelings for the innocent and beautiful Jiang Ke. As Jiang Ke gradually blossomed, during the New Year visit to their hometown, Chen Xiaoshan was smitten at first sight and frequently pursued her. Unfortunately, Jiang Ke showed no interest in him whatsoever. Jiang Beixiang was unaware of Chen Xiaoshan's affections and casually replied, "Oh, Ke? She is currently interning at the first hospital and left for work early this morning. She won't return until the evening." "Oh," Chen Xiaoshan replied, his disappointment evident. However, upon reflection, it appears that Jiang Ke currently lacks a romantic partner, igniting a fierce flame of jealousy within Chen Xiaoshan. After exchanging a few words, Chen Urge shifted the conversation towards Meng Chuan. "Jiang Laodi, I have heard that the lad with the surname Meng is still residing with you?" Jiang Beixiang nodded, responding, "Indeed, Xiao Chuan is still living with us." The mere mention of Meng Chuan left Chen Xiaoshan feeling irked. He was acutely aware of Meng Chuan's situation and held him in utter disdain. Furthermore, the thought of a grown man like Meng Chuan cohabiting with his dream goddess, Jiang Ke, raised concerns. Was it not possible for that spineless fool to catch a glimpse of her during her private moments? Contemplating this, Chen Xiaoshan sarcastically remarked, "Jiang uncle, is that fellow Meng Chuan still as aimless as ever, wandering around doing odd jobs?" Jiang Beixiang was reluctant to acknowledge Meng Chuan's lack of ambition. On the contrary, Meng Chuan had recently made remarkable strides in his medical skills and could now assist in consultations at the clinic, earning Jiang Beixiang's increased admiration. Thus, he forced a smile and said, "Actually, Xiao Chuan hasn't he been working outside lately? He has been staying at the clinic." Chen Xiaoshan scoffed dismissively. "Oh? So he is merely relying on your kindness, Jiang uncle? Frankly, I must say, how can you tolerate such a lack of ambition? He doesn't even have a job, and you are supporting him. If I were in your shoes, I would have kicked him out long ago." Jiang Beixiang quickly defended, "No. Xiao Chuan is doing quite well now. He is quite promising." At this moment, Meng Chuan hurriedly descended the stairs in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes as he said, "Uncle Jiang, I apologize. I stayed out too late with friends last night and overslept. Is there anything to eat in the kitchen? I need to feed Deju a little." Observing Meng Chuan's bleary-eyed appearance and his hair in disarray, the Chen family couldn't help but laugh. Is this what success looks like? Mingling with dubious companions until midnight, waking up past noon the next day, and immediately demanding food and cat care? What can this be called but a lack of ambition? Brother Chen couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Meng Chuan is still the same as before." The implication was unmistakable. Jiang Beixiang felt somewhat embarrassed, yet he understood that Meng Chuan had recently been associating with some prominent figures. So his late return last night was due to important matters, and thus, he bore no ill will. He merely cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Chuan, come down and take a look. We have guests." "Oh," Meng Chuan nodded and made his way down. "This is Uncle Chen, Aunt Zhao. And this one here is Chen Xiaoshan, all from our hometown in Jiangtown. You should remember them, right? Hometown of Jiangtown. How could Meng Chuan forget that place? It was where he had endured many unpleasant experiences in his previous life. However, he did not have a deep impression of the Chen Xiaoshan family. Meng Chuan politely greeted them, but the Chen family treated him with indifference. Chen Xiaoshan cast a disdainful glance at Meng Chuan and mockingly remarked, "Brother Meng Chuan, it seems you are living quite the carefree life these days. Previously, you were constantly working outside, so why are you now staying at home?" Meng Chuan replied honestly, "I am no longer working. I am staying at the clinic to assist Uncle Jiang." "What can you possibly help Uncle Jiang with?" Chen Xiaoshan scoffed. "Is it gathering herbs or sweeping the floor? Someone like you, who lacks any skills, could mistakenly dispense the wrong medicine, leading to trouble for Uncle Jiang if something goes awry. As for sweeping the floor, that is hardly a task suited for a young man. Honestly, at your age, you should be seeking employment rather than relying on others." Chen chuckled and remarked, "Xiaoshan, you make a valid point. However, You are aware that Meng Chuan's educational background is lacking, making it quite challenging for him to find a decent job. Now that you are a director at a company, perhaps you could assist Meng Chuan in securing a position? Chen Xiaoshui puffed out his chest and replied, somewhat hesitantly, Dad, we work for a large corporation. Even for entry-level positions, a bachelor's degree is a requirement. Do you think just anyone can get in? If Meng Chuan is interested, it is not impossible. I could leverage my connections to secure him a position as a night security guard at our company, which pays 3,000 yuan a month. Chen Urge nodded and said, 3,000 yuan may be a bit low, but it would be a decent opportunity for Meng Chuan. Brother Jiang, what do you think? If agreeable, considering our shared ties in Jiangtown, I could have Xiaoshan help Meng Chuan with this connection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beixiang mused that Meng Chuan's medical skills were highly praised by both the municipal party secretary and Director Chen. If he truly sought employment, wouldn't it be far more beneficial to approach those two rather than his own son? Nevertheless, being inherently honest, Jiang Beixiang did not overtly embarrass Brother Chen, but instead, with a hint of reluctance, smiled and said, this matter first and foremost, I must thank Brother Chen for considering our family. However, whether we proceed or not, I must consult Xiao Chuan's opinion. Brother Chen chuckled. What is there to thank? We are brothers, after all. My son has made some accomplishments. How could he not think of you? He then turned to Meng Chuan. Xiao Chuan, would you be willing to work at my son's company? Young people ought to engage in some activities. Remaining at home, relying on others, will only lead to being deemed a failure. Implicitly, it seemed the Chen family believed their status had subtly ascended above the Jiang family, suggesting that the Jiang family required their assistance. Had it been anyone else speaking to him in such a manner, Meng Chuan would have long since walked away in disdain. However, since they were indeed from Uncle Jiang's hometown, Meng Chuan resolved to afford them some courtesy. Chapter 54. I wish to be an employer that won't be necessary. Uncle Chen, I have no interest in the security position. Meng Chuan politely declined the Chen family's offer. Chen Xiaoshui, feeling a bit slighted, continued to mock. What is the matter? Do you look down upon this job? To be frank, even a security position had a queue of individuals awaiting it. It is only because I am the director that I can offer you a backdoor opportunity. Otherwise, even if you were to present gifts, they might not pay you any heed. Chen Urge's wife, a middle-aged woman beside him, spoke up. Brother Jiang, I believe you ought to advise this young man. It is commendable to have ambition at such a tender age, yet one must remain grounded. What reliable job can a mere high school graduate secure? My son, having graduated from a prestigious university, has only just become a director, earning an annual salary of 300,000. In comparison, Meng Chuan's qualifications fall woefully short. Securing a position as a security guard would be quite an achievement for him. Is he truly aspiring to ascend to the role of director like my son? This speech served to elevate Chen Xiaoshan, while simultaneously belittling Meng Chuan. Observing the duo's performance, Meng Chuan found it amusing and remarked with a smile, in truth, I have little interest in being a director. My utmost aspiration is to become a business owner, earning tens of millions annually. The Chen family was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Chen Xiaoshan was so amused that tears streamed down his face as he clutched the sofa, exclaiming, Meng Chuan, you are utterly delightful. Why not declare your ambition to be the President of the United States? He added, in my opinion, it's not that you lack ambition, but rather that you possess a peculiar mindset. It's fortunate that Uncle Jiang is a doctor. Perhaps he should examine you thoroughly. Chen Urge felt that Chen Xiaoshan had gone a tad too far and quickly interjected. All right, Xiaoshan, you've taken the jest too far. He then turned to Jiang Beixiang with a smile, saying, Brother Jiang, your adopted son certainly has a knack for humor. Since he looks down upon the job my son has found for him, let us simply await the day he becomes a boss. By the way, Brother Jiang, I have brought you a little gift this time. Please take a look and see if you like it. Although Jiang Beixiang could discern that Chen's remarks were rather excessive, he refrained from commenting, gesturing for Meng Chuan to sit aside. Turning back, he smiled at Chen Urge, saying, Look at you, coming all this way and still bringing gifts? Aren't you making me feel like an outsider? It's not anything of great value. Chen Urge, with an air of pride, retorted as he retrieved a gift box from the side and opened it before everyone. Inside lay a notably fine ginseng root. I know you are a doctor and must have an appreciation for medicinal herbs. This ginseng has been appraised, and its medicinal age is nearly 30 years. You can keep it to brew some medicinal wine, Chen Urge said, presenting the ginseng. Jiang Beixiang was taken aback and quickly replied, This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. A 30-year-old ginseng must be worth over 10,000 yuan. Haha, someone offered 20,000 for it, and I didn't sell. Chen urged chuckled with unabashed pride. However, this is not a rare item for me. You know my son is now a company director. Other businesses seeking to collaborate with my son's company often come bearing gifts, and over time, our doorstep has nearly been worn down. This ginseng was also a gift from someone else, and we have no use for it, so we brought it to you. Please, don't be polite, just accept it. Chen Xiaoshan chimed in with a sense of pride. Yes, Uncle Jiang, you should just accept it. This is truly not something rare for me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beixiang nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you very much. Chen urged chuckled and replied, There's no need for such formality. By the way, I noticed that I haven't seen that girl, Xiao Ku. Today, it's quite unfortunate. Since tomorrow is the weekend, she shouldn't have to work, right? We could come over again and treat all of you to a meal. Xiaoshan and Xiao Ke haven't seen each other in a while. It would be nice for them to meet. After all, we will be developing in Hangzhou, so it's essential to maintain our connections and look out for one another. Chen Xiaoshan eagerly nodded and said, Indeed, Uncle Jiang, let's invite Kuer to join us for a meal tomorrow. The Chen family had come primarily for Jiang Ku. With her pure and innocent appearance, she was known as a remarkable young lady. And both Chen Urge and his wife wished for their son to bring Jiang Ku into their family as a daughter-in-law. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gifted such valuable ginseng. Naturally, Jiang Ku wouldn't want to disappoint them. She nodded and said, All right, I'll mention it to Xiao Ku. If she doesn't need to go to the hospital, we'll go out for a meal together. Wonderful, Chen Xiaoshan exclaimed with joy. Just then, a Bentley pulled up outside Jiangbei Medical Clinic. A middle-aged man, carrying an exquisite gift box, exited the car and entered the clinic. Upon seeing him, Jiang Beixiang immediately said, I apologize, but our clinic is closed for business today. If your situation is not urgent, please visit another clinic for your medical needs. The middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of affluence, respectfully stated, I am not here for medical consultation. I am in search of someone. May I inquire if a Mr. Meng Chuan is present? At the mention of Meng Chuan's name, the onlookers turned their gaze towards him, curious as to why this individual sought him out. Meng Chuan, equally perplexed, realized he did not recognize the man. Hello, I am Meng Chuan. May I ask what you need from me? He inquired as he rose to his feet. The wealthy man instantly brightened, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he approached. You are the one who, at last night's jade auction, assisted the Zhu family in acquiring 3 pieces of top-quality jade. Master Meng? Indeed, that was me, Meng Chuan replied, suddenly understanding that this man was likely a jeweler who had heard of his gambling prowess with stones and had come seeking his expertise. The affluent gentleman, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the CEO of Liufu Jewelry. I have heard of your remarkable skills in stone gambling and have come specifically to enlist your services. He then presented a gift, saying, This is a token of our first meeting. I hope it meets your approval. As he opened the ornate box, it revealed yet another ginseng root. However, in comparison to the one gifted by the Chen family, this root was notably larger, more robust, and its roots remained remarkably intact. Such a specimen of ginseng is virtually non-existent in the market, as they are typically hoarded by collectors and seldom sold. Meng Chuan could even perceive the medicinal fragrance emanating from it, and he could sense the abundant spiritual energy contained within, which could likely be refined into 2 superior spirit-enhancing pills. The ginseng the Chen family took pride in paled in comparison to this one. This was truly a king among ginseng. Chapter 55, skyrocketing worth in a fleeting moment. Everyone seemed to have conspired, flocking to Meng Chuan with exceedingly generous offers, contingent upon his assistance in selecting raw stones for their companies. Amidst this fervent bidding, each proposition included a stake in their respective enterprises, with an eagerness to appoint Meng Chuan as a shareholder. In the blink of an eye, Jiangbei Medical Hall resembled a bustling marketplace, chaotic and disorderly. After much contemplation, Meng Chuan eventually acquiesced to their demands, stipulating a unified annual salary of 10 million, alongside a 15% equity stake, with the condition that the salary be disbursed up front. Such absurd terms were met with exuberance by the business owners, who appeared to believe they had struck an incredible bargain. It took Meng Chuan a full half-hour to finalize contracts with each individual, during which time a staggering sum of 160 million was transferred into his account. This amount represented merely a year's salary. When factoring in the equity, Meng Chuan's net worth surged by nearly 1 billion within a mere hour. Meanwhile, the Chen family members looked on in disbelief, their eyes tinged with envy. Setting aside the equity, that was over 100 million in hard cash. With Chen Xiaoshan's annual salary of 300,000, it would take him 500 years to amass such wealth. Not long ago, he had derided Meng Chuan for lacking ambition, boasting about his own salary. Yet, in the end, the sum earned in 5 centuries of labor paled in comparison to 1 year of Meng Chuan's earnings. Who, indeed, was lacking in ambition. Being a boss was hardly a bed of roses. Even the act of signing contracts left him weary and sore. After dismissing everyone, Meng Chuan stretched languidly. Then, Meng Chuan harmlessly gazed at the Chen family members and smiled. Well, Uncle Chen, please continue your conversation. I must properly organize the gifts that were sent over. With that, he picked up the various items delivered by the boss, preparing to head upstairs. Notably, Meng Chuan did not take the ginseng gifted by the Chen family. Firstly, it was intended for Jiang Beixiang, and it would be inappropriate for Meng Chuan to accept it. Secondly, he truly found the small ginseng unremarkable. As Meng Chuan ascended the stairs, the faces of the Chen family turned exceedingly grim. Chen Xiaoshan abruptly stood up, his face flushed, and said, Uncle Jiang, we shall not linger here any longer. We will come back tomorrow at noon to invite you and Xiaoke to dine together. With that, the trio left in embarrassment. Jiang Beixiang cast a glance at Meng Chuan and whispered, Xiao Chuan, where did you find so many people to come and put on this act? Meng Chuan scratched his head and chuckled, Uncle Jiang, what act? This is all quite genuine. Jiang Beixiang shook his head and replied, to receive such a large sum of money and such generous terms, how could that be possible? Even if I have become muddled in my old age, I know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Beixiang, being unaware of the exorbitant profits in the jewelry industry, naturally found it hard to believe that someone would eagerly give Meng Chuan money and shares. I know you are indeed quite capable, having even cured that wealthy individual last time. Undoubtedly, they compensated you handsomely. However, Jiang Beixiang earnestly cautioned, money should not be squandered in such a manner. It would be wise to save this sum for the future, for matters such as marriage and purchasing a home. Rather than squandering resources merely to save face, these possessions, along with the previous vehicle and the actors you have recruited, must have cost you quite a fortune. Although you have somewhat enhanced my reputation in front of the Chen family this time, I implore you not to engage in such extravagance in the future. Let us live our lives with sincerity and diligence, understood? Meng Chuan noticed that Jiang Beixiang did not believe in his wealth and assumed that he was merely trying to impress the Chen family. Aware of the difficulty in convincing Jiang Beixiang that he had become a billionaire, he decided to concede gracefully, nodding in agreement. All right, Uncle Jiang, I understand. And I will refrain from such behavior in the future. Jiang Beixiang nodded in satisfaction, smiling. That's the spirit, my boy. You've always been sensible since childhood. Now, see if you can return these items. If not, keep them for yourself. I will go see off your Uncle Chen and the others. With that, Jiang Beixiang stood and exited. Meng Chuan proceeded to carry the precious herbs gifted by the merchants back to his bedroom. Just as he was about to organize these herbs, his phone suddenly rang. It was Kong Zhen. Hello, Boss Meng. You asked me to find suitable land for you, and I have located a few plots over the past few days. When would you be available for me to discuss the details with you? Kong Zhen was remarkably efficient. Results had emerged in just a few days. Now that he had ample funds on hand, building a farm would be more than feasible. All right, come see me tomorrow at noon, and we shall visit the site in the afternoon. Yes, Boss Meng, I will see you tomorrow at noon. After exchanging a few words, Meng Chuan hung up the phone. A rustling sound emerged from behind him. Upon turning, he beheld a box containing herbs being pried open by an unseen force, revealing a long, orange tail that swayed back and forth. Alarmed, Meng Chuan swiftly approached and seized the large orange cat by the scruff of its neck. The feline's mouth was still occupied with gnawing on a half-eaten ginseng root. Really, did you? In the brief time it took me to make a phone call, you devoured the ginseng root? Meng Chuan's forehead throbbed with veins as he snatched away the remaining half of the precious ginseng. What a waste it was to see such a fine specimen consumed. With a loud gulp, the orange cat swallowed the remaining ginseng and rolled its eyes, stating, Ginseng is inherently rich in spiritual energy, nourishes vitality, and consuming it raw is akin to crafting a spirit-enhancing elixir. If I refrain from indulging, you would surely transform it into a tonic for the Jiang family downstairs, which would be a tremendous squandering. I might as well savor it myself. Meng Chuan glared at the orange cat, retorting, Uncle Jiang and Kuer have cared for you for so long. Is it too much to ask you to share even a modicum of your spiritual energy with them? The orange cat licked its three-pronged mouth and replied, if it were any other magical artifact, I wouldn't hesitate to part with it. However, food is a matter of principle. Were it not for the generations of devotion from your lineage of demon doctors, I wouldn't even consider sharing with you. Meng Chuan, feeling helpless, could only say, even if it is indeed a spirit-enhancing pill, Uncle Jiang and Kuer would still be overwhelmed by the immense surge of spiritual energy. The benefits should be shared between us too. Can't you be a bit more generous? Let us not waste these herbs. Just now, Kong Zhen called to inform me that he has found suitable land, and we will go tomorrow to see if there is a place suitable for constructing the farm. If we can purchase the land, the farm will be ready within 6 months. At that time, we can nurture some ancient beast species, and once they have matured, we can prepare them using these herbs. Chapter 56. A better gift of jewelry that would be splendid. Upon hearing about the food, the orange cat's eyes immediately sparkled. The best way to utilize these herbs is through culinary methods, allowing their spiritual energy to permeate the flesh of the beasts. Since we have made progress with the farm, I shall leave these herbs untouched. Rest assured, I will safeguard them here. Despite the orange cat's assurances as it patted its chest, Meng Chuan remained skeptical. However, if the orange cat truly wished to sneak a taste, it would likely succeed regardless of where he concealed the herbs. Perhaps it was better to simply trust it. The next day, Jiangke had a day off from work. Upon learning that the Chen family was coming to invite her family for dinner, Jiangku expressed considerable reluctance. She had not formed a favorable impression of Chen Xiaoshan, who was boastful and often lingered around her. Over the past 2 years, he had taken to teasing Meng Chuan, labeling him a parasite and a good-for-nothing, which only served to deepen Jiang Ke's aversion. However, at the behest of Jiang Beixiang, Jiang Ke had no choice but to attend the banquet. The hotel selected by the Chen family was not far from the Jiangbei Medical Hall and was quite respectable. By the time Meng Chuan and the others arrived, the Chen family had already ordered the wine and dishes, so they simply took their seats, awaiting the meal. Although they were displeased with Meng Chuan, the events of the previous day had rendered the Chen family too apprehensive to engage him in conversation. Chen Xiaoshan had also resolved in his mind that his focus was solely on Jiang Ku, regardless of Meng Chuan's success. He intended to make a good impression in front of her. Once the food was served, Chen Xiaoshan began to inquire about Jiang Ke's well-being, but she responded with a notable coolness, merely offering a perfunctory smile, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshan noticed the pink star pendant adorning Jiang Ke's neck, and an idea sparked within him. He smiled and remarked, Sister Kuer, I never imagined you had a fondness for such pendants. Jiang Ke glanced at her pink star, then at Meng Chuan, her cheeks flushing as she replied, I am not particularly interested in jewelry, but I do have a liking for this pendant. Chuckling, Chen Xiaoshan adopted an air of expertise, stating, jewelry, when worn well, can indeed enhance one's aura. However, it is imperative that the jewelry be authentic and crafted with precision. Counterfeit jewelry, on the contrary, can have an adverse effect, appearing cheap. Sister Kuer, you are so beautiful. Wearing exquisite jewelry would undoubtedly be the crowning touch. However, this particular piece may not be entirely suitable. I have a friend who is involved in the jewelry business, and through him, I have developed a keen understanding of gemstones. The pendant adorning your neck. It appears to be a simulated pink diamond, does it not? I would estimate its worth to be around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. How could such a modest piece of jewelry befit someone as remarkable as you? Dear Ku, how about this? I shall consult with my friend and help you select a more exquisite pendant at cost price. If I were to gift you something, it would certainly not be of inferior quality. I would choose one valued at 20,000 yuan for you. Once you wear it, I assure you, your colleagues and classmates will be envious. As Chen Xiaoshan spoke, a smug smile crept upon his face. A pendant worth over 20,000 yuan would indeed be a precious gift, and surely it would win Kure's heart. However, Jiang Ke was already weary of Chen Xiaoshan's self-importance. Upon hearing him belittle her pendant, she felt a surge of discontent, though she concealed it well. Responding in a cool and detached manner, no, thank you. I truly cherish this pendant. I have no desire to replace it. Besides, it is far from cheap. It is worth over 1 million. What? Over 1 million? Chen Xiaoshan gasped, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He stammered, Kuer, you cannot possibly have been deceived, can you? How could this pendant be worth over 1 million? Jiang Ku replied earnestly. This pendant is known as the Pink Star, a signature piece from Guangyao Jewelry, and it is indeed valued at over $1 million. Moreover, it was a gift from Brother Chuan. He would never mislead me. A gift from Meng Chuan? Chen Xiaoshan turned to Meng Chuan, who nodded and smiled, saying, yes. I presented it to Kuer. Since you are acquainted with friends in the jewelry industry, surely you have heard of the Pink Star? Meng Chuan, with a fortune in the hundreds of millions, gifting a pendant worth over $1 million. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Jiang Ku observed Chen Xiaoshan's face flush with embarrassment, and with a subtle smile, remarked, I never expected the Pink Star to be beneath your discerning eye, Chen Xiaoshan. If you could present me with an even finer pendant, that would suffice. Her words dripped with sarcasm, leaving Chen Xiaoshan blushing profusely, resorting to a soft cough to mask his discomfort. He had just boasted about his acumen in jewelry, only to belittle a pendant valued over $1 million, further claiming he would procure an even better one for Jiang Ku. Was this not an act of self-deprecation? Had he known that the pendant was a gift from Meng Chuan, he would never have dared to flaunt such bravado. Noticing his son's mounting embarrassment, Brother Chen swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Xiaoke, I heard from your father that you are currently interning at the first hospital. Is that correct? Jiang Ke nodded obediently, replying, yes. I just started at the first hospital and have only been interning for a few days. To be accepted at the first hospital demonstrates your remarkable abilities. Brother Chen chuckled, adding, in fact, the work my Xiaoshan is engaged in is somewhat related to healthcare. His company specializes in the external sales of Western pharmaceuticals, and he is now the director of the sales department, wielding considerable authority. Should your hospital require Western medications in the future, you can inform your hospital leadership that you have a friend in a pharmaceutical company, which could lead to some discounts. At that time, the leaders of your hospital will undoubtedly recognize your capabilities and will promote you accordingly. Speaking of this, Chen Xiaoshan became quite animated, promptly stating, indeed, Kuer. Should your hospital require any Western medicine in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. I can offer your institution a favorable deal. The leaders at your hospital, considering my reputation, would not want to treat you unfairly. Furthermore, we are in the process of establishing a collaboration with a major company, initiating some business in traditional Chinese medicine. This particular venture amounts to a substantial $2 million. The leadership entrusting this project to me is a testament to their confidence in my abilities. By the way, this prominent company is called Tianlu Pharmaceutical. You must have heard of it, right? Just a few days ago, I had drinks with the CEO of that company, and it seems this deal is almost a certainty. Uft. Meng Chuan nearly spat out his soup. How could he forget having drinks with Chen Xiaoshan when he himself was the CEO of Tianlu Pharmaceutical? Jiang Ku, fully aware of Meng Chuan's position, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his barely contained amusement, though she chose not to reveal the truth. Chapter 57. Such minor deals are unworthy of my attention. As this topic unfolded, a sense of pride illuminated the faces of every member of the Chen family. After all, for an ordinary person, a $2 million deal is undeniably significant. Jiang Beixiang also complimented with a smile. It is truly impressive that Chen Xiaoshan, at such a young age, possesses such capability. Despite the air of pride surrounding him, Chen Xiaoshan modestly replied, it is nothing extraordinary. However, I indeed possess a measure of authority. Both the hospital and various pharmaceutical companies afford me a degree of respect, which is undeniably true. As I spoke, I occasionally glanced at Jiang Ku, hoping that his appreciation for my capabilities might spark some fondness towards me. Unfortunately, Jiang Ku remained engrossed in his meal, scarcely affording me a second glance. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Jiang Beixiang was slightly taken aback and inquired, what is going on? The dishes have all been served. Meng Chuan casually remarked, perhaps the waiter has other matters to attend to. Please come in. As the door swung open, a sharply dressed individual stepped inside, none other than Kong Zhen. Meng Chuan was not surprised to see him. After all, he had arranged to meet Kong Zhen today to inspect some land, though he felt obliged to attend this dinner as well. Thus, he had allowed Kong Zhen to finish his business before coming to the restaurant to meet him. Upon entering, Kong Zhen intended to approach Meng Chuan directly. But after taking just a few steps, Chen Xiaoshan sprang to his feet, his expression one of utter disbelief. Kong, General Manager Kong, Chen Xiaoshan exclaimed, rendered momentarily speechless, failing to consider why Kong Zhen was present. Kong Zhen halted, momentarily taken aback, and scrutinized Chen Xiaoshan with curiosity, asking, who are you? Do I know you? Chen Xiaoshan hastily replied, General Manager Kong, it's me. the director of the sales department at Ain's Pharmaceuticals, the one who previously discussed a contract with your company. Kong Zhen strained to recall, seemingly grasping at memories, and finally said, "Oh, I think I have a vague recollection." Chen Xiaoshan, flattered and astonished, quickly responded, "You remember me? That's truly wonderful. Previously, I discussed the contract with your esteemed company, and I was instructed to await the outcome. However, I have yet to receive any updates. Might you be able to provide some insight into whether our two companies will indeed finalize this agreement?" In truth, Chen Xiaoshan has not had a smooth experience with the deal involving Tianlu Pharmaceutical. He has been unable to wait any longer. Yet he finds himself unable to meet with the executives of Tianlu Pharmaceutical. Now that he has unexpectedly encountered the general manager, he cannot contain his eagerness to inquire about his business, completely disregarding the boastful claims he made at the dinner table earlier. Kong Zhen, occupied with other matters concerning Meng Chuan, is disinclined to engage in further conversation with Chen Xiaoshan. He casually remarks, "If I am not mistaken, the contract with Ain's is merely 2 million, correct? Such a trivial matter has always been delegated to my subordinates. It hardly warrants a place on my desk. Therefore, whether we can proceed, you should direct your inquiries to the manager who initially engaged with you. I cannot provide an answer. If there is nothing else, I would appreciate it if you would step aside, as I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he pushed past Chen Xiaoshan, leaving him flushed with embarrassment. The implication of Kong Zhen's words was clear. The deal was too insignificant to warrant a direct discussion with him. Just moments ago, Chen Xiaoshan had boasted of having a significant transaction with Tianlu Pharmaceutical, nearly finalized, only for the general manager to treat him with such disregard. This stark reality was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. However, what left Chen Xiaoshan utterly astounded was that Kong Zhen, who had previously ignored him, approached Meng Chuan with the utmost decorum, bowed deeply, and inquired, "Boss Meng, am I interrupting your meal? My car is parked downstairs. Whenever you have a moment, let us proceed to inspect the land." Boss Meng, why did Kong Zhen address Meng Chuan in such a manner? Could it be that Meng Chuan is the head of Tianlu Pharmaceutical? It must be so, for how else could Kong Zhen exhibit such deference towards Meng Chuan? Chen Xiaoshan's face flushed crimson, and he felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. He had merely boasted of dining with the CEO of Tianlu Pharmaceutical, thinking it a harmless exaggeration, as no one knew who the owner of the company was. Thus, he felt free to fabricate. Little did he know, the very CEO of Tianlu Pharmaceutical was seated right before him. His pretentiousness had been laid bare before the principal party, and he was now thoroughly disgraced. Meng Chuan, unfazed by Chen Xiaoshan's presence, set down his chopsticks and remarked casually, "It's quite all right. I've finished my meal as well. Let us depart directly. You seem quite occupied, and I shan't take up any more of your time." Kong Zhen hastened to assure, not at all, Boss Meng. Please do not concern yourself with my schedule." Meng Chuan smiled and addressed Jiang Beixiang. "Uncle Jiang, I will be stepping out with this gentleman to attend to some matters. Once you finish your meal, you and Kuer may head back." Jiang Beixiang, unfamiliar with Kong Zhen and oblivious to the awkward atmosphere at the table, could only nod in agreement. As Meng Chuan rose to depart, Chen Xiaoshui gritted his teeth and, summoning all his courage, inquired, "Boss Meng, I was wondering about the contract between our company and yours." Meng Chuan waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "This matter doesn't require General Manager Kong's attention, and it certainly does not concern me. Ultimately, it's up to the discretion of the manager below." After a brief pause, a smile played on Meng Chuan's lips as he added, "Let us discuss it over drinks next time." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiaoshan's face flushed deeper, and he dared not utter another syllable. How foolish he had been. In his attempt to impress Jiang Ku, he had unwittingly encountered someone far more formidable. He had boasted about his ability to procure medications at lower prices, claiming to have garnered attention from hospital leadership, while Meng Chuan, as the head of a substantial corporation, could easily achieve the same. He had bragged about negotiating a significant deal, only to find himself confronted with a mere trivial matter in the presence of Meng Chuan, the very company president. To make matters worse, he had shamelessly claimed to have dined with the company president. In comparison to Meng Chuan, he was clearly insignificant. Why had he spoken so much earlier? Acting as if he were someone of great stature? It was likely that Chen Xiaoshan would never dare to boast recklessly again. After leaving the restaurant, Meng Chuan boarded Kong Zhen's vehicle. "Boss Meng, over the past few days, I have located 3 plots of land for you, all of which are rather promising. Please review them at your convenience. If they meet your approval, I can contact the sellers at any time." Kong Jun remarked. Meng Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. His visit to inspect the land was primarily to assess its size, topography, and feng shui. If he could indeed discover an auspicious site, gathering the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, it would considerably facilitate nurturing entities with the bloodline of mythical beasts. Kong Jun guided Meng Chuan to the land he had sought for establishing a farm. The required area was considerable, and acquiring a plot within the city was nearly impossible. Therefore, Kong Jun drove straight to the outskirts of Hangzhou. The 58th plot was prime land, but as Meng Chuan cast a glance at the first two plots, disappointment washed over him. Both were situated in the countryside, far too remote, and their feng shui was rather poor, failing to gather any spiritual energy. Moreover, their prices were exorbitant, leaving Meng Chuan disinterested. Noticing Meng Chuan's slight disappointment, Kong Jun refrained from speaking much, merely suggesting that the final plot seemed promising. Before leading Meng Chuan there, to Meng Chuan's surprise, the last plot lay on the outskirts of Hangzhou City proper. This area, with the potential for expansion in the coming years, could be developed into residential buildings, thus becoming a prime location. As Meng Chuan stepped out of the car, he was taken aback. The terrain was level, and a tributary of the renowned Hongliu River flowed from the east, while the southern landscape was adorned with majestic mountains. In feng shui, these elements corresponded to the auspicious symbols of the azure dragon lying in the east and the black tortoise in the south, marking it as a rare treasure of feng shui. Meng Chuan could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy here was far richer than elsewhere. If he were to set up a gathering formation, this would undoubtedly be an exceptional choice for a farm. Boss Meng, this is the place, he declared. It is in close proximity to the city and remains untainted by pollution. I hope you find it satisfactory. Seeing Meng Chuan's satisfied smile, Kong Jun sighed with relief. Meng Chuan glanced at the plot of land and noticed that construction had already commenced, seemingly for the establishment of a factory. Yet it was unclear why the work had halted. Who was selling this land? It appeared that the initial intention was to build a factory. Why had the project suddenly stopped? Kong Jun answered candidly. It is Hua Jiyu, the daughter of the president of the Hua Group. It is said that Hua Jiyu intended to construct a processing plant for beauty and health products here, but her mother unexpectedly fell ill, prompting Hua Jiyu to sell the land to cover medical expenses. The Hua Group? Meng Chuan was quite familiar with this name. It seemed to be a significant conglomerate in Hangzhou, particularly accomplished in real estate. The renowned new affluent district, Azure Bay, was a property of the Hua Group. How could such a large corporation necessitate selling land to gather funds for medical treatment due to a family illness? Sensing Meng Chuan's confusion, Kong Jun hastily elucidated. Mr. Meng, you may not be fully aware of the Hua Group. The power behind the group is Hua Qingtian, while the one selling this land, Hua Jiyu, is his daughter. Hua Jiyu, along with her mother, Du Qiushan, managed a beauty and health products company. Though not extensive, it was reasonably reputable. However, I have heard that Hua Qingtian has some questionable tendencies. A couple of years ago, he took a young model as a mistress, who subsequently bore him a son. In an attempt to oust Du Qiushan, he orchestrated a scheme that tarnished her reputation, leading to her being cast out with nothing. He initially intended to oust Du Qiushan and subsequently take over her company. However, he was unaware that the company was under the aegis of Hua Jiyu. Upon discovering this, Hua Jiyu severed ties with Hua Qingtian and chose to manage the company independently, providing for herself and her mother. After a brief pause, Kong Jun continued, stating that this incident occurred 2 years ago and created quite a stir in Hangzhou, with many people aware of it. I see, Meng Chuan nodded. In this light, both Hua Jiyu and her mother, Du Qiushan, could indeed be regarded as unfortunate souls. Now that Du Qiushan is ill, Hua Jiyu is left with no choice but to sell the land. With this thought, Meng Chuan inquired, what price did the other party offer for the land? Kong Jun candidly replied, 30 million. Only 30 million. Meng Chuan raised his eyebrows. For such a sizable plot, that price is virtually a giveaway. At such a low valuation, how could it possibly remain unsold? The previous 2 parcels of land, albeit smaller and poorly located, had already been priced starting at 50 million. Kong Jun nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it is quite inexpensive. The initial asking price was 80 million. However, due to Hua Qingtian's discreet warnings that no one should touch this land, no one dared to make a purchase. This area is entangled with the Hua Group, rendering it rather delicate. Nevertheless, if you, Mr. Meng, find no other locations to your liking and are particularly inclined towards this plot, we could have General Manager Wang approach Hua Qingtian to discuss the matter. I believe Hua Tian would extend a courtesy to General Manager Wang and release this piece of land. Meng Chuan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "There is no need to trouble President Wang. This piece of land is mine for the taking. Kongjun, please contact Hua Jiyu. I wish to discuss the matter of the land with her." Understood. Kongjun nodded and proceeded to make the call. Before long, he returned and said, "Boss Meng, it's all set. Hua Jiyu is currently at the People's Hospital. She is willing to talk, and we can go there now." "Very well. Let us head to the People's Hospital." Meng Chuan nodded and got back into the car. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital, Meng Chuan and Kongjun made their way to the ward mentioned by Hua Jiyu. Just before entering, Meng Chuan overheard a conversation within. "If you cannot pay the medical fees, we will have no choice but to halt the patient's medication. Our hospital is not a charity. We cannot treat and save lives without compensation. Do you have any idea how expensive the medication is?" This was the voice of a middle-aged man. Then, a woman's voice, clearly choked with emotion, responded, "Dr. Go, I beg you, please do not stop my mother's medication. I will find a way to raise the money. All I ask is that you help save my mother's life. Don't try to play that card with me. No money means we stop the medication. The medicine we provide is imported from America, costing 200,000 per vial. If you do not settle the medical fees by tomorrow, this will be the last vial. Do you understand?" "I understand, Dr. Go. Just give me a little time. I assure you I will raise the funds quickly." At that moment, another middle-aged man's voice interjected, "Haha, daughter, I advise you not to exert yourself too much. What does it matter if you continue to dangle her life before her? I have long stated that I know a miraculous physician who can save your mother. If you relinquish all the shares of your company to me, I shall summon him to intervene. Once the deed is done, I will grant you and your mother a sum of 100,000, allowing you both to live comfortably. Why do you remain obstinate? No matter how affluent you are, if this drags on, your savings will inevitably be depleted, and by then, your mother may never awaken. It would be wiser to surrender the company to me. At least it would preserve your mother's life." The woman's voice resounded once more, "Absolutely not. The efforts my mother and I have invested, even if sacrificed, shall never be handed over to a scoundrel like you." "Sacrificed? Do you believe that by sacrificing your wretched mother, she will survive? Daughter, consider carefully. Will you bestow the company upon me, or will you helplessly watch your mother perish?" The man's tone had grown increasingly irate. Meng Chuan frowned slightly and pushed the door open. Upon entering the ward, he discovered a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. Her face gaunt, eyes tightly shut, her body adorned with various medical apparatus, and needles puncturing her hands. By the bedside stood a middle-aged man in a white coat. His appearance exceedingly repugnant, undoubtedly the infamous Dr. Go. Another man, clad in a tailored suit, exuded an air of authority, evidently the prominent figure known as Hua Qingtian, as Meng Chuan had inferred. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the final individual, he was momentarily taken aback. This woman was undeniably striking. She appeared to be in her early to mid-20s, donned in office attire. The fitted skirt accentuated her voluptuous figure, radiating an aura of a powerful career woman. In terms of appearance, this woman is undoubtedly exceptional, comparable to Jiang, though their temperaments differ significantly. It seems that this individual is indeed Hua Jiyu. With reddened eyes, Hua Jiyu, though devoid of tears, presented a delicate visage reminiscent of a pear blossom drenched in rain, evoking sympathy. Upon noticing someone enter, Hua Qingtian, already in a foul mood, immediately exclaimed, "Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Get out." Kongjun replied in a low voice, "We are here to see Ms. Hua Jiyu, the esteemed Hua." Hua Jiyu promptly rose, wiping the corners of her eyes, and said, "That's me. You are the one who called earlier about purchasing the land. Correct? Please, have a seat. I wish to discuss this matter thoroughly with you." "Very well." Kongjun stepped inside and introduced Meng Chuan, stating, "This is Mr. Meng, the one interested in acquiring the land from you. I am merely accompanying him to assist." "Oh." Hua Jiyu couldn't help but steal a glance at Meng Chuan and found a chair for him to sit. The mention of land purchase instantly sharpened Hua Qingtian's gaze. To him, everything belonging to Hua Jiyu was inherently his, and the thought of her selling what he deemed rightfully his ignited his fury. "Who are these two? I have already made it known in Hangzhou that anyone daring to purchase my daughter's belongings is challenging me." Hua Qingtian. How audacious, he mused inwardly. Unperturbed by Hua Qingtian's fierce glare, Meng Chuan smiled at Hua Jiyu and said, "Ms. Hua, let us proceed as previously discussed. I will offer you 30 million for the land." Hua Jiyu gritted her teeth and nodded, responding, "Yes, 30 million. However, I have a request. You must provide the funds by tomorrow. The hospital has just informed me that the medical expenses can no longer be delayed. If this continues, they will cut off my mother's medication. The funds will certainly arrive by tomorrow." Meng Chuan nodded. Hua Jiyu sighed in relief and said, "All right. We shall go to my company shortly. You can give me the deposit, and we can sign the contract." "Wait," Hua Chung Tian interjected, furrowing his brow. "Daughter, are you truly considering selling land valued in the hundreds of millions for 30 million? Hua Jiyu shot him a glare before retorting. "What does this have to do with you? Mr. Hua, the affairs of our family business are our own to manage as we see fit." Chapter 59. I can cure this illness. Confronted with Hua Jiyu's icy tone, Hua Qingtian was about to erupt, but restrained himself, sneering. "I advise you to think this through carefully. Even if you sell the land and acquire the funds, will it save your mother? I have said it before. No matter how much money you gather, it merely prolongs her life. Unless that renowned physician I know intervenes, your mother will not awaken. If you were to sell this valuable land today, even if you later wish to hand over your entire company to me, I might not agree to save your mother." Hua Jiyu's body stiffened at once. She was indeed shaken. Countless times, she had contemplated the possibility of relinquishing all her assets to that scoundrel, as long as her mother remained unharmed. Yet, the animosity she harbored towards Hua Qingtian prevented her from conceding so easily. Regardless of her acknowledgement, Hua Qing's only avenue for awakening her mother lay in the hands of Hua Chung. If she were to sell the land and fail to find someone to cure her mother, would she not be left to witness her mother's demise in despair? Hua Jiyu hesitated instantly. Observing the struggle flickering in Hua Jiyu's eyes, Hua Chung was convinced he had a firm grip on her thoughts. He smiled and said, "If you sign the contract now, I can summon Dr. Huang to bring your mother back to consciousness. Selling the land will yield 30 million. Merely enough for her to survive another month. After that, what else can you sell? At that point, you will possess nothing, and this woman will perish." He urged her to contemplate this calculation carefully. Hua Jiyu glanced at her mother lying on the sickbed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Mother, you once told me that the man you despise the most in this life is him. Even in death, you would not allow him to reap any benefit. Yet, in this dire situation, I find myself powerless. If it means bringing you back to life, then let this scoundrel have what he desires." Just as Hua Jiyu was about to acquiesce to Hua Qing's demands, another voice interjected. "Is your mother unwell? Perhaps I could offer my assistance." The speaker was none other than Meng Chuan. He discerned that Hua Jiyu was being coerced into relinquishing the valuable land. How could he allow such a prized opportunity to slip away? Moreover, there seemed to be something amiss in Hua Jiyu's predicament. Taken aback by Meng Chuan's words, Hua Jiyu replied, "You would help me?" Kong Jin smiled and said, "Miss Hua, rest assured, Boss Meng is also a doctor, and indeed, a miraculous one." "Is that true?" Hua Jiyu exclaimed with delight, but her expression soon darkened. Her mother had been seen by numerous esteemed physicians in Hangzhou, even undergoing examinations in the bustling metropolis. Yet curiously, no one could ascertain the nature of her ailment. She remained in a deep coma, her health steadily deteriorating. Only at this hospital did Dr. Go claim that they possessed a medication produced in America, administered at 3 vials daily, which could sustain life, albeit at an exorbitant cost of 200,000 per vial. In a desperate bid to save her mother's life, Hua Jiyu decided to keep her at the hospital. Given that so many renowned doctors had failed to treat her mother's condition, how could a mere young man, and a businessman at that, succeed? However, with no glimmers of hope, she thought it better to treat a dead horse as a live one. Thus, Hua Jiyu said, "Very well then, I shall trouble Boss Meng." "What? Does Miss Hua not fully trust me?" Meng Chuan smiled, approaching the bedside. "If I cannot cure your mother, you need not sell me the land. Today will simply be a wasted trip for me. You can trade the land for your mother's life. However, if I succeed, the land must still be sold to me, agreed?" Hua Jiyu quickly responded, "If you can save my mother, I would have no qualms about gifting you the land." "No need for gifts." Meng Chuan extended his hand, preparing to examine Du Qiushan. Just then, the previously silent Dr. Go stepped forward, pushing Meng Chuan aside, and angrily exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? My patient, how dare you touch her so casually? This is a hospital, and such recklessness is intolerable. If you dare to move again, I shall have you expelled." Meng Chuan, witnessing Dr. Go's intense reaction, thought to himself that there was indeed something amiss. He chuckled, saying, "I am also a physician. I merely wish to ascertain the nature of this lady's affliction. Perhaps I might discover a means to save her." What seems to be the issue? Means to save her? Dr. Go scoffed. As an expert, I find myself powerless against the patient's condition. You, an unknown entity, presume to offer treatment? What a farce. When I declare her beyond salvation, that is precisely what I mean. There is no need for your meddling. Meng Chuan smiled and replied, you claim she is beyond saving. Yet is it not possible that someone else might succeed where you have not? Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for the patient's condition. Moreover, the family has consented to my examination. On what grounds do you obstruct me? Dr. Go retorted angrily. I have stated it clearly. You cannot touch the patient. If you persist in causing a disturbance, I shall summon security. Meng Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he shot a piercing look at Dr. Go, coldly responding. I merely wish to conduct an examination for the patient. Why are you so agitated? Or is it that this patient does not truly suffer from an incurable illness, and you fear I might uncover something? You hit the nail on the head. Dr. Go was taken aback, sweat beading on his forehead. After a moment of stunned silence, he gritted his teeth and said, you insolent brat, how dare you wreak havoc in my hospital? Just wait, I shall. Hold on, Dr. Go, Hua Qingtian interjected, waving his hand with an air of nonchalance. Since he wishes to examine her, let him proceed. The outcome will be the same, and it may finally bring closure to my daughter. The affliction of this woman can only be cured by the esteemed Dr. Huang, whom I am acquainted with. I firmly assert this. Meng Chuan could not help but feel a burgeoning curiosity about this Dr. Huang. Having resided in Hangzhou for many years, he had heard of the esteemed Dr. Chen and several other renowned physicians in the medical community, yet this so-called Dr. Huang was a name he was hearing for the very first time. With the obstruction of Dr. Go removed, Meng Chuan commenced his examination of Du Qiushan. A mere glance at the 4-drip connected to Du Qiushan was sufficient for him to remove it without hesitation. This scene caused Hua Jiyu's brow to furrow in alarm as she spoke with a hint of indignation. Mr. Meng, what on earth are you doing? This is an imported medicine from abroad, meant to sustain my mother's life. Meng Chuan interrupted her with a smile, saying, imported medicine? Since when has glucose become something that needs to be imported from overseas? And can this truly sustain life? Glucose. Hua Jiyu was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Dr. Go was drenched in a cold sweat, realizing that he had indeed administered nothing more than repackaged glucose, rather than any groundbreaking American medication. In truth, he was in cahoots with Hua Qingtian, aiming to exploit exorbitant medical fees to drive Hua Jiyu and her mother into despair, thus facilitating the transfer of the company's assets to Hua Qingtian. Chapter 60. The Gu Insect at Present. Meng Chuan had merely taken a cursory glance and discerned that the so-called medicine was nothing more than glucose. How could Dr. Go not be flustered? Why, you're talking nonsense. Dr. Go, incensed and flustered, retorted vehemently, if you do not comprehend, refrain from speaking nonsense. That is a newly developed drug from America. How could it possibly be glucose? Meng Chuan cast a glance at the perspiration-drenched back of Dr. Go before responding. Huazong, you must possess the receipt issued by their hospital, correct? Once you take this vial of medication, consult a specialized institution for analysis. When the results are available, if it indeed proves to be glucose, we shall file a lawsuit against Dr. Go. Goodness, 200,000 for a bottle of glucose. Your hospital certainly profits at a speed surpassing that of highway robbery. Hua Jiyu, noticing Dr. Go's evident distress, began to harbor doubts of her own and nodded in agreement. Dr. Go's complexion turned ashen, while Hua Qingtian, maintaining a stern expression, patted Dr. Go on the shoulder, signaling him to remain composed, assuring him that he would handle any arising issues. It was only then that Dr. Go managed to regain a semblance of calm. Meng Chuan proceeded to examine Du Qiushan's condition, first scrutinizing her tongue and then gently pressing on her lower abdomen before finally pausing. Hua Jiyu, unable to contain her anxiety, inquired, Mr. Meng, what is my mother's condition? Meng Chuan replied, your mother is not ill. What? Not ill? How can that be? Hua Jiyu was momentarily taken aback. Meng Chuan stated with conviction, it is indeed true. Although your mother suffers from a deficiency of vital energy and blood, her body is fundamentally sound and normal. Hua Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief, then scoffed. I expected you to elaborate with some complex diagnosis, yet it appears you are merely spouting nonsense. If she is not unwell, how has she remained in a coma for such an extended period, unable to awaken? In my view, you are merely coveting my daughter's land, engaging in this elaborate charade. Dr. Go disdainfully remarked, indeed, I told you, I cannot cure this ailment. How could you possibly succeed? It is truly laughable to claim the patient is unwell when one fails to discern the underlying issue. Meng Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Speaking calmly, I did say the patient is not ill, yet I never claimed to be unaware of the cause of her unconsciousness. This individual, I can save. His words rendered the room silent. Hua Jieyu was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming with fervor, Boss Meng, can you truly save my mother? Meng Chuan nodded confidently, responding with a smile. Certainly, it will only require 10 minutes to awaken her. Hua Qingtian scoffed dismissively, stating, 10 minutes? You certainly possess a talent for boasting. I am eager to witness how you intend to revive this woman. She was rendered unconscious by the legendary Huang Daxian, a figure of immense skill and almost divine abilities. Even renowned physicians are at a loss, let alone a mere youth like yourself. Meng Chuan then addressed Manager Kong. Manager Kong, please assist me in procuring a raw chicken egg, along with a bowl of turmeric water, into which 3 drops of chicken blood must be added. No more, no less. Very well. Manager Kong nodded and went to gather the items. Approximately half an hour later, Manager Kong returned with everything required. Meng Chuan took tea. Dr. Go, with a countenance full of disdain, scoffed, how absurd. Do you truly believe that a mere bowl of water infused with chicken blood can cure ailments? It is nothing more than a charade. If, perchance, the individual fails to awaken, I shudder to think of your predicament. Meng Chuan paid no heed to Dr. Go's derision. After administering half a bowl of turmeric water to Du Qiushan, he waited for a minute before presenting a raw egg to Hua Jiyu, instructing, Miss Hua, take this egg and place it upon your mother's lower abdomen, rolling it for a minute. Remember, it must be in direct contact with her skin, beneath her clothing. Though uncertain of Meng Chuan's intentions, Hua Jiyu acquiesced, following his guidance. The peculiar actions of Meng Chuan left the onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend his motives. Only Hua Qingtian furrowed his brow deeper, as Meng Chuan's methods bore an uncanny resemblance to the practices of the renowned Huang Daxian. Could this young man truly be an extraordinary figure? No, that was implausible. After all, with Huang Daxian present, what remarkable feats could a mere youth possibly achieve? Before long, after rolling the egg, Hua Jiyu inquired how to proceed. Meng Chuan instructed her to crack the egg open and pour its contents into the remaining half bowl of turmeric water, assuring her that her mother would awaken. Skeptical, yet hopeful, Hua Jiyu broke the shell, allowing the egg to spill into the bowl. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped her lips as she staggered back several steps. Her face drained of color. The gathered crowd turned to witness a horrifying sight. The contents of the egg were not the expected egg white and yolk, but a writhing mass of dark, maggot-like creatures, squirming grotesquely. This macabre spectacle naturally terrified Hua Jiyu. Strangely enough, the larvae emerging from the egg displayed remarkable vitality. However, upon immersion in turmeric water, they began to writhe furiously, only to soon become limp and motionless, evidently bereft of life. In no time, a layer of tiny corpses settled at the bottom of the bowl, and a faint, foul odor began to permeate the ward. This is Hua Jiyu, still in shock, stared wide-eyed at the insects in the bowl. Meng Chuan smiled and said, these are goo worms, extracted from your mother's body. There is no ailment within her, but she has undoubtedly been afflicted by a goo. These worms have been consuming her essence, which is why she remains in a state of unconsciousness, eluding detection by the hospital. Now that the goo worms have been removed, I believe it won't be long before your mother awakens. At that time, I will prescribe some remedies to replenish her energy and blood. If you follow the instructions, she will likely recover in about a month. Really? Hua Jiyu exclaimed with delight. Initially, she would not have believed in such things as goo techniques or worms, but the reality before her left no room for doubt. At that moment, Hua Qingtian's complexion had turned ashen. The so-called Huang Daxian had claimed that the goo worms he used could never be detected by anyone. How could they be eradicated by a mere youth? If Du Qiushan, that vile woman, were truly to awaken, would my plans not soon be in ruins? Dr. Go, oblivious to Hua Qingtian's anxiety, sneered derisively. Do you think that by performing a mere trick, you can save someone? Such fanciful nonsense might fool children. But you won't deceive us. If the patient could awaken from such a state, I could indeed call you father. Before Dr. Go could finish his sentence, Du Qiushan, who lay upon the hospital bed, suddenly emitted a soft gasp and, astonishingly, opened her eyes. Chapter 61. The land is yours. Meng Chuan chuckled softly. glancing at Dr. Go, and remarked, "Now that the patient has regained consciousness, isn't it time for you to call?" "What did I just say?" Dr. Go blushed deeply, turning his face away, adamantly denying his previous words. Mother, Hua Jiu, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears streaming down her face as she hurried to assist Du Qiushan into a sitting position. "Mother, how do you feel? Where am I? What has happened?" Du Qiushan felt extremely weak, yet her mind was remarkably clear. Upon awakening and surveying her surroundings, she spotted Hua Qingtian nearby. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Du Qiushan's gaze turned icy as she summoned all her strength to scold. "Get out. I do not wish to see you, you scoundrel." Hua Qingtian's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "Du Qiushan, it has been years since we last met, and this is the attitude you present? If it weren't for the fact that you once exploited the reputation of the Hua family business, would you have the enterprise you possess now? Do you not understand the concept of gratitude?" "Gratitude?" Du Qiushan let out a bitter laugh, her eyes reddening. "What do I have to be grateful for towards you? The beauty and health product company that my daughter and I built from the ground up is entirely a product of our own hard work. It has nothing to do with you. Yet it is your past actions towards me that remain vividly etched in my memory. Clearly, it was you who sought out that vixen behind my back. I, in my resolve to shield our daughter from harm, endured and overlooked your transgressions. But what of you? In your quest to elevate that seductress, you devised schemes to ensnare me, turning the tables and slandering me as the one unfaithful. At the family gathering, in front of numerous relatives and friends, you struck me, berated me, and cast me out of the Hua family, stripping me of all dignity. You drove me to the brink of suicide, and now, upon our reunion, you demand my gratitude. Tell me, how could I possibly feel anything but hatred towards you?" As the weight of years of resentment poured forth, Du Qiushan's voice had grown hoarse. Hua Qingtian scoffed, crossing his arms, and replied, "I once offered you the chance to leave the Hua family on your own accord. Yet you insisted on clinging to the pretext of providing our daughter with a complete home, refusing to budge. Given that, what recourse did I have? Ultimately, the blame lies solely on your inability to recognize the good before you. Leave. Depart at once." Du Qiushan glared at Hua Qingtian, hurling a nearby cup at him, though it regrettably missed its mark. The recollection of those past grievances ignited a fire within Hua Jiu, who coldly interjected, "You should leave now. Do not refer to me as your daughter, for I am no longer yours. My mother has awakened, and you shall not covet our company. Depart this instant." "Very well." Hua Qingtian was furious, his face dark with rage. "You heartless pair, are you trying to drive me away? Fine. If you wish for me to leave, then so be it. Du Qiushan, you wretched woman, do not think that this time you are unscathed. Trouble shall surely arise in the future. When the next crisis strikes, and you both kneel before me, I shall not show mercy." With that, Hua Qingtian slammed the door and departed. "Wait, what do you mean? Are you insinuating that my mother's health issues are linked to you?" Hua Jiu exclaimed, her heart racing with indignation as she sought clarification. Meng Chuan interjected, blocking her path. "No need to inquire further. The cursed insects are undoubtedly related to him, perhaps even his doing. Reflect on the implications yourself, and you shall comprehend the connections at play." Hua Jiu was no fool, with just a slight nudge from Meng Chuan. She grasped the underlying cause and was instantly consumed by rage, her body trembling. This scoundrel was even more despicable than she had imagined. It was one thing to slander and insult my mother, but to resort to such vile methods in an attempt to seize the assets held by us too was nearly fatal for my mother. Meng Chuan offered a calm smile, saying, "Evil deeds bring their own retribution. Rest assured, he will not meet a favorable end." Upon entering the hospital room, Meng Chuan could sense an aura of malevolence surrounding Hua Qingtian. How could an ordinary man possess cursed insects? Clearly, the source lay elsewhere, perhaps in a being that transcended humanity. What favorable outcome could possibly arise from entanglement with such forces? After Hua Qingtian's departure, Du Qiushan's emotions gradually returned to a state of tranquility. At this moment, Hua Jiu properly introduced Meng Chuan to Du Qiushan, recounting the events that transpired during Du Qiushan's recent unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, Du Qiushan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Meng Chuan, nearly descending to her knees in reverence. Meng Chuan hurriedly intervened, stating that he was merely there to purchase land, and having witnessed such events, he had simply lent a hand to assist the two of them. Speaking of land, Du Qiushan suddenly realized and instructed Hua Jiu, "My dear daughter, Let us gift this land directly to Mr. Ming. Had it not been for Mr. Ming's presence today, I might have lost my life, and our estate would have been seized by that scoundrel Hua Qingtian. Mr. Ming is indeed our great benefactor. We cannot afford to be stingy. Hua Jiu smiled and replied, Mother, I am well aware of what you speak. Since Mr. Ming has healed you, I had no intention of selling the land to him. Let us give it to him as a gesture of gratitude for his medical services. Meng Chuan quickly interjected, There is no need for such formalities. You may call me Xiao Ming or simply Meng Chuan. Regarding the land, I have already benefited significantly from purchasing it for 30 million. It is akin to a gift in essence. Therefore, Ms. Hua, let us adhere to our previous agreement. I shall certainly pay you the full sum without hesitation. Hua Jiu hesitated, but you are our great benefactor. How can we possibly ask for money from you? Meng Chuan chuckled and said, A gentleman does not accept food offered with reluctance. Ms. Hua, I implore you to acquiesce. Very well, Hua Jiu responded with a smile, looking at Meng Chuan. Let us consider it as if I still owe you a significant favor. Ah, it is I who owe you both a debt of gratitude. Meng Chuan replied with a light-hearted laugh. Meng Chuan rose and remarked, The poison from Auntie's body has been extracted, aside from some weakness. She is no longer in serious danger. This hospital, which has conspired with Hua Qingtian to deceive you, is likely aligned with him. Given that you are hospitalized here, it is quite possible that Hua Qingtian may resort to his despicable tactics once more. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to discharge yourselves. Auntie's condition can be managed at home just as well. All right, I will proceed with the discharge procedures. Upon recalling how Dr. Go had used glucose worth mere pennies per bottle in place of the imported medicine valued at 200,000, Hua Jiu felt a surge of indignation. Meng Chuan, could you possibly wait for me a moment? Once the procedures are completed and my mother is safely home, we shall immediately sign the contract. Chapter 62, A Hand Over the Sky. Hua Jiu went out to handle the paperwork, leaving Meng Chuan to engage in casual conversation with Du Qiushan. It seemed that Du Qiushan held a particular fondness for Meng Chuan. Within a few exchanges, the topic shifted to his family circumstances. Upon learning that Meng Chuan was unmarried, Du Qiushan's spirits soared, and she discreetly inquired about her daughter, Hua Jiu. Meng Chuan readily perceived Du Qiushan's intentions and, feeling somewhat flustered, mentioned that he had a girlfriend with whom he had shared a roof for many years. Although they had never explicitly acknowledged their relationship, he harbored genuine affection for her. Upon hearing this, Du Qiushan's enthusiasm waned. In her eyes, Meng Chuan was not only a capable businessman, but also well-versed in medicine, with commendable character. The thought that such a remarkable man could not become her son-in-law was indeed a pity. However, Du Qiushan pondered that Meng Chuan was still unmarried. It remained uncertain with whom he would ultimately share his life. If her daughter exerted herself, perhaps she could ascend to a favorable position. With this thought, Du Qiushan felt a sense of relief wash over her once more. The two engaged in conversation for about half an hour before Hua Jiu returned. Her face a stormy shade of gray. What troubles you, my daughter? Why such a grim expression? Du Qiushan inquired with concern. Hua Jiu slammed the bill onto the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, This hospital has gone too far. They have completely torn the veil of civility. I had nearly covered the medical expenses, and upon processing the discharge, they informed me that we owe them over 9 million. Is this not a blatant act of extortion? The daily hospitalization fee was originally 300, and now it has inexplicably escalated to 30,000. Oh, Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow, taking the bill to examine it. Huh, this fee is evidently fraudulent. I suspect this is orchestrated by Hua Qingtian. I assent it? Hua Jiu, brimming with indignation, declared, No, I shall report them to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I will see to it that their hospital is shut down. Just then, Dr. Go strode in with an air of arrogance. You intend to sue our hospital? He sneered, hands clasped behind his back. If you have the courage, then do so. The medical bill is entirely legitimate. On what grounds would you accuse us? Hua Jiu retorted angrily. How can it be legitimate? Is it normal to have a medical bill exceeding 9 million? Is it not entirely normal to spend over 9 million on medical treatment and medication? We provide patients with the finest instruments and the best medicines. Even if you were to raise your complaints to the highest authority, we are in the right. Hua Qianro interjected, The best medicine? Is glucose considered the best? I have yet to settle accounts for your deceit, and now you dare to extort us. Doctor Go retorted with an air of confidence. Glucose? What glucose? That is a new drug imported from America. If you doubt it, Feel free to investigate our hospital's procurement records. After a brief pause, Dr. Go laughed heartily. If you possess the audacity, go ahead and sue us. Huazong has assured me that as long as he is around, you would never prevail in court. In this society, it is all about who has connections and power. Compared to Huazong, you two are worlds apart. Hua Jiu found herself momentarily speechless. If Hua Qingtian truly intended to assist this hospital, winning a lawsuit would be far from guaranteed. At that moment, Meng Chuan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Dr. Go shot a furious glare at Meng Chuan and shouted, "You little brat, what are you laughing at?" Meng Chuan replied, "I am merely amused by your ignorance. Whether it is a new drug or glucose can be easily determined. You come here seeking our mercy not to sue you, yet you dare to act so arrogantly before us. What gives you such courage?" "Hua Qingtian," Dr. Go proudly asserted. "Indeed, it is Huazong. Even if it were glucose, Huazong has the means to transform it into an American-imported new drug when it comes time for evidence collection." Du Qiushan sighed and said, "Xiao Meng, Hua Qingtian indeed possesses considerable strength. If we insist on opposing them, the only ones who will suffer are ourselves. It's just over 9 million. We can still manage that. Otherwise, it would be wiser to let things be, to spare you from complications." Dr. Go sneered and replied, "It's wise of you to recognize the situation. With Hua around, how do you think you can contend with me? Simply hand over the money." With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Meng Chuan chuckled and said, "Huazong, do you truly believe that Hua Qingtian reigns supreme in Hangzhou? Today, I shall see if I can bring you to justice." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to make a call. Dr. Go, confident in his position, retorted, "Haha. I too am eager to see what you can do." Kong Jin couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself that this man was truly seeking his own demise by provoking Boss Meng, not to mention others. Even Wang Chung could easily teach a lesson to a doctor from a small clinic. However, Meng Chuan did not call Wang Chung, but instead contacted Li Jianfeng. In the office of the secretary of the municipal committee, Li Jianfeng was busy with work. "Secretary," he entered and said, "Secretary Li, someone is calling you." Li Jianfeng waved his hand, frowning. "Didn't I say I'm too busy today to take any calls?" "Secretary," he replied, "but you previously instructed that whenever this person calls, you must answer immediately. Is it divine, Dr. Meng?" Li Jianfeng exclaimed in surprise, quickly setting aside his documents. "Hurry. Bring me the phone." "Yes." "Secretary," he handed over the phone. Li Jianfeng answered the call with a smile, saying, "Hello, Dr. Meng. What brings you to call me today?" "What? There's such a matter. Please hold on. I will contact the Bureau of Industry and Commerce and the Drug Administration immediately to address this issue." "No worries, it is my duty." After hanging up, Li Jianfeng turned to Secretary He with a stern expression and instructed, "Go. Call Director Sun of the Drug Administration and Director Zhao of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Let them know there's a matter that requires their attention." "Yes, Secretary." Secretary He nodded and promptly went to carry out the task. From Li's secretary's demeanor, Secretary He could discern that he was genuinely angry. In the hospital room, Meng Chuan ended the call and smiled at Dr. Go, saying, "All right, just wait for the call." Dr. Go, unfazed, crossed his arms and retorted, "Who are you trying to intimidate? Today, I shall see what kind of connections you can muster." Barely 5 minutes had passed when Dr. Go's phone indeed rang. He was taken aback, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw the name of Director Sun from the Drug Administration. Dr. Go's brow furrowed. He thought to himself, "This young man is quite impressive, truly bringing in someone from the Drug Administration." Meng Chuan chuckled, "Don't just stare, pick up the call." I will." Dr. Go scoffed. Accepting the call, "Director Sunday." Dr. Go greeted with a forced smile. However, within moments, his expression soured, and he repeatedly uttered, Yes, I was wrong. Director Sunday." By the time the reprimand concluded, Dr. Go's countenance resembled that of one who had just consumed something distasteful. "Director Sun, this matter was specifically arranged by President Hua. Could we perhaps negotiate this issue and extend a favor to President Hua?" "Favor to President Hua?" The voice on the other end escalated to a near roar. "Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe that Hua Qingtian holds any significance in front of the true power brokers of Hangzhou? Extend him a favor. Let me reiterate. It was Secretary Li who expressly instructed me to handle this matter. Do you understand? Not only you, but should Hua Qingtian dare to object, he too shall face the consequences. Do you still hope to rely on him? Enough. Just wait patiently now. No one can save you." With that, the call abruptly ended. As soon as Dr. Go hung up, a young nurse rushed in, breathlessly announcing, "Dr. Go, it's bad news. The personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau have arrived and claim they are here to seal our establishment." "What?" Dr. Go's face drained of color as he staggered back 3 steps, nearly collapsing. Just moments ago, Director Sun from the Drug Administration had made it abundantly clear that Secretary Li had singled out his hospital for scrutiny. There was no chance that Hua Qingtian would dare to intercede on his behalf. It was over for him. At that moment, Dr. Go realized how formidable Meng Chuan truly was. With just one phone call, he could prompt Secretary Li to take action against him. He had just been foolishly calling out to him. Was that not courting disaster? With this thought, Dr. Go immediately rushed forward, clasping Meng Chuan's leg, and cried out, "Young brother, I acknowledge my mistake. I never imagined you possessed such immense influence. It was my folly to dare challenge you. I humbly beseech you to intercede on my behalf and spare my life." Meng Chuan let out a cold snort and replied with a mocking smile, "Do you understand the concept of self-inflicted misfortune? Since you have compelled us to take action against you, then so be it. Who prompted your wretched pleas for my intervention? Indeed, it is my disgraceful conduct. Please, magnanimous sir, overlook my transgressions and grant me mercy." Dr. Go clung desperately to Meng Chuan's leg, weeping profusely, which disgusted Meng Chuan to the point that he forcefully kicked Go away. At that moment, several officials from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau burst in, swiftly apprehending Dr. Go and escorting him out. In a villa in Hangzhou, Hua Qingtian was in a foul mood after hanging up the phone. He had just learned that Dr. Go, whom he had dispatched to further torment Du Qiushan and her daughter, had been detained, allegedly at the behest of Li Jianfeng. Thus, he dared not intervene to secure Go's release. "That useless fool, let him rot in there. It concerns me not," Li Jianfeng grumbled, placing a cigar between his lips. Just then, a beautiful woman emerged from a nearby room, cradling a 3-year-old boy. Noticing Li Jianfeng smoking, she frowned and said, "Why are you smoking at home again? Weren't you supposed to confront that Du woman today to demand their company's assets? By the looks of you, I assume you were rebuffed by that little girl?" Hua Qingtian, increasingly agitated, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not mention it. The Du woman has been rescued, and not only has my plan gone awry, but that hospital deal has also fallen through. The plan has failed?" Upon hearing this, the fair lady immediately protested, pouting her lips and speaking acrimoniously. "Hua Qingtian, what is the matter with you? Can't you even handle such a trivial matter? We had agreed before that you would get me anything I fancied. Now, I simply desire that old woman's Huarong Beauty and Health Company, and you've been dragging your feet for so long, unable to secure it? I told you from the start. There was no need to kick that old woman out. You should have just sent someone to murder her and her daughter, forging a contract for the transfer of equity. Then we wouldn't have so much trouble now. Enough, don't bother me here. I'm in a very bad mood right now." Hua Qingtian roared in anger, startling the boy in the fair lady's arms into tears. The fair lady hurriedly began to soothe the boy while glaring at Hua Qingtian, saying, "You only know how to vent your anger on us, mother and son, yet you're still unable to deal with that old woman surnamed Du. Speaking of which, that great immortal Huang you found earlier, wasn't he so confident that no one could undo the curse he placed on that old woman? How long has it been? And it's already been undone? It seems he's nothing more than a charlatan, yet you treat him like a treasure, providing him with good food and drink every day. He's constantly fooling around upstairs, calling at least 6 young ladies a day. I'm afraid he'll corrupt our son. Go ask him if he can deal with that old woman. If he can't, kick him out as soon as possible. That's right, we can go to great immortal Huang again." Hua Qingtian immediately extinguished his cigar, rose, and headed towards the stairs. "You took the child back to the room while I sought out Master Wang to see if he could eliminate that troublesome fellow and reapply the curse on Du Qiushan." Hua Qingtian arrived at the 2nd floor, standing before the door allocated to Master Wang, when he was met with the alluring sounds emanating from within, stirring his very blood. He knocked gently on the door and said, "Master Wang, I apologize for the intrusion, but I wonder if I might converse with you for a moment?" The music ceased, and shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing 2 heavily made-up women, scantily clad, exiting the chamber. Hua Qingtian did not notice the subtle twin bite marks adorning each of their necks. Following them, a gaunt man with a thin mustache emerged, draped in clothing, his expression one of irritation. "What is it?" he grumbled. "I was thoroughly engrossed in my enjoyment. Had it not been you disrupting me, I would have already severed his neck." Cold sweat broke out on Hua Qingtian's back, and he hastily clasped his hands together in apology. "Master Wang, I sincerely regret the disturbance. I am compelled by urgent matters to intrude. Very well, speak quickly. Master Wang waved his hand dismissively. Hua Qingtian nodded and continued. The woman for whom I sought your curse last time, her affliction has been lifted today. What? Master Wang furrowed his brow. How is that possible? Who could possibly break my curse? It was a young man, Hua Qingtian replied candidly. He appears to be quite extraordinary. It seemed he lifted the curse with remarkable ease. Could he be a practitioner of the arts as well? The venerable Huang de Xian murmured softly, then relaxed further, remarking, what of a cultivator? Merely a young man. Can he truly be my opponent? Go, procure a thorough investigation into this youth's background for me. I shall discreetly eliminate him. Then, I will attend to that woman you wish to deal with at a later time. Very well, I shall rely on you, Huang de Xian. Hua Qingtian replied joyously. Chapter 64. The wine feast. The signing of the land lease proceeded remarkably smoothly. In just one day, Meng Chuan acquired the parcel of land at an exceptionally low price. Concurrently, Meng Chuan found himself with ample spare funds, perfectly positioning him to have Kong Zhen engage a construction team to officially commence the establishment of the farm. On this land, the nascent form of the factory, constructed by Hua Jieyu, was already taking shape, allowing Meng Chuan to enhance the existing foundation further. It was estimated that the completion of the farm would not exceed 6 months. The entire project was entrusted to Kong Zhen to manage, while Meng Chuan took on the role of a hands-off owner, remaining at the Jiangbei Medical Clinic as a consulting physician. Days later, in the evening, Jiang Beixiang casually conversed with Meng Chuan while preparing medicine. Say, Xiao Chuan, hasn't Lu Su Su returned to Hangzhou? Why haven't you sought her out these past few days? Previously, whenever she came back, you would always visit her daily, yet now, you seem to have vanished. Meng Chuan chuckled softly but refrained from disclosing the fact that he and Lu Su Su had parted ways, not wanting Jiang Beixiang to notice his unusual demeanor. Instead, he ambiguously replied, she has been rather busy with work lately, so we haven't had much chance to meet. We'll see each other when she has some time. Jiang Beixiang cast a glance at Meng Chuan and inquired, you two aren't quarreling, are you? Meng Chuan replied with a smile, how could that be? We get along quite well. As long as that's the case, Jiang Beixiang nodded, recognizing that given the duration of their relationship, it would indeed be a pity if they were to part ways. Meng Chuan preferred not to delve deeper into the matter with Jiang Beixiang. After bidding farewell to the last guest, he casually asked, Uncle Jiang, where is Kur? Logically, she should have finished work and returned home by now. Why is she still out? Jiang Beixiang smacked his forehead and exclaimed, oh, I just remembered. This afternoon, Xiaoke called to inform me that there was a gathering at her workplace, and she would be coming home late. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the now darkening sky outside, and remarked, it's quite late. It's not safe for her to return alone. Uncle Jiang, where is Kur having her gathering? I shall go fetch her. It seems to be at a restaurant near the hospital, called Kashangju. All right, I understand. Meng Chuan casually grabbed a coat and the car keys from the side, then pushed the door open and left. Half an hour later, at a table in Kashangju, a lively group of colleagues from the first hospital was gathered around a large table, and among them was Jiang Ku. Initially, Jiang Ku had been reluctant to attend, but her department head, Deng Tao, insisted she participate, asserting that newcomers must engage in such collective activities. With no other option, Jiang Ku had joined. However, upon taking her seat, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Although it was said to be a gathering, Deng Tao was persistently toasting two unfamiliar leaders, discussing matters concerning next month's departmental funding. After inquiring with a nearby colleague, Jiang Ku learned that these two individuals were the hospital's officials responsible for fund allocation, Vice President Yin Zhen and his assistant, Xiao Wang. Yin Zhen, in his 40s and slightly balding, quickly noticed Jiang Ku upon sitting down and, either intentionally or unintentionally, kept pouring her drinks. Before long, Jiang Ku felt a slight dizziness creeping in. A young woman from the same department, unable to bear the sight, attempted to intervene on Jiang Ku's behalf, but was met with a stern glare from Deng Tao. Vice President Yin, I truly cannot drink anymore, Jiang Ku protested. Her cheeks flushed with the effects of alcohol, rendering her all the more alluring. Yin Zhen gazed at her enchanting visage, gulped, and with a smile, declared, who says you can't? I believe you can manage at least 5 more cups. However, Jiang Ku found herself in an exceedingly awkward position. Dear Jiang, today is a gathering with our colleagues. You mustn't create an unpleasant scene, Yin Zhen remarked sternly, his demeanor reflecting a hint of displeasure. Jiang Ku, with a resigned wave of her hand, replied, "Vice President Yin, I truly cannot drink anymore. Please do not put me in this position." Yin Zhen's expression soured instantly. Observing this, Xiao Wang chimed in with a sarcastic tone directed at Deng Tao. "Director Deng, your little doctor here certainly has quite the temperament. She keeps refusing Vice President Yan's toasts in front of so many people. Where do you expect Vice President Yan to save face?" Deng Tao was immediately drenched in cold sweat, forcing a smile as he said, "I apologize. Xiao Zhang is new to the internship and is unfamiliar with the rules. Allow me to guide her." With that, he rose and approached Jiang Ku, whispering, "Xiao Zhang, what's the matter? Vice Dean Yin expects you to drink. Why aren't you partaking?" Jiang Ku frowned and replied, "But I really cannot drink anymore. I haven't had much alcohol before. And Vice Dean Yin has been toasting me continuously. I simply cannot endure it." "Endure it you must. This is the rule of our institute," Deng Tao admonished sternly. "Do you understand how many grants our department will receive next quarter? The bonuses for each person depend entirely on Vice Dean Yan's word. If he is displeased today, our entire department will suffer the consequences. So, endure a little longer and toast Vice Dean Yin once more. When it comes time for your internship report, I assure you I will commend you favorably." Considering her internship report, Jiang Ku gritted her teeth and reluctantly nodded. "All right, just one glass." Rising to her feet, she raised her glass, forcing a smile as she said, "Here's to you, Vice Dean Yan. I acknowledge my earlier mistake and toast you now. That's the spirit." Vice Dean Yan beamed. "Come, let us drink together." Saying this, he clinked glasses with Jiang Ku, simultaneously reaching out to place his hand on her shoulder, attempting to take advantage of the moment. But Jiang Ku deftly sidestepped, feigning ignorance. Yin Zhen felt a twinge of annoyance, but concealed it well. Once Jiang Ku grimaced and downed the contents of her glass, he promptly filled her cup anew. Jiang Ku was taken aback, then inquired, "Vice Dean Yin, what do you mean by this?" Vice Dean Yin chuckled. "It seems, Comrade Jiang, that you have not fully grasped the essence of drinking. There are still some truths eluding you. Continue to drink, and later, I shall personally enlighten you on the art of imbibing." He was well aware that it was only when a woman was intoxicated that opportunities arose. If he could get this enchanting lady drunk, with his authority, he could claim her without anyone daring to object. At that moment, Deng Tao cleared his throat, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Ku. "Jiang, Vice Dean Yin has instructed you to keep drinking. Why are you still in a daze?" "Deng you." Jiang Ku felt a surge of anger, realizing that Deng Tao was also conspiring to assist Vice Dean Yin in pressuring him to drink. If he continued, he would surely lose his senses. Thus, Jiang Ku set down his glass and, somewhat defiantly, declared, "Vice Dean Yin, I truly cannot drink any more. I am feeling a bit unwell and must return. Please enjoy your meal with the others." With that, he grabbed his bag and prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhen's expression soured immediately. Chapter 65. I am Jiang Ku's boyfriend beside him. Assistant Wang rose abruptly, exclaiming in anger, "You wish to leave? Vice Dean Yin commands you to drink. How dare you, Amir in turn, refuse? Do not overestimate your own worth." With that, he seized Jiang Ku's wrist, intending to forcibly make him drink. Jiang Ku struggled, but Wang's strength overpowered him, and he found himself forced to swallow a considerable amount of alcohol. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the room, as Wang was sent flying, crashing into a table and shattering it. Meng Chuan had unknowingly adopted a cold demeanor and stood beside Jiang Ku. "Chuan Gu," Jiang Ku exclaimed in delight, her voice tinged with an infinite sense of grievance. "It's all right. I'm here to take you home," Meng Chuan said as he embraced Jiang Ku's shoulders, deftly wiping away the remnants of wine from the corner of her mouth, which instilled within her an immense sense of security. Vice Dean Yin, unfamiliar with Meng Chuan, witnessed him slap his assistant Xiao Wang and then embrace the young doctor he had his eyes on. He immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Who are you to strike my assistant?" "Me? I am Jiang Ku's boyfriend." Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Zhen, upon hearing this, felt little fear and scoffed. "So what if you're Jiang Ku's boyfriend? What business do you have at our hospital's dinner? Apologize to my assistant and then get out." Before Yin Zhen could finish his words, Meng Chuan swiftly grabbed hold of his collar. Yin Zhen raised an eyebrow and cursed, "You scoundrel! Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know I am from the first hospital?" Bang! Meng Chuan forcefully slammed Yin Zhen's head against the table, instantly causing a ruckus. "I don't intend to hit you," Meng Chuan remarked with a cold smirk. "I noticed you seem to enjoy drinking, My girlfriend Jiangke has a low tolerance for alcohol, so how about I toast you a few drinks? With that, Meng Chuan flipped Yin Jun over, pried open his mouth, and seized a nearby bottle of liquor, pouring it down his throat. Gulp, gulp. In the blink of an eye, the first bottle of high-proof liquor was drained, and Meng Chuan picked up a second bottle, repeating the act. Deng Tao watched in horror, his heart racing as he thought to himself, this is the end. After such a commotion, my bonus next month is surely doomed. Jiangku, quickly restrain your boyfriend. How could he possibly serve so much alcohol to Vice Dean Yin? Though he wished to intervene with Meng Chuan, he lacked the courage to act and could only appeal to Jiangku. Jiangku, equally incensed, retorted, Director Deng. Why didn't you intervene when Vice Dean Yin was pouring me drinks earlier? Now that Brother Chuan is teaching him a lesson, you want me to stop him? Deng Tao, drenched in sweat, stammered, well, alcohol is not poison. What harm could a little do? Besides, as a mere doctor, how can you compare yourself to Vice Dean Yin? Meng Chuan chuckled upon hearing this and turned to inquire. Oh, is this person so precious that we cannot measure up? Without a moment's hesitation, Deng Tao replied, of course. He is the Vice Dean. The Vice Dean? What does that amount to? Even provincial leaders pale in comparison to Kuer in my eyes. Meng Chuan coldly declared, releasing Yin Jun. At that moment, Yin Jun, having been force-fed 2 bottles of liquor, crumpled to the ground, retching violently. Vice Dean Yin. Deng Tao was about to help him up, but was abruptly seized by the collar by Meng Chuan. You are the head of Kuer's department? Meng Chuan mocked. Deng Tao swallowed hard, feigning bravado. Indeed, I am. What do you intend to do? I'll have you know that Jiangke's internship report must pass through my hands. Thinking of abusing your power for personal gain? By all means, go ahead and try. But first, perhaps you should inquire why someone named Sun Yi from your unit was dismissed. With a serene demeanor, Meng Chuan spoke, sending a jolt of fear through Deng Tao's very core. He was, of course, aware of Sun Ye's predicament, having offended a friend of Dean Shun, which led to his apprehension, the loss of his employment, and subsequent incarceration. Could it be that Meng Chuan was this very friend of Dean Chen's? Rendered speechless, are we? Meng Chuan remarked with a smile. Very well, let us settle accounts. As a department head, your focus should be on healing and saving lives. Yet you conduct yourself like a common procurer, arranging such gatherings. What purpose does that white coat serve when donned by you? You might as well solicit fares at the railway station. You seem fond of lapping up after that fellow on the floor. Then, by all means, indulge. Partake in a couple of bottles yourself, and keep him company. Thereupon, Meng Chuan repeated his earlier actions, pressing down on Deng Tao's head and forcing 2 bottles of liquor down his throat. In short order, Deng Tao lay prostrate on the floor, unconscious, brushing his hands together. Meng Chuan addressed the onlookers at the table, who were staring in wide-eyed astonishment. See to it that these 2 are conveyed to the hospital for gastric lavage. Kuer, let us return home. Yes, Jiangku responded with a nod, taking Meng Chuan's arm and walking away with slightly unsteady steps. Was that Jiangku's paramour? How dashing! Exclaimed a female physician who had intended to shield Jiangku from drinking, her eyes now sparkling with admiration. A middle-aged male doctor, who had long harbored resentment towards Deng Tao and Yin Jun, nodded in agreement, exclaiming with satisfaction, those 2 scoundrels. They deserve to be dealt with. Jiangku's boyfriend is truly commendable. Another doctor interjected, enough talk, everyone. Let us hasten them to the hospital. Delaying gastric lavage any further could lead to perilous consequences. The others, now understanding the urgency, hastily lifted Deng Tao, Yinjin, and Xiao Wang and transported them to the nearby hospital. Meng Chuan and Jiang boarded the car, and it seemed that the effects of alcohol had taken hold of Jiangku, as she quickly succumbed to a drowsy slumber, enveloped in the scent of liquor. This intoxicating aroma mingled with the unique fragrance of youthful femininity that Jiangku exuded, creating a captivating allure. Even Meng Chuan found himself momentarily entranced. Turning to glance at her flushed face, a result of the alcohol, he felt a pang of tenderness and removed his jacket to drape it over her before starting the engine. Brother Chuan, do you like me? Jiangku murmured incoherently in her sleep, her eyes still closed. Foolish girl, how could I not like you? Meng Chuan chuckled softly, responding to her in solitude. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to leave me again. Uncertain if she had heard his words, Jiangku's lips curled into a faint smile, and she settled into a deeper silence. Meng Chuan's vehicle soon ventured onto a secluded path, and suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, colliding with the car with a resounding thud. Startled, Meng Chuan slammed on the brakes, illuminating the scene ahead with his headlights, revealing a person sprawled on the ground, motionless and unresponsive. What on earth happened? Why would someone dart into my path in the dark? Meng Chuan furrowed his brow and promptly exited the vehicle, seemingly intent on assessing the individual's condition. The victim appeared to be a frail, middle-aged man, face down and utterly still. As Meng Chuan approached and gently tapped the man's shoulder, an inexplicable and eerie transformation occurred. The figure twisted unnaturally and, in mere moments, morphed into a scarecrow clad in tattered clothing. Chapter 66. Too weak, perhaps? From the darkness, a green light suddenly shot toward Meng Chuan, aimed directly at his neck. Without turning his head, Meng Chuan reached out and grasped the green light in his hand. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, he discerned that the green luminescence was, in fact, a small emerald-green snake, flicking its tongue as it bit into his palm. Frowning, Meng Chuan did not release his grip, but instead crushed the serpent with force. Applause echoed from the shadows, and a slender middle-aged man emerged, revealing himself to be Huang Daxian. Impressive skills. Indeed, you are also a practitioner of the arcane arts. Fortunately, I chose not to confront you directly, but rather to unleash my concocted venomous serpent to do the deed, thus sparing myself considerable trouble. Venomous serpent? Meng Chuan immediately understood. You are the one behind Hua Qingtian, or rather, a demon in disguise. It was evident to Meng Chuan that while this individual appeared human, the aura of demonic essence surrounding him was unmistakably potent, clearly indicating he was a beast transformed into human form. Beasts that traverse the mountains and forests evolve into demons. And to be deemed a demon, one must cultivate for centuries. To be recognized as a century-old demon, one must possess the ability to assume human form and contend with masters of the human realm. This beast had already taken on human shape. Could it possibly be a century-old demon? Meng Chuan found this unlikely, for a century-old demon is akin to a human master of transformation, capable of plucking leaves and petals with a mere breath, even slaying with a whisper. Century-old demons are even more formidable, wielding spells that could obliterate the heavens and earth. If it were truly a century-old demon, why resort to such underhanded tactics as employing a venomous serpent? The yellow sage was taken aback when Meng Chuan discerned his true identity, yet he quickly regained his composure, stroking his beard and remarking, "Indeed, a practitioner of the arcane arts, distinct from mere martial artists, can perceive that I am not of this world. However, it matters not. You are destined to perish regardless. Even if you have unraveled my secret, what of it? Although you are merely at the body refinement stage, you shall serve as an exquisite tonic. Once I have drained your blood, your form will be utilized to concoct my venomous creatures, and the poisons I cultivate will undoubtedly be far more potent." Meng Chuan chuckled and shook his head, stating, "I initially believed you to be a century-old great demon, having achieved a humanoid form. It appears I was mistaken. Just how did you transform into this shape? How many others like you are lurking among humans in Hangzhou?" The yellow sage approached Meng Chuan with a grin and said, "Since you are bound for death, why inquire so much? Do you not feel a paralysis enveloping your body, rendering you immobile? Blame your audacity for disrupting my good fortune. In your next life, remember to steer clear of me." With that, the yellow sage's eyes suddenly glimmered with a green light, and his fangs were revealed as he lunged toward Meng Chuan's neck. "The one who should take a detour is you," Meng Chuan replied coolly, extending his hand to grasp the now elongated neck of the yellow sage. The yellow sage gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can you still move? My venomous serpent should have." Meng Chuan opened his palm and laughed. "That little serpent? Its fangs lacked the requisite sharpness to even perforate my skin, precluding any possibility of envenomation. Furthermore, even if the venom of a venomous serpent were to infiltrate Meng Chuan's corporeal form, it would prove ineffectual. The cultivation of the phagocytic demon physique has endowed Meng Chuan with an inexhaustible reservoir of vital energy and an exceptionally robust constitution. Any paltry venom would be instantaneously neutralized upon entering his body, transforming into his own vital energy. How can a body tempered to such a degree be possible at the body-tempering realm?" Huang Daxian exclaimed, his countenance etched with disbelief. Meng Chuan responded with a smile, clenching his fist before delivering a forceful blow. Bang! Huang Daxian emitted an animalistic screech upon impact, tumbling across the ground several times. Upon regaining his footing, a section of skin had sloughed off his face, revealing the tawny fur beneath. Observing this, Meng Chuan chuckled, remarking, "No wonder you're so feeble. I had presumed you had already achieved anthropomorphism, but it appears you merely donned a human skin. You insolent brat, Huang Daxian retorted, his fury uncontainable. This was my most cherished skin. Today, I shall subject you to 1,000 cuts. Even if I failed to envenom you, am I, a decade-old great demon, inferior to a body-tempering realm cultivator like you? With these words, Huang Daxian retrieved 2 more talismans, his garments billowing despite the absence of wind. With a flick of his wrist, the 2 talismans hurtled towards Meng Chuan, transforming into 2 spectral white flames that engulfed him upon proximity. Witnessing Meng Chuan's direct impact with the spectral flames, Huang Daxian sneered, "Humph, conceited fool. Did you truly believe that cultivation rendered you invincible? Before the esteemed Huang Daxian, you are but a one-move wonder. The mere practitioner of the body-tempering realm is truly feeble. What the heck?" Before the great master Huang could finish his words, he exclaimed in disbelief. He witnessed Meng Chuan gently wave his hand, dispersing the ghostly flames enveloping him entirely. "Is this all you can do?" Meng Chuan gazed at the great master Huang in confusion. These ghostly flames are utterly insipid. Given that his demonic devouring body was merely at the body-tempering realm, Meng Chuan remained uncertain about the extent of his capabilities after inheriting from his ancestors. Combined with the essence of the ghost-faced crab and the refining of the spirit-enhancing pill, he pondered what level of great demon or martial artist he could contend with. However, this great master Huang claimed to be a 10-year great demon, possessing decades of cultivation, akin to a human expert in profound energy. Why then? Did his spells fail to elicit any sensation from Meng Chuan? This is simply too weak. The great master Huang flushed with embarrassment at Meng Chuan's words, interpreting them as a deliberate insult meant to provoke him. "Damn it, you little brat. Do you truly believe you possess any significant prowess? I, the great master Huang, am not intimidated. A practitioner of the body-tempering realm cannot possibly bridge the vast chasm of power that separates us." With that, the great master Huang spread his arms wide, and several talismans flew from his sleeves, hovering in midair. Boom. The talismans feeble. Meng Chuan had already relinquished any interest in prolonging his engagement with the great immortal Huang, clenching his fist as he advanced upon him. The great immortal Huang was thoroughly incensed by Meng Chuan's maneuver. Retreating hastily, he exclaimed, What manner of prodigy are you? How could one at the body-tempering stage possess such formidable power? Stay away from me. I possess a contingency, Meng Chuan offered a faint smile, tapping his foot lightly as he dashed towards the great immortal Huang, seizing him by the throat and pinning him to the ground. Chapter 67. Subjugating you. Nonetheless, with a resounding crash, the ground fissured from the impact of the great immortal Huang's head. Were it an ordinary being, their brains would have been splattered. Yet the great immortal Huang remained intact, save for the further degradation of the human skin on his head, revealing a pointed nose. "And where is this contingency of yours?" Meng Chuan inquired with amusement. The great immortal Huang flew into a rage, but before he could utter a word, Meng Chuan hoisted him up once more, slamming him violently onto the earth. This time, the great immortal Huang finally relented. "Young sir, master, grandmaster, I implore you spare me. I have cultivated for decades to attain this form, and I have yet to savor the fruits of my labor." "Spare me your drivel," Meng Chuan interrupted. "I ask you, are there any other great demons in Hangzhou?" The great immortal Huang nearly wept. "How would I possibly know such a thing? There are so many human cultivators. Even if there were any demons daring enough to reside in the city, they would have to assume human form. Generally, no one would dare expose their true identity." This was the truth. Once demons transform, they become indistinguishable from humans. It is rumored that among the masters of Huaxia, there exists a number who may not be human. The veracity of such claims remains shrouded in mystery. After all, discerning the essence of demonic energy is no easy feat for practitioners, aside from employing specific magical artifacts. However, Meng Chuan, with his cultivation of the demon-devouring body, possesses a heightened sensitivity to such energies. He felt a tinge of disappointment at the response from the Huang Daxian. Observing Meng Chuan's silence, the Huang Daxian mustered the courage to inquire, "Young man, might I take my leave?" "Leave?" Meng Chuan chuckled. "I have not forgotten about Du Qiushan. You, a creature of malice, have exploited your abilities for nefarious deeds, taking lives and emanating a considerable amount of malevolent energy. Surely, you have harmed many, have you not? If I were to release you, countless innocents could fall victim to your wickedness. Thus, it is far more prudent to contain you." The Huang Daxian cried out in despair, Young man, spare me. I have never harmed anyone. If I had, I would not have been able to remain in Hangzhou for such a duration, Meng Chuan replied. Do you think I cannot see through your actions? How much of your cultivation has been acquired by siphoning the life force of others? This statement rendered the Huang de Xian speechless. Indeed, in his quest for self-preservation and to avoid drawing unwanted attention, he had refrained from wanton murder. Yet, he had consistently surreptitiously drained the essence from unsuspecting individuals, converting their lifespans into his own power. Though he had not killed, he had certainly committed evil deeds. Left without retort? Then come with me. Meng Chuan raised his fist and brought it down with force. Bang! The fist struck the yellow immortal, who let out a mournful cry as his skin burst open like a balloon, releasing wisps of yellow smoke that scattered in all directions. Meng Chuan felt a yellow entity wriggling out from the skin, attempting to flee like a bolt of lightning. Attempting to escape, Meng Chuan swiftly moved, seizing the yellow object, only to discover it was yet another scarecrow. He could not help but furrow his brow, and upon looking up, he saw a weasel darting away through the smoke, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. What a pity, Meng Chuan sighed. Although the yellow immortal had not transformed, he was still a 10-year-old demon, which would have greatly benefited his cultivation of the demon-devouring body. Alas, the yellow immortal was too cunning to be captured. If the Great Orange were to know, it would surely roll on the ground in frustration. Upon returning home, Meng Chuan gently placed Jiang Ke back onto the bed and covered her with a blanket before leaving for his own room. As soon as he entered, the Great Orange leaped from the bed, rubbing and sniffing him, before exclaiming with gleaming eyes, "Hey, caretaker, why do you reek of such a strong demonic aura? Did you encounter some demon beast?" Having no choice but to confess, Meng Chuan replied honestly, "I came across a weasel, but it was too cunning and managed to escape." Escaped? The Great Orange paused in disbelief, then began to flail about in agitation, exclaiming, "You couldn't catch a mere weasel that has merely gained some magical prowess? With your skills, you could squash it with a single hand, couldn't you? Although that creature may not possess the same nourishing qualities as the ghost-faced crab, it is nonetheless a supernatural beast. Consuming a pot of its broth would undoubtedly be. No, it would greatly benefit your cultivation of the demon-devouring body. And you have so carelessly let this opportunity slip away?" Meng Chuan, vexed by the incessant chatter of the large orange cat, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall not allow it to escape next time. Although it possesses little skill, it is exceedingly cunning, leaving me at a loss. Where will there be a next time? What could have been a delightful feast has been squandered because of you." The large orange cat seemed genuinely irate, curling up on the bed with its forepaws tucked in, leaving Meng Chuan with nothing but its rotund back. In the villa of the Hua family, Hua Qingtian savored a glass of red wine in the garden by the entrance, eagerly awaiting the return of the old master Huang with good news. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from outside the courtyard, landing beside Hua Qingtian. "Who are you?" Hua Qingtian exclaimed, startled, and was about to summon the bodyguards. "Do not shout." The shadow struggled to rise from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. From the voice, Hua Qingtian recognized it was indeed old Master Huang. However, upon seeing his face, Hua Qingtian was taken aback. The old Master Huang was no longer the middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache. He had transformed into a child who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. "Are you old Master Huang?" Hua Qingtian stammered. Old Master Huang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming in anger, "What a silly question. Of course it is me. But how? How did you become like this?" Hua Qingtian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, pondering the extraordinary abilities of the Master Huang, capable of altering appearances at will. Yet, how could someone as formidable as Master Huang find himself spitting blood upon arrival? Was it not due to your incompetence? Master Huang bellowed, causing Hua Qingtian to tremble. "I instructed you to investigate everything about that young man. How did you conduct your inquiry?" Hua Qingtian, taken aback, grimaced as he replied, "I had everyone look into it. That fellow is named Meng Chuan. He has been an orphan since childhood, residing at the Jiangbei Medical Clinic. He dropped out of high school to work and is essentially a complete wastrel. However, somehow, he managed to connect with the Wang family. And now he possesses a bit of wealth, that's all." Master Huang furrowed his brows in discontent, delivering a stinging reprimand to Hua Qingtian, exclaiming, "You are talking nonsense. He is undoubtedly a powerful cultivator. It is your failure to uncover his lineage that led me to suffer a hidden loss, nearly costing me my life at his hands. Do you understand?" "What? That fellow is a cultivator. Hua Qingtian exclaimed in shock, covering his face. Truly a waste of space. Master Huang shook his head. His teeth clenched in frustration, vowing, this enmity shall be avenged. Chapter 68. The flesh-eating goo. However, that young man, though merely at the body refinement stage, was astonishingly formidable. I would stand no chance against him in direct confrontation. A different strategy must be devised. Master Huang's eyes gleamed as he recalled a girl who had seemingly been in the car at the time, someone of great significance to Meng Chuan. That young woman, if memory serves, was named Jiang Ku, wasn't she? She had been living with that scoundrel for quite some time, and it was evident that they had indulged in debauchery together. Unable to eliminate the scoundrel himself, I shall first ravish that wretched girl and then extinguish her life. This would likely inflict even greater anguish upon him than simply killing him. The soothsayer let out a cold chuckle, casting a glance at Hua Qingtian. A chill ran down Hua Qingtian's spine as he prepared to speak, but the soothsayer swiftly struck the air with his palm, enveloping Hua Qingtian in a cloud of dark energy, causing numerous black spots to appear upon his skin. Hua Qingtian immediately began to wail in agony, rolling on the ground in torment. Soothsayer, what are you doing? It hurts so much. I implore you, spare me. The soothsayer, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly remarked, consider this a punishment for your attempt to deceive me. I have afflicted you with a flesh-eating curse. Within a day, these cursed insects will hatch and devour your flesh, leading you to a most excruciating demise. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingtian was so terrified that his soul nearly fled his body, and he hastily bowed his head in supplication. Soothsayer, I have been cautious and obedient in your presence, never daring to offend you. I beg you, spare my life. I do not wish to die in such a manner. Enough of your rambling, the soothsayer retorted. The only one who can save you, apart from me, is that scoundrel. You must find him, and by any means necessary, persuade him to come to your home and extract the cursed insects from you. If you fail to summon him, you shall await a torturous death at the hands of the myriad of curses. Summon that scoundrel? Hua Qingtian was bewildered by the soothsayer's intentions and exclaimed in a flurry. Why must I seek out that scoundrel? I have just offended him. It is impossible that he would assist me in removing the cursed insects. That is your own predicament. The enigmatic Huang Daxian let out a cold snort, declaring, remember, you have but one day. With that, he swiftly leaped from the rooftop, vanishing from sight. Hua Qingtian, drenched in cold sweat, glanced at the minuscule black dots appearing on his skin, and in a panic, hurried back to the villa, exclaiming, Guya, you must get up. Tomorrow, I need your assistance with something. The following day, Meng Chuan rose at the crack of dawn, donning an old tracksuit as he ventured out to procure breakfast for Jiang Ku and Jiang Beixiang. The morning air was invigorating, shrouded in a thick fog that made each breath a delight. Meng Chuan purchased 2 bags of youtiao, steamed buns, and soy milk, 1 large bag and 1 small. The smaller bag contained breakfast for himself, Jiang Beixiang, and Jiang Ku, while the larger was intended for the family cat, Deju. Carrying 2 hefty bags of breakfast, Meng Chuan strolled leisurely along the road. Suddenly, a beetle came hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. The dense fog obscured his presence until the last moment, and the car bore down on him. Possessing sharp instincts, Meng Chuan heard the commotion behind him and deftly sidestepped just in time. The driver of the beetle, startled, slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. While he knew he could withstand a collision, the reckless speed in such thick fog was perilous. Had he been an elderly person, he would undoubtedly have been knocked down by now. Before he could utter a word, the window of the beetle rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman adorned with sunglasses, who scolded him. Are you out of your mind? Why did you block the road earlier? I just slammed the brakes, and the seatbelt is digging painfully into my shoulder. Meng Chuan, feeling disgruntled, furrowed his brow and retorted, when did I block the road? It was clearly you who was speeding in the fog and nearly collided with me. I haven't even demanded an explanation from you yet. The affluent woman raised an eyebrow and replied, so what if I drive fast? I have a car, and I can drive as swiftly as I please. What are you going to do about it? Look at you, dressed so poorly, like someone of your ilk shouldn't even be on the streets. I truly should not have braked. You deserve to be run over. After all, your worthless life is hardly valued. Just a few $100,000 in compensation wouldn't matter. Her words were harsh and cutting, causing Meng Chuan to frown deeply. After her tirade, the wealthy woman felt considerably relieved and huffed, humph. There's no point in wasting time with someone like you. Be more careful next time you're out. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. Do you understand? With that, she rolled up her window and drove away. Meng Chuan thought to himself that he had indeed encountered a mad dog today. However, considering his good mood, it was unnecessary to engage with a shrew. Upon arriving at the clinic and handing a large bag of breakfast to the orange cat, he coincidentally ran into Jiang Ku, who had just woken up. Good morning, Chuan Gu, Jiang Ku greeted with a forced smile, though her complexion was visibly poor. Seeing Jiang Ku, the irritation from the affluent woman dissipated like smoke, and he smiled. What is the matter? Not feeling well. Jiang Ku nodded and said, I drank a bit too much last night, and I'm still suffering from a headache. I really should have dealt more harshly with those scoundrels. Meng Chuan gently pulled Jiang Ku down to sit, placing his hand near her temple. Come, let me give you a massage. Jiang Ku's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly nodded, allowing Meng Chuan to proceed. Her hair was both soft and resilient, carrying a subtle fragrance of youthful charm intertwined with the scent of shampoo. As he gently massaged her, Meng Chuan inquired with a smile, How does that feel? Is the pressure suitable? Jiang Ku chuckled. Yes, it feels wonderful. Brother Chuan, you really should consider opening a massage parlor. You would surely have a booming business. Meng Chuan laughed heartily, replying, Wouldn't that wear me out? From now on, I will only massage you. Others cannot enjoy such privilege. Jiang Ku's face blushed even deeper as she nervously toyed with the hem of her clothing, unsure of how to respond. Speaking of which, regarding the vice president I dealt with yesterday, Meng Chuan continued while massaging. If they are sensible, they probably won't dare to bother you. However, if they attempt to retaliate, just let me know, or you can directly reach out to Director Chen. He asserted, At the first hospital, we are not afraid of hardship, but we absolutely cannot suffer losses. If anyone tries to bully you, I will be the first to stand against it. Hearing this, Jiang Ku felt warmth in her heart and replied with a beaming smile, I understand. With you around, who would dare to bully me? As for work at the hospital, I will go when it's time. Indeed, Meng Chuan nodded. Just then, the partially open door to the hospital swung wide as Hua Jiu stepped in, dressed in professional attire. Excuse me, is Meng Chuan here? Upon seeing Hua Jiu, Meng Chuan greeted her with a smile. President Hua, I'm right here. Hua Jiu approached with a smile and remarked, It seems I have not come to the wrong place. Oh, Meng Chuan, may I ask who this is? Upon seeing Jiang Ku, Hua Jiu's expression momentarily stiffened. In Chapter 69, A Resounding Slap, Du Qiushan had refrained from disclosing to her daughter that Meng Chuan had a girlfriend. In truth, Jiang Ku was not Meng Chuan's girlfriend, as the veil of their relationship had yet to be lifted. However, witnessing Meng Chuan tenderly massaging Jiang Ku with a look of compassion, Hua Jiu could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. Noticing Hua Jiu's peculiar expression, Jiang Ku's keen intuition tightened her chest. She understood that Meng Chuan was no longer the same. It was only natural for him to attract the affections of others. Yet, before she could assert her position in the conversation, Meng Chuan cheerfully interjected, Oh, allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Jiang Ku. I have always lived here. Essentially a son of the Jiang family, so of course, she is my sister as well. And this is Hua Jiu, the president of Hua Rong Beauty and Health Company. We recently engaged in some business dealings. Oh, hello, sister. Jiang Ku stood and shook hands with Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu smiled in return, saying, Hello, sister. I must say, I am quite surprised. You are remarkably beautiful with such exquisite skin. Jiang Ku forced a smile and replied, Sister, you are not lacking either. At such a young age, you have already become a president, unlike me, merely an intern. Meng Chuan observed that although the two individuals appeared courteous on the surface, there was an underlying tension in their relationship that he could not quite articulate. Brother Chuan, my head still aches a bit, so I shall return to rest. Jiang Ku said. As she prepared to ascend the stairs, Meng Chuan quickly remarked, Does your head still hurt? If so, I can prepare some hangover tea for you shortly. Jiang Ku smiled gently and responded, Brother Chuan, you need not fuss over me. Go and chat with Sister Hua. It seems she has something to discuss with you. Well, all right then, Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Ku thought to herself, It appears that Brother Chuan is indeed more concerned about me. However, Sister Hua's gaze towards Brother Chuan has always seemed peculiar. Given Brother Chuan's impressive qualities now, I must tread carefully. After a satisfying ascent upstairs, Hua Jiu smiled and said, It seems that your sibling relationship is quite harmonious. Meng Chuan chuckled and replied, It's acceptable, I suppose. May I inquire, Miss Hua, what brings you here? Hua Jieyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she retrieved a bundle of documents from her bag. There is indeed a matter of importance, she stated. These are the ownership declarations for Honghe Slope. After we signed the contract last time, I had not delivered these to you. Honghe Slope refers to the parcel of land that Meng Chuan had acquired. Although they had signed the contract and Meng Chuan had remitted the payment, the crucial document of land ownership had yet to be handed over. Meng Chuan glanced over the papers and smiled, saying, "Such documents, Miss Hua. You could simply have someone deliver them. Why go to the trouble of coming here personally?" Hua Jieyu felt a momentary flutter of anxiety, but quickly composed herself and said, "Well, as this item is rather precious, I decided to deliver it personally." In truth, the land ownership declaration was a request from Du Qiushan, who had also asked Hua Jiyu to invite Meng Chuan to lunch, with intentions that were all too clear. Were it anyone else, Hua Jiyu would not have bothered to engage, let alone extend an invitation for a meal. However, when it came to Meng Chuan, she found herself inexplicably agreeing and arriving at the Jiangbei Medical Hall. "Thank you very much, Ms. Hua," Meng Chuan said as he carefully stored the documents. Mr. Meng, I wonder if you have time this noon," Hua Jiyu said, her voice slightly trembling. "I would like to invite you." Before she could finish her sentence, the door of the medical hall swung open. "Is this Jiangbei Medical Hall? Is there a divine physician named Meng?" A beautiful woman entered, carrying a box of exquisite tea. She was the one who nearly collided with Meng Chuan earlier. Upon turning around, Hua Jiyu recognized her and was momentarily taken aback, her eyes swiftly filling with fury. "It's you, Guya." Guya removed her glasses, scrutinizing Hua Jiyu with a half-smile that was anything but friendly. "Oh, what a coincidence. I stepped out without consulting the almanac and unexpectedly encountered the daughter of that seductive vixen." "Who are you calling a seductive vixen?" Hua Jiyu clenched her fists, seething with anger. "It was you who seduced my father years ago, advising him and causing my mother to be cast out, enduring humiliation. How dare you insult my mother?" Guya scoffed coldly and said, "What if I insult your mother? Regardless of the truth. She was caught in bed in front of so many people back then. Who in Hangzhou doesn't he know about it?" Hua Jiyu trembled with anger. Meng Chuan finally understood. This woman was indeed Hua Qingtian's current wife, the one responsible for Du Qiushan's downfall. No wonder she had been so sharp-tongued and arrogant when he first encountered her. It turned out she was a successful mistress. "All right, Mr. Hua. It's not worth getting worked up over someone like her," Meng Chuan consoled, patting Hua Jiyu on the shoulder. At that moment, Guya noticed Meng Chuan and couldn't help but sneer, saying, "Oh, isn't this the bumpkin from the road earlier? What a day, repulsive people keep appearing one after another." She scrutinized the two of them and remarked, "What's this? It seems you two have something going on. Hua Jiyu, just like your mother. You're not as innocent as everyone claims. In the end, you secretly hooked up with a rich man, didn't you? However, your taste seems rather poor. How did you settle for such a bumpkin?" Hua Jiyu, infuriated, retorted, "Mind your language. Meng Chuan and I are merely having a conversation. How did it become that kind of ambiguous relationship in your words? Are you not aware of your own heart?" Guya crossed her arms and replied, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to speak to the daughter of a shameless woman like you." As Hua Jiyu was about to speak, she suddenly witnessed a blur before her eyes. Meng Chuan had already rushed to Guya's side and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, and Guya covered her face, looking utterly incredulous. Meng Chuan returned, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Hua Jiyu, saying, "Dealing with such a loquacious person is futile. A slap is far more effective." This act of retribution brought Hua Jiyu a sense of relief, and she nodded appreciatively at Meng Chuan. Snapping back to reality, Guya erupted like a shrew, shouting, "You dare strike me? You little brat. Do you even know who I am? In Hangzhou, I could eliminate you in an instant. Speak another word, and I shall strike you once more. Do you believe that?" Meng Chuan merely raised his chin and replied with a grin. Chapter 70. I will not rescue beasts. Guya, momentarily silenced, realized she was merely a woman without a bodyguard and dared not confront Meng Chuan. However, she quickly remembered her purpose for being there, to seek the renowned Meng Shini. Reputed for his extraordinary skills, her husband had insisted that Meng Shini was a remarkable figure, capable of handling any situation. With this thought, Guya scoffed and declared, "Very well, you have courage. But do not forget, this is Meng Shini's domain, and I am here to invite him for a consultation as his esteemed guest. Do you not fear inciting his wrath by striking me?" At her words, Meng Chuan chuckled, clearly amused by her ignorance of her own standing. Guya had always assumed that the esteemed Dr. Meng, possessing such remarkable abilities, must surely be a middle-aged man. She had never considered that Meng Chuan could be the very doctor in question. Continuing her tirade, she said, "You two shameless individuals have come here to seek Dr. Meng's assistance, haven't you? You might as well forget it. I shall offer him a greater sum, ensuring that he attends solely to my needs and refuses to treat you. That is the consequence of offending me." Meng Chuan chuckled, rubbing his nose, and replied, "It's a pity, but even with your generous offer, I shall not attend to you." Guya sneered, "Are you incapable of understanding my words? I was referring to offering more to Dr. Meng, not to you, you rustic fool." "I am Dr. Meng," Meng Chuan interjected. What? You are Dr. Meng?" Guya was instantly taken aback, her surprise rendering her speechless. Meng Chuan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." Hua Jiyu, witnessing Guya's stunned expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "This is Dr. Meng, the one who cured my mother. You never imagined that the rustic fool you so derisively labeled is, in fact, the esteemed Dr. Meng himself." Guya's face contorted in a grimace, akin to having ingested something foul. Had she known he was Dr. Meng, she would have refrained from being so brazen on the road, and just moments ago. Now, before she even had the chance to extend an invitation, she had already offended him. What was she to do? However, she reasoned, after all, he was merely a young man. Surely, being human, he must have a fondness for wealth. As long as her offer was sufficiently enticing, she had no reason to fear he would refuse her request for treatment. Upon reflecting on this, Guya's demeanor softened, and with a feigned smile, she said, "So you are the esteemed Dr. Meng. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I hope you will not hold it against a delicate woman like myself." Hua Jiyu interjected with a scoff, "Delicate woman? Your earlier demeanor was anything but fragile." "Silence. You have no place to speak here," Guya retorted sharply, then swiftly donned a smile once more, addressing Meng. "Dr. Meng, my husband has been feeling quite unwell. He claims to have been afflicted by a flesh-eating curse and asserts that only you can save him. Thus, I come on his behalf to beseech you for your assistance. Rest assured, the consultation fee is negotiable." A flesh-eating curse? Meng Chuan, possessing ancestral knowledge, recognized this as a particularly malevolent poison. It was hardly surprising that Hua Qingtian had entangled himself with sinister entities like Huang Daxian. However, Meng Chuan felt no sympathy for Hua Qingtian. "This ailment can be cured," Meng Chuan stated, "but I am unwilling to treat Hua Qingtian, so you may return." Guya, alarmed by his response, exclaimed, "Please, Dr. Meng, what if I offer you 5 million as the consultation fee?" "This is not a matter of money," Meng Chuan replied, standing with arms crossed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I save lives, not beasts." At this, Guya's expression turned icy. "What do you mean by that?" Meng Chuan replied calmly, "Are you and Hua Qingtian unaware of the heinous deeds you have committed? A scheme was devised to entrap Du Qiushan and her daughter, with even the lengths of employing sorcery to bring them harm for the sake of their possessions. Anyone with a shred of humanity would scarcely resort to such despicable acts. As the saying goes, justice prevails, and good and evil are met with their due recompense. He cast a curse upon Du Qiushan, and now he finds himself ensnared by his own malevolence. Such is the nature of retribution." Hua Jiyu, upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, felt a surge of gratitude. She understood that Meng Chuan's indifference to Guya's offer of 5 million for medical treatment stemmed solely from his desire to vindicate her and her mother. With this thought in mind, she gritted her teeth and addressed Guya. "Indeed, that scoundrel deserves his fate. He has earned every bit of it." Guya shot a glare at Hua Jiyu, retorting, "You little wretch, that is your father. At this juncture, instead of seeking help for him, you speak so disdainfully. How could my husband have sired such an ungrateful child?" Hua Jiyu replied, "Ungrateful? I am his daughter. When he harmed my mother, he ceased to be my father." Guya, feeling exasperated, chose not to engage further with Hua Jiyu. Turning to Meng Chuan, she said, "Dr. Meng, my husband instructed me before I came here that if you could save his life, you could stipulate any conditions you desire." "Oh," Meng Chuan responded with intrigue. "Any conditions I wish to impose?" Guya nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is precisely what my husband conveyed." "Very well." Meng Chuan smiled. "I am willing to treat Hua Qingtian, provided he sincerely repents for his past actions. You both have wronged Du Qiushan and Hua Jiyu. Thus, you must kneel and apologize to them, offering appropriate compensation. If I am satisfied, I shall naturally seek justice for Du Qiushan." Upon hearing this, Guya let out a piercing scream, exclaiming, "What? You want my husband to kneel and apologize to that wretch? Are you out of your mind? This is absolutely impossible. Meng Chuan chuckled softly and replied, No, you have misunderstood. It is not Hua Qingtian I am referring to, but rather you. The one who has harmed Du Qiushan is not solely Hua Qingtian. It is also you. I demand that all of you kneel before Du Qiushan and her daughter. These words left not only Guya, but even Hua Jiu momentarily speechless. The notion of making Hua Qingtian and Guya kneel in apology was something they had never dared to conceive. Yet now, Meng Chuan was determined to procure justice for her. Hua Jiu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, as in her eyes, Meng Chuan's stature grew immensely. Once Guya confirmed Meng Chuan's words, she instantly became frantic, shrieking, What kind of absurd condition is this? To have me and my husband kneel before that wretch and her daughter in apology is utterly out of the question. What are they to warrant my apology? They are nothing more than discarded harlots expelled by the Hua family. I am the first lady of the Hua group. My husband is the president of the Hua group. Even the thought of bowing to them is beyond me. Meng Chuan, unfazed, pointed towards the door and said, If you cannot comply, then I kindly ask you to leave. This is my sole condition. If I cannot secure the forgiveness of Du Qiushan and Hua Jiu, I will take no action. You may seek assistance elsewhere. Chapter 71. Seeking medical help personally, Yu Guya felt her lips turn purple with rage, completely abandoning the courtesy she had previously shown Meng Chuan. With a cold snort, she forcefully hurled the tea leaves she had intended for him to the ground, exclaiming, You little rascal! What kind of so-called divine doctor are you? Save him if you wish. I refuse to believe that without you, no one can save my husband. Once he recovers, we will surely find someone to demolish your shabby clinic and toss you all into the river to feed the fish. Kneeling to apologize to those two harlots will be impossible for me in this lifetime. We will walk our own path. With that, she stormed out, kicking the door in her fury, losing one of her high heels in the process. Meng Chuan merely smiled, hands behind his back, showing no intention of retaining her. As Guya departed, Hua Jiu turned to Meng Chuan and inquired, Meng Chuan, is it true that only you can cure that scoundrel's illness? If you do not intervene, will he surely perish? Meng Chuan nodded, replying with a smile, Not necessarily. However, the people who can treat his ailment are beyond his reach. Hence it is not an exaggeration to say that only I can save him. This statement held truth. Meng Chuan possessed knowledge of the flesh-eating gu, a particularly cruel form of sorcery. To unravel it, one would either need to seek out a master of gu from Miaojiang or require the intervention of a boundary-transcending master to extract the gu worms from the human body. And how could someone like Hua Qingtian possibly procure either of those? Within the entire Hangzhou, it seemed that apart from himself, no one else could decipher this flesh-eating gu. Are you perhaps moved with compassion, wishing for me to save your father? Meng Chuan suddenly pondered, gazing at Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu quickly shook her head, gritting her teeth. How could that be possible? From the moment he expelled my mother from the Hua family, I had already regarded him as an adversary. Later, he even resorted to harming my mother for the sake of our company. Such a scoundrel. How could I possibly feel any sympathy for him? Meng Chuan nodded and said, That's good. Just wait here for a moment. If Hua Qingtian and that woman do not kneel down to apologize to you and your mother today, you can inform your mother tomorrow that Hua Qingtian has met his demise. A sense of relief washed over Hua Jiu, and she felt even more grateful to Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan, thank you so much. Hiki, it's merely a matter of seeking justice on behalf of the heavens. Meng Chuan smiled, Come. Let me brew you a cup of tea. You can sit and wait comfortably. Guya parked the beetle by the roadside and stepped out to make a call to Hua Qingtian at home. Hello, has that boy Meng agreed to treat me? Hua Qingtian's voice was laced with panic, as he had noticed the increasing number of dark spots on his body. Fearing that soon the cursed insects would break free and gnaw at his flesh, Guya pouted, displeased, and replied, No, today at the clinic. I saw the bastard you had with that foul woman. I got into a quarrel with them, and even let that Meng fellow strike me. What? Upon hearing this, Hua Qingtian's head felt as if it would explode. How could you get into an argument with Meng? Didn't I tell you to properly invite him to our home to treat me? But that Meng fellow is clearly allied with that harlot. I tried to speak to them civilly at first, but they were the ones who were aggressive. Guya felt a deep sense of grievance. It was utterly humiliating to be the one begging when they were too proud to come themselves. They were taking advantage of a vulnerable woman like her. Should she really lower herself to such a degree? How demeaning that would be. Hua Qingtian, reluctant to personally extend an invitation to Meng Chuan, chose to send Guya in his stead, compelling her to engage in such demeaning tasks. Now that Guya had failed to achieve her mission, Hua Qingtian showed no compassion and immediately lashed out. For my sake, even if they slap you, shouldn't you continue begging them? Instead, you dare to argue with them. Are you wishing for my early demise just to claim my inheritance? Guya, too intimidated to retort, murmured softly, Darling, why do you insist on seeking that man named Ming? You even mentioned that he stands with that wretched woman, Du Qiushan. Wouldn't approaching him be an act of self-degradation? I know a dermatologist in Magic City. Shall we fly there now and have them? Silence. Hua Qingtian, filled with rage, nearly hurled his phone in frustration. You useless creature. Stay at the clinic and wait for me. I will come personally. With that, he terminated the call. Go to Magic City? By the time he arrived, he feared he might already be beyond help. Hua Qingtian did not disclose the gravity of his situation to Guya, but surely he was aware of his own peril. Today, he had to persuade Meng Chuan to act, no matter the cost. Half an hour later, as Meng Chuan and Hua Jiu were enjoying tea at the clinic, Guya returned, assisting the injured Hua Qingtian once more. This time, Guya's face bore a distinct handprint, her eyes swollen with redness. As she stood silently to the side, Meng Chuan, holding a teacup, seemed oblivious to Hua Qingtian, and with a playful smile, he teased, Oh, is this not the Miss Gu who just declared her intent to demolish my clinic and toss us into the river to feed the fish? What has transpired? You left in such a fury, and now you have returned? Hua Jiu, upon seeing Hua Qingtian's arrival, initially brimming with indignation, found herself amused by Meng Chuan's witty remarks, secretly acknowledging his talent for delivering sharp retorts. Hua Qingtian approached with a beaming smile, saying, Dr. Meng, it seems we have encountered a misunderstanding before. I hope you will not take offense. Misunderstanding? Meng Chuan chuckled, swirling the tea in his cup. What misunderstanding could possibly exist between us? With that, he glanced at the dark spots on Hua Qingtian's body and remarked, It appears you have fallen victim to a poisonous curse last night. In 12 hours, its effects will surely manifest. Hua Qingtian was taken aback, for Meng Chuan's assessment was strikingly accurate to her condition. This meant that Meng Chuan was indeed capable of saving her. Truly, Dr. Meng is remarkable. Hua Qingtian clasped her hands in supplication. I implore you, Dr. Meng, please intervene to save me. I am willing to pay an exorbitant fee for your services. Meng Chuan shook his head, replying, I can certainly treat you. However, I trust Miss Gu has already conveyed the conditions I have proposed. This left Hua Qingtian visibly troubled, and after much contemplation, she finally spoke. Dr. Meng, must you truly seek justice for Du Qiushan and the others? I confess that I was in the wrong back then. However, for me to kneel and apologize, as the esteemed president of the Hua Group, seems rather inappropriate. How about we each take a step back? I am willing to bow and apologize to Du Qiushan and my daughter and provide them with compensation. As for Guya, let her be the one to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Would this arrangement be acceptable to you? Although Guya appeared utterly unwilling, she dared not voice any objections. Chapter 72. Justice will prevail. Meng Chuan thought to himself that Hua Qingtian had quite a few schemes up his sleeve. He wished to evade the consequences of his own misdeeds while compelling his women to kneel in his stead, displaying a complete lack of accountability. If Mr. Hua maintains such an attitude, then there is nothing further to discuss today. You may leave. With that, Meng Chuan issued an eviction order. Instantly, Hua Qingtian's expression fell, fluctuating between despair and indecision. After much contemplation, he finally sighed and said, Very well, Master Meng. I agree, as long as you can cure me. Both Guya and I will kneel and apologize to Du Qiushan. Will that suffice? Once you have healed me, whether I kneel or not will matter not. I shall take my family to Australia, and no matter how formidable you are, could you possibly pursue me there? Meng Chuan could easily discern Hua Qingtian's ulterior motives. With a mere smile, he replied, Mr. Hua, if you wish to preserve your life, abandon these ploys. Kneeling and apologizing comes first, followed by treatment. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Furthermore, as I mentioned, you must compensate Du Qiushan and her daughter. To remain silent about this shows a lack of sincerity, does it not? Hua Qingtian clenched his fists, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes. Let us seek out Du Qiushan. I will kneel and apologize to her. Furthermore, I will instruct the company to allocate 100 million as compensation. Surely, this will satisfy you? Meng Chuan shook his head. Hua Qingtian, nearly driven to madness, exclaimed, Why is that still insufficient? 100 million? Meng Chuan scoffed. Do you truly believe that a mere 100 million could compensate for the suffering they have endured? What do you propose then? Calmly, Meng Chuan replied, transfer the entire Hua family conglomerate to Du Qiushan. You may retain 10 million to sustain your remaining days, but the rest of the assets must be conveyed into her name. What? Hua Qingtian gasped in astonishment, swiftly followed by a cold laugh. You expect me to transfer the entire Hua family conglomerate to Du Qiushan? Meng Chuan, are you jesting? The conglomerate is valued at no less than 30 to 40 billion. Moreover, the Hua family holds the rights to the upcoming affluent district, Azure Bay, where property prices start at 30,000, with countless villas and apartments. Once sales commence, the profits will soar into the hundreds of millions. To relinquish the entire conglomerate would be tantamount to signing my own death warrant. Meng Chuan showed no hint of jest, his demeanor resolute. I assure you, I am not joking. Since you have placed a curse upon Du Qiushan, seeking to usurp her wealth, now that you have fallen prey to your own machinations, why can you not bestow your possessions upon her? I am merely returning the favor in kind. Ultimately, it is a matter for your own contemplation. You. Hua Qingtian shivered under the weather's chill. Beside him, Guya was exasperated, exclaiming, Darling, I told you, they have no intention of treating you. Giving that wretched woman the entire Hua family enterprise is utterly impossible. Why should everything you've worked for in your lifetime be handed over to her? You absolutely must not agree. Hua Qingtian, irritated, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do you need to say more? We are leaving. With that, he turned on his heel, clearly unable to accept Meng Chuan's terms. Unfazed, Meng Chuan calmly remarked, President Hua, if you've reconsidered, feel free to return. I shall remain here until 10 o'clock tonight. After that, I shall have no reason to wait, and your assets will be left to the woman beside you. At this, Guya's heart leapt with joy, she thought. Indeed, if Hua Qingtian were to perish, she, having borne a son for the Hua family, would become the primary heir. However, Guya concealed her delight, furrowing her brow and scolding, You insolent brat, be quiet. We will never beg you. If you think you can extort us, you are merely dreaming. Hua Qingtian cast a meaningful glance at Guya without pausing. Soon, evening descended upon the Hua family villa. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Hua Qingtian's black marks were expanding, and it was evident that white insects were about to break free from their eggs. Guya pretended to wipe away tears, saying, Darling, please remain calm. I've sent someone to the first hospital to fetch a doctor. They will arrive shortly. What use is a doctor? If it were truly possible to dispel the curse, why has no remedy been found for Du Qiushan after I inflicted the curse upon her? Hua Qingtian glared with bloodshot eyes and forcefully shoved Guya aside. The immense pain solidified his previously wavering resolve. Compared to wealth, life itself is of paramount importance. Quickly, call for Dr. Meng to come. Tell him that I shall acquiesce to all his demands, provided he can save me. Hua Qingtian roared. Guya was taken aback and hesitated to move, saying, No, my husband, if you agree to that, the Hua group will be handed over to Du Qiushan. I cannot permit that. In my opinion, that man named Ming is merely pretending to possess extraordinary abilities, attempting to deceive you. I refuse to believe that this affliction could truly lead to one's demise in a single day. My dear husband, perhaps you could hold on a little longer. Who knows? You may feel better by tomorrow. Hua Qingtian rose from the bed and struck Guya across the face, exclaiming, I shall endure nothing for you. Are you wishing for my demise? Once I recover, we shall proceed with the divorce, and you shan't lay claim to my last 10 million. Secretary, swiftly contact Dr. Meng and ask him to come for a consultation. Inform him that I shall agree to all his requests. An hour later, Meng Chuan arrived leisurely at the Hua family villa, accompanied by Du Qiushan and Hua Jiu. Du Qiushan was visibly excited, still unable to believe that the infuriating Hua Qingtian was actually willing to kneel and apologize to her. Under the guidance of Hua Qingtian's secretary, they all entered his bedroom. Upon witnessing Hua Qingtian's torment, Du Qiushan felt a surge of satisfaction. With a cold snort, she remarked, Hua Qingtian, who would have thought you would end up like this? Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. It is not that retribution does not occur, merely that the time has not yet come. Hua Qingtian, realizing he had no grounds to argue further, summoned his secretary and placed 2 contracts before Du Qiushan, saying, Du Qiushan, here are the contracts, please sign them. Once signed, the Hua group will belong to you. Du Qiushan took the contracts, examined them, and upon confirming their validity, cast an excited glance at Meng Chuan, her gratitude evident. Initially, when Meng Chuan and Hua Jiyu approached her with the news that Hua Qingtian would kneel to apologize and transfer the Hua group to her, she had been incredulous. Yet now, disbelief was no longer an option. Finally, all the grievances she had endured over the years had been vindicated, and she had received her due recompense. And all of this was thanks to Meng Chuan for her and her daughter's sake. Chapter 73. A grand gift for you after signing the contracts. Meng Chuan nodded in satisfaction and then stated, President Hua, there is one final matter. I know. Hua Qingtian gritted his teeth, descended from the bed, and suddenly knelt before Du Qiushan and Hua Jiyu, bowing his head 3 times. Du Qiushan, my daughter, I have wronged you both over the years. I was in the wrong. This is all retribution, my retribution. After completing his bows, a bump had formed on his forehead. Guya stood nearby, turning her head away, refusing to kneel. This infuriated Hua Qingtian, who rose and forcibly pressed Guya down, gripping her neck as he bowed to Du Qiushan. You wretched woman, it was you who seduced me and compelled me to devise a scheme against Du Qiushan. All of this misfortune is your doing. Apologize to my daughters at once. Come tomorrow, we shall proceed with the divorce formalities, and you should depart as far as possible. Guya, unable to contend with Hua Qingtian, was forced to bow her head multiple times, and after hurling a few curses, she fainted. Du Qiushan stood there, tears streaming down her face, sobbing uncontrollably. The grievances she had endured over the years had finally been released. Mother, please do not cry. Today, they have finally received their just desserts. Hua Jiyu, with reddened eyes, comforted Du Qiushan. Meng Chuan observed that Hua Qingtian's company had indeed been punished, and heads had been bowed, so he inquired, Aunt Du, are you satisfied with this outcome? If not, please feel free to voice any further demands. No, I am content. Du Qiushan wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes and said, I understand that the Hua family is insincere. Their apologies may very well be laced with malice. Nevertheless, to witness this moment in my lifetime is truly gratifying. I shared a bond with Hua Qingtian as a spouse, and we have a daughter in Jiyu. Out of respect for our past, I shall not make things difficult for him. Meng, esteemed healer, please lend your skills to aid Hua Qingtian's recovery. Meng Chuan smiled and replied, Very well, since you have expressed it so, Aunt Du, I shall intervene to save him. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingtian was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed healer. Thank you. Meng Chuan retrieved a paper bag from his satchel and tossed it to Hua Qingtian, saying, The medicine within this bag should be infused in the bathtub. Once the water changes color completely, you may immerse yourself in it. In approximately an hour, the parasitic insects within you will be expelled. The process might be somewhat painful, but this is entirely normal, so there is no need for alarm. Hua Qingtian clutched the bag of medicine protectively, as if it were a matter of life and death, and promptly instructed his maid to run a bath and steep the medicinal ingredients. Moments later, Hua Jiyu, who had been quietly consulting with Du Qiushan, approached and stated, Meng Chuan, after discussing with my mother, we have decided to gift you Blue Bay. Please, you must accept. Gift me Blue Bay? Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Hua Jiyu nodded resolutely, affirming, Indeed. From now on, Blue Bay will belong to you, and all forthcoming proceeds from its launch will be yours as well. Meng Chuan hesitated. But why? Blue Bay is about to be launched. By doing this, you are essentially handing me a substantial opportunity. Situated in the prime location of Hangzhou, Blue Bay is renowned as an affluent area. While it may not command the astronomical prices of Jinglong Mountain, where a single unit can reach upwards of 100,000, it boasts a significant number of properties. Countless middle-class individuals are eagerly anticipating its launch to make their purchases. It can be said that Blue Bay has been the flagship project of the Hua Group in recent years, the focal point of their efforts. And just as it is on the brink of fruition, it has been unexpectedly claimed by Meng Chuan. With the acquisition of Blue Bay, the Hua family group has seemingly toiled in vain over the past 2 years. How could Meng Chuan possibly reconcile himself to such a reality? Hua Jiyu, however, remained composed and remarked, Blue Bay is indeed the fruit of the Hua family group's labor over the past 2 years. Yet, without you, the Hua family group would not be intertwined with my mother and me in any way. I have already conferred with my mother. I will continue to manage my own Huaying Beauty and Health Company, while my mother will oversee the real estate division of the Hua family group. She possesses ample experience in this field, and with the backing of the Hua family group, creating another Blue Bay should pose no great challenge. Although you have been given the fish, we still possess the fishing net. Ultimately, we should consider ourselves fortunate to have your assistance. A mere blue bay should not be a point of contention. If you refuse it, we cannot accept the Hua family group either. Gazing into Hua Jiu's resolute eyes, Meng Chuan found himself at a loss for words. If Hua Jiu were to offer him a house, or even a villa, he would gladly accept. Yet, her generosity was overwhelming, as she was proposing to gift him an entire community, one that was soon to be launched as a high-end residential area. This was akin to handing him several hundred million without any distinction. Observing Hua Jiu's demeanor, it appeared that should he decline, they would also hesitate to claim the Hua family group. It seemed evident that while Blue Bay held significant value, the Hua family group was of even greater worth to Du Qiushan. Thus, he resolved not to be overly courteous. Very well, Meng Chuan nodded, smiling. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you and Aunt Du. Upon hearing that Meng Chuan had accepted Blue Bay, Hua Jiu's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Du Qiushan approached from behind with a smile, saying, Dr. Meng, it is we who should express our gratitude. Without you, who knows what predicament my daughter and I might find ourselves in now. From this moment forth, you shall be our benefactor. Do not mention merely the Blue Bay. Even the Hua group, should you request it, I could readily transfer it to your name. Please, just the Blue Bay is more than enough for me. Meng Chuan hurriedly declined with a smile. Inside the Jiangbei Medical Hall, the first floor, though not particularly spacious, suddenly witnessed the rise of a small whirlwind of yellow, which dissipated after a moment, revealing a figure. This figure was none other than the Huang Daxian, disguising himself in the guise of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. He had been observing the Jiangbei Medical Hall from a distance, and once Meng Chuan departed, he employed a few spells to induce a deep slumber in Jiangbei and Jiankuer, causing them to fall asleep prematurely. That little brat. What if I cannot defeat you? Huang Daxian chuckled coldly, declaring, Today, I shall claim your woman and annihilate your entire family. By the time you return to witness this tragedy, I shall have long since fled back to Wulong Mountain. You will live forever in regret. As he spoke, Huang Daxian glanced at his own form and remarked, I wonder if this body can perform its intended duties. If not, it would indeed be a pity to waste such a fine physique and visage. With that, he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor and preparing to ascertain which room belonged to Jiangku, intending to indulge himself first, he was met with the sight of a colossal orange cat seated at the end of the corridor. Chapter 74. The Delicacies of the Mortal Realm. A beast startled me. The Taoist priest raised his hand, ready to unleash a venomous spell to eliminate the orange cat. However, at that moment, the feline curled its lips and spoke. You dare to insult me as a beast? Its voice resonated like a lion's roar, causing the priest to tremble in fear, blood spewing from his mouth. Under the dim light, the orange cat remained still, yet its shadow suddenly expanded, taking on the formidable form of a tiger, instantly overwhelming the priest to his knees. Who are you, celestial being? The Taoist priest could not rise, prostrating himself on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The orange cat sauntered over, licking the drool from its mouth, and said, Celestial being? What distinction does that title hold to me? Little creature, come willingly into my pot. And no, spare me. Celestial being, spare me. The priest wailed in despair, while in the adjacent room, Jiang Beixiang, the legendary creature known as the Old Man of the Mountain, is indeed cunning. Yet when compared to the transformed, majestic orange cat, it remains a mere novice. Having encountered a rare beast, would the orange cat ever let it slip away? As Meng Chuan entered, he beheld the orange cat sprawled comfortably across the consultation chair, resembling a retired elder basking in leisure. You resemble a human far too much. If Uncle Jiang or Kuer were to catch sight of you, they would surely be startled. Meng Chuan remarked with a hint of exasperation. The orange cat lazily lifted its eyelids and replied, Rest assured, they are all fast asleep and shall not awaken until morning. It continued, Your timing is impeccable. Head to the kitchen and boil some water. We shall indulge in a midnight snack shortly. Meng Chuan chuckled at this and inquired, Have you caught the Old Man of the Mountain? The orange cat scoffed, Capturing such a trivial spirit is hardly a challenge. It is Wraith. Its fur possesses remarkable powers to ward off evil and avert calamities. Generally, demonic beasts dare not approach upon sensing its fragrance. As for the remaining meat, it was meticulously prepared by Meng Chuan. The meat was chopped into pieces and placed into a pressure cooker, accompanied by an abundance of spices and medicinal herbs. Among these, Several were precious ingredients gifted to Meng Chuan by jewel merchants. This pot of broth simmered for 2 hours, during which Meng Chuan infused it with his own vital energy to eliminate any lingering odors from the meat, leaving only its spiritual essence, a laborious endeavor indeed. The spiritual energy from all the herbs was entirely extracted, absorbed by the meat. The moment the pot was uncovered, a mist of spiritual aroma cascaded forth, intoxicatingly fragrant. Within a mile radius, many were enticed by the delightful scent, eagerly peering out their windows to discover the source of such delectable cooking. How fragrant! Meng Chuan could not resist inhaling deeply, his fingers twitching in anticipation. Although the last dish, the ghost-faced crab, was one of the 14 exquisite delicacies of the demon clan, its preparation had been rather hasty, lacking additional medicinal herbs aside from the dragonstar grass. This time, however, it was different. The pot was filled with numerous precious herbs and spices, thoroughly infused into the meat, creating an aroma that was simply divine. Truly, this was a 10-year demon. After such prolonged cooking, the meat had reached perfection, with minimal waste of its spiritual essence. Quite the serious matter, remarked Big Orange. Meng Chuan, with an expression of disdain, retorted, Big Orange, wipe your drool. It's almost dripping into the pot. How noisy! Behold, purveyor of sustenance. In light of the delectable stew you have concocted this day, I shall permit you the indulgence of 2 additional morsels. With this pronouncement, the grand feline extended its paw directly into the pot, intent on retrieving its meaty prize. As for Meng Chuan, he could no longer restrain himself, and with chopsticks in hand, he seized a piece and placed it upon his tongue. Instantly, an ambrosial fragrance erupted within his mouth, transporting Meng Chuan to what felt like an ethereal realm, leaving him in a state of sublime elation. The meat was exquisite, its texture yielding yet substantial, devoid of any musk-like pungency, instead possessing a distinctive, fragrant essence that assailed the senses. Even the bones, having been subjected to 2 hours of simmering, had softened to a translucent state, akin to the chewiness of tendon, with the savory marrow within readily consumable. Each mouthful suffused his being with spiritual energy, rivaling the effects of consuming ghost-faced crab. Though the pot appeared copious, the great feline was known for its voracious appetite, and Meng Chuan, having inherited the legacy of the heretical physician and cultivated the corpse-devouring physique, had experienced a dramatic increase in his own consumption. Within a mere half-hour, the duo had devoured the entire stew, broth and all, leaving nothing behind. Having consumed the repast, the spiritual energy of the meat coalesced within Meng Chuan's abdomen to a significant degree. No longer suppressing it, Meng Chuan assumed a cross-legged posture, allowing the energy to disperse and integrate into every fiber of his being, fortifying and refining his physique. Assimilate well, for I shall safeguard your passage, the great feline proclaimed with an air of venerable wisdom, seating itself beside Meng Chuan, granting him a sense of tranquility. Thereupon, a golden radiance emanated from Meng Chuan's body, signifying the further strengthening of his corpse-devouring physique. As dawn broke, Meng Chuan finally refined all the spiritual energy he had absorbed, completely digesting the copious amounts of meat he had consumed. He felt stronger. As he opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light sparkled within them. He realized that he was now more formidable than ever before and yearned to find a skilled opponent to truly test the extent of his newfound power. The process of cultivating the devouring demon body was indeed enviable. While others endured the harshness of winter and summer to hone their skills, he indulged in feasting, and his strength surged far more rapidly than that of his peers. If other martial artists or spellcasters were to discover this, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. Suddenly, a series of snoring sounds interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he beheld the large orange cat he had promised to protect, sprawled on the ground in a deep slumber, bubbles of drool escaping its nose. Chapter 75. The White River Dragon. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Rainbow River slope had officially become Meng Chuan's property. In gratitude, Du Qiushan had arranged for a construction team to assist Meng Chuan in building his farm. However, the construction required supervision, and Meng Chuan found himself occupied with various tasks. Besides assisting Jiang Beixiang at the clinic, he also had to visit numerous jewelry companies to help them select raw stones, leaving him with little free time. Meng Chuan pondered that he needed to find someone he could trust to oversee the project at Rainbow River Slope. He had been troubled by this matter for several days, yet had yet to find a suitable candidate. At noon, Meng Chuan was attending to patients when, after bidding farewell to a woman, several burly men clad in black suits abruptly stormed in. The leader of the group looked familiar to Meng Chuan. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that it was the infamous Lao Dao. "Meng Shini, help me please," Lao Dao exclaimed as he entered, collapsing to his knees before Meng Chuan and repeatedly bowing his head. This display genuinely startled Meng Chuan, who asked, "What on earth are you doing? Get up and speak." "Meng Shini," Lao Dao implored, "I beseech you, can you save my elder brother? He has been struck and is on the brink of death." "Your elder brother?" Meng Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Indeed, it's my brother, Bai Jianglong," Lao Dao cried. "Could you please accompany me to tend to his injuries? He is in grave danger." Recognizing Lao Dao, Jiang Beixiang, who had nearly had his clinic destroyed by him previously, harbored no ill will. Observing Lao Dao's desperate plea, he encouraged Xiao Chuan. "Since someone is in peril, you should go with him to render assistance." Over the past few days, it had become evident to Jiang Beixiang that Meng Chuan's medical skills surpassed his own. If Lao Dao specifically requested Meng Chuan, it was only right to allow him to go. Meng Chuan nodded and replied, "Very well. Uncle Jiang, may I borrow your medical kit? I shall return shortly." Lao Dao, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Meng Shini. Thank you." Meng Chuan took Jiang Beixiang's medical kit, boarded Lao Dao's vehicle, and set off. During the journey, he learned that the person he was to rescue was named Bai Jianglong, Lao Dao's elder brother. The name Bai Jianglong was not unfamiliar to Meng Chuan. He seemed to be the underground emperor of Hangzhou, with shares in many shadowy enterprises throughout the city. It was no surprise, considering that Lao Dao was also a notable figure in Hangzhou. If even Lao Dao referred to him as Big Brother, one could only imagine the stature he held in the region. Rumor had it that Bai Jianglong was currently embroiled in a vendetta, having been struck in the chest, and was now bleeding profusely, teetering on the brink of death. Soon, Lao Dao escorted Meng Chuan to the rooftop of a bustling establishment in the heart of the city. At this moment, the venue had been shuttered, with an uncountable number of vehicles lined up outside. Inside, countless members of the underground forces stood guard, weapons in hand, only allowing passage upon sighting Lao Dao. Such an imposing display was not something an ordinary individual could orchestrate. Upon reaching the top floor of the establishment, the security was even more formidable, revealing a gathering of several prominent figures from Hangzhou, anxiously assessing Bai Jianglong's condition. "Everyone make way. The divine healer has arrived," Lao Dao announced as he led Meng Chuan into the innermost room. Inside, a dozen or so individuals either stood or sat, each exuding an air of menace. They encircled a hospital bed where a dark-skinned middle-aged man lay. His visage was resolute, with thin lips that suggested he was no ordinary person. Yet, his complexion was ashen, clearly suffering from severe blood loss, with blood occasionally escaping his lips in violent coughs. A physician was attending to his wounds, but the more he probed, the more blood Bai Jianglong seemed to expel. A stout man, resembling a jovial Buddha, seized the physician, exclaiming, "Damn you! Can you even treat my brother? If anything happens to him, I'll make you regret it." The doctor, trembling with fear, whimpered, "I want to save him, but his injuries are too severe. Multiple organs are hemorrhaging. It's beyond my capabilities. Are you cursing my brother to die?" The Buddha-like man roared, ready to have the doctor executed. A tall, gaunt man interjected, "Big Buddha, in my estimation, he has done his utmost. We're all familiar with the precariousness of our lives, and we know the gravity of the situation. Even if we summoned the esteemed Chenesian, it would be in vain. Rather than dwell on this, perhaps we should deliberate on who will govern Hangzhou henceforth." The Buddha-like man erupted in fury. "What? My brother isn't even dead, and you, Gao Hong, are already plotting to usurp his position? Let me tell you, my brother has weathered countless storms, and the Grim Reaper won't claim him today. As for you, I've always suspected your disloyalty, and now that my brother is gravely wounded, your true colors are emerging. You aspire to take my brother's place? Dream on. Today, I'll save my brother, no matter what. Take your incompetent doctor and leave. I'll find the most skilled physician to save him." With that, the Buddha-like man shoved the doctor toward Gao Hong, causing him to stumble. Gao Hong, regaining his balance, cast a baleful glare and snarled, "You are truly benighted, Big Buddha. Go ahead and find a doctor. I am keen to see who can save Bai Jianglong today. Once Bai Jianglong is dead, I, Gao Hong, shall undoubtedly become the most powerful figure in Hangzhou. When the time comes, hoisting Bai Jianglong's banner and dominating Hangzhou will be a mere formality." Once I occupy Bai Jianglong's position, I shall ensure your demise. Just as the Buddha was about to turn around and send someone to fetch a doctor again, he spotted Old Knife approaching with Meng Chuan. Old Knife, what a joy to see you back. The Buddha exclaimed. Did you manage to bring the miraculous physician you mentioned? Old Knife replied, Indeed, I have brought him. With the esteemed Meng physician here, our elder brother will surely be fine. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's spirit soared, while Gao Heng's expression soured, and his heart raced with apprehension. The Buddha laughed, Is that so? That is simply wonderful. Where is Meng physician? Hurry, let him attend to our elder brother. Old Knife gestured towards Meng Chuan, stating, This is the esteemed Meng physician. What? He is the Meng physician? The Buddha was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Old Knife, is this the time for jokes? He is the Meng physician? A youth like him, what profound medical knowledge could he possibly possess? The surgeons at the first hospital could not save our elder brother. Do you truly expect him to succeed? Gao Heng, feeling relieved, chuckled. Old Knife, you are quite amusing. I thought you would bring a renowned physician. Instead, you brought this inexperienced lad. Can he truly save our elder brother? Chapter 76. The spirit of the Jianghu. Old Dao patted his chest confidently, assuring, Rest assured, do not be deceived by the youth of Dr. Meng. He possesses remarkable skills. Previously, in Hangzhou, the eminent businessman Wang Cheng fell gravely ill, and even the esteemed Dr. Chen was at a loss. It was this very Dr. Meng who, with a single intervention, restored him to health. I dare assert that if Dr. Meng cannot save our elder brother, then no one in all of Hangzhou possesses such capability. Is he truly that formidable? The great Buddha was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. Then, young man, assess my brother's condition. Can you save him? Meng Chuan stepped forward to examine Bai Jianglong, applying pressure at various points on his body. After a moment, he nodded. His organs are severely damaged. It appears he has suffered grave internal injuries. If you allow me to proceed, I am quite confident I can bring him back. Really? The great Buddha was overjoyed but was also wary of being misled. He drew his firearm and threatened, I warn you, boy, do not deceive us. As you can see, none here are to be trifled with. I shall make myself clear. If you claim confidence, my brother's life rests in your hands, and you must ensure his survival. My brother has bestowed upon me a life of immeasurable value. I would offer my own life in gratitude if you succeed. However, should you fail and my brother perish under your care, I shall end your old Dao. Your words are truly thoughtless. Which doctor would dare claim they can guarantee the survival of a patient? Treating a common cold is one thing, but addressing life-and-death situations is entirely different, especially considering our elder brother's condition. If you frighten Dr. Meng away, who will be left to tend to him? Just as old Dao was about to interject, Meng Chuan offered a calm smile and said, This is not an issue. Delighted by Meng Chuan's ease, Defo felt reassured and sighed. Then please, Dr. Meng, proceed. Meng Chuan nodded, set down his medical kit, and extracted silver needles, intending to seal several meridians on Bai Jianglong's body to halt the loss of his vitality. However, at that moment, Gao Heng stepped in front of Meng Chuan, his expression dark. Wait, I cannot allow you to treat my brother. Meng Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Why not? Gao Heng proclaimed pompously, You, a mere child, how could we entrust my brother's life to you? If something were to happen to him, no amount of your life could compensate for his loss. You should leave at once. I have already sent someone to Beijing to summon a renowned physician from the medical association. Your services are unnecessary here. Meng Chuan easily discerned that this man was deliberately stalling for time. With a cold laugh, he replied, Beijing? Even by plane, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to arrive. Given the patient's current state, can he endure that long? If you do not step aside, this person may truly perish. Gao Heng had no intention of yielding, continuing to stubbornly argue. What? Are you cursing my elder brother? In any case, I will not allow you to lay a finger on him today. Who knows if you were sent from Tongzhou to harm my brother? A nameless, faceless wretch is unworthy to tend to my brother's wounds. Gao Heng was indeed stalling for time. He did not believe that Meng Chuan possessed the ability to save Bai Jianglong, yet he was wary of any unforeseen circumstances. Meng Chuan's earlier confidence had unsettled him. Thus, Gao Heng resolved that he could not allow Meng Chuan to treat Bai Jianglong's injuries. Meng Chuan could perceive that Bai Jianglong's vitality was rapidly waning. The longer they delayed, the slimmer the chances of saving him. Consequently, his tone grew more assertive. Step aside. If this drags on any longer, no one can save him. Old Dao too. was anxious, exclaiming, "Indeed, Gao Heng, move aside. Dr. Meng's skills are exceptional. Since he claims he can save him, he undoubtedly can." Gao Heng cast a sidelong glance at Meng Chuan and retorted, "Impossible. I will never permit some nameless quack to treat my brother's injuries. If he were to make a mistake, my brother would be beyond saving. Damn it." The great Buddha, exasperated, felt his eyes redden with fury. He stepped forward and slapped Gao Heng across the face, declaring, "I told you to move aside. How dare you defy me? Back when I wielded a blade across 3 streets, you were still a mere infant." You, Gao Heng, enraged by the slap, immediately drew a gun and pointed it at his assailant's head. With a firearm brandished and eyes blazing, the imposing figure thundered, "Go on, test my resolve. See if I wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet through you. I dare anyone to obstruct the divine physician Meng from tending to our leader's wounds." Witnessing the escalation between the formidable figure and Gao Heng, the onlookers hastily intervened, pulling the two apart. The figure, shrugging off those who restrained him, addressed the divine physician Meng. "Physician Meng, proceed without apprehension. I assure you, no one shall disrupt your ministrations." Having spoken, he positioned a chair before the physician Meng, assuming a posture of unwavering resolve, and proclaimed, "All gathered here ostensibly desire our leader's survival, yet some harbor treacherous intentions, yearning for his demise. I shall make my stance unequivocally clear. Physician Meng is the sole beacon of hope for our leader's recovery. Anyone who dares impede him shall first have to contend with my lifeless body." Silence permeated the room, none daring to utter dissent. Gao Heng, stung by the prior slap, dared not provoke the formidable figure's wrath, knowing full well the man was capable of suicidal extremes. Now, his only recourse was to hope for the physician's incompetence, that he would fail to revive Bai Jianglong. Otherwise, upon awakening, Bai Jianglong would undoubtedly punish him for his earlier conduct. The physician Meng mused inwardly. This seemingly uncouth individual possesses the very essence of a chivalrous outlaw. With no interference, the physician Meng could now focus on treating Bai Jianglong's injuries. 8 silver needles were meticulously inserted into Bai Jianglong's body, arresting the flow of his life force. Instantly, the hemorrhaging from Bai Jianglong's mouth ceased. Upon witnessing this, the formidable figure's countenance softened. Truly miraculous. With a mere few needles, the leader's bleeding has stopped. It appears that this young doctor possesses remarkable medical skills. Surely, my elder brother has a chance of survival. Indeed, who could doubt the resilience of our esteemed elder brother? How could he possibly succumb so easily? Meng Chuan disregarded the others and continued to insert the silver needles. In a mere 2 minutes, all 108 needles were deftly embedded into Bai Jianglong's body. As Meng Chuan meticulously manipulated the needles, the abundant vitality within him surged through the needles into Bai Jianglong. Treating such visceral injuries is notoriously challenging, whether approached through traditional Chinese medicine or Western practices. However, for Meng Chuan, it posed no obstacle. Chapter 77. The brink of death. As a practitioner of the devouring demon body, Meng Chuan was imbued with a formidable life force. What Bai Jianglong lacked was precisely that vital essence. By utilizing the silver needles as a conduit, he could effectively transfer his life force to Bai Jianglong, facilitating a substantial healing of his internal injuries. Half an hour passed swiftly, and while the great Buddha and others began to grow impatient, Meng Chuan leisurely withdrew the needles. "Meng the divine physician, how is my elder brother faring?" The great Buddha and Lao Dao inquired anxiously, drawing closer. As Meng Chuan gathered the needles, he reassured them. "He is out of danger now. Shortly, I shall prescribe a remedy to replenish his blood and energy. He merely needs to adhere to the regimen." "Is it true? My elder brother is going to be fine?" The relief was palpable among the gathered crowd, their anxieties dissipating entirely. However, Gao Heng, with a shadow of disbelief in his eyes, cast a glance at Bai Jianglong on the bed and remarked, "What a ridiculous notion." After inserting a few needles, "You claim he is already healed? While it is true that my elder brother is no longer coughing up blood, who can ascertain whether he will endure through today? If he truly has recovered, why has he not yet regained consciousness? In my opinion, you are nothing but a charlatan. Without you, my brother might have held on until the doctor from the capital arrived." Initially, Lao Dao was in high spirits, but Gao Heng's words instantly shattered his good mood. "Gao Heng, are you out of your mind? Given the severity of my brother's injuries, how could the esteemed Dr. Meng possibly revive him with a mere touch? Whether Dr. Meng can save my brother will soon be revealed with a little patience. Your voice is unwelcome here." Gao Heng cast a sidelong glance at Lao Dao. dismissing any further conversation. After all, in terms of strength, Lao Dao was far inferior to Gao Hong. Regardless, this young man is highly suspicious. Someone apprehend him and take him elsewhere. Should anything untoward happen to my brother, this brat shall be dealt with accordingly. Simultaneously, he signaled his two subordinates beside him, indicating they should act soon to eliminate Meng Chuan. This way, even if Bai Jianglong were to awaken, should any mishap occur in the future, no one would be able to save him again. The great Buddha was immediately incensed, rising from his seat to exclaim, I dare anyone to try. If my brother dies, I shall personally see to this brat's demise. However, if he is unharmed, this individual will be our collective benefactor. Who would dare disrespect a benefactor? At that moment, Meng Chuan gently patted the great Buddha's shoulder and smiled, saying, Allow me to address you as great Buddha. There is no need for agitation, for the injured shall awaken momentarily. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. He shall awaken soon? How could this be possible? Previously, my elder brother had sustained such severe injuries, and yet this individual merely administered a few injections, enabling my brother to awaken almost instantaneously. Isn't that absurd? Seeing the disbelief among the crowd, Meng Chuan continued with a smile. I have stated that he will awaken immediately, and he shall indeed do so. Moreover, every word and action from all of you just now has been perceived by this patient. He is not in a coma, but rather in a state of lingering. When a person is in lingering, they may appear to be unconscious, yet they possess awareness and can hear sounds, often with heightened sensitivity. Therefore, instead of harboring thoughts of revenge, it would be wiser to consider how to explain this to the patient. Meng Chuan's words held truth. As one approaches death, there is often a moment of clarity, and when blood vitality wanes and death looms, symptoms of lingering manifest. It is akin to those who, after being revived from the brink of death, recount feelings of their souls departing. This is precisely due to entering a state of lingering. When Meng Chuan arrived, he discovered that Bai Jianglong had indeed entered this lingering state. Although he appeared to be unconscious, he was fully aware of his surroundings. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, Elder brother's hand just moved. Look quickly. The crowd gasped, drawing closer. Indeed, Bai Jianglong's pale cheeks twitched slightly, and then his eyelids began to open slowly. Help! Help me sit up. Bai Jianglong's voice was quite hoarse, as he was merely recovering from grave injuries. After securing Meng Chuan's consent, Defo and Lao Dao assisted Bai Jianglong in sitting upright. Brother, this is the renowned Dr. Meng, old Dao began to introduce, but was abruptly interrupted by Bai Jianglong's gesture. Bai Jianglong stated, what Dr. Meng just mentioned is absolutely correct. Although I remain unconscious, I am fully aware of everything that transpires here and all that you have said. Upon hearing this, Gao Heng's face turned ashen, and he instinctively took several steps back. Bai Jianglong then turned to Meng Chuan, clasping his hands in gratitude. Dr. Meng, I thank you for saving my life. I am unable to rise due to my injuries, and I apologize for that. The great Buddha thumped his chest and declared, my elder brother cannot express his gratitude, so allow me to do so on his behalf. Dr. Meng, thank you for saving my elder brother. I apologize for any offense caused by my words earlier. From this moment on, you shall be like a reborn parent to me. With that, he knelt down with a thud and bowed 3 times. That is unnecessary. Meng Chuan stepped forward to help the great Buddha rise, smiling, there is no need for such grand gestures. As a physician, I merely fulfill my duty to heal. Bai Jianglong cleared his throat and expressed, Dr. Meng, your miraculous skills have brought me back to life, and I am eternally grateful. Shortly, I shall provide you with a worthy token of appreciation, and I hope it will not be deemed unworthy. May I invite you to step into the adjoining room? After a brief pause, Bai Jianglong's tone grew more severe as he addressed Gao Hong. At present, I have some family matters that require my attention. Understanding that it was best to distance himself from the affairs of these underground forces, Meng Chuan nodded and replied, very well. One of Bai Jianglong's subordinates then escorted Meng Chuan, leading him away from the scene. Bai Jianglong fixed his gaze on Gao Hong and slowly spoke, Gao Hong, I heard everything that transpired just now. I was initially puzzled as to how they discovered my whereabouts and why they injured me while leaving you unharmed. However, your recent behavior has illuminated the truth. It seems you have long harbored a desire for my demise, have you not? Today, you deliberately lured me out into their trap. Did you? Just now, you intentionally obstructed Dr. Meng, aiming for my death. Is that correct? Gao Heng's face turned ashen as he stammered, Brother, no. I I did not. Defo suddenly understood, smacking his forehead. No wonder something befell you today, brother. It was all your doing. You, rascal, not only seek to ascend, but are also in cahoots with those who wish to harm brother. Gao Heng fervently denied the accusations, yet his protestations seemed feeble. I am innocent, brother, I truly am. I am blameless. Bai Jianglong sighed. I wish for your innocence. However, I find myself compelled to harbor doubts. Defo, restrain Gao Heng and conduct a thorough investigation. If he is indeed innocent, I shall personally apologize. Yet, if he proves to be guilty, then let justice take its course. Upon hearing the phrase let justice take its course, a look of palpable fear crossed Gao Heng's face. Yet, almost immediately, he appeared to have thought of something, and an unsettling smirk crept across his lips. Defo coldly remarked, What is it, Gao Heng? Have you been struck dumb with fear? Why are you laughing? Bai Jianglong furrowed his brow slightly, while Gao Heng looked up and laughed, saying, Elder brother, you say it is all well and good, yet you have met your demise, leaving me to control Hangzhou. Is that not a favorable outcome? Even if you were to awaken now, what difference would it make? You would still be destined to die. Upon hearing this, Defo was instantly enraged, exclaiming, Gao Heng, what nonsense are you spouting? It appears you are indeed unhinged. Today, I shall put an end to you on behalf of my elder brother. With that, he raised his gun, ready to fire. However, at that very moment, a window was violently kicked open, and a figure gracefully floated through from outside, swiftly twisting Defo's wrist and sending him flying with a kick. The crowd turned to see a man in his 30s, slightly younger than Bai Jianglong, possessing an unremarkable appearance. Upon recognizing this individual, Bai Jianglong gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Zhao Er, how did you find your way here? The other subordinates of Bai Jianglong, upon hearing this name, were filled with panic, for it was Zhao Er who had nearly struck Bai Jianglong down with a single blow. Years ago, Zhao Er had clashed with Bai Jianglong over territory but was ultimately defeated and expelled from Hangzhou. Now he had returned, transformed into a formidable martial artist. Today, Bai Jianglong had narrowly escaped death at Zhao Er's hands, and had it not been for a group of armed men who intervened, he would have perished long ago. Quick! Summon the bodyguards upstairs. Lao Dao frantically called for reinforcements, fully aware of Zhao Er's prowess. The current assembly of individuals was wholly insufficient to contend with him. Zhao Er chuckled softly, coldly stating, Do not waste your efforts. I shall dispatch Bai Jianglong with utmost dispatch before my departure. Indeed, it is but a matter of a fleeting moment. A chilling dread washed over Bai Jianglong's countenance as his heart sank within him. Emboldened by his newfound support, Gao Heng grew increasingly audacious, placing his hands on his hips as he sneered, So, Bai, were you not intending to deal with me? I dare you to summon your lackeys to try their hand now. Verily, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Dou and Zhao Er, approached me beforehand, stipulating that should I assist them in eliminating you, they would elevate me to your esteemed position. Would it not be more judicious for you to meet your demise here today? Why necessitate my exposure? Following your assassination today, your veteran subordinates shall also perish alongside you, for they possess an excess of knowledge. All of this is of your own making. With each utterance, Gao Heng's demeanor became increasingly unhinged. Lord Zhao Er, make haste. Slay this incompetent Bai Jianglong. Zhao Er chuckled derisively, retorting, Rest assured, whomsoever I desire to slay, I shall slay, and none shall impede me. With that, he lunged, his claw aimed at Bai Jianglong's crown, intending to crush him with a single grasp. Bai Jianglong closed his eyes in despair. Yet, the agonizing pain never materialized. Reopening his eyes, Bai Jianglong beheld Meng Chuan interposed before him, effortlessly seizing Zhao Er's wrist, rendering him utterly immobile. Meng, divine physician Meng? Bai Jianglong's initial elation swiftly gave way to renewed despondency. Zhao Er's capabilities were such that even dozens of armed men could scarcely contend with him, barely managing to rescue Bai Jianglong. How could a mere divine physician Meng possibly stand against Zhao Er? Meng Chuan had initially purposed to depart, yet before he could exit the chamber, Zhao Er had emerged, prompting Meng Chuan to retrace his steps. After all the effort I put into saving this patient, you say you can just kill them? Was my half hour of work in vain? Meng Chuan squinted, expressing his displeasure. Zhao Er struggled free from Meng Chuan's grasp and took a couple of steps back, slightly astonished. He remarked, I never expected there to be a master here. He then scrutinized Meng Chuan and contemptuously added, I can't sense any profound energy from you. It turns out you are merely at the body refinement stage. Your strength pales in comparison to my initial mastery of the profound energy realm. As he spoke, Zhao coldly laughed and unleashed a palm strike, shattering a nearby vase. Do you see that? That is profound energy. You are no match for me with just your physical prowess. Meng Chuan smiled indifferently and replied, a mere practitioner of profound energy dares to be arrogant in my presence? If you wish to harm those I have saved, you must first consult with me. At this moment, Bai Jianglong shouted, Dr. Meng, I am grateful for your life-saving grace, but this Zhao Er is an ancient martial artist, and you are no match for him. It would be wise for you to flee. Though the people of the martial world are ruthless, they still hold their principles close to heart. Gao Heng sneered at this point, saying, flee? It's too late. Lord Zhao Er, this brat here just saved Bai Jianglong. Without him, our plan could have already come to fruition. We must eliminate this kid, then Hangzhou will be ours. Zhao Er let out a cold laugh and declared, a mere body refinement stage practitioner. I can dispatch him with a single strike. With that, he vanished from sight and appeared before Meng Chuan, delivering a devastating palm strike known as the Shattered Heart Palm. Bai Jianglong exclaimed, Dr. Meng, quickly dodge. This strike was the very move that had nearly claimed his own life. Even while clad in a bulletproof vest, he had almost met his end. If Meng Chuan were to take this blow head-on, surely no chance of survival would remain. Yet, in the face of this impending strike, Meng Chuan remained almost motionless, allowing the blow to land squarely upon his chest. I initially believed he could withstand a couple of moves, but it seems he is far less formidable than anticipated. Zhao Er thought to himself, coldly chuckling as his inner energy surged violently, intent on shattering all of Meng Chuan's internal organs. However, he soon recognized a complication. The moment his energy made contact with Meng Chuan's body, it was repelled, as if striking against solid steel, sending a jolt of pain through his own arm. Meng Chuan stood resolute and unmoving. Is this all? A smile spread across Meng Chuan's face, causing Zhao Er, brimming with confidence, to feel a sudden chill within. Something feels amiss. This is utterly ineffective. It is truly disappointing. Meng Chuan shook his head and raised his fist. Now, it is my turn to act. With that, he unleashed a straightforward, yet powerful punch. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Zhao Er's body was sent careening through the air, crashing through a wall and landing in the adjacent room. There, he lay still, buried beneath the rubble, lifeless. Meng Chuan had not anticipated that such a light punch was a solitary individual standing against a multitude of armed adversaries. The illustrious masters of Hangzhou remain absent, leaving few capable of rivaling him. Yet, throughout the encounter, Meng Chuan endured a blow from the opponent, and not only emerged unscathed but subsequently dispatched him with a single, decisive strike. Could it be that this esteemed healer, Meng, is indeed a master? Chapter 79, The Black Gold Card Meng. Meng the healer, your prowess is astonishing. Old Dao gasped in disbelief, realizing that it was no wonder he had previously witnessed Meng effortlessly subduing a dozen assailants. For he was indeed a formidable expert. Upon witnessing Zhao Er fall to Meng Chuan's lethal punch, Gao Heng's earlier bravado evaporated. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he sought to escape unnoticed amidst the chaos. However, upon turning, he was met with the sight of Meng Chuan, an amused expression adorning his face, standing right before him. Ah! Gao Heng shrieked. For he had distinctly seen Meng Chuan beside the hospital bed just moments ago. How had he suddenly appeared behind him? Meng Chuan chuckled softly and inquired, weren't you just instructing others to eliminate me? Where do you intend to flee now? Why you mustn't force me? Gao Heng stammered, his voice laced with terror as he fumbled for his handgun. Yet, before he could raise it, Meng Chuan seized his wrist with an iron grip. With a mere flick of strength, Gao Heng's wrist snapped audibly, causing him to writhe in agony upon the ground. This individual is now entrusted to you, Great Buddha, Meng Chuan stated coolly. The Great Buddha, regaining his composure, hurriedly instructed his men to escort Gao Heng away, then turned to Meng Chuan with utmost respect, saying, thank you, Meng the healer, for your timely intervention. The others followed suit, bowing in gratitude. It was clear to all present that had Meng Chuan not been there today, Zhao Er would have unleashed a veritable massacre. Bai Jianglong smiled with relief, feeling a hint of embarrassment as he said, Dr. Meng, I truly did not anticipate that within just a few fleeting minutes, you would save my life once more. Meng Chuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, you are my patient, having painstakingly treated you. How could I allow you to fall prey to danger so easily? After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, in that moment of peril, you urged me to depart first, which speaks volumes about your character. For that reason alone, I shall certainly lend my assistance today. Excellent. Bai Jianglong's complexion brightened somewhat, and he laughed heartily. I never would have expected that Dr. Meng possesses such a warm-hearted nature. I must say, I have taken quite a liking to you. Why not become brothers? I shall shamelessly have you call me Brother Bai, while I shall refer to you as Brother Meng. What do you say? At over 40 years of age, it would not be inappropriate for Meng Chuan to address him as uncle. It was evident that Bai Jianglong was a man of generous spirit, precisely the kind of individual Meng Chuan admired. Therefore, Meng Chuan nodded and smiled. Very well. I was uncertain of how to address you, so Brother Bai it shall be. Ha ha, splendid. Bai Jianglong laughed with great joy, feeling immensely gratified. I had thought my demise was imminent today, yet thanks to Brother Meng, I find myself resurrected from the brink of death. Brother Meng, the matter with Gao Hong has been resolved as well. Now, I must express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving interventions. Since we are now brothers, there is no need for formality. Please do not regard my humble token of thanks as insufficient. Come, Defo, bring forth my black gold card. Defo nodded and went to retrieve the so-called black gold card. Before long, an exquisite black and gold card was presented, adorned with gilded patterns and bearing the signature of Bai Jianglong. The Buddha handed this card to Meng Chuan, while Bai Jianglong remarked with a smile, in other places, I cannot guarantee, but throughout Hangzhou, my influence in the underground realm is quite substantial. With this card, it is as if I, Bai Jianglong, have personally arrived. The individuals of the underworld will undoubtedly show you some respect. Furthermore, I hold shares in nearly all the entertainment establishments in Hangzhou, so with this card in hand, you may indulge in complimentary services. Naturally, given your esteemed status as a grandmaster, you might find such offerings beneath your notice. However, I am unable to provide you with anything more valuable, so I hope you do not look down upon it. In the future, should any of my brothers be of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall never refuse. Meng Chuan glanced at the sincere expression on Bai Jianglong's face, nodded, accepted the card, and responded with a smile, Thank you very much, Brother Bai. Not at all. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Upon seeing that Meng Chuan did not reject his gesture, Bai Jianglong breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Chuan did not linger for long. After a brief conversation with Bai Jianglong, he took his leave. After Meng Chuan departed, one of the individuals beside the Buddha expressed discontent, saying, Brother, are you truly giving that black and gold card to the divine physician Meng? Although the esteemed Dr. Meng is indeed formidable and has saved you on 2 occasions, the significance of that black gold card is far from trivial. In Hangzhou, you have only bestowed one, while many brothers who have fought alongside you have never received such an honor. Is it not somewhat? Even Meng Chuan is unaware that this card embodies nearly half of the underground power in Hangzhou, a value that cannot be measured by mere currency. Bai Jianglong chuckled, remarking, Your perspective is rather myopic. Brother Meng, capable of dispatching Zhao Air with a single blow, is nearly a master in his own right. Such a prodigy is sought after by numerous prestigious families. My ability to forge this connection is, in truth, a tremendous boon for me, merely a favor granted by Brother Meng. Should he desire power, who am I to contest with him? Even if he insists on being the master and I the servant, I would gladly acquiesce. Furthermore, I hold a sincere admiration for Brother Meng. At this moment, the great Buddha could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, Elder brother, is this master truly so formidable? If Dr. Meng wishes to assume control, must you comply? Bai Jianglong nodded, stating, Certainly. Zhao Air is merely a practitioner of the Xianjing realm. The might of a transformative master is beyond the comprehension of those of us in the mundane world. It is indeed a great fortune for us to be acquainted with Brother Meng. As he spoke, Bai Jianglong turned to Lao Dao, saying, Lao Dao, it is you who deserves the utmost credit for my association with Brother Meng. After Hai Hong is dealt with, reclaim his territory and ensure our endeavors are fruitful. Elated, Lao Dao hastily expressed his gratitude. Yes, thank you, brother. The others were filled with envy. Originally, Lao Dao's position among them was merely mediocre, yet now, solely due to having found a divine physician named Meng, he had become Bai Jianglong's foremost subordinate, a meteoric rise indeed. As Bai Jianglong reveled in his elation, his phone received a text message. Upon opening it, he discovered an email from an unknown sender. The email contained only a video. Upon opening it, he beheld a young woman, seemingly 18 years of age, bound to a chair, her eyes and mouth sealed with tape, able only to emit muffled cries. 1-1. Upon recognizing his daughter in the video, Bai Jianglong was immediately frantic. At that moment, a figure bearing a resemblance to Zhao Er appeared on the screen. Sneering as he spoke, Bai Jianglong, I never imagined you would still be alive. Your daughter is now in my grasp. If you wish to save her, come to the Jingguang Temple in 3 days. If I do not see you, I will immediately kill your daughter. Come or not, the choice is yours. The video abruptly ended. Bai Jianglong, overwhelmed by anxiety and rage, fainted. Chapter 80. Reunion with old friends. Meng Chuan boarded the chauffeured car arranged by Lao Dao to return to the Jiangbei Medical Center, completely unaware of the abduction of Bai Jianglong's daughter. At an intersection, a youth of similar age to Meng Chuan suddenly darted out on an electric scooter, causing the driver to slam on the brakes. The driver, anxious not to disturb Meng Chuan, was extremely irate. He swiftly exited the vehicle, seizing the collar of the young man. What if you had startled an important figure inside the car? How on earth did you find your way onto the road? Faced with 2 intimidating figures from the luxury car, the young man, aware of his own vulnerability, shrank back and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Meng Chuan initially paid little heed to the commotion, intending to summon his subordinate back when he caught sight of the young man. In that fleeting moment, Meng Chuan was taken aback, for the individual before him was none other than his high school best friend, Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming had been Meng Chuan's desk mate, and their bond had been exceptionally strong. When Meng Chuan pursued Lu Susu, Yuan Ming had played a significant role in supporting him. Moreover, after Meng Chuan fell ill, aside from the Zhang family, no one else showed him compassion. Only Yuan Ming had approached him discreetly, slipping him a card containing 5,000 yuan. At that time, Yuan Ming appeared to be in dire straits himself, and Meng Chuan noticed that 2 of his fingers were severed. However, what had transpired in Yuan Ming's life remained a mystery to Meng Chuan. One thing was certain, this was a friend worth cherishing. Outside, Lao Dao's 2 subordinates continued to press their intimidation, seemingly intent on assaulting Yuan Ming. Regaining his composure, Meng Chuan hurriedly exited the vehicle and commanded, "Stop this at once." The 2 lackeys immediately ceased their actions, responding with utmost respect. "Yes, Physician Ming." Yuan Ming, visibly pale with fear, hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, saying, "I sincerely apologize for scratching your vehicle, but at present, I lack the means to compensate you." Upon seeing Meng Chuan, Yuan Ming was momentarily stunned. Clearly recognizing him, Meng Chuan smiled at Yuan Ming before addressing the 2 burly men. "This is my friend. You must show him some respect." The 2 men were taken aback by his words. Meng Chuan waved his hand, saying, "You may leave now. My friend and I wish to find a place to chat." Relieved, the 2 men quickly retreated to their vehicle and departed. After their exit, Meng Chuan placed a friendly hand on Yuan Ming's shoulder, remarking, "What's the matter? After 4 years, you can't recognize me?" Yuan Ming swallowed nervously and replied, Xiao Chuan. Is it truly you?" Meng Chuan chuckled. Who else could it be? Wow. Yuan Ming couldn't help but exclaim, embracing Meng Chuan tightly. "I can't believe I've finally seen you. Why haven't you attended any of our class reunions? We've all missed you dearly." Indeed, there had been numerous reunions during their high school years. But Meng Chuan had been working at the time, lacking both the time and the self-esteem to participate. Thus, he candidly replied, "I wasn't doing well, so I didn't attend." Yuan Ming scoffed, playfully punching Meng Chuan's arm. "Who are you trying to fool? If you were struggling, you wouldn't be driving such a fine car, nor would you have bodyguards and drivers accompanying you. You must be quite successful now." "Well, I've recently come into a bit of money," Meng Chuan admitted modestly. Meng Chuan chuckled and said, "All right, let us not linger in this spot any longer. Let us find a place to sit and converse." Agreed. Yuan Ming nodded in affirmation. The 2 of them soon discovered a nearby barbecue stall, where they ordered a selection of cold dishes, skewers, and 2 crates of beer, settling down to indulge in food and drink. In those days, they often frequented small barbecue stalls, savoring their meals while engaging in lively banter. Now, it felt as if they had been transported back to those carefree times. As they drank, Yuan Ming's words began to flow freely. Over the past few years, he had been studying abroad, focusing on landscape planning, and had just returned to work as a foreman at a construction site, where his prospects were rather modest. Upon learning that Meng Chuan had chosen not to pursue a university education and instead work to support Lu Susu, Yuan Ming sighed, lamenting, "What a pity for you. Meng Chuan, with your academic prowess, you could have undoubtedly gained admission to a prestigious institution, leading to a promising future upon your return. By the way, You and Lu Susu must be nearing a happy conclusion, right? Yuan Ming inquired with a smile. Meng Chuan shook his head and replied, no, we have parted ways. Parted ways? Yuan Ming was taken aback. Then, with a hint of regret, he said, I'm sorry, Xiao Chuan, I didn't expect that. Meng Chuan laughed. What is there to apologize for? A separation is simply that. Seeing Meng Chuan's nonchalance, Yuan Ming finally felt relieved and remarked, well, a separation is a separation. Though it is quite unfortunate, I had sensed early on that Lu Susu was not one to be trifled with. Now that she is a college graduate, and you hold merely a high school diploma, it is only natural that she looks down on you. Such a woman is best left behind. In this regard, you cannot compare to me. Yuan Ming chuckled, retrieving an invitation from his bag and placing it before Meng Chuan. It was unmistakably a wedding invitation. You are getting married? Meng Chuan exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Yuan Ming took a sip of beer and replied with a smile, of course. The bride is also from Hangzhou. I met her during my university days. I came out today solely to distribute invitations. What a coincidence to run into you, right? The wedding is in 3 days. My friend, you absolutely must attend. However, let me make this clear. Given our relationship, I would be delighted if you could come, but please, no red envelopes. You know me. I did not extend the invitation for the sake of your gift. If you dare to bring one, I will immediately sever ties. Meng Chuan, well aware of Yuan Ming's character, knew he would follow through on his words. Thus, he replied, half amused, so, I'm just going to crash your banquet for free? By the way, where is your wedding being held? Yuan Ming responded, it will be at the Happiness Restaurant, not far from our school. You should know it. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Meng Chuan furrowed his brow. Happiness Restaurant? Isn't that venue a bit too small? Yuan Ming's expression dimmed as he forced a smile. Small, but there's nothing we can do. Our family's circumstances are quite ordinary. We cannot afford an extravagant wedding. Just a few tables at Happiness Restaurant will suffice. Indeed, Yuan Ming's family was of modest means, and as he had just begun his career, he simply did not possess the funds to host a lavish wedding. Meng Chuan, naturally unwilling to let Yuan Ming's marriage be so haphazard, solemnly remarked, marriage is an immensely significant affair. How can it be treated so casually? You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall take charge of the arrangements. Chapter 81. Attending the wedding 3 days later, at the entrance of the renowned Aegean Hotel in Hangzhou, Yuan Ming, clad in a suit with a red flower-labeled groom adorning his chest, was greeting the guests. The Aegean Hotel, the only 4-star establishment in Hangzhou, is typically reserved for the affluent, making it a prestigious venue for such occasions. Consequently, upon arriving, Yuan Ming's relatives and friends were struck by the hotel's grandeur, whispering among themselves that Yuan Ming had indeed prospered, having chosen such a lavish venue for his wedding banquet. A middle-aged woman in a red qipao emerged from within. She was none other than Yuan Ming's prospective mother-in-law, Ma Kaixian. The Ma family had once thrived in Hangzhou, enjoying considerable wealth through their business endeavors. However, in recent years, due to various circumstances, their business had faltered, and Ma Caishuan's husband had fled to escape his debts, leading to the family's decline. Nevertheless, Ma Kaixian maintained her former lifestyle, exuding an air of superiority and disdain towards others, even towards Yuan Ming. Mother, why have you come out? Please, sit inside. I can manage things here, Yuan Ming said, hastening to approach her upon noticing her presence. Ma Kaixian cast a sideways glance at Yuan Ming and replied, I came out merely to remind you, lest you make any mistakes. Your relatives are dressed so poorly, as if they have just come from the countryside. When such individuals arrive, ensure they are seated outside. Do not allow them to occupy the inner seats. The seats within are occupied by our relatives and friends, each possessing a certain stature. How could you possibly expect those individuals to dine comfortably beside them? Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming felt a surge of discontent. While it is true that his relatives may not be affluent and tend to dress casually, they are nonetheless his kin. Mother, this arrangement seems rather inappropriate. Many of them hail from my hometown and have shared a close bond with our family since childhood. If I were to seat them outside, Yuan Ming cautiously expressed. Ma Kaixian scoffed, retorting, what of your hometown? They should be seated outside. Otherwise, we might as well cancel the wedding. After a pause, Ma Kaixian grimaced in distaste and continued, Yuan Ming, do not forget that my daughter marrying down to you is a significant favor. Your family circumstances are hardly appealing to me. Were it not for your parents' offer to sell their house to alleviate our debts, I would never have consented to my daughter marrying you. Just look at your relatives. each one dressed in the most dreadful manner, akin to country bumpkins. It's utterly repulsive. It is only because you have secured this venue for the wedding today that I am willing to show you some grace and refrain from publicly confronting you. However, the guests arriving next must see your relatives seated outside. Otherwise, I shall promptly have my daughter leave. Yuan Ming hesitated, pondering deeply, before finally conceding, I understand. And I will make the necessary arrangements. That is all I needed to hear, Ma Kaixian huffed, lifting her chin as she departed. Yuan Ming felt a sense of frustration welling up inside him, yet he dared not express it. At this moment, Meng Chuan arrived. Yuan Ming, I have come to extend my congratulations. Meng Chuan approached with a cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing him, Yuan Ming's gloomy mood dissipated entirely, and with a smile, he grasped Meng Chuan's hand and said, Good brother, you have finally arrived. Come, let us head inside. I must reiterate, please do not bring any red envelopes. All right. Meng Chuan chuckled as they entered together. Yuan Ming personally escorted Meng Chuan into the dining hall, without a moment's hesitation, directing him to sit at the innermost table. The tables were occupied by the most significant relatives and friends, and Yuan Ming believed it was entirely appropriate for Meng Chuan to sit there. However, this did not escape the notice of Ma Kaixian, who had already taken her seat. Witnessing Yuan Ming ushering in a plainly dressed individual to such an esteemed position, she felt a surge of indignation. Her irritation only intensified when she observed that Meng Chuan, upon sitting down, did not pay his respects but instead leisurely sipped tea. How could one attend a wedding without offering a monetary gift? Was this not a breach of decorum? What was wrong with that scoundrel Yuan Ming? Bringing such a wretched fellow into the VIP area? Did he dismiss my previous words so easily? Ma Kaixian resolved that she would ensure Yuan Ming and that fool would face consequences later on. The wedding proceeded as planned, and soon it was time for the toasting segment. Yuan Ming, accompanied by the bride, moved from table to table, and when they reached Meng Chuan's table, he raised his glass and smiled at everyone present, saying, Thank you all for coming to my wedding. It is an honor to have you here. With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Yuan Ming initially intended to express his heartfelt gratitude to Meng Chuan, but suddenly, Ma Kaixian interjected. Although today was a joyous occasion, there was something that she simply could not tolerate and felt compelled to address. With a stern expression, she fixated her gaze on Meng Chuan and remarked, There is someone at this table who is rather out of place. He is undeserving of a seat here, considering that all present are esteemed guests. Yet, he brazenly occupies a spot at this table, indulging in the feast without so much as contributing a token sum. The others here have each offered contributions of 500 or 1,000. I truly cannot fathom how someone can possess such audacity to sit among us without offering anything in return. And Yuan Ming, have you disregarded my previous words by seating him here? The individuals gathered around the table were primarily relatives of the bride, all of whom were acquainted with one another, while Meng Chuan stood out as an unfamiliar face, dressed in attire that was noticeably less expensive than that of the others. Consequently, numerous gazes swiftly turned toward Meng Chuan. This person hasn't he even contributed anything? Surely not. How could he be so shameless? Indeed, attending a wedding typically entails making a contribution. Is that not the norm? Even if he appears financially constrained, it is hard to believe he cannot spare even a single dollar. At the very least, offering 100 as a gesture would suffice. To provide nothing at all is truly excessive. Does such a person even deserve to share a table with us? I, for one, contributed 3,000. It is undoubtedly the groom's side that is at fault. Observing the relatives over there, none of them appear to possess any semblance of understanding or enlightenment. Their ignorance is rather commonplace. Many among the guests are murmuring among themselves, and even Yuan Ming's relatives and friends harbor a sense of disdain, exuding an air of superiority. After all, compared to the relatives of Yuan Ming, most of them hail from the city, enjoying a significantly more favorable standard of living. Upon hearing these remarks, Yuan Ming's anger flared, yet he managed to suppress his rage, softly reminding, Mother, this is Meng Chuan, my dear brother. I did not permit him to contribute to the gift money. Chapter 82. Who owes money should be the one to ask. What kind of brother is this? Ma Kaixian scoffed, saying, He doesn't even offer a gift. What kind of guest is he? Yuan Ming, you should expel him. I do not wish to see him. Yuan Ming was taken aback, not expecting such an unreasonable demand from his mother-in-law, momentarily frozen in place. Beside him, the bride rolled her eyes and expressed her dissatisfaction. Yuan Ming, did you not hear what my mother said? Get rid of this person. Why invite someone irrelevant to our wedding? Do you wish to embarrass us in front of all these guests? Yuan Ming's face flushed crimson, yet he remained silent. Meng Chuan chuckled softly, rising to his feet. Since you all do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. The bride huffed. You should have left long ago, thinking you could come here to mooch off us. How naive. Enough. Yuan Ming could no longer contain himself and shouted, You shall not speak of my brother in such a manner. The bride was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow and retorted, Yuan Ming, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Am I wrong to ask you to expel this fellow? At that moment, Ma Kaixian interjected, Look at our relatives. Who among them does not present gifts worth hundreds or thousands? And what of your so-called brother? Do you wish for him to bring you shame here? Yuan Ming replied with indignation, Hundreds or thousands. In comparison to what my brother has gifted me. That is utterly insignificant. Do you think I arranged this hotel by myself? It was Meng Chuan who did. This hotel is the only 4-star establishment in Hangzhou. And my brother spent 800,000 to secure it for my wedding. He was so generous. Is it wrong that I do not accept his monetary gifts and allow him to sit here? Without Meng Chuan, how could today's lavish ceremony have taken place? Thus granting you all such honor, Meng Chuan's kindness towards us is immeasurable, yet you choose to overlook it, instead fixating on his failure to provide a so-called gift, and subjecting him to endless humiliation. Now you wish to cast him out. Even if he had not spent a dime, he is still my brother. Do you not regard me at all in your disdainful remarks? As he spoke, Yuan Ming's eyes glistened with emotion, and he tore at his tie in frustration, declaring, Ma Kaixian, I have truly had enough. Indeed, our family may not possess great wealth, but my parents are willing to sell their home to help pay your debts. Rather than expressing gratitude, must you look down upon us in such a manner? Allow me to arrange my relatives to sit outside and even drive away my brother. Who do you think you are? I refuse to marry. Otherwise, I will never be able to hold my head high at home again. With that, he slammed his tie forcefully on the table. At that moment, Yuan Ming felt no regret. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of relief. For he had finally voiced the grievances he had harbored over the years. The expressions on the faces of the bride and Ma Kaixian were utterly remarkable, as they had not anticipated that this wedding was, in fact, funded by Meng Chuan. Yet, they had continually made things difficult for their benefactor. However, Yuan Ming's demeanor was profoundly displeasing to both of them, particularly Ma Kaixian, who trembled with rage and pointed at Yuan Ming, exclaiming, You little rascal. You have truly grown bold. This wedding, you can either choose to hold or not. Huh. Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh and said to Meng Chuan, Come on, Brother Chuan, let us go drink. With that, he pulled Meng Chuan towards the exit. Everyone present was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, unsure of how to react. Just as the two were about to leave, the door of the hall was pushed open, and a group of rough-looking individuals entered, blocking Meng Chuan and Yuan Ming. Upon seeing these people, Yuan Ming's expression changed dramatically as he stammered, Leopard, Brother Leopard, what brings you here? The leader of the group, presumably Brother Leopard, chuckled as he surveyed the scene and remarked, I never would have imagined that you, lad, would have the means to host such an extravagant wedding. Since you have money, why not repay us? Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan quietly inquired, Yuan Ming, do you owe them money? With a pallid countenance, Yuan Ming demurred. It wasn't me, it was the Ma Kaixian family. Alas, it's a long and complicated story. Forcing a wan smile, Yuan Ming continued, Brother Leopard. Let's discuss this amicably. My relationship with the Ma Kaixian family has dissolved. The debt they owe you, you should seek from them. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan understood the situation. It was not Yuan Ming who was in debt, but the Ma Kaixian family. Brother Leopard spat with vulgarity, exclaiming, Bah, I don't care if you've broken up. That Ma Caishuan's husband has absconded, and her family is destitute. How can I recover the money from her? I'm telling you, you signed a debt transfer agreement with us last time, so you are the debtor now, and we will seek recourse from you. If you don't pay us today, we'll cripple 2 of your fingers in front of your relatives and friends. Debt transfer agreement? Meng Chuan inquired, Yuan Ming, what is the meaning of this? Yuan Ming, his face etched with despair, lamented, Alas, Xiao Chuan, it was my moment of folly. My girlfriend said that her father had absconded with a mountain of debt, and her family was being harassed daily, unable to live a normal life, so she wanted me to help her. At the time, I thought that we were going to get married anyway, so I might as well bear it together. So, I signed a contract in their house without much thought, transferring their debt to myself. Originally, our family planned to sell the house after the wedding to pay off their debts, but now that the marriage is off, do we still have to repay the debt? Brother Leopard, with his hands on his hips, sneered, "Of course. I am indifferent to the discord between the two of you. Today, I demand the payment. Yuan Ming, I possess a promissory note bearing your signature and fingerprint, and there is no escape for you." Behind him, Ma Kai-shin echoed, "Indeed. It is not our family that owes money, but Yuan Ming and his associates. Brother Leopard, seek your dues from them, but do not approach us." Yuan Ming glared at Ma Kai-shin, inwardly lamenting his earlier lack of discernment, realizing that she was clearly attempting to ensnare him in her scheme. Brother Leopard, growing increasingly impatient, shouted, "Enough of this bickering. Yuan Ming, will you pay today or not? If not, we shall resort to force." As he spoke, he withdrew a dagger from his pocket. Yuan Ming was devoid of funds and could only grit his teeth, pleading, "If you seek payment, grant me some time to gather the necessary amount. Brother Leopard, could you allow me 3 days? I will have my parents sell the house and deliver the funds to you." Just as Brother Leopard was about to respond, Meng Chuan interjected, "Yuan Ming, why should you repay a debt that is not yours? Let those responsible be held accountable." Brother Leopard's brows furrowed as he regarded Meng Chuan with intrigue. Yuan Ming, in a state of panic, covered Meng Chuan's mouth, exclaiming, "Meng Chuan, please refrain from speaking out of turn. This matter does not concern you. You must leave at once to avoid being entangled in this." Chapter 83, Living Too Comfortably? Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "Is there not a semblance of truth in my words? You have not even concluded your marriage. What basis do you have for repaying a debt?" Yuan Ming desperately signaled for Meng Chuan to cease his remarks, but it was too late. With a sardonic grin, Brother Leopard approached, remarking, "You seem to possess a loquacious nature. Pray tell, do you take issue with my pursuit of Yuan Ming's debt?" Meng Chuan offered an honest affirmation. "Heh, a glutton for punishment, I see." Brother Leopard sneered, brandishing his dagger menacingly. "Since you object, you shall settle this debt. I shall count to 3. And should you fail to proffer the funds, I shall relieve you of 2 fingers." Meng Chuan inwardly scoffed. No wonder Yuan Ming's digits were severed when he visited me in my past life. It appears this Brother Leopard extorted him, severing them with his own hand. In that case, how could Meng Chuan possibly show leniency towards this Brother Leopard? "You truly wish for me to repay?" Meng Chuan inquired calmly, his hands clasped behind his back. Brother Leopard nodded, sneering, "Indeed. And now, I shall commence the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Seeing Meng Chuan remain unmoved, Brother Leopard's gaze hardened. Gripping his blade, he lunged towards Meng Chuan, exclaiming, "Incompetent fool, daring to flaunt your arrogance? Today, I shall impart a lesson you won't soon forget." "Meng Chuan," Yuan Ming cried out, attempting to interpose himself. However, with a resounding crack, Meng Chuan, with a speed imperceptible to the average eye, delivered a backhanded slap that sent Brother Leopard staggering, one side of his face grotesquely swollen. Yuan Ming was instantly dumbfounded. Brother Leopard, clutching his face, erupted in fury. "You mongrel, daring to strike me? Today, no one can save you. I shall tear you limb from limb. Men, cut this whelp down." Instantly, the throng of thugs Brother Leopard had brought encircled Meng Chuan. As the altercation seemed imminent, the other guests hastily retreated, wary of proximity. Ma Kai-shin sneered, remarking, "Fortunately, we severed ties with that fellow. Otherwise, we would have suffered the same misfortune. Brother Leopard is a notorious local figure here. Daring to strike him is simply courting disaster. What does it matter if he possesses some wealth? This lad is doomed today. Brother Leopard will torture him to death. As for, he won't fare much better. Excellent. Our debt is nullified, and who dared to defy me will be taught a lesson, assuaging my anger." In the interim, Brother Leopard and his entourage had encircled, poised to strike upon command. His face etched with despair, lamented, "I have wronged you. Had it not been for me, you would not have been embroiled in this mess." Brother Leopard scoffed, "Regret is futile now. Even if you 2 brats were to prostrate yourselves before me, it would be of no avail. The money is beside the point. Today, I shall break both of your legs. Attack." At that precise moment, the doors of the hall were thrust open once more. "The great Buddha of the Eastern District of Hangzhou has arrived. Old Knife of South Street has arrived. Thunder Tiger of the Western City has arrived." One by one, influential figures of Hangzhou, each accompanied by their retinues, poured in, quickly amassing a considerable crowd. These individuals were all prominent and well-known figures in Hangzhou, capable of causing tremors with their actions, far surpassing the influence of ordinary local bullies. And they all shared a common allegiance to Bai Jianglong. Brother Leopard was utterly dumbfounded. What were so many influential figures doing here? In everyday life, one might aspire to forge connections with these influential figures, yet they often receive little acknowledgement. Now, however, they flock here in droves, which is truly perplexing. The imposing Buddha stands at the forefront of the crowd, casting a glance around and declaring, "Who dares to challenge Dr. Meng here?" This is utterly outrageous. Old Knife interjects coldly, "Indeed. We just arrived and already heard someone plotting against Dr. Meng. How dare anyone disregard my brother by Jianglong?" Dr. Meng? Who is Dr. Meng? Brother Leopard is bewildered. The Buddha glances at Brother Leopard and immediately perceives his leadership role. Without hesitation, he delivers 2 resounding slaps that leave Brother Leopard dazed. "Which territory do you hail from? I don't recall ever encountering you." The Buddha questions icily. Brother Leopard, instantly awkward, chuckles nervously, "Buddha brother, I am merely a lone shark from this area. It's understandable that you don't know me, given your esteemed reputation. I'm at a loss as to how I might have offended all of you today, gathering such a crowd." Upon realizing he is a lone shark, the Buddha's disdain intensifies. "Such a sordid trade hardly deserves my attention, and it is entirely normal that I do not recognize your kind. So, you dare to confront Dr. Meng? You intend to lay hands on him, do you? We have heard everything clearly from outside. Dr. Meng." Brother Leopard still struggles to comprehend. The Buddha strikes him again, pointing at Meng Chuan. "This is Dr. Meng. My brother Bai Jianglong is well aware of him. He just acknowledged him as a brother a few days ago. Do you dare to surround him? Is it that you have become too comfortable in your own existence? He is a brother of Bai Jianglong." Upon hearing this, Leopard nearly fainted. Who is Bai Jianglong? The emperor of the underground forces. Even figures like the Great Buddha and Old Knife are mere subordinates to Bai Jianglong. Am I insane, attempting to confront a brother of Bai Jianglong? With a mere flick of his finger, Bai Jianglong could crush me. The Great Buddha raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What? You don't believe me? My elder brother is waiting in the car outside. Should I summon him to clarify the relationship between him and divine Dr. Meng?" No, 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 that won't be necessary." Leopard was on the verge of tears, repeatedly waving his hands. "Great Buddha, this is all a misunderstanding. How could I possibly offend a brother of the underground emperor by Jianglong? I will apologize to divine Dr. Meng right now." With that, Leopard disregarded the many pairs of eyes upon him and knelt before Meng Chuan with a thud, bowing deeply. "Divine Dr. Meng, I was in the wrong earlier and should not have challenged you. I beg you, please do not hold it against me. Had I known you were a brother of Bai Jianglong, I wouldn't have dared to speak to you in such a manner, even if I had 100 times the courage." Under Yuan Ming's astonished gaze, Meng Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Just now, weren't you asking me for money? Now I can arrange for it. Do you dare to accept it? Where would I dare to ask for money?" Leopard hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no. Please do not jest with me. If I were to touch your money, my hands would surely be severed by the next day." Meng Chuan then inquired, "Tell me, does my brother Yuan Ming owe you any money?" Leopard replied, "Not a single cent. The debt lies with Ma Kai-Xian and her family. If I were to seek payment, it would be from them." Meng Chuan smiled with satisfaction, saying, "That's correct. You should pursue those who owe you. Should you ever trouble my brother again, the consequences will not be so easily dismissed." Chapter 84. An additional safeguard. Upon hearing this, Leopard felt as though the matter had been resolved and repeatedly bowed his head, stating, "You are right, Master Meng. I shall never trouble Yuan Ming and his companions again." Meng Chuan pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers, sending a surge of vitality that caused Leopard's 2 fingers to explode in an instant. Leopard cried out in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. "Consider these 2 fingers a lesson. I have spared your life. Now leave," Meng Chuan said, hands clasped behind his back. Leopard, clutching his severed digits, struggled to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Meng, for your mercy. Thank you." Indeed, to have survived this encounter was a stroke of fortune. Had Meng Chuan uttered a single word, the Great Buddha would undoubtedly have ended Leopard's life. This was beyond question. "Begone," Meng Chuan huffed disdainfully. Leopard, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, rose and beckoned his companions to depart. Before leaving, however, he cast a resentful glance at Ma Kai-Xian, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She was acutely aware that her fate was sealed. Brother Leopard would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her, for if she had not transferred the debt to Yuan Ming, Brother Leopard would not have found himself in such dire straits. Without question, Brother Leopard would not only demand money from her, but would do so in a far more brutal manner. Had she not fallen out with Yuan Ming, Brother Leopard would have never dared to provoke her. Yet, she had indeed severed ties with Yuan Ming. Now, Ma Kai-Xian was engulfed in regret. After Brother Leopard departed, the Buddha approached courteously and inquired, Dr. Meng, we have arrived too late. Were you startled? Such a trivial ruffian could hardly disturb me. Meng Chuan replied nonchalantly. By the way, how did you come to be here? The Buddha glanced at Yuan Ming, his expression revealing hesitation, as if he wished to speak but refrained. Yuan Ming, perceptive as ever, interjected, Meng Chuan, since you have matters to attend to, you may leave. I need to tidy up this mess anyway. So I shall spare you the spectacle. Very well, Meng Chuan nodded, pausing to reflect. Yuan Ming, you mentioned previously that you were working as a small contractor on a construction site, correct? Yuan Ming was taken aback, uncertain why Meng Chuan was inquiring about this, and replied, yes, I studied architecture. It's south the only place I can find work. Meng Chuan chuckled. It seems your current situation is less than ideal. How about this? I have a farm that requires a chief designer. Would you consider working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 1 million. 1 million. Are you jesting? Yuan Ming gulped in astonishment. Meng Chuan laughed and patted Yuan Ming's shoulder, saying, what reason would I have to jest with you? I find myself in a predicament with my farm, as there is no one to oversee it. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. I could greatly benefit from your assistance. Since you have a background in landscape design, I would appreciate your expertise in crafting an exquisite layout for the farm. Once it is completed, I shall reward you handsomely. Yuan Ming pondered for a moment, then grinned and said, since we are brothers, I shall not hesitate to accept this task. I will take it on. Meng Chuan, you truly are my lucky star. Ever since I met you, my fortunes have taken a remarkable turn. Meng Chuan chuckled, recalling that during his most difficult times, only he had come to visit and support him. Now that he has found success, it is only fitting that he ensures Meng Chuan enjoys the finest of comforts. Very well, I will reach out to you later and take you to see the farm. For now, I must take my leave. Meng Chuan bid farewell and departed with the guidance of the prominent figures, Defo and Lao Dao. On the way, Meng Chuan inquired about the situation with Defo and Lao Dao. Defo sighed and replied, Meng Shini, to be candid, some issues have arisen on my elder brother's side, and we had no choice but to seek your assistance. Lao Dao nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, our elder brother is also present. You should have a detailed discussion with him. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Aegean Hotel. There, an array of luxury vehicles was parked, all brought by the influential figures, Defo and Lao Dao, presenting an impressive display. Under Lao Dao's guidance, Meng Chuan entered a stretched Lincoln, whereby Zhonglong was reclining in the seat. Upon seeing Meng Chuan enter, Bai Zhonglong managed a pale smile and greeted, Meng, my young brother. Meng Chuan took a seat and expressed concern. Bai De Go, you have not yet recovered from your injuries. What brings you out here? Neglecting her well-being could potentially result in lasting complications. How can I possibly focus on recuperating? Bai Zhonglong lamented, shaking his head. He retrieved his cellular device and presented it to Meng Chuan. Brother Meng, take a look at this. The device displayed a video that Bai Zhonglong had previously received. After viewing the footage, Meng Chuan inquired with perplexity, who is this girl? Bai Zhonglong sighed. She is my daughter, Bai Wanwan. The individual who abducted her is Zhao Da, the elder brother of the man from our previous encounter. I have a vendetta against the Zhao brothers. I initially believed that Zhao Heir was targeting me, and his demise at your hands, Brother Meng, would be the end of it. However, they had a contingency plan in place, abducting my daughter. After Zhao Heir's failure, someone must have informed Zhao Da, prompting him to send me this video, coercing me to go to the Jingguang Temple, where he intends to exact his revenge by killing me. I cannot bear the thought of my daughter's demise, so I must go to the Jingguang Temple today, no matter the cost. Meng Chuan pondered for a moment and then stated, so, you came to me seeking my assistance in rescuing your daughter and eliminating Zhao Da? Bai Zhonglong promptly responded, not exactly. As brothers, I wouldn't want to involve you in my affairs. For today's trip to the Jingguang Temple, I have also enlisted the aid of a martial arts expert at great expense. This expert will confront Zhao Da and Brother Meng. Your assistance on the sidelines would be greatly appreciated. I understand, Meng Chuan nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you, providing an additional layer of security for this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhonglong was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Meng. I shall forever be in your debt. Meng Chuan smiled and said, Brother Bai, there is no need for such formalities. As a doctor, it is my duty to save lives. This time, the approach is simply a bit unconventional. Bai Zhonglong replied. Brother Ming is indeed a master with a benevolent heart. Let us not delay any further. We shall now summon that martial arts expert. Once he arrives, we will proceed to Jingguang Temple. Bai Jianglong's convoy journeyed eastward until they reached the Fenglin Martial Arts School in Hangzhou. Defo and old Dao entered to negotiate. And before long, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s and dressed in a long robe, was escorted out. Defo personally opened the door of a stretched Lincoln for the elder, who entered the vehicle. Bai Jianglong clasped his hands and inquired, "Might you be the esteemed master of the Fenglin Martial Arts School, Lin Changfeng?" The elder, seemingly quite proud, nodded and replied, "That is indeed me." Bai Jianglong remarked, "I have long heard of Master Lin's extraordinary skills. Upon meeting you today, it is evident that you possess an ethereal grace. Please, take a seat." As he spoke, Bai Jianglong turned to Meng Chuan to introduce, "This is the expert I mentioned earlier, Lin Changfeng. He is a renowned figure in the martial arts community of Hangzhou, an elder of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association, and also the junior of the current president." Chapter 85. Unworthy of joining forces with me. Those who are referred to as esteemed figures are typically well-known personalities in the martial arts realm, holding significant status. Lin Changfeng, being regarded as such, naturally possesses formidable strength. Meng Chuan, out of respect, greeted Lin Changfeng, saying, "Greetings, Senior Lin." To his surprise, Lin Changfeng merely cast a glance at Meng Chuan and disregarded him entirely. The atmosphere within the vehicle became palpably awkward. Bai Jianglong cleared his throat and introduced, "Master Lin, this is Meng Chuan, a physician from the Jiangbei Medical Hall, who is also a martial arts expert." Lin Changfeng, however, remained indifferent to Meng Chuan, his voice dripping with disdain as he retorted, "A martial arts expert? At such a tender age, one might presume he has yet to reach the realm of Xianjing. Such meager prowess does not warrant the title of martial arts expert. Does this individual even deserve to share a vehicle with me? Mr. Bai, I insist he vacate this vehicle. I prefer not to be in close proximity to nameless individuals, as it diminishes my own stature." Meng Chuan silently mused on the arrogance of this man. He had not offended him in any way. Yet Lin Changfeng regarded him with such contempt, and even sought to expel him from the vehicle, which irked him. Bai Jianglong, feeling the tension, nervously interjected, "Master Lin, this is quite inappropriate. In truth, Meng Chuan is akin to a brother to me. He has come here to collaborate with you on dealing with that Zhao Da." "Your brother?" Lin Changfeng shot a glance at Meng Chuan, his expression one of perplexity, as if he found it incredulous that Meng Chuan could claim such a bond with Bai Jianglong. "In that case, I shall refrain from insisting he leave. However, dealing with Zhao Da requires no assistance. A mere petty figure such as he can be handled single-handedly. The presence of an additional person would only serve to hinder and annoy." Bai Jianglong found himself in a quandary, his gaze darting toward Meng Chuan, anxious that Lin Changfeng's words might incite displeasure within him, ultimately offending Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan, though feeling displeased, did not wish to make things difficult for Bai Jianglong. With a smile, he said, "Since that is the case, let Master Lin take the lead. I shall observe and learn from the side." Lin Changfeng let out a cold snort and replied, "At least you know your place." After that, he fell silent, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Bai Jianglong and the others arrived at Jingguang Temple. Nestled atop a small hill, Jingguang Temple stood at an elevation of approximately 200 meters, accessible by a flight of steps. Bai Jianglong, with the assistance of the great Buddha and old knife, descended from the vehicle and addressed the gathered crowd. "Everyone, listen closely. My daughter is in Zhao Da's hands, so you must not act recklessly." The crowd remained below, refraining from ascending. "Only my brother Ming and Master Lin will go up. If anyone dares to act on their own and disturb Zhao Da, resulting in harm to my daughter, I will not spare them." The others, intimidated, fell silent. Their initial inclination to ascend the mountain with weapons halted. The great Buddha, expressing concern, said, "Brother, if you do not allow the others to join you, what if something were to happen to you?" "Not to worry," Lin Changfeng replied calmly as he stepped out of the vehicle. "With me present, nothing will go amiss. There is no need to turn off the car. We shall ascend, rescue her, and return swiftly." Seeing Lin Changfeng exude an air of confidence, the great Buddha felt somewhat reassured and nodded in agreement. The crowd remained below, while only Meng Chuan, Bai Jianglong, and Lin Changfeng made their way up the hill. Upon reaching the entrance of Jingguang Temple, they found the temple door firmly shut. Bai Jianglong spoke, "I shall go and knock on the door. Zhao Da is undoubtedly awaiting my arrival. Lin Chongfeng scoffed disdainfully. Why bother knocking? Allow me to open it. With that, he stepped forward, channeling his inner energy, and struck the temple door with a powerful palm. Boom. The ironclad door collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving a deep imprint of his hand. Bai Jianglong, witnessing this spectacle, was both astounded and impressed, exclaiming, Master Lin truly possesses remarkable skills. Lin Chongfeng, his hands clasped behind his back, offered no reply as he strode inside, internally reflecting on the naivety of those who had not seen the world. Upon entering the Jingguang Temple, he was immediately struck by the sight of a chair situated in the center of the courtyard, where a girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, was bound. A cloth was stuffed in her mouth, and upon seeing Bai Jianglong, she wept inconsolably, her tears flowing like rain, attempting to call out, but only managing to produce muffled sounds of despair. Wan. Bai Jianglong's heart raced with urgency, and he instinctively moved to rescue his daughter. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes and swiftly seized Bai Jianglong's arm. A flying dagger whizzed through the air, embedding itself just a step in front of Bai Jianglong. Had Meng Chuan not intervened, Bai Jianglong would have met his demise. He gasped sharply, feeling the chill of fear. Lin Chongfeng remained unfazed, lifting his gaze and declaring, The person is up there. Meng Chuan followed his line of sight and beheld a man on the rooftop of the ancestral hall, clad in black, his attire fluttering ominously in the wind. Bai Jianglong, you have finally arrived. Zhao Da's gaze was menacing, sharp as a knife, piercing through Bai Jianglong's very being. Though Bai Jianglong felt trepidation, the sight of his daughter before him ignited a fierce resolve. He met Zhao Da's glare and proclaimed, Zhao Da, I am here. Release my daughter immediately, and I might consider sparing your life. I've brought an expert with me today. An expert? Zhao Daquan completely disregarded Meng Chuan, a young man, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chongfeng. Is this your so-called expert? How utterly laughable. Bringing him here is nothing more than courting death. My brother likely perished at your hands, didn't he? Today, we'll settle both old and new scores. I'll begin by eliminating your daughter before your very eyes, and then I'll deal with you. With a swift movement, Zhao Da landed gracefully before the ancestral hall and leisurely approached Bai Wan, seemingly intent on unleashing a massacre. Bai Jianglong, deeply alarmed, exclaimed, Master Lin, perhaps you and Brother Meng should join forces to ensure Zhao Da's demise. There's no need, Lin Chongfeng retorted dismissively. I assure you, dealing with such an insignificant scoundrel is well within my capabilities. As the esteemed master of the Fenglin Martial Arts Academy, joining forces with a mere youth would invite ridicule. Allowing him to accompany us and witness my superior martial prowess is already a considerable privilege. Rest assured, Mr. Bai, within 20 moves, I shall shatter his legs, leaving him entirely at your mercy. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chongfeng's robe billowed despite the absence of wind, exuding a sharp, formidable aura. With a forceful step, the bluestone tiles beneath his feet shattered, propelling him toward Zhao Da like a projectile. To think he is a master of the profound strength realm? Zhao Da was slightly taken aback. Lin Chongfeng, with a self-satisfied smile, declared, Indeed, I am a renowned figure in the late stage of the profound strength realm. If you are afraid, you might as well kneel and beg for mercy. I might consider sparing your life and merely crippling your cultivation. Chapter 86. Kneel, and I shall spare you. Zhao Da chuckled lightly, saying, Merely a practitioner of the profound strength realm dares to be arrogant, truly believing himself to be a master? With that, the two collided. Lin Chongfeng unleashed a punch, imbued with the force of thunder. Zhao Da raised his arms high, successfully blocking Lin Chongfeng's blow. However, the tremendous impact sent both men crashing into a nearby room. The darkness within obscured their forms, leaving only the sounds of their fierce struggle to indicate who held the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chongfeng was preoccupied with Zhao Da, Bai Jianglong rushed to untie Bai Wan. Just as he reached her side and removed the cloth binding her mouth, a figure flew out from the room, splattering blood in its wake. It was none other than Lin Chongfeng. He rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Bai Jianglong gasped in shock. For Lin Chongfeng was now missing an arm, blood pouring from his wound, rendering him utterly disheveled. The gruesome scene caused Bai Wan to scream in terror. Step by step, Zhao Da scoffed disdainfully, casually tossing aside Lin Chongfeng's severed arm. At that moment, Bai Jianglong's face turned ashen. He could hardly believe that within less than a minute, Lin Chongfeng had been defeated, and so utterly at that. struggling to rise from the ground. Lin Chongfeng's face was etched with terror as he exclaimed, "Could it be? Could it be that he is merely a half-step master? I have been reckless. I should not have involved myself in this matter today. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life for the sake of my senior brother, Tian Lazy." The president of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association, Zhao De, sneered dismissively. "Tian Lazy? Merely a master in his own right. What is he compared to my master? Today, I shall unleash a massacre. None shall escape." Bai Jianglong, in a state of panic, turned to Lin Chongfeng. "Master Lin, are you not renowned for your exceptional skills? Quickly, eliminate this man and put an end to his tyranny." Lin Chongfeng, his face pale and filled with despair, replied, "It is impossible. I am no match for this man. He has already taken a step into the realm of a master. Unless my senior brother comes personally, no one can contend with him." Bai Jianglong was rendered speechless. Lin Chongfeng, a man of great accomplishments, was unwilling to meet an unjust end. Suddenly, he made a desperate bid for escape, but Zhao De let out a cold laugh. Waving his hand as a streak of silver light shot forth, striking Lin Chong, Zhao stood with an air of arrogance, as if he were a sovereign surveying his subjects. Lin Chongfeng, lying on the ground, exclaimed, "Mr. Bai, perhaps it would be wise for all of you to kneel and plead for mercy from this esteemed individual. Who knows? If he is in a good mood, he might let us off the hook." Bai Jianglong, a man of lifelong pride, found the thought of kneeling more unbearable than death itself. Through gritted teeth, he declared, "Absolutely not. I, Bai Jianglong, would rather perish than endure such humiliation." Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Jianglong, and he shouted, "Ah yes. Meng, my young brother, please, save my daughter. My demise matters not. You must ensure her safety." He understood that Meng Chuan, being so young, was likely not a master and might not be a match for Zhao. In this moment of desperation, he only hoped that Meng could escort his daughter to safety and preserve her life. Lin Chongfeng, witnessing Bai Jianglong's refusal to heed his counsel, became infuriated. "I am no match for this man. What can this mere boy possibly achieve? He is nothing but a whelp. Surely he would be dispatched by this esteemed figure with a mere gesture. If he provokes the master further, we shall have no hope of survival. Our only chance lies in kneeling and begging for mercy," he insisted. Zhao let out a hearty laugh. "Indeed, if you all kneel before me, perhaps I might show you clemency. Come now, kneel before me. By Jianglong, I am eager to witness how the illustrious underground emperor of Hangzhou bows before me." Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng scrambled to his feet, prostrating himself on the ground, and stammered, "Exalted one, I implore you, spare me. It is not easy for us cultivators. Please, in your magnanimity, grant me a chance." Bai Jianglong observed Lin Chongfeng, but remained standing. Seeing this, Lin Chongfeng nearly lost his mind, bellowing, "What are you doing? If you wish to die, do not implicate me. Kneel down at once." Zhao De shook his head, remarking, "It appears the others have no desire to live. Very well. I shall personally escort you to the afterlife." With that he advanced, preparing to commence the slaughter. Meng Chuan, gazing upon the kneeling Lin Chongfeng, shook his head and sneered. "Earlier, you postured and boasted, and now you grovel on the ground like a wretched cur. It is truly laughable. Had I not arrived today, you would not only pay the price for your arrogance, but the others would also perish alongside you." Lin Chongfeng, stung by Meng Chuan's scathing rebuke, flushed with shame and retorted, "How dare you, you insolent brat, insult me so? If you have the courage, go and test your mettle against this formidable expert. If you seek death, then go ahead, but do not act superior in my presence simply because of your ignorance. What significance do you hold that you dare to act so presumptuously here?" Meng Chuan disregarded Lin Chongfeng's rabid ranting, shook his head, and approached Zhao De. Seeing this, Bai Jianglong said with a grief-stricken tone, "Brother Meng, do not act rashly. I only ask that you take my daughter, Bai Wanwan, away with you. If she is safe, I will be at peace. You are Wanwan's ultimate hope. Should you succumb to Zhao Da's assault, all is truly lost." Meng Chuan waved dismissively, stating, "Fear not. He is merely a nascent grandmaster. Even a true grandmaster would pose no significant threat." Lin Chongfeng scoffed upon hearing this. "Indeed, such boastful pronouncements are rather hyperbolic. Do you perceive grandmasters as commonplace? They possess the ability to slay with a mere exhalation and traverse rivers with a single reed, feats that transcend the limitations of humanity. The dignity of a grandmaster is inviolable. Do you comprehend?" Zhao De, similarly amused by Meng Chuan's words, jested, "By Jianglong, is this youth another of your recruits? How utterly laughable! To enlist a mere Xian Jin realm novice is one thing, as they at least possess some skill. But what is this stripling? Does he truly believe himself capable of contending with me? No matter, Zhao De continued, be they adept or inept, a single palm strike shall suffice. Since I am resolved to eradicate you all, I shall dispose of this whelp as well. With that, Zhao De propelled himself toward Meng Chuan. His palm aimed at Meng Chuan's head. In his eyes, the youth was inconsequential, and this strike would be decisive. Chapter 87. Whence comes your audacity? A palm strike? Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes, unwavering, and countered with a punch. As fist met palm, a potent gust of wind erupted between them, nearly toppling Bai Jianglong and Bai Wanwan. To confront a nascent grandmaster head-on. This reckless fool is surely doomed to be crushed by a single blow, Lin Chongfeng sneered, shaking his head in disbelief. Having dared to berate me earlier, he has now paid the ultimate price. Avers that if I am unable to triumph over an adversary, how could you possibly withstand their attack? The exclamation of disbelief echoed, as Miss Bai's astonishment reverberated, prompting Mr. Lin to instinctively cast his gaze towards Mr. Meng, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. Mr. Meng remained motionless, yet Mr. Zhao's body manifested fissures, hemorrhaging profusely, before erupting in a violent explosion. Annihilated a quasi-grandmaster with a single strike? Miss Bai, captivated by Mr. Meng's retraction of his fist and the casual flicking away of droplets of blood, felt her heart palpitate intensely. Who is this individual? How formidable? Mr. Bai, still in a state of bewilderment, slowly rose to his feet and inquired this. Is Mr. Zhao truly deceased? Mr. Meng, having advanced forward, stated impassively, Mr. Bai, the individual has been eliminated. You may now depart with your daughter without apprehension. This is simply divine. Mr. Bai, now convinced of the reality before him, nearly prostrated himself before Mr. Meng, exclaiming, Mr. Meng, it is fortunate that you were present today. Else all would have been lost. It is inconceivable that you could obliterate an individual of Mr. Zhao's stature with a single blow. Is it possible that you were a grandmaster in your youth? When he witnessed Meng Chuan vanquishing Zhao Er, he merely perceived Meng Chuan as a figure of a master. And even if he was not one at present, it was an undeniable certainty that he would ascend to that status in the future. Now with Zhao De, a half-step master, having been obliterated by a single punch from Meng Chuan, what else could Meng Chuan be if not a master? He is indeed a youthful master. With such a prodigious figure supporting him, how could he not stride confidently through life? Regarding Bai Jianglong's remarks, Meng Chuan simply shook his head and chuckled, I assure you, I am not a master. Indeed, the demon-slaying body remains in the body-refining realm for a lifetime, even at its peak. It has not truly transcended into the transformative realm to become a master. However, in terms of strength, could Meng Chuan possibly be compared to a master? Just moments ago, when Zhao De struck with his palm, Meng Chuan did not even need to draw upon his blood essence. The sheer force of his physical strength, combined with the recoil from Zhao De's own profound energy, was sufficient to annihilate Zhao De. That punch was indeed delivered with an air of nonchalance. Yet, to Bai Jianglong's ears, this carried a different implication. So, he too is a half-step master, but that is inconsequential. With your combat prowess, Meng, when you eventually become a master, you will surely ascend the master rankings. Upon hearing the mention of the master rankings, Meng Chuan's interest was piqued. At that moment, however, Bai Wanwan interjected, Dad, who exactly is this big brother? You haven't introduced us yet. Bai Jianglong smiled warmly and replied, Ah, yes, forgive my forgetfulness. Wanwan, remember this. He is our benefactor, having saved me twice and now saving you. You must treat him with the utmost respect in the future. Now quickly call him. Call him Uncle Meng. Bai Jianglong held his breath for quite some time before uttering a single sentence. Meng Chuan was instantly taken aback. For Bai Wanwan was merely 5 or 6 years his junior. How had he suddenly become an uncle? Nevertheless, it was only natural that Bai Jianglong addressed him as Ming Laudi while Bai Wanwan referred to him as uncle. Bai Wanwan, however, would not concede easily. With a flush of embarrassment, she retorted, Dad, what are you talking about? He is so young. How could I possibly call him uncle? Bai Jianglong, with a stern expression, replied, Why can't you? If you want to call him uncle, do you intend to call him brother instead? That would completely confuse our generational hierarchy. At that moment, a furious shout pierced the air. You little brat. Everyone turned to see Lin Chongfeng, who had just risen from the ground, his body smeared with blood and dirt. Looking utterly disheveled, he dashed toward Meng Chuan, seizing his collar with the last remaining strength in one hand. and exclaimed angrily, "I ask you, if you possess such formidable strength, why did you not act sooner? Why wait until now? If you had intervened earlier, I would not have lost this arm. What is your true intention? Are you deliberately trying to harm me?" As a martial artist, Lin Chongfeng's combat capability would undoubtedly suffer without an arm. Yet, that was not his only concern. Today, in a desperate bid to save his life, he had even knelt before Zhao De, being a person of some renown. If this incident were to spread, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. With his fury boiling over and nowhere to vent, Lin Chongfeng naturally shifted all the blame onto Meng Chuan, confronting him with fervent indignation. Meng Chuan was well aware that Lin Chongfeng was merely seizing the opportunity to make a point. He chuckled and said, "Brother Bai has long suggested that we join forces. Yet you previously claimed that I would only hinder your efforts and was unworthy to act alongside you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng felt a surge of anger and retorted, "Could that truly be your reason for abstaining from action? In matters of life and death, you cling to personal grievances. If Zhao De were to strike, would I not have perished long ago? Your heart is indeed callous." Bai Jianglong felt discomfort at Lin Chongfeng's words. It was clear that Lin had repeatedly insisted that Meng Chuan was unfit to partner with him, mockingly dismissing him from the fray. Ultimately, when faced with overwhelming odds and nearly losing his life, it was Meng Chuan who stepped in to vanquish the enemy and save him. To then complain that Meng Chuan was narrow-minded for not intervening sooner was utterly unreasonable. Wishing to defuse the escalating tension between Lin Chongfeng and Meng Chuan, Bai Jianglong quickly intervened, saying, "Master Lin, this situation cannot solely be blamed on Meng. Regardless, you have endured injuries on my behalf, and I must ensure you are compensated. Let us set aside these grievances for now and return. I will ensure you receive a proper reward." "Absolutely not," Lin Chongfeng replied without hesitation, his teeth clenched in anger. "It is this wretched brat who caused me to lose an arm. This debt cannot simply be overlooked. You insolent boy, sever an arm of your own and kneel to apologize. I may temporarily swallow my pride and refrain from pursuing this matter further. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil." Bai Jianglong's expression shifted, for Lin Chongfeng's demands were exceedingly audacious. It was utterly unreasonable to vent his grievances against Zhao De upon Meng Chuan. In the face of Lin Chongfeng's aggressive demeanor, Meng Chuan merely offered a faint smile. Subsequently, he delivered a resounding slap across Lin Chongfeng's face. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to address me in such a manner?" Meng Chuan inquired coldly. Chapter 88. "Respect me a foot, and I shall respect you a yard." Lin Chongfeng covered his face, gazing at Meng Chuan in disbelief. You dare to strike me? Do you wish for death? And what of it if I do?" Meng Chuan retorted, striking Lin Chongfeng's face once more with a swift backhand. "Throughout our journey, I have shown considerable restraint towards you. Did you truly believe me to be a pushover? I extend my goodwill in saving your life, and instead of gratitude, you dare to bark at me. Do you presume I am devoid of temper?" Indeed, Meng Chuan possessed a commendable temperament, yet it did not imply he was without resolve. In his previous life, he had come to grasp a profound truth. The more one concedes, the more some individuals would exploit such leniency to their detriment. Thus, in this lifetime, Meng Chuan upheld his principles. "Should you respect me a foot, I shall reciprocate with a yard. We may even call each other brothers. However, should you attempt to take an inch further, then I must regretfully inform you, I am not to be trifled with." Lin Chongfeng, reeling from the blows, exclaimed in fury, "You insufferable wretch! Do you not realize that my senior brother is Tian Lazy, the president of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association?" Lin Chongfeng had already discerned that Meng Chuan was not a master, and since he was not a master, he could not afford to disregard Tian Lazy's reputation. This was precisely the reason Lin Chongfeng dared to confront Meng Chuan. However, he was unaware that, in Meng Chuan's eyes, the so-called master was nothing of significance. "Tian Lazy? Who is Tian Lazy? Even if he were standing before me, I would not hesitate to strike." As he spoke, Meng Chuan delivered another slap. Lin Chongfeng was already dazed, clutching his face and exclaiming, "All right, I'll remember you, young man. Just wait for my senior brother to settle the score with you." "Remember you?" Meng Chuan chuckled and gave Lin Chongfeng a swift kick to the rear. Lin Chongfeng let out a cry, soaring over the temple wall, followed by a wail. "Now, do you remember more vividly?" After speaking, he dusted off his hands as if discarding refuse. Bai Wan unwrinkled her delicate nose and remarked, "It ought to be so. This person is truly detestable. Not only does he lack ability, but he also bullies honest people. He deserves to be punished." Meng Chuan found himself at a loss for words regarding the spirited young girl. It was evident that her vivacity starkly contrasted with Jiang Ke's gentle demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been fearful, yet now she radiated energy once more. Bai Jianglong, somewhat apprehensive, approached and said, "Meng, my young friend, having struck Lin Chongfeng like that, you may face troubles ahead." "What troubles?" "Tian Lazy." Meng Chuan shook his head with a smile, saying, "He is merely Tian Lazy. He does not instill fear. I have acted with a clear conscience today. If Tian Lazy seeks to defend his disciple and confront me, I would welcome it." Bai Jianglong hesitated, pondering that since the incident had arisen from his actions, it would be prudent for him to deal with Tian Lazy himself. However, although I am the underground emperor of Hangzhou, Tian Lazy is a master of his generation. It remains to be seen whether he can grant me the courtesy I seek. Soon, everyone embarked on their journey home. Throughout the ride, Bai Wanwan persistently inquired of Meng Chuan, curious about the source of his remarkable prowess and whether he might impart his skills to her. Faced with such a lively and cheerful young lady, Meng Chuan found himself somewhat at a loss. Bai Jianglong, seated nearby, merely observed with a smile, displaying no inclination to intervene. As Bai Wanwan arrived at the entrance of the Jiangbei Medical Hall, she leaned out of the vehicle, flashed a smile at Meng Chuan, and exclaimed, "Uncle, I shall come to find you tomorrow for some fun. You must share with me your knowledge of acupuncture." Meng Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment at being referred to as uncle, yet he found himself powerless to object. This was the term she had chosen, after all. There was no way she would address him as Uncle Meng Chuan. She seemed oblivious to his feelings, for despite being only 24 or 25, she had aged him by a decade or more with her playful moniker. With a twitch of his facial muscles, Meng Chuan replied, "I have matters to attend to tomorrow and shall not be at the medical hall. I will come early, and whatever tasks you have, we can do them together." Bai Wanwan winked at him before closing the car window, and the convoy departed. Meng Chuan sighed, uncertain whether rescuing Bai Wanwan was truly a blessing. This girl, having only met him for a day, had already become inexplicably attached. At that moment, Jiang Ke emerged from the Jiangbei Medical Hall, holding a bowl and chopsticks, her expression laden with suspicion. "Chuan Ge, you have returned," she remarked. Meng Chuan turned around with a smile and replied, "Indeed, I have just returned after attending to some matters." Jiang Ke furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who was speaking with you earlier? I could have sworn I heard a woman's voice. Could it be that Hua Jiyu from last time?" Meng Chuan, taken aback, shook his head vigorously and said, "No, it was merely my little niece. Come on, after a day of exertion, I am quite fatigued. Let us hasten back to dine." "Little niece? Chuan Ge, where did you acquire such a niece?" Moreover, from the voice, it certainly sounded like a young lady. Jiang Ke gazed at Meng Chuan with a hint of displeasure, seemingly questioning his honesty. Meng Chuan quickly chuckled, attempting to deflect her scrutiny, and urged Jiang Ke back to the medical hall for their meal. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association, Lin Chongfeng lay in bed, recounting his grievances, and exclaimed with fury, "Shi Xiao, I cannot swallow this indignation. Not only have I lost an arm in vain, but I was also struck by a junior. As a distinguished figure in Hangzhou, I cannot bear such humiliation." In front of the bed stood a robust elder, his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing Lin Chongfeng's words, he slightly furrowed his brow. "Who is that young man? When did Hangzhou produce such an individual?" Lin Chongfeng replied, "I am at a loss. He must have been an inconspicuous person until now. I never anticipated he would be a half-step master." As he spoke, Lin Chongfeng lowered his voice slightly. "Senior brother, retaining such a young individual is undoubtedly a calamity. He is merely in his 20s, possessing extraordinary talent. He might very well shatter the legend that no master exists beneath the age of 30. If this individual is allowed to mature, your standing in Hangzhou will undoubtedly be challenged. Should he align himself with us, it would be fortuitous, but if he covets your position as the president, then matters will become quite troublesome." Tian Lazy scoffed, "What of a mere youth? What does it matter if he becomes a master? I have been a master of transformation for many years. My combat prowess far surpasses that of a mere half-step master. However, this matter has indeed gone too far. Bai Jianglong is also showing favoritism. He clearly does not regard me, Tian Lazy, with any respect. I shall make my voice heard tomorrow, challenging this so-called Master Meng. Should he accept, I would not hesitate to impart a lesson. If he is cowardly, then I shall personally pay you a visit to seek a resolution." Lin Chongfeng, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for standing up for me. A few days later, in the early morning. Bang bang bang. Uncle, are you awake? I have come to find you. Bai Wanwan, clad in a fitted purple short-sleeved shirt and low-waisted denim shorts, revealed her long, fair legs to the open air, leaving one parched with desire. The roll-up door of the medical clinic was raised with a clatter, and Meng Chuan appeared, groggy and disheveled. Toothbrush in mouth, foam dribbling as he stood before Bai Wanwan, his hair resembling a bird's nest. Any ordinary woman would surely display a look of disdain at the sight of Meng Chuan in such a disheveled state. However, Bai Wanwan gazed intently at Meng Chuan, exclaiming, "Uncle, you look even more handsome today. Here, I've prepared a heartfelt breakfast for you. You must eat it while it's hot." Meng Chuan could hardly contain his disbelief. Ever since he had rescued Bai Wanwan, she had taken to visiting him every morning, bringing him breakfast, then seating herself beside him to watch as he attended to his patients, returning only in the evening. This daily ritual had become a constant, not just for Meng Chuan, but even for the orange cat, who was nearing madness. Just yesterday, the cat had stomped on Meng Chuan's chest, declaring, "If you let that little girl disturb my morning slumber one more time, I shall devour her too." Yet, Meng Chuan found himself at a loss. Bai Wanwan was impervious to both coaxing and reprimanding, arriving promptly at 6:30 each morning, rain or shine, with breakfast in hand. "Do you truly have nothing of substance to occupy your time with all this running back and forth to see me?" Meng Chuan remarked with mild irritation. Without a hint of hesitation, Bai Wanwan settled down and replied with a smile, "What do you mean I have no business? I am still a prospective university student. But with school starting in half a month, I have plenty of free time." She then urged, "Come, uncle, you must try the soup dumpling. It's absolutely delicious." As she lifted a dumpling to his mouth, Meng Chuan was taken aback and quickly declined. "I haven't even finished brushing my teeth. Don't be silly." Her laughter rang out like music. At that moment, a cough echoed from the second floor, prompting both Meng Chuan and Bai Wanwan to glance upwards. Jiangke stood at the staircase, her expression somber as she descended, her small bag slung over her shoulder. Cook, off to work?" Meng Chuan inquired cautiously. It is apparent to anyone that Jiangke is not in a particularly good mood. Jiangke acknowledged. Ignoring Meng Chuan and heading straight for the exit, Meng Chuan, feeling somewhat at a loss, remarked, "Why leave so early? You could have breakfast first." "No need. I'm on a diet." After a brief pause, Jiangke turned to glare at Meng Chuan, saying, "You can take your time eating with your little niece." With that, she strode out without looking back. Meng Chuan pondered the situation, perplexed as to why Jiangke was upset with him when he had done nothing wrong. Although they had not directly addressed the matter, both understood the feelings lingering between them. Naturally, Jiangke's mood soured with the young girl constantly clinging to Meng Chuan. White Wanwan, observing Meng Chuan's anxious demeanor, chuckled and said, "Brother Chuan, why do I feel like your feelings for Sister Kur are not quite like those of a brother to his sister?" Meng Chuan shot her an irritated look and replied, "What would you know? You're just a child." "Who is a child?" White Wanwan puffed out her chest, asserting her adulthood. "Little brat." After brushing his teeth, Meng Chuan set his toothbrush in the cup. White Wanwan, grinding her teeth, chimed in, "Humph. Stop looking down on me. By the way, uncle, my dad asked me to relay a message to you. Tian Lazy has issued a warning, demanding that you kneel and apologize to Lin Chanfeng at the Hangzhou Martial Arts Association. Otherwise, he'll come personally to deal with you. You haven't responded yet. What do you plan to do about this situation?" While washing his face, Meng Chuan replied nonchalantly, "What else is there to do? Let him be. I certainly do not have the time to visit the Martial Arts Association. If Tian Lazy wishes to seek me out, I shall welcome him at any moment." Bai Wanwan responded helplessly, "What kind of attitude is that? He is, after all, a martial arts master." Meng Chuan inquired with a smile. "And what of the martial arts master? Is he truly of great value? Indeed, is a martial arts master of significant worth?" Previously, Meng Chuan had mentioned the grievances between Lin Changfeng and Tian Lazy to Deju. Upon hearing this, Deju scoffed dismissively, stating that a mere martial arts master pales in comparison to a transformed demon. After all, one can consume a transformed demon after defeating it with a single punch. But what utility lies in vanquishing a realm master in the same manner? It can be said that should Tian Lazy dare to approach, the only outcome awaiting him would be a thorough beating. Bai Wanwan remained uncertain of Meng Chuan's true strength, witnessing his disdain for the master. She rolled her eyes and remarked, "Uncle, do not be overly arrogant. Have you not heard that the might of a master is not to be insulted? Regardless, I shall not concern myself with you. When Tian Lazy truly arrives, I shall see how you handle it. In truth, Bai Wanwan had already resolved in her heart. If Tian Lazy truly sought to trouble Meng Chuan, she and her father would undoubtedly protect him. After all, Meng Chuan had saved both her and her father numerous times. For Meng Chuan's safety, she would not hesitate to face annihilation at the hands of a master from Hangzhou. Before long, Jiang Beixiang descended from the upper floor. After several days of interaction, Jiang Beixiang had become quite familiar with Bai Wanwan. He held a deep fondness for the lively and cheerful girl. Uncle Jiang, please come quickly. Today, I specially bought you your favorite jianbing guozi. Bai Wanwan called out sweetly. Ha, splendid. Little Wanner, you are truly thoughtful. Jiang Beixiang smiled as he joined Meng Chuan and Bai Wanwan for a meal. After finishing their repast, the medical clinic officially commenced its operations. Bai Wanwan, as usual, sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand while observing Meng Chuan as he attended to patients. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Beixiang received a phone call and excused himself, stating he needed to fetch some medicinal materials. Not long after his departure, a group entered the clinic, 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was heavily adorned with makeup and styled hair, while the men were burly and adorned with ostentatious gold chains, clearly not of the most reputable character. The middle-aged woman plopped down in front of Meng Chuan. He glanced at her and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" With a dismissive snort, the woman replied, "I am not here for medical attention. I am here to discuss business with you." Meng Chuan responded, "I apologize, but this is a medical clinic, not a marketplace." The woman chuckled, "Why can't business be discussed in a clinic?" She produced a list from her bag and placed it before Meng Chuan, stating, "We own a company that supplies medicine to small clinics. In the future, your clinic could procure your medications from us. What do you say?" Meng Chuan cast a quick glance at the list and replied, "That won't be necessary. Our clinic has established supply channels, and your prices are 30% above market rate. Why should we purchase from you? If there is nothing else, please take your leave, as we must attend to our patients. Next, please." The woman's expression shifted slightly, and with a cold smirk, she retorted, "It seems you do not grasp the implications of my proposition." Chapter 90. How powerful are your backers? The medicine we offer is something you cannot refuse, for without it, how could your modest clinic continue to operate? Meng Chuan chuckled and replied, "Oh, are you implying that you intend to resort to coercive tactics? And what of it?" A burly man behind the middle-aged woman grinned. "You should inquire around. In Hangzhou, which small clinic does not procure their supplies from our sister Ling? Any clinic that refuses to source from us has inevitably shut its doors." The middle-aged woman is presumably Sister Ling herself. With a sneer, she remarked, "Let me be frank with you. The power backing me is beyond your imagination. If you wish to avoid trouble, you would do well to procure your supplies from me." Before Meng Chuan could respond, Bai Wanwan scoffed, "Oh dear, what an audacious claim. You expect us to close our clinic simply because we choose not to purchase your goods? Pray tell, how formidable is your backing that it might frighten me?" Upon hearing a young girl speak, Sister Ling expressed her disdain, angrily retorting, "What business is it of yours, little girl? Denyo, teach her a lesson. Otherwise, they will remain oblivious to our might." Understood. The burly man who had spoken earlier grinned and rolled up his sleeves. "Such a tender young thing. It would be a pity to strike her. I am a man who cherishes the fairer sex. Instead, how about I strip her of her clothing for the amusement of my companions?" As he spoke, he leered and reached out toward Bai Wanwan. Her expression changed instantly, and she quickly retreated behind Meng Chuan, spitting in contempt. "Bah, how shameless." Denyo laughed mockingly. "What if I am shameless? You hide behind this boy, truly believing he can protect you? You." A scream erupted as Meng Chuan seized Denyo's wrist, causing Denyo's face to turn a ghastly shade of gray. He attempted to withdraw his wrist, yet found himself utterly unable to move. "How could I not protect her?" Meng Chuan's face was alight with amusement. "Who dares to cause a commotion in my clinic? What audacity you possess." With that, Meng Chuan exerted force, and with a sickening crack, Denyo's arm was broken. "Ah, my arm." Denyo clutched his shoulder, sweat pouring down his face as he staggered back. Upon witnessing Meng Chuan's aggression, Sister Ling was instantly infuriated. Pointing at him, she exclaimed, "You dare to strike my people? Come, teach him a lesson." 2 other men shouted as they rushed forward. Meng Chuan merely scoffed, rising to his feet and launching a series of strikes. Bang, bang. In mere moments, both burly men were sent sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. You. Sister Ling was taken aback, her previous composure evaporating as she instinctively took several steps back. Bai Wanwan peeked from behind Meng Chuan, sticking out her tongue and saying, "You villains. Do you still wish to harm me? With Ming Chuan here, I am certainly unafraid." After all, he obliterated a half-step master with a single punch. How could he fear these ruffians? Sister Ling regained her composure, her expression darkening as she declared, "Very well, very well. You two little brats have truly gone too far. What kind of tough adversaries have I not encountered? You dare to challenge me, Sister Ling? Prepare for your clinic to close its doors. Wait for me. I shall make a call right now. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle you." With that, she began dialing. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwan retorted, "You dare to make a call? Humph. I shall do the same and see who prevails." She then took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Buddha. It's Wanwan. I am being bullied at the Jiangbei Medical Hall, and they are threatening to bring more people to harm me. I am terrified. Please come quickly." "Yes, I'll be waiting for you." After hanging up, Bai Wanwan winked at Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan chuckled in disbelief, realizing that he would not need to intervene today. No matter how influential Ling Jie might be, she could not possibly rival Bai Wanwan's connections. Bai Jianglong was the underground emperor of Hangzhou, which made her an underground princess. Anyone daring to provoke her would find that even a dozen Ling Jies would be of no consequence. Moments later, 3 vans pulled up outside, and over a dozen endivid with a loud shout. The burly man commanded several individuals to unload barrels from the car's trunk, which they unceremoniously dropped to the ground. A murky yellow liquid gushed forth, spilling everywhere and emanating an unpleasant stench. Upon realizing what it was, Bai Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she frowned, exclaiming, "These people are utterly disgusting." Meng Chuan felt a surge of displeasure and was about to take action when the sound of approaching car engines reached their ears. A dozen Audis and BMWs arrived in quick succession and came to a halt. The imposing figure known as Defying, wielding a machete, led a group of men clad in black suits, swiftly encircling the individuals brought by Sister Ling. In an instant, the modest medical clinic was brimming with people. The once arrogant Sister Ling and her companions were now rendered speechless, for it was evident from their attire that Defo and his crew were bona fide members of the underground world, while they were merely a gang of petty thugs with no comparison. To make matters worse, Defoe's group outnumbered them, and some members had bulges at their waists, likely concealing firearms. Defo hurried over, his expression turning grave as he surveyed the chaos in the clinic. He bellowed, "Wanwan, where are you? I want to see who dares to lay a finger on you. This is outrageous. In all of Hangzhou, anyone who dares to harm you will face my wrath." Bai Wanwan waved her hand from behind Meng Chuan and replied, "Uncle Defo, I'm right here." Defo rushed over, his concern palpable as he asked, "Wanwan, are you all right? You weren't harmed, were you?" Bai Wanwan smiled and pointed at Meng Chuan, saying, "With my uncle here, who could possibly hurt me?" It turned out that the esteemed Dr. Meng was also present. The great Buddha promptly bowed in greeting. Meng Chuan nodded and said, "Brother Buddha, there is no need for such formality." The great Buddha scratched his head with a smile, then immediately adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Wanwans, what was the meaning of your phone call earlier? Who threatened you?" "I rushed over with my men in a hurry, yet I was unaware of the situation." Bai Wanwan pouted and pointed at Ling Jie and the others, saying, "It's them. They came here intending to forcefully purchase Uncle's medicinal herbs. When Uncle refused, they resorted to violence. I merely spoke a few words on Uncle's behalf, and they then summoned someone to threaten me. Had Uncle not been present, I shudder to think of what might have transpired." Chapter 91. Clean the ground, is that so? Upon hearing this, the great Buddha's brows furrowed instantly. Meng Chuan was the savior of his elder brother, Bai Jianglong, and Bai Wanwan was his own niece. How audacious of them to lay a hand on either of them. The great Buddha turned around abruptly, causing Ling Jie to tremble in fright. "So you dare to threaten Wanwan and attempt to coerce divine physician Meng into purchasing your herbs?" The great Buddha slapped Ling Jie's face with a cleaver, instantly removing a layer of powder, which disgusted him greatly. Ling Jie, now thoroughly frightened, stammered, "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding." Bai Wanwan chimed in from behind, fanning the flames. "By the way, she also claimed to have powerful connections and warned us to be cautious." "You have powerful connections?" The great Buddha grinned widely upon hearing this, placing his hands on his hips and retorting, "You dare to compare your connections with mine?" I inquired, "Do you know who I am?" The imposing figure of the Buddha, well known along the Hangzhou road, was met with a tremor from Ling Jie, who, despite her bravado, was merely a person of little consequence. Stammering, she admitted, I truly do not recognize you." Instantly, the Buddha's countenance fell. Many of his subordinates erupted in laughter, which only fueled his embarrassment and anger, leading him to unleash his wrath upon Ling Jie with a resounding slap. How dare you claim to have connections when you do not even know me? Today, one and all, you shall kneel and await the judgment of the esteemed doctor. Ming and my niece. Truly, in the absence of the tiger, the monkeys assumed the throne. Do you believe you are worthy to discuss lineage before Dr. Ming and Wanwan? As the Buddha and his men unleashed a barrage of fists and kicks, Ling Jie and her companions were rendered utterly submissive, forced to the ground as they awaited Meng Chuan's decree. The Buddha approached with a genial demeanor, inquiring what fate Meng Chuan intended for these individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Chuan replied, I seek no trouble. I merely require them to restore this place to order. The Buddha nodded in agreement, stating, Dr. Meng is indeed accommodating. Were it my temperament, I would have dispatched them all. Ling Jie and her associates trembled in fear. The Buddha then turned, commanding, Did you not hear Dr. Meng's words? Quickly, clean this place up. Look at the chaos you have wrought upon Dr. Meng's clinic. Very well, Sister Ling said as she spearheaded the effort to tidy up. She got up, prepared to scrub away all the filth here. Wondering where to find cleaning implements such as mops. The Buddha snorted coldly and retorted, If there's no mop, can't you lick it clean? What? Sister Ling was aghast. The Buddha glared at her and said, Did you not hear me? I told you to lick it clean. I heard you. Sister Ling was on the verge of tears, lamenting how she had encountered such a manipulative figure. Meng Chuan felt a wave of nausea and shook his head, heading upstairs. With Bai Wanwan following, her face pale. It wasn't until the Buddha went upstairs to inform him that everything had been meticulously cleaned that Meng Chuan descended. By then, the hospital had undergone a complete transformation. The Buddha mentioned that after Sister Ling and her crew had departed, he had instructed others to thoroughly wash the floors again, ensuring no lingering odors. With this matter resolved, the Buddha took his leave. Meng Chuan then received a call from Yuan Ming, who informed him that he had completed the design of the Honghe Slope Farm and suggested that Meng Chuan visit if he had the time. Coincidentally, Jiang Beixiang had just returned with medicinal herbs, so Meng Chuan arranged with Yuan Ming to arrive at Honghe Slope in 2 hours. Upon learning that Meng Chuan was going to inspect the farm he was constructing, Bai Wanwan immediately expressed her enthusiasm and insisted on accompanying him. Unable to dissuade her, Meng Chuan relented. After some contemplation, Meng Chuan excused himself to go upstairs, roused the slumbering Deju, and inquired if it would like to visit the farm as well. Deju stretched languidly and said, Although you have inherited the legacy of the demonic Dao medical sage, you can rest assured about the feng shui techniques. Nevertheless, I shall go to the scene and take a look. In case there is any oversight, it would be prudent to rectify it promptly. With this thought, Deju sauntered downstairs. Suddenly, Meng Chuan recalled something and exclaimed, I forgot to mention, Bai Wanwan is also accompanying us. No sooner had Meng Chuan's words left his lips than Bai Wanwan's voice echoed from below, filled with delight. Oh, Deju, you finally came down. Come here and let me give you a hug. The anguished cry of Deju followed suit. In the opulent Maybach, Bai Wanwan sat in the passenger seat, cradling Deju while tugging at his whiskers. Haha, uncle, look at Deju. Not only is his coat splendid, but his whiskers are also remarkably sturdy, each one like a steel needle, impossible to pull off. Observing Deju being subjected to Bai Wanwan's playful torment, Meng Chuan felt nothing but pity. Rather than being annoyed by Bai Wanwan, it was more accurate to say that Deju was in fear of her. During their initial encounter, Bai Wanwan nearly singed Deju's fur. Thus, as long as Bai Wanwan was present at the clinic, Deju would never dare to descend the stairs. This time, Deju found himself thoroughly ensnared by Bai Wanwan. While being playfully tormented, Deju sat gloomily on Bai Wanwan's lap, his sharp claws occasionally emerging as if he were ready to dismantle her. Yet, in the end, he managed to restrain himself. Throughout the journey, Meng Chuan was genuinely concerned that Deju might lose his temper and swallow Bai Wanwan whole. Fortunately, they arrived at Honghe Slope without incident. As Meng Chuan alighted from the vehicle, Bai Wanwan insisted on fastening a leash to the large orange cat for walking purposes. However, upon noticing that the cat was already agitated, Meng Chuan promptly clarified that the cat was quite obedient and did not require such restraints, prompting Bai Wanwan to relent. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 feline, strolled into the under-construction Honghe Slope. Upon encountering this expansive farm, Bai Wanwan exclaimed in awe, Is all this land your farm? Uncle, your planning is truly remarkable. If the farm comes to fruition, I shall have to reside here daily. Indeed, the land boasted excellent feng shui, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Its vast expanse was particularly suited for establishing facilities. Meng Chuan smiled as he glanced at the large orange cat, which sat calmly on the ground, slightly nodding as if somewhat content with the surroundings. Of course, winning the cat's approval was a formidable challenge, according to the feline's own assertions. What it truly envisioned was far more than just a mere farm. It insisted that the place must harbor ancient mythical beasts, such as phoenixes nesting atop towering phoenix trees thick enough for 100 men to embrace, and beneath which flourished the elusive immortal dragon ginseng, scurrying about in abundance. Such mythic scenes were not mere fantasies, according to the legacy of the Taoist medical sage. These extraordinary creatures were not figments of imagination, but rather beings that had vanished from sight, possibly extinct. Should they be rediscovered and cultivated on a grand scale here? With the ability to feast upon one when hunger strikes, that would indeed constitute a life well lived. Chapter 92. A touch of the peculiar suddenly. The large orange cat sniffed the ground and cast a glance at Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan understood and smiled at Bai Wanwan, saying, "My dear niece, the riverside over there seems to offer quite a picturesque view. Why not go and admire it?" "That sounds wonderful." Bai Wanwan, lacking any ulterior motives, had already caught sight of the enchanting scenery along Honghe Slope and eagerly hopped over. "What is the matter? Did you notice something amiss?" Meng Chuan inquired after she had left. The large orange cat sniffed the ground once more, shook its head, and replied, "It appears there is nothing out of the ordinary. The feng shui here is rather favorable. In today's world, it is indeed rare to find such a precious piece of land. However, I can't shake the feeling that this patch of earth possesses an oddity that I cannot quite articulate. It seems the spiritual energy is abnormally abundant. Logically speaking, according to the four symbols, this land should only embody the qualities of the dragon and the turtle, even if the spiritual energy were plentiful. It should not be to such an extent. After all, this earth today is not what it used to be. Historically, emperors were buried within the dragon veins, and over time, the flow of these veins has been obstructed, coupled with the diminishing spiritual energy. It is indeed peculiar to find such a rich vein of energy near a neighboring city. When Meng Chuan first arrived, he too sensed the abundance of spiritual energy, which is why he was drawn to it at first glance. Isn't an abundance of spiritual energy a good thing? Moreover, the energy here isn't excessively overwhelming. It seems rather normal, doesn't it? He asked. The large orange cat shook its head, stating, "No, I have encountered numerous places marked by the four symbols. Even a treasure site from a century ago did not possess spiritual energy as abundant as this. While it is not excessively overwhelming, I can still discern the subtle oddities present here." Meng Chuan maintained a serious demeanor and inquired, "What shall we do? If we abandon this plot of land, shall we seek a more conventional location?" The Jew cast a sidelong glance at Meng Chuan and replied, "Abandon it? Why would we do that? Although this place is peculiar, it is rich in spiritual energy. We can investigate the reasons for its oddities later. I rather like this land. The abundance of spiritual energy is indeed a boon." Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan smiled and remarked, "Ultimately, this land is quite commendable. Since you are in agreement, I shall proceed with the construction of the farm." The Jew nodded and grinned. "Once the farm is established, I shall relocate from the clinic to here, each day basking in the sun and feasting on the essence of magical beasts. What a splendid life that would be." Meng Chuan was about to respond when a young man donning a hard hat approached, waving. It was Yuan Ming. The Jew fell silent and sat beside Meng Chuan. "Xiao Chuan, you finally arrived," Yuan Ming exclaimed with a chuckle, glancing at the Jew. "Is this your pet golden retriever?" "Quite a hefty one." Meng Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "This is my cat." "A cat?" Yuan Ming scrutinized it closely, scratching his head and laughing. "Oh, it truly is a cat. How can a cat be so plump? I thought it was a young golden retriever." Noticing the frosty gleam in the Jew's eyes, Meng Chuan quickly wrapped an arm around Yuan Ming's shoulder and asked with a smile, "So, how are you finding your work here?" Yuan Ming replied with a grin, "How could I not be comfortable? You offer me such a lofty annual salary, and with over 100 individuals addressing you as General Yuan. The work aligns seamlessly with my expertise. Where else could I possibly find such a splendid opportunity?" Upon saying this, Yuan Ming smiled mysteriously and remarked, "Let me share something else with you. Just the other day, Ma Kaixian and her daughter sought me out to apologize for that incident. Ma Kaixian even knelt before me. Haha, after all these years of being looked down upon by their family, I finally feel vindicated. Did they come to you? Meng Chuan inquired, slightly astonished. For he had assumed that the unpleasantness at the wedding would inevitably lead to the dissolution of Yuan Ming's marriage. Yuan Ming replied, indeed. Brother Bao reached out to them several times. Their lives have become untenable, and seeing me thrive, they had no choice but to come and apologize and seek reconciliation. Their demeanor exceedingly humble. I reflected that there were indeed feelings between us. I couldn't bear to let them be driven to desperation by Brother Bao, so ultimately, we reconciled. Meng Chuan, aware of Yuan Ming's kind-hearted nature, anticipated this outcome, and thus he smiled and said, "This is your affair, handle it as you see fit. However, remember, a man must possess dignity. If you cannot hold your head high in the presence of a woman, you will never be able to do so in life." This was a lesson Meng Chuan had learned from Lu Susu. Yuan Ming laughed heartily and responded, "I understand this principle, my brother. Now, the Ma family regards me as if I were an emperor. I owe it all to you, my brother, for allowing me this moment of triumph. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Allow me to present to you the architectural designs I have crafted." With that, Yuan Ming unfurled the blueprints, elucidating his vision for the agricultural layout to Meng Chuan. It must be said that Yuan Ming, with his professional background, had meticulously organized the entire farm plan, leaving Meng Chuan exceedingly pleased. "Excellent," Meng Chuan exclaimed with a smile. "Let us proceed with the construction as per your design. In 6 months, we should be able to complete the project, correct?" Yuan Ming confidently patted his chest and replied, "Why 6 months? With my expertise, I can finish the work in just 3 to 4 months. Such swiftness?" Meng Chuan expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, rest assured of my capabilities," Yuan Ming declared with pride. After a moment's pause, he added with a grin, "However, to achieve completion in 3 to 4 months, it seems we may be short on manpower. I will need to enlist additional construction teams to assist." Meng Chuan responded, "That is not an issue. If you wish to hire personnel, feel free to do so. You can settle the accounts later." Yuan Ming hesitated slightly and said, "Meng Chuan, do you recall a classmate of ours named Xiao Kai? To be frank, he contacted me a few days ago upon learning that I had taken on this project. He mentioned that he has several construction teams at his disposal and expressed a desire for me to allocate some work to them." Meng Chuan had some recollection of Xiao Kai. He had been one of Lu Susu's admirers, though he never competed with Meng Chuan. During their high school days, he had often been a source of trouble for Meng Chuan. It was said that due to his poor academic performance, he had not attended university and had instead joined his father's construction business. In recent years, he had fared quite well, arguably the most successful among their class, and had organized several class reunions. Perhaps in the past, the two individuals bore some animosity towards each other. However, after all these years, Meng Chuan has lived a second life and naturally does not harbor any lingering grievances from their school days. He inquired, "So, are you planning to outsource the project to Qiao Sai's construction team?" Chapter 93. Class Reunion. Yuan Ming, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I understand that this may appear to be favoritism. Nevertheless, to expedite the process, it is indeed necessary to enlist some construction teams for assistance. Qiao Kai has been incessantly calling me over the past few days, urging me to assign him part of the project. Since we are old classmates, I feel compelled to oblige. After all, Qiao Kai does have a construction team at his disposal." Meng Chuan smiled and said, "Since it's a matter of mutual benefit, feel free to engage him. I have no objections, as long as my farm is completed promptly." Yuan Ming expressed his surprise. "So, you are indeed willing to let me approach Qiao Kai? I recall that you two were at odds due to Lu Susu." Meng Chuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That is all in the past. What is done is done. Holding on to past grievances is rather petty." With a chuckle, Yuan Ming remarked, "Ah, Xiao Chuan, I see that you have truly reached a higher state of mind." He then relaxed completely, speaking more casually. "Well then, coincidentally, Qiao Kai mentioned he was planning a class reunion in a couple of days and invited me to attend. We could discuss this matter then. Xiao Chuan, why don't you join us? It would be nice to catch up with some old classmates. Moreover, after all, you are the proprietor of Honghe Slope. Such matters ought to be decided by you." Meng Chuan reflected that he had indeed not attended a class reunion in quite some time, and several old classmates had not been seen for years. Thus, he nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, I shall attend and take a look." "Splendid," Yuan Ming exclaimed with delight, adding, "I suppose no one would ever guess that you are now my boss. I must ensure to present you to everyone, showcasing how well you are faring, so they may envy you." "Oh, there is no need for that. We are merely classmates." A simple meal and casual conversation will suffice. Meng Chuan chuckled, humbly declining the praise. The gathering was scheduled for 3 days hence. Meng Chuan noted the time and location before departing with the Jew and by Wanwan. 3 days later, following Yuan Ming's directions, Meng Chuan drove to Finjiaju. Indeed, the venue for this reunion remained Finjiaju. It seemed that Xiao Enkai must hold the Honghe Slope project in high regard, hence choosing such an upscale location for the gathering, primarily to curry favor with Yuan Ming. As soon as Meng Chuan entered, the manager of Finjiaju recognized him and promptly approached, saying, "You must be Mr. Meng from Tianlu Pharmaceutical, correct? General Manager Kong from Kong Town previously reserved a private room for you here, and I remember you well." Meng Chuan smiled and replied, "That is indeed me." The manager respectfully stated, "Mr. Meng, your return to Finjiaju truly elevates our establishment. Our owner has instructed us that you are one of our esteemed guests. Your presence demands that we extend the utmost hospitality. May I inquire if you have reserved a private room? If it remains unconfirmed, we have reserved the esteemed private room exclusively for you. The esteemed private room is the finest in Finjiaju, a privilege that cannot be obtained even with wealth. Kong Town enjoys a close relationship with the owner of Finjiaju, who has been informed that Meng Chuan is indeed a benefactor of the Wang family. The owner of Finjiaju is astute enough to recognize the Wang family's influence in Hangzhou, naturally regarding Meng Chuan as the most distinguished guest in his establishment. After some contemplation, Meng Chuan stated, "I am here to attend a gathering, and someone had previously reserved a third-tier private room." Upon hearing this, the manager immediately responded, "How could a third-tier private room possibly befit your stature? I shall promptly upgrade your friend's reservation to the pre-reserved esteemed private room and, as a gesture of goodwill, provide you with 2 bottles of fine wine." Meng Chuan graciously accepted the offer, nodding in agreement. He instructed the attendant to make the necessary arrangements while he called Yuan Ming to inform him of the change in the reservation to the esteemed private room. At that moment, Yuan Ming was caught in traffic and en route. Upon receiving Meng Chuan's call, he acknowledged the information and assured that he would proceed directly to the esteemed private room upon arrival. After concluding the call, the manager returned to announce that all of Meng Chuan's friends had been relocated to the esteemed private room, and the fine red wine had been delivered. Meng Chuan nodded appreciatively and allowed the manager to lead him to the esteemed private room. Upon entering, he discovered a number of familiar faces already seated at the table, though he had scarcely seen them over the past few years. At the head of the table sat none other than Xiao Enkai, the initiator of this gathering. Xiao Enkai, clad in a designer suit, his hair meticulously styled, and a gleaming gold watch adorning his wrist, was accompanied by a conspicuous set of Audi car keys. Whether intentionally or not, beside him, a plump young man with spectacles wore a broad smile, offering flattering remarks. "Brother Enkai is truly thriving these days. I've heard that Fingyao residence is exceptionally upscale, and securing a private room here is no easy feat the moment Brother Enkai arrived. They promptly relocated us to this exquisite room and even gifted us 2 bottles of fine red wine. What other patron could expect such treatment?" In truth, Xiao Enkai was puzzled by the sudden attention from the manager of Fingyao residence, who had ushered him and his companions to the prestigious private room and presented them with such lavish wine. However, since others attributed this to his influence, he chose to remain ambiguous in his response. "Oh, it's nothing. I've dined here frequently in the past, and am quite familiar with the owner." While he neither confirmed nor denied orchestrating the room change, he reveled in the fabricated prestige. At that moment, everyone noticed that Meng Chuan had also arrived. "Oh my, isn't that Meng Chuan? It's been quite some time." A girl greeted him with a smile, drawing the attention of the entire group, particularly Xiao Enkai, who, upon seeing Meng Chuan in his plain sportswear, felt an immediate sense of superiority. The contrast between his own polished appearance and Meng Chuan's simplicity was stark, prompting a derisive smirk. It seemed that Meng Chuan was indeed faring poorly, just as Xiao Enkai had assumed. If he were doing well, surely he would not have shied away from attending the reunion a few years prior. "Meng Chuan, after all these years of class reunions, you have finally graced us with your presence this year." The portly fellow who had just been flattering Xiao Enkai now acknowledged Meng Chuan, yet showed no inclination to rise and offer a handshake. Meng Chuan regarded him for a moment before recalling, with a grin, "You must be Old Pig." This individual, surnamed Zhu and named Zhu Fei, had been quite rotund during their high school days, earning him the playful moniker of Old Pig among his peers. Back then, Zhu Fei was simple-hearted and never took offense to the nickname, always responding with a good-natured smile. However, Upon hearing Meng Chuan utter the name now, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he retorted, "It has been so many years, no one dares to call me that anymore." Meng Chuan was taken aback, for he had intended no malice. Why should old pig be upset? The young woman who had previously greeted them stifled a laugh and remarked, "Meng Chuan, you truly lack a sense of tact. This gentleman is now Manager Zhu. Why would you still refer to him by his old nickname?"